Chu Yuan traverses a fantastical world, becoming one of the elders of Tianyun Sect, and binds himself to the Invincible Master System. By accepting disciples, he can gain enhancements corresponding to their innate talents. Furthermore, anything he bestows upon his disciples will yield a return of a higher tier. Bestowing earth-tier techniques grant him access to heaven-tier techniques. Granting an extreme Tao imperial weapon rewards him with a peerless celestial artifact. Bestowing low-grade spirit stones results in acquiring low-grade spirit crystals. Thus, Chu Yuan begins to accept disciples, selecting those with exceptional talents. The talents of his disciples are all conferred upon him. Innate Supreme, Sword Tao Prodigy, Exceptional Comprehension, Counterflow Fortune. Such extraordinary talents enable his cultivation speed to accelerate at an astonishing rate, rendering his combat prowess truly unparalleled in the world. Chu Yuan remarks, "In truth, my own talent is quite commendable, but to achieve invincibility alone is mere folly. Fortunately, I have my disciples." His numerous disciples express, "Master is simply too powerful. It feels as though we can never surpass him." After a span of years, his disciples have attained the ability to slay celestial emperors with a mere snap of their fingers, while he has truly become invincible. Chapter 1. The white-haired youth begins with a century of cultivation. Tianyun Sect. In the ancestral grounds of the Back Mountains, within a cave, a strikingly handsome young man clad in purple-gold robes, with flowing white hair, suddenly stands frozen in place. His starry eyes are filled with astonishment and epiphany. This is how it is, he muses. After 50 years in this world, I have only now awakened the wisdom from my past life. Today, I finally realize who I truly am. Chu Yuan reflects with deep emotion. Originally, he was a denizen of the Blue Star, fortuitously thrust into this world. He underwent a fetal reincarnation. However, the wisdom from his past life had remained sealed until this moment, awakening him to his true self. Perhaps due to some karmic connection, he has borne the name Chu Yuan in both lives. There is no need to delve into the past. In this life, the world he inhabits is one where martial prowess is alarmingly excessive. The powerful can easily soar through the skies, traverse the earth, incinerate mountains and boil seas, and shatter the very ground beneath them. Some can even pluck stars from the sky and gaze upon the world's vast changes with eternal vision. Conversely, the weak often find their lives as fragile as grass, uncertain from dawn till dusk. With a stroke of luck, they may live to an old age, but misfortune could see them swept away by the aftermath of a powerful battle at any moment. In this world, strength is not innate but cultivated through perseverance. At the very least, this applies to the vast majority. Chu Yuan comes from a respectable lineage, with parents who are elders of Tianyun Sect, firmly rooted in the sect. He began cultivating from a young age, possessing decent talent rather than starting as a waste. The realms of cultivation in this world are categorized from low to high: body refinement, chi condensation, pool origin, mysterious pill, 5 organs, soul palace, dharma form, and nirvana. Each major realm is further divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and perfection. Beyond the cultivation ranks, there exists another crucial level: Aunt, Little Friend, Taoist Companion, Senior. This level is a composite of strength and background. Why is this world's martial prowess deemed excessive? The answer is simple. Take the first major realm of cultivation, body refinement, for instance. Body refinement primarily focuses on the physical body's vitality. In the early stage, the physical strength can reach 10,000 gene. In the mid stage, 30,000 gene. In the late stage, 60,000 gene. And in perfection, 90,000 gene. A perfected body refinement cultivator possesses 90,000 gene of strength, transcending humanity. To call them superhuman would not be an exaggeration. And this is merely the beginning. In chi condensation, one condenses true essence, allowing for wings of true essence to soar into the skies. It also enables one to kill from a distance with true essence separated from a body. In pool origin, the true essence in the dantian becomes as profound as a pool. In mysterious pill, one forms a mysterious pill, possessing the power to shatter mountains and sever rivers. In 5 organs, one opens up the secret realms of the 5 organs. In summary, it becomes increasingly terrifying. Chu Yuan began his cultivation at the tender age of 6, achieving a breakthrough to the early stage of the Ning Yuan realm by 13 and advancing to the Qi Yuan realm by 24. At Tianyun Sect, he was regarded as an extraordinary talent. As cultivation progresses, the challenges intensify, and the time required increases substantially. By the age of 40, he successfully broke into the Xiandan realm, While most of his peers still struggled in the Ning Yuan and Chu Yuan realms, he had already become one of the elders of Tianyun Sect, with a bright future ahead. However, life is not destined to be smooth sailing. Less than a month after becoming an elder, devastating news struck. His parents had perished. They were slain by a stronger sect while fighting for a precious herb on his behalf. Upon witnessing his parents' lifeless bodies, he was engulfed in profound sorrow, turning his hair white in a single night. His heart brimmed with hatred. He yearned for vengeance, yet his strength was insufficient, driving him to cultivate with reckless abandon. Every elder within the sect holds a specific duty, and the higher-ups were aware of his need for extensive cultivation time. Thus, they appointed him to oversee the ancestral grounds in the back mountain, a place where the leaders of the sect were buried, including his parents. It was not that the sect was unwilling to avenge his parents, but rather that Tianyun Sect was weaker than the opposing sect. Even if they expended all their resources, it would be in vain. If he sought revenge, he could only rely on himself. He needed the strength to overpower that sect, perhaps due to the weight of his hatred. Although his cultivation was frenzied, the results were not significant, and he even faced the risk of losing himself to madness multiple times. A decade passed, and he had only reached the mid-stage of the Xiandan realm. This time, he was utterly consumed by madness, nearly facing death, and it was in this dire circumstance that he awakened the wisdom of his previous life. In this life, I carry such a profound blood feud. As the memories of 2 lifetimes merged, his dominant consciousness leaned towards his past life, imparting a sense of having just traversed time. Everything in this life felt like a fleeting glimpse. Chu Yuan furrowed his brow. Although he had recovered from the madness and was not severely injured, the aftermath of his turmoil had caused a significant loss in his cultivation. The path to breaking through to the late stage of the Xiandan realm seemed uncertain, especially given his reckless training that had drained his potential. To avenge his parents, he needed to attain at least the Wuzong realm. Others will not remain stagnant. Even if I break through to the Wuzong realm, they may become stronger as well. Will I still have a chance for revenge? Although his dominant consciousness favored his past life, he empathized with everything occurring in this life, and indeed, the parents of this lifetime were his true parents. Without them, he would not have been born into this world. Thus, even with the awakening of his past life's wisdom, he remained resolute in seeking vengeance. This was the only clear goal he had at present. How can I enhance my strength quickly? As he pondered this dilemma, suddenly, an ethereal and melodious notification resonated within the depths of his mind. Ding! Detection of the Master awakening past life wisdom. The Invincible Master System is binding to the Master. Binding successful. Not only did he hear the notification, but simultaneously, a dark text panel appeared before him. Chu Yuan's entire being trembled. A system. As a time traveler, he was well aware of such things, yet he never expected to possess one himself. It makes sense, since traversing time has occurred. Having a golden finger is only natural. Excitement sparkled in Chu Yuan's eyes. He had been troubled about how to quickly enhance his strength, but now, with the system in place, this dilemma should be resolved. However, what exactly is the Invincible Master System intended for? System, please introduce yourself. The immediate priority was to understand the system's functions. Ding, Honored Master. This system is named the Invincible Master System. Its primary function is to assist the Master in recruiting disciples. There are 2 major benefits to taking on disciples. First, the Master will simultaneously acquire the cultivation talent of the disciple. Second, anything the Master bestows upon the disciple will yield a return of a higher level. The Master currently has 1 disciple recruitment slot, and after each major breakthrough, an additional recruitment slot will be unlocked. Oh, I see. The clarity of this system was immediately grasped by Chu Yuan. Ding! As a first-time encounter, this system has prepared a novice gift package for the esteemed Master. Would you like to open it now? Open it, open it! Chu Yuan was eager with anticipation. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations, Master. You have received 100 years of cultivation. Note, this is the result of cultivating for 100 years based on the Master's current state. This, Chu Yuan's eyes lit up. 100 years. He had only cultivated for 44 years thus far. What realm could 100 years of cultivation elevate him to? He was filled with eager anticipation. Chapter 2. Ascending to the pinnacle of the sect system, can I directly utilize the cultivation of 100 years? Chu Yuan inquired within his heart. Ding. Of course, Master. With but a thought, you can receive the bestowal of a century's worth of cultivation, entirely devoid of side effects. The ethereal voice of the system affirmed. How delightful. A smile graced Chu Yuan's face. and in the next moment, he sensed his consciousness connecting with something extraordinary, the reward of 100 years of cultivation. Instantly, he focused his thoughts. Employ 100 years of cultivation. In the next heartbeat, an immense and supremely pure force of cultivation materialized within his dantian, merging seamlessly with his own power without the need for refinement. In an instant, his cultivation aura and realm surged rapidly. Late stage of the mysterious Dan realm. Perfect completion of the mysterious Dan realm. At this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth quivered violently in response to his aura, creating a terrifying storm within the cave dwelling. He radiated golden light, with streams of cultivation energy swirling around him, seated like a deity. The walls of the cave awakened with intricate patterns, emanating a warm, earthy glow. The defensive array had activated, warding off the overwhelming aura he exuded. Had it not been for the array's presence, the entire cave would have collapsed. Nevertheless, his cultivation ascension did not cease there. After a brief pause at the perfect, mysterious Dan realm, he shattered the shackles of his boundaries, opening the divine cavity of the heart and stepping into the five organs realm. In the five organs realm, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were sequentially opened. The divine cavity of the heart was established, granting entry into the early stage of the five organs realm. The divine cavity of the liver followed, reaching the mid-stage. The divine cavity of the spleen was next, attaining the late stage. However, the final divine cavities of the lungs and kidneys required simultaneous opening to achieve the perfect completion of the five organs realm. If one were to open the divine cavity of the lungs without simultaneously opening that of the kidneys, the former would close. The intricacies of this process are exceedingly complex. Yet, with each divine cavity opened, it was as if an additional dantian space was created within the body. While people refer to the dantian as such, the five divine cavities are known as the caves of heaven. Within the five organs cave of heaven, not only can cultivation be stored, but it also harbors immense mental power, intricately linked to the next great realm. At this moment, under the bestowal of a century's cultivation, Chu Yuan successfully opened 3 divine cavities, reaching the late stage of the five organs realm. 100 years of cultivation at the late stage of the five organs realm is indeed reasonable. Although he had previously cultivated for 44 years to attain the mid-stage of the mysterious Dan realm, the realm beyond the five organs represents an entirely new world. It is no exaggeration to assert that the difficulty of progressing from the early to mid-stage of the five organs realm far surpasses that of breaking through from the body refinement realm to the condensed essence realm, requiring exponentially more time. The disparity between the realms of the five organs is, without question, as significant as the differences observed in the higher realms, perhaps even surpassing them. Chu Yuan speculated that his transition from the mid-stage of the profound pill realm to its perfected state took merely over 20 years of cultivation. The remainder of that time was dedicated to striving for mastery over the five organs realm. In the later stages of the five organs realm, the sensation of power is overwhelmingly potent. Experiencing this formidable strength, Chu Yuan felt an almost invincible sense of self. However, he recognized this as a mere illusion, a delusion following a surge in power. He swiftly recalibrated his mindset to regain composure. To be candid, achieving the later stages of the five organs realm is indeed a formidable accomplishment. Even within the Tianyun Sect, such a level of prowess would be regarded as top-tier combat strength. It is noteworthy that the sect leader of Tianyun merely possesses the cultivation of the early stages of the five organs realm. However, some reclusive elders undoubtedly hold mid to even later stage prowess in the five organs realm, representing the true foundation and guardianship of the sect. The exact number of such formidable beings remains unknown to him, as this is classified information within the sect. Although Chu Yuan is one of the elders of Tianyun, he is merely a part of the upper echelons, not privy to the sect's entire depth. In Tianyun, one can attain the position of elder with a cultivation in the profound pill realm, and there are dozens of such individuals. Yet, the number of those in the five organs realm certainly does not exceed 10. Zhao Wuzhu, the deputy leader of the Qingmu sect, was at the early stage of the five organs realm a decade ago. Although a decade has passed, it is improbable that he has advanced to the later stages. Were it a matter of a personal confrontation, I could undoubtedly avenge my parents. Both the Tianyun sect and the Qingmu sect are among the 7 great sects of the great martial dynasty. However, Qingmu ranks second, while Tianyun holds the 5th position, indicating a significant disparity in strength. The sect leader of Qingmu possesses mid-stage prowess in the five organs realm, and their overall foundation surpasses that of Tianyun. For instance, among the two deputy leaders of Tianyun, only one has reached the early stages of the five organs realm, while the other remains at the perfected profound pill realm. In contrast, both deputy leaders of Qingmu have long since attained the early stages of the five organs realm. A decade ago, one of Qingmu's deputy leaders, Zhao Wuzhu, was responsible for the deaths of Chu Yuan's parents, marking him as Chu Yuan's adversary. When Tianyun sought accountability, the matter was left unresolved, as they lacked the strength to contend. Moreover, since Qingmu's actions were not premeditated assassination, but rather occurred amidst a contest for treasures, they could not be held accountable from either a moral or strength standpoint. Nevertheless, for Chu Yuan, the enmity of losing his parents will never fade. His parents fell victim to their inferiority in skill. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, others merely viewed it as a spectacle, finding it commonplace. Yet, as their son, he is resolutely committed to seeking vengeance. At that moment, Chu Yuan sensed the emergence of two new connections within his consciousness, the attribute panel and the storage space. With a mere thought, he activated the attribute panel. Master, Chu Yuan, age 50, talent, above average both aptitude and comprehension. Potential, possesses the capability of the soul palace realm. Cultivation, late stage of the five organs realm. Technique, crimson gold profound origin technique, earth grade, mid-tier, minor achievement. Martial skill, crimson snake sword technique, earth grade, low tier, minor achievement, and soaring dragon, earth grade, low tier, minor achievement. Disciple, 02. Despite being 50 years of age, he appears much like a youth in his 20s. This is solely due to the fact that cultivation can extend one's lifespan. At the Xiandan realm, one can live beyond 300 years, while the five organs realm typically allows for a lifespan starting at 400 years. Thus, he is indeed youthful. Talent denotes the speed of cultivation, while potential signifies the realm one may ultimately reach. Once potential is exhausted, breaking through to a higher realm becomes exceedingly difficult, akin to ascending to the heavens, unless one encounters extraordinary fortune to remedy the deficiency in potential. This explains why many old-timers in the Tianyun Sect have lived for 300 to 400 years, yet remain stagnant at the Xiandan and five organs realms. Regarding the martial techniques of this world, they're classified from low to high as yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, and king. Each level is further divided into low, mid, high, and top tiers. There's also a certain correlation with cultivation realms. Generally speaking, the yellow tier is suitable for the body refining and qi condensation realms, the Xian tier for the Pool Yuan and Xiandan realms, and the earth tier for the five organs and soul palace realms. Of course, if one possesses excellent talent and has the opportunity to acquire high-tier techniques, they may cultivate high-tier techniques even at a lower realm. Such individuals are often considered geniuses, their combat prowess significantly surpassing that of their peers at the same realm. For instance, Chu Yuan began cultivating the earth-grade mid-tier technique, crimson gold profound origin technique, while still in the Pool Yuan realm. It is noteworthy that this level of technique is among the few treasure techniques of the Tianyun Sect. His solid foundation, coupled with his commendable talent, enabled him to undertake such cultivation. Nevertheless, it should be noted that even if offered to others, those lacking sufficient talent would likely fail to cultivate it successfully. The system indicates his talent as only above average, yet in the great martial dynasty, such talent, though not exceedingly rare, is undoubtedly among the elite. Even before commencing his disciple recruitment, he has already broken through a significant boundary, thus increasing his capacity to accept disciples, which is quite commendable. He is now able to directly accept 2 disciples. Chapter 3, Eye of True Sight. After closing the attributes panel, he examined the storage space. To his astonishment, the storage space was limitless, and time within it was frozen. He could also delineate various regions at will. Remarkable. If he were to utilize this in his past life, as a vendor of fresh fruits, he would undoubtedly amass great wealth. Well, that is rather lacking in ambition. Anything can be collected, even living beings, which is far superior to storage rings and bags. Storage bags and rings cannot accommodate living creatures. Chu Yuan cast aside his storage ring into the system's storage space and began to contemplate seriously. He currently faced 2 choices. First, avenge his parents before taking on disciples. Second, gather disciples first to cultivate strength, then seek vengeance. After a moment's reflection, he chose the latter. The reasoning was straightforward. Although he was confident in his ability to defeat Zhao Wuzhu, the vice master of the Tianyun Sect, it would merely be a single kill. The Tianyun Sect was more powerful than the Tianyun Sect, and there might be hidden experts at the pinnacle of the Five Organs realm. Encountering such a formidable opponent would spell disaster for him. Moreover, to eliminate Zhao Wuzhu, he would likely have to storm the Tianyun Sect, which would be tantamount to courting death, unless he could achieve invincibility within the Five Organs realm, which was clearly beyond his current capabilities. Having endured for a decade, he could afford to wait a little longer. With the system at his side, he could significantly enhance his power in a short span, ensuring success. Resolute in his decision, Chu Yuan retracted his aura and rose to his feet. Since he planned to take on disciples, he could not linger here any longer. He had to venture out. As he stepped through the open stone door of the cave, he found himself on the cliff of the back mountain. He traversed the air gracefully, his crystalline white hair billowing in the wind, and the purple sheen of his robes shimmering as he moved. With each step, he traversed great distances, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirling around him. "Young Chu, it has been a long time," an aged voice called out. A small, wrinkled man clad in gray appeared before Chu Yuan, a large chicken leg in hand, grease smeared across his face, utterly unconcerned with appearances. "Old Xiao," Chu Yuan greeted with a slight bow. Xiao Qingfeng, one of the esteemed elders of the Tianyun Sect and a mid-stage expert of the Five Organs realm, had been a close friend of his grandfather. Though Xiao Qingfeng still lived, his grandfather had long since passed. Xiao Qingfeng had watched him grow, and after his parents' death, he had been most worried that Chu Yuan would not endure, often keeping vigil nearby during his seclusion, occasionally knocking at his door to check on him. "After 10 years, you finally wish to leave your cave," Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed, suddenly widening his eyes, trembling in shock, the chicken leg slipping from his grasp, oblivious to the fall. You, he stammered, astonished. "Is it about my cultivation level?" Chu Yuan, Xiao Qingfeng immediately nodded. "What realm are you at now? You seem even stronger than I am. I cannot fathom your true strength. But this shouldn't be possible. You are still so young. I distinctly remember bringing you cultivation resources a year ago, when you were only at the mid-stage of the profound pill realm." Fortune smiled upon him, granting him sudden enlightenment and a series of breakthroughs. Chu Yuan concocted a rationale. "Enlightenment? Is it genuine?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired, astonished. "Otherwise, how could I have swiftly achieved such progress? What is your current realm?" "Late stage of the Five Organs realm. Matters of cultivation are difficult to conceal." Hence he had no intention of hiding it. Even with mental preparation, Xiao Qingfeng was profoundly astonished. He inhaled deeply and remarked, "It appears you have indeed experienced enlightenment. Such encounters, as legend foretells, are rare and fortuitous. That you have stumbled upon this transformative insight is truly remarkable. I must admit, your luck is enviable. Even to an old man like me, you have surpassed me directly." Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Qingfeng, and he gazed at Chu Yuan with concern. "You wouldn't be emerging from seclusion with the intent to seek vengeance on Zhao Wuzhu at Tianyun Sect, would you? That would be unwise. Although you are in the late stage of the Five Organs realm, it is still insufficient." "I am not that foolish," Chu Yuan replied. "Really?" Xiao Qingfeng questioned skeptically. "It cannot be more truthful. My purpose in coming out is to take on 2 disciples. Are there any exceptionally gifted individuals in Tianyun Sect who remain unclaimed by others?" After a decade of seclusion, he had lost touch with the developments of Tianyun Sect. In contrast, Xiao Qingfeng was more informed, which prompted his inquiry. "Taking disciples?" Xiao Qingfeng frowned. "What has prompted this sudden desire?" "On a whim. Just tell me if there are any unclaimed prodigies." Chu Yuan responded with a gentle smile. "Honestly, there are none," Xiao Qingfeng replied, casting a curious glance at him. Then he shifted the topic. "However, coincidentally, today is the day our sect recruits disciples. You might want to take a look. Perhaps you will find the kind of genius you seek, though the likelihood seems slim. Tianyun Sect recruits disciples every 3 years. As one of the 7 major sects of the great martial dynasty, the influx of applicants is substantial, and while some possess outstanding talent, true geniuses are indeed rare." Xiao Qingfeng believed that the prodigies Chu Yuan sought would at least match his own caliber, a rarity encountered once in several decades. "Oh, today is the recruitment day? How fortuitous," Chu Yuan remarked, surprised by his own fortune. As for the existence of geniuses, a mere visit would reveal the truth. Although the system did not mandate him to recruit only prodigies, he could benefit from the cultivation talents of his disciples. The higher their cultivation talents, the greater his own would become. Thus, He would naturally prefer to recruit geniuses rather than inept individuals. B. To assist the master in identifying geniuses, the system has activated the eye of true sight. Once activated, the master can view the fundamental attributes of others. A system notification appeared. Oh, Chu Yuan immediately decided to test it on Xiao Qingfeng. Name, Xiao Qingfeng. Age, 397 years. Talent, moderate. Both comprehension and innate qualities are average. Potential, late stage of the 5 organs realm. Cultivation, mid stage of the 5 organs realm. Fortune, quite ordinary. Indeed, it is quite useful. Closing his eye of true sight, Chu Yuan declared, I shall go and take a look now. With that, he stepped into the void and departed. At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng realized that the chicken leg had vanished. Glancing downward, he spotted on the ground, swooping down to retrieve it. After wiping it on his clothing, he resumed gnawing at it, calling out towards the direction in which Chu Yuan had left. Hey, wait for me. Chapter 4. Dual Supreme Eyes, Supreme Bone. A dual supreme technique. Outside the majestic gates of the Tianyun Sect, the square was now teeming with people. The criteria for recruitment by the Tianyun Sect stipulated that applicants must be under 16 years old, possessing commendable talent and cultivation. Naturally, those without any cultivation but exceptional talent would also be accepted. Furthermore, individuals exceeding the age of 16, yet demonstrating considerable talent and cultivation, would also be granted exceptions. In summary, while the primary focus was on minors, nearly anyone with potential would be welcomed. Once accepted, new recruits would face a moral assessment in the subsequent years. Those exhibiting egregious behavior would be expelled from the sect. At this moment, the crowd consisted of individuals of all ages, many of whom were accompanied by family members. The majority adorned in luxurious garments, suggesting considerable wealth. In one corner, 2 figures, one large and one small, stood out. People nearby instinctively distanced themselves, for the pair bore a beggar's appearance. Some even frowned and cursed, exclaiming, what are these filthy beggars doing here at the Tianyun Sect's entrance? And it's utterly repulsive. Such bad luck. If it weren't for the fact that this was the mountain gate of the Tianyun Sect, I would have tossed them out long ago. Those with sense should leave at once. In the face of the surrounding disdain, the tattered-clad boy, around 13 years old, said nothing. He merely pressed his lips together, keeping his head down as he tightly embraced the 5-year-old girl beside him. The little girl, with her large eyes, showed no fear. Brother, if we enter the sect, will we really be able to have enough to eat and never go hungry again? She quietly inquired, as though she had posed this question several times before. Yes, yes. The boy affirmed with a nod. But what if they don't accept us? The girl asked anxiously. They will. We are not lacking, the boy reassured her, glancing at the radiant bone protruding from the girl's back, hidden from others' sight. Numerous high-ranking officials of the Tianyun Sect had arrived, including Yang Daozhen, one of the vice sect leaders who was in the early stage of the 5 organs realm. Dressed in a blue robe, he appeared to be a kindly old man, surrounded by over 10 elders. 6 elders personally descended to serve as evaluators, while many disciples maintained order. Let us begin. As Yang Daozhen's words fell, the crowd formed 6 lines, each taking turns to be assessed for their cultivation and talent by the 6 elders. I wonder if there will be any promising candidates this year. One elder beside Yang Daozhen remarked. Ha! Are you hoping to recruit disciples? Another elder chimed in. He harbored this thought, yet feared the lack of suitable candidates. Surely, there must be some promising individuals. Yang Daozhen scanned the crowd, noticing several youths who, despite their tender age, had already achieved the pinnacle of body refinement. Alas, none could compare to him. With a sigh, Yang Daozhen lamented. The elders fell silent, fully aware of whom Yang Daozhen was referring to. At 13, he had reached the condensation stage. By 24, he had attained the pool stage. And, at 40, he had achieved the Xiandan stage. He was indeed the most exceptional talent the Tianyun Sect had seen in decades. Indeed, those few who had perfected their body refinement were merely 13 or 14 years old, incomparable to him. One elder remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Who knows how he fares now, having secluded himself for 10 years without a single emergence. While diligent cultivation is commendable, such prolonged isolation raises concerns of him falling into obsession. Just as Chu Yuan stepped out of the sect's gates, he overheard discussions about him. It seemed that the moment he was mentioned, he appeared as if summoned by fate. Could there truly be a magnetic aura that causes others to recall someone when they draw near? Clearing his throat lightly, the sound was perfectly modulated to reach their ears. Who was coughing behind us? In an instant, they turned, eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the strikingly handsome youth with flowing white hair. Chu Yuan. He has emerged from seclusion. Yang Daojin sprang to his feet. Young Chu, you have returned? Wait for me. His keen eyes instantly detected the unusual aura surrounding Chu Yuan. The other elders felt the same. They were unable to discern his cultivation level, confronted by an overwhelming invisible pressure. He was stronger. How could this be possible? They were all taken aback. Most of the elders present were at the late stages of Xiandan. How could Chu Yuan surpass them? The most astonishing revelation was that Yang Daojin sensed Chu Yuan to be superior, even to himself. With a light chuckle, Chu Yuan said, "Someone will explain this to you shortly. For now, I'd like to see if there are any promising talents." With that, he turned his gaze toward the crowd, noting that most were also observing him. He was, undeniably, a figure of fascination. His white hair, handsome visage, and the fact that even the vice master of Tianyun Sect stood to greet him. Such allure was bound to pique curiosity. Who is that? Many could not restrain their inquiries. If I am not mistaken, it must be Elder Chu Yuan of Tianyun Sect. A decade ago, the tale of how he turned white-haired overnight after the loss of his parents spread far and wide. An informed individual responded. Families engaged in cultivation often possess keen awareness of such matters, and this was no secret. Thus, many came to a sudden understanding. The unfortunate Elder Chu's disciples quietly sighed, lamenting the agony of such a transformation. Inferior, below average, mostly of mediocre talent. Why is it that the majority possess such lackluster potential? Even a few with average abilities are scarce. Chu Yuan mused inwardly as he surveyed the gathering. However, it is indeed true. Mediocrity is now akin to that of Elder Shao. Individuals of such caliber are indeed rare. He felt a twinge of a headache. Could it be that there truly exists no one of slightly superior rank? At the very least, one should be of upper mediocrity akin to himself. Below the threshold of upper mediocrity, he harbored no desire to take on disciples. The rationale is quite simple. The disparity between mediocrity and upper mediocrity is, in fact, substantial. The cultivation speed of two mediocrities combined pales in comparison to that of a single upper mediocrity. Accepting two mediocrities would yield negligible assistance. However, if he were to have two upper mediocrities, the cultivation speed would at least double. Better to have none than to settle for mediocrity. It is imperative to adhere to this principle. If such individuals cannot be found here, then one must seek them elsewhere. He remained resolute in his belief that they could be found. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng had arrived, elucidating the matter of Chu Yuan's cultivation to Yang Daojin and the others. Enlightenment. What a revelation. They were astounded. Late stage of the 5 Viscera realm. Unbelievably formidable. Yang Daojin was taken aback. No wonder, even he felt an overwhelming pressure. Ha ha! This truly is a blessing for our Tianyun Sect. From this point onward, Chu Yuan shall be our treasure. We must spare no effort to safeguard his continued growth. Currently, with the sect master in seclusion striving for a breakthrough, he managed the sect's affairs. He was determined to exert all his energy to ensure Chu Yuan's prosperous development. However, upon hearing that Chu Yuan intended to take on disciples, he paused momentarily. No wonder he was seeking promising candidates. Yet, why the sudden desire to accept disciples? Is the rigors of cultivation proving too exhausting, prompting a wish for respite? Meanwhile, at this very moment, Chu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. He had not held out much hope. But what had he just witnessed? Possessors of dual pupils, bearers of the supreme bone. Moreover, they appear to be siblings. Heavens, had he stumbled upon a pair of dual supremes in such a place? Could it be that the system was finally exerting its influence? Chapter 5. Would you be willing to become my disciples? Name, Jiang Yi. Age, 13. Talent, unparalleled in contemporary times, both comprehension and innate qualities of superior caliber. Naturally possessing dual pupils. Potential, celestial quality, excessive fortune may influence ultimate achievements. Cultivation, late stage of body refinement realm, originally at the late stage of the condensation realm, suffered a severe setback 2.5 years ago, losing all cultivation, and has since returned to the late stage of body refinement realm. Fortune, favored by heaven and earth, a wielder of great fortune. Name, Jiang Yao. Age, 5. Talent, resounding through the ages, both comprehension and innate qualities of superior caliber. Naturally possessing supreme bone. Potential, celestial quality, excessive fortune may influence ultimate achievements. Cultivation, none. Fortune, favored by heaven and earth, a wielder of great fortune. The two attributes manifested in front of Chu Yuan left him in a state of astonishment. One possessing a dual pupil, the other a supreme bone. Two individuals endowed with celestial potential seemingly crossed his path. Wait a moment, the dual pupil, the supreme bone. Could it be that this dual pupil aims to excavate the supreme bone? Chu Yuan gazed oddly at the two figures, one large and one small, appearing ragged and beggar-like. Yet, the larger figure diligently protected the smaller one. For now, it seemed unlikely that any excavation of the supreme bone would take place. However, how did these two naturally gifted individuals find themselves in such dire circumstances? Logically, those favored by the heavens should not have a humble origin. Perhaps their background was not lacking, but a calamity 2.5 years ago had led them to this plight, mused Chu Yuan. He noted the indication of Jiang Yi's cultivation level. 2.5 years prior, he had been at the late stage of the condensation realm, only to suffer a grievous blow and lose all his cultivation. 2.5 years ago, Jiang Yi was merely over 10 years old, yet he had already attained the late stage of the condensation realm. How terrifying! What true genius this was! No, he should be referred to as an unparalleled prodigy, a genuine child of destiny. In that moment, Chu Yuan's heart stirred. If he were to take these two innate supremes as his disciples, the enhancement of their talents upon him would render him extraordinarily formidable. It was utterly unimaginable. Chu Xiaozi, have you found a suitable candidate? At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng approached him, noticing his rapt gaze fixed in a particular direction. Simultaneously, the vice sect master and others followed his line of sight. Two little beggars. Neither had reached the soul palace realm, nor had they opened their soul palaces or developed what is known as spiritual consciousness. However, with their robust internal organs, they possessed formidable mental strength capable of perceiving many things, and they immediately began to sense their surroundings. One was at the late stage of the body refinement realm, while the other had no cultivation. As for the smaller one, there was little to say. Yet the larger one appeared to be around 13 years old, merely at the late stage of the body refinement realm, which was not particularly impressive. In response to Xiao Qingfeng's inquiry, Chu Yuan nodded slightly, then stepped into the air and gradually approached the two. Jiang Yi had long since someone observing him. It was the white-haired youth whom others described as rather unfortunate. Beneath his seemingly ordinary eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered. The first miraculous aspect of his dual pupil was that it could render his gaze indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, the dual pupil possessed the capability to discern the age and cultivation of others. Unless one's cultivation was exceedingly exceptional, escape from its scrutiny was impossible. 50 years old, yet having achieved the late stage of the body refinement realm. Such a figure existed within Tianyun Sect. After a thorough examination, Jiang Yi was quite astonished. Though still a child, he possessed some understanding of the formidable beings within the great martial dynasty sections. The late stage of the body refinement realm was typically occupied by individuals 300 to 400 years old. At 50, he was indeed remarkably youthful. Certainly, it is merely a slight surprise for him. Should he cultivate normally, he believes that by the age of 50, his prowess would far surpass that of this individual. But why is that person fixated on them? Has he discovered something? Is it his dual pupils or his sister supreme bone? No, that is impossible. Without the birth of divine consciousness, it is inconceivable that one could discern the dual pupils and the supreme bone. Wait, the other party is approaching them. At this moment, Jiang Yi felt a surge of anxiety as he firmly protected Jiang Yao. They had been fleeing for 2.5 years, and upon passing by the Tianyun Sect, they learned that it was recruiting disciples. On a whim, he decided to participate. However, he did not anticipate being singled out immediately upon arrival. His plan was to first join the Tianyun Sect, bide his time, and then make further plans. Nevertheless, this person did not seem to harbor any malicious intent. Jiang Yi secretly let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Chu Yuan had already reached before them, his smile warm and gentle, akin to a spring breeze. "Children, are you siblings?" he inquired. "In response to your esteemed presence, we are indeed siblings," Jiang Yi replied, neither servile nor arrogant. At this moment, all eyes were nearly fixed upon them. They could not fathom why Chu Yuan would take an interest in two little beggars. Surely, he could not be contemplating taking them as disciples. If it were another elder, it might be acceptable, but his acceptance of disciples, how absurd! A youth among the crowd muttered, aware that Chu Yuan harbored a deep-seated enmity with a vice master of the Tianyun Sect. He feared that becoming a disciple of such a person might lead to being targeted and harmed by the disciples of the Tianyun Sect. It is fortunate he is not seeking my child. Some adults silently rejoiced, equally unwilling for their descendants to enter Chu Yuan's tutelage. Did you come here to join the Tianyun Sect? Chu Yuan asked with a smile. Yes, yes. My brother said that once we join the sect, we can eat our fill and no longer go hungry. The little girl eagerly responded, her tiny hands patting her flat belly. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd secretly scoffed, thinking, is it merely for the sake of a full stomach? Truly laughable. Indeed, beggars. Yes, esteemed elder, Jiang Yi affirmed, even though his sister had already answered. Excellent. I am Chu Yuan, one of the elders of the Tianyun Sect. I have come out of seclusion on a whim, wishing to take in 2 disciples. It just so happens that I find a connection with both of you. Might you be willing to join my fold? Chu Yuan said gently. Though he appeared calm and composed on the surface, a hint of nervousness lurked beneath. What if these 2 little ones were to refuse him? What would he do then? Force them into submission? Yet, these children were bearers of great fortune. Should he compel them, the backlash from their fate could be catastrophic. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not resort to coercion against the children of destiny. Indeed, he is accepting disciples. Many saw their conjectures validated and felt a sense of pride. Although they did not seem particularly remarkable, his choice to take on disciples was still noteworthy. With 2 disciples, perhaps his disposition would improve. Xiao Qingfeng remarked, Young Daozen Nodet, are you accepting disciples? Jiang Yi was taken aback. He had entertained this notion earlier, but could not fathom why they, the 2 siblings, would be chosen. Surely it couldn't be due to their unique eyes and supreme bone? Wait, Chu Yuan had mentioned a whim to take on disciples. He had brought his sister here. Was it not also a spur-of-the-moment decision? Could it be fate? This thought suddenly seemed plausible to him. Moreover, at 50 years old, being at the late stage of the 5 organs realm made him one of the most formidable individuals within the Tianyun Sect. Having such a master to guide them through the early challenges appeared quite advantageous. With this in mind, Jiang Yi took a deep breath and solemnly declared, Senior, I am willing. I am willing too. Seeing her brother's agreement, Jiang Yao hastily echoed. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yuan erupted in laughter, nearly unable to contain his joy as his lips curved upwards uncontrollably. It was done. He had succeeded. Chapter 6, The Blood Knife Sex Guardian. All his worries dissipated in that moment. These 2 born supremos had consented to be his disciples. He chuckled softly, I must temper my laughter, for it could invite trouble. Follow me. We shall perform the formalities of apprenticeship once we enter the sect. As he spoke, he gently raised his hand, and a faint golden aura rose beneath their feet, lifting them slowly like a golden cloud. Just as they ascended a yard above the ground, a chilling voice interrupted. Wait! A figure clad in black rushed toward them at incredible speed, arriving at the plaza in an instant. This individual hovered in midair, emanating an aura of terrifying cultivation. He appeared as an ordinary middle-aged man, but behind him floated a blood-red blade. He had followed them here. Upon seeing this person, Jiang Yi's pupils constricted sharply, a tumult of rage, hatred, and murderous intent swirling within him. Jiang Yao, however, wore an expression of curiosity, seemingly unaware of the situation. It was indeed a member of the Blood Knife Sect. His cultivation matched Jiang Yi's, both being in the early stage of the 5 organs realm. Likely a guardian of the Blood Knife Sect. After sizing up the opponent, Yang Daozhen spoke. Upon hearing this, the elders present instinctively focused their attention. The Blood Knife Sect was a powerful force, even mightier than the Tianyun Sect, comparable to the Tianyun Sect. However, the territory of the Blood Knife Sect lay outside the Great Wu Dynasty. To the south of the Great Wu Dynasty, there existed a peculiar region, a border area shared with 2 other dynasties, known as the Desolate Ridge, an area devoid of governance. The Blood Knife Sect was indeed a formidable power within the Desolate Ridge. Among those present, some recognized the identity of the man in black, their expressions filled with shock. A few even retreated in fear, for the Blood Knife Sect was notoriously bloodthirsty, a truth well known to all. They were not keen on suffering an undeserved calamity. Truly, the luck-bearers always seemed to encounter unexpected twists at any moment. Chu Yuan Muset Silenti. He noticed the expression on Jiang Yi's face. It was evident that this individual had come for him and his companions. This comrade from the Blood Knife Sect, what business do you have here? Yang Dozen stepped forward. As one of the vice sect masters of Tianyun Sect, he would not cower before his adversary. Furthermore, this was the territory of Tianyun Sect. not that of the Blood Knife Sect. These two harbor grievances against my Blood Knife Sect. I must take them away. The protector of the Blood Knife Sect pointed towards Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao. He had been pursuing them for a considerable time, having lost their trail until this fortuitous encounter today. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. These two little beggars had a vendetta against the Blood Knife Sect, prompting the protector to come personally. When the other party had asked them to wait, they assumed it was due to Chu Yuan. Yang Daojin and the others exchanged glances. Could it be that these two disciples, whom Chu Yuan intended to take under his wing, had such a connection with the Blood Knife Sect? They have already joined my Tianyun Sect. How can you simply take them away? Xiao Qingfeng spoke coldly. While the Blood Knife Sect might be slightly stronger than Tianyun Sect, it did not imply that Tianyun Sect feared them, especially given the considerable distance between them. Could the Blood Knife Sect truly mobilize their entire force to attack? Even if they dare to come, they would suffer irreparable losses in their attempt to annihilate Tianyun Sect. Since these two had already been accepted by Chu Yuan, the Blood Knife Sect could not be allowed to take them easily. They have not formally become disciples, so how can they be considered members of your Tianyun Sect? The protector of the Blood Knife Sect scoffed. I shall take them now. If you do not wish to face the wrath of my Blood Knife Sect, you would do well to remain still. With that, he extended his hand, and Crimson True Essence transformed into a massive hand that reached for the Jiang siblings. However, behind Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao, a golden hand emerged with even greater speed, instantly obliterating the Crimson Hand and continuing its momentum towards the protector of the Blood Knife Sect, exuding an overwhelming force that left the onlookers breathless. What? The protector's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated anyone would intervene, let alone someone of such formidable strength. It was he. The two remnants of the Jiang family had just taken him as their master. Yet, he appeared so young. How could he be so powerful? From a distance, the protector had been unable to discern the other's cultivation level, assuming it to be no more than the early stage of the Five Organs realm, or even lower. To his astonishment, it was far beyond that, the later stage of the Five Organs realm, and moreover, infinitely close to its perfection. Cursed be it. The protector of the Blood Knife Sect hastily reached back, grasping a blood-red blade, and without hesitation, he struck out. Blood Moon Slash. In an instant, a blood-red streak, spanning dozens of zhong, shot forth, cleaving through the heavens towards the Golden Hand. However, the Golden Hand merely opened its 5 fingers and grasped the blood-red ribbon, crushing it effortlessly. The guardian of the Bloodblade Sect, attempting to unleash a second strike, found himself too late. There was no time to evade, and he could only cross the Crimson Blade before him in a desperate attempt to defend. Boom! The Golden Hand swatted the guardian like a fly, sending him hurtling through the air like a meteor, crashing into the ground some distance away, creating a massive pit filled with billowing smoke. My disciples are not yours to take at will. A cold voice resonated. Chu Yuan, seething with rage, could scarcely believe that someone dared to abduct his 2 precious students. It was a path to certain death. Regardless of the Bloodblade Sect, he charged forth. Whoosh! In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. At that moment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. The onlookers from various factions and sects were astonished. Chu Yuan was indeed formidable. Only the deputy sect master and several elders were aware of his immense strength, while the others remained oblivious. Yet now, Chu Yuan had struck, incapacitating the guardian of the Bloodblade Sect with a single blow. What incredible power! The most astonishing part was that Chu Yuan was merely 50 years of age. The guardian of the Bloodblade Sect was no ordinary adversary, yet he was defeated so easily, indicating that Chu Yuan was certainly not at the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm. He must be at the later stage. Terrifying. This was utterly terrifying. Many from various factions marveled. Some hailed from minor sects, others from diverse families, yet they all shared a common understanding. None could rival the strength of the Tianyun Sect. Otherwise, why would they send their offspring to cultivate there? The later stage of the Five Organs realm was an elite level within the great martial dynasty. With this, he would surely gain renown. One wondered if the deputy sect master of the Qingmu sect could maintain his composure, as they were lost in astonishment. Several loud crashes emanated from the deep pit, followed by Chu Yuan soaring into view, one hand gripping the guardian of the Bloodblade Sect, who was now devoid of life, his bones shattered. It was evident that Chu Yuan had slain him. This scene sent shivers down many spines. Was he unafraid of retaliation from the Bloodblade Sect? Someone trembled to ask. Even the high-ranking members of the Tianyun Sect wore serious expressions. However, they would not blame Chu Yuan. Boom! With a fierce exertion, Chu Yuan obliterated the guardian, reducing him to a cloud of crimson mist, ensuring a complete demise. He then approached Jiang Yi and his sister, speaking gently, "Let us go." This time, he did not take flight, but walked steadily towards the sect. Jiang Yi, glancing at his retreating figure, felt a surge of gratitude and quickly gathered Jiang Yao in his arms, hastening to follow. Chapter 7. Synchronized Cultivation Talent. The Endowment of an Immortal King. The death of the guardian of the Bloodblade sect had escalated matters significantly. Yang Daojin turned his gaze towards Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the situation is rather grave. We must seek out those old-timers to deliberate on a strategy, should the Blood Knife sect retaliate. We ought to be prepared in advance." With that, Xiao Qingfeng soared towards the inner sanctum of the sect. Yang Daojin turned back only to glimpse that at least half of the gathered individuals had already departed with their disciples. Clearly, upon witnessing Tianyun Sect's offense against the Blood Knife sect, many had succumbed to fear, apprehensive that their own progeny might suffer consequences within Tianyun Sect. Yang Daojin found no surprise in this. It was merely human nature. However, he resolved to take note of those who had left, for their descendants would henceforth be unwelcome. He conveyed this to several elders beside him. Upon entering the sect, one's gaze was immediately drawn to the towering peaks that pierced the clouds. Each summit was adorned with intricately carved pavilions, opulent palaces, and grand entrances to magnificent caverns. Mist swirled around, occasionally revealing ethereal creatures in flight, while vibrant spiritual flora flourished across the mountainsides. Some peaks boasted waterfalls cascading thousands of feet, resembling exquisite landscapes painted by a master artist. Jiang Yao's wide eyes sparkled with fascination at the breathtaking scenery. Chu Yuan levitated the two of them with his true essence, guiding them deeper into the heart of the sect. Tianyun Sect spanned over 100 miles. Traversing it on foot would be an interminable endeavor. Before long, they alighted on a peak known as Daoyuan Peak. Each elder of the Tianyun Sect was granted a mountain, a domain that belonged to them. However, Chu Yuan had previously been secluded in the ancestral grounds at the back, overseeing matters there, hence he had not closed himself off here. Now, he brought his two disciples to this place. The peak was modest in size, with only a few pavilions atop it. "This Daoyuan Peak shall serve as your master's dojo in Tianyun Sect. You will reside here from now on," Chu Yuan stated gently as the three of them touched down. Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao surveyed their surroundings. "Wow, brother, I see so many delicious fruits," Jiang Yao exclaimed, her eyes alight as she was captivated by the spiritual fruits glistening in the distance. "Dozens of varieties on display. If you wish to eat, we shall pick some later. Take as many as you desire," Chu Yuan replied with a warm smile. "Those spiritual fruits are not overly potent. They merely serve to slightly refine one's body. Now, let us proceed with the apprenticeship. There are no complex rituals here. You simply need to bow 3 times, and from this moment on, you shall be my disciples." Chu Yuan continued, his anticipation palpable. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi knelt down. Since witnessing Chu Yuan's decisive action against the Blood Knife Sect's guardian, he had developed a sense of respect for him. "Yao Yao, come kneel with me." Jiang Yao reluctantly diverted her gaze from the alluring fruits and mimicked Jiang Yi's posture. "Master, please accept your disciples' 3 bows," Jiang Yi proclaimed before bowing 3 times with vigor. "Master, please accept your disciples' 3 bows." The youthful and innocent voice of Jiang Yao rang out as she playfully bowed 3 times. After finishing, she absent-mindedly touched her forehead, her eyes glistening with tears. "Ouch. That hurts." Chu Yuan found this scene amusing, and a thread of true essence lifted both of them. "Ding. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring 2 disciples with exceptional talents. Their cultivation abilities are now being synchronized. Synchronization of cultivation abilities successful." Note, even if the disciples fall or are expelled from the sect, their synchronized cultivation abilities will not vanish. As this is the Master's first time accepting disciples, a special first-time gift package has been granted. It has been opened. And congratulations, Master, you have received 1 year of cultivation enlightenment for personal use only. Unlocking the disciple return feature. All items granted to disciples will be returned to the Master at a higher tier. Furthermore, there is no limit to the number of disciples that can be taught daily. Items gained through disciple return will not trigger return again upon reteaching, preventing stacking. A series of system notifications appeared, and upon seeing the successful synchronization of cultivation abilities, Chu Yuan was filled with excitement. However, the first-time gift package yielding only a year of cultivation enlightenment seemed rather meager. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. He would not vent his frustration over the paltry reward by cursing the system. That would be sheer folly. The disciple return feature also brought a smile to his face, as it was indeed a valuable asset. With a mere thought, he checked his attribute panel. Master, Chu Yuan, age, 50 years, talent, unparalleled in this era. Shining through the ages, cultivation abilities synchronized. However, the supreme bone and heavy eyes have not been replicated. Nevertheless, the talent enhancements provided by the supreme bone and heavy eyes have been included in the synchronization. At this moment, the Master's comprehension and foundation are of celestial quality. Potential, beginning at the level of Celestial King. Cultivation, late stage of the 5 organs realm. Technique, Crimson Gold Profound Yuan Technique, Earth Grade, Middle Tier, Minor Success. Martial Skills, Crimson Snake Sword Art, Earth Grade, Lower Tier, Minor Success. Flying Dragon, Earth Grade, Lower Tier, Minor Success. Disciples, 22, can be viewed. What a marvel! His talent, unmatched in this era and shining through the ages, had completely synchronized with this dual supremacy. One talent could achieve the extraordinary, and with 2 talents, how exhilarating! Chu Yuan could hardly contain his joy, nearly bursting into a dance. His potential had astonishingly reached the level of Celestial King, and at its inception, such a terrifying transformation. It felt as though an ant had ascended to the heavens. The future was resplendent. Even if a disciple were to fall or be expelled from the sect, their cultivation abilities would remain intact. However, as one endowed with great fortune, it was highly unlikely that either disciple would easily fall. Additionally, he would not expel them lightly, unless they betrayed the sect. In such a case, it would not merely be expulsion, but a cleansing of the ranks. Even then, the cultivation abilities would continue to be synchronized. Regardless, it would not affect him. How delightful! The more he contemplated, the more he reveled in the joy. Master, can I go pick some fruits now? Jiang Yao looked at Chu Yuan with eager anticipation, her youthful voice pulling him back from his joyous reverie. With a light chuckle, Chu Yuan waved his hand, summoning dozens of fruits from afar, which he piled before Jiang Yao. Here, I have picked these for you. Yay! Thank you, master. Jiang Yao exclaimed gratefully, her small hands eagerly grasping the spiritual fruits and munching on them. Wow, they're so sweet. She transformed into a little gourmand, devouring them with fervor. Ding! The master has granted disciple Jiang Yao 49 first-tier superior spiritual fruits, returning with 49 second-tier superior spiritual fruits. They have been stored in the storage space. Chu Yuan glanced at the system's storage space and confirmed that indeed there were 49 spiritual fruits added. Moreover, aside from the elevated tier, the types of fruits remained unchanged. Jiang Yao, since you have become my disciples, it is only fitting that I present you with some gifts to mark our meeting. It is time to procure something beneficial for myself. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, how does Master know our names? Chapter 8. The Return of the Disciple, a Conceptual Level. Jiang Yi carefully recalled that throughout their interactions, they had never mentioned their names. How, then, did their master come to know them? At that moment, he perceived his master in a new, mysterious light, and a sense of vigilance crept in. Could it be that the master had already investigated them, keeping a watchful eye? Otherwise, how would he know their names? Are you curious as to how I came to know your names? Chu Yuan discerned his doubts. Viank, you nodded earnestly. It was the protector from the Bloodblade sect who informed me. Chu Yuan casually replied, omitting the fact that it was actually the system that had uncovered this information. Ah, I see. Jiang Yi suddenly understood, recalling the time when his master had confronted the protector of the Bloodblade sect and extracted certain information. It was only natural. He realized he had overthought the matter. Damn it. Master helped him eliminate the protector of the Bloodblade sect. How could he possibly doubt him? Chu Yuan guessed Jiang Yi's thoughts, but paid them no mind. Having reached the late stage of body refinement, you should possess your own cultivation techniques. However, I shall not withhold what I ought to provide. Chu Yuan produced 3 manuals: Crimson Golden Profound Art, Crimson Serpent Sword Technique, and Flying Dragon. These martial arts techniques were typically reserved for elders and above, with common disciples lacking the qualifications to practice them. Yet, as a direct disciple of an elder, he was permitted to cultivate them, serving as an exception. The prerequisite, however, was that one must possess the ability to cultivate. Many direct disciples, even if granted access to these techniques, could not succeed due to limitations in talent. However, in Jiang Yi's case, such constraints did not exist. The only barrier would be the insufficient level of the techniques. Unmatched in his generation, this cultivation talent was no trifling matter. Thank you, Master. Jiang Yi received the manuals. In the next moment, upon receiving the system's notification, Chu Yuan felt an immediate surge of elation. Indeed, a return had occurred, and it was nothing short of magnificent. Ascending from the earth tier to the heavenly tier represented a significant elevation in status. It is worth noting that, within the vast expanse of the great martial dynasty, even the lower-grade heavenly tier techniques were exceedingly rare. The most formidable within the Tianyun Sect was merely of the middle-grade earth tier, while the Qingmu Sect boasted only upper-grade earth tier techniques. It was said that the royal family of the great martial dynasty possessed skills of the top-tier earth grade. However, the heavenly tier was a realm spoken of only in legends. Now, Chu Yuan had acquired a middle-grade heavenly tier technique and 2 lower-grade heavenly tier martial skills. Furthermore, should he desire additional heavenly tier techniques in the future, it would not pose a challenge. He could simply bestow further teachings upon his disciples and await the returns. How exhilarating! The ability to receive returns from imparting knowledge was truly empowering, and Chu Yuan marveled at its potential. This unique feature ensured that he would never lack for cultivation resources. When in need of techniques, he could grant them to his disciples and receive even more potent returns. Similarly, should he require elixirs or spirit stones, the same process could be employed. Moreover, he could even utilize the items obtained through returns for trade, purchasing superior items, which could then be shared with his disciples to elicit further returns. In essence, while he could not exploit the system directly, he could navigate this reality with clever strategies. For instance, selling the acquired heavenly tier techniques or engaging in barter to secure other heavenly tier techniques could yield returns surpassing even the heavenly tier, potentially reaching the regal tier. The thought alone was utterly delightful. Continuing his endeavors, Chu Yuan proceeded. Ding. The master has granted disciple Jiang Yi 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones and a common storage ring. Returns include 10,000 lower-grade spirit crystals and a premium storage ring. The 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones were contained within Chu Yuan's original storage ring, which was also returned. Spirit crystals? Chu Yuan inhaled deeply. This return was astonishing. Spirit stones are categorized into lower, middle, upper, and top grades, with an exchange ratio of 1 to 100. Typically, lower-grade spirit stones are suitable for the body refinement and essence solidification realms, while middle-grade stones serve the pool origin and profound Dan realms. Upper-grade stones cater to the 5 organs and soul palace realms, and top-grade stones are reserved for the law phase and nirvana realms. In contrast, spirit crystals are utilized in the subsequent king and venerable realms. The lower-grade spirit stones, which were initially for the body refinement and essence solidification realms, had astonishingly transformed into spirit crystals suited for the king realm. This was simply beyond reason. The leap across realms was, indeed, extraordinary. Martial arts techniques, transitioning from the earth tier to the celestial tier, correspondingly signify a leap of approximately 2 significant realms in cultivation. Moreover, just moments ago, after providing Jiang Yao with a first-tier superior spiritual fruit, he received a return of a second-tier superior spiritual fruit. The first tier, whether it pertains to spiritual fruits, precious herbs, or elixirs, corresponds to the body refinement realm, while the second tier aligns with the essence condensation realm. Thus, it appears that this return is conceptual in nature. A significant tier denotes a higher category of certain entities. For instance, when spiritual stones ascend one major tier, they become spiritual crystals. Similarly, martial arts techniques, elixirs, precious herbs, and spiritual fruits also transcend a tier, as each tier is further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional subtiers. This is quite intriguing. Thus, when granting spiritual stones, the returns are immense. A single inferior spiritual crystal is worth nearly 100 million inferior spiritual stones. To return a major tier is indeed extraordinary, conceptually elevating one's status without regard for the rest. Typically, a first-tier spiritual fruit can be sold for several inferior spiritual stones, while a second-tier spiritual fruit may fetch dozens or even hundreds of inferior spiritual stones. The value disparity is not as pronounced. Henceforth, one shall never lack for cultivation resources. This truly presents boundless prospects. If talent is required, it is present. If resources are needed, they can be amassed. Splendid. Here, take this sword. Chu Yuan, without considering whether Jiang Yi needed it, tossed it to him. Ding. The master bestows upon disciple Jiang Yi a 4th-tier exceptional sword, returning a 5th-tier exceptional sword. The 4th tier corresponds to the profound elixir realm, while the 5th tier pertains to the 5 organs realm. Master, I cannot utilize this, Jiang Yi remarked, holding the sword, as his current cultivation level was insufficient to harness its power. Eventually, he would need it. Moreover, even without unleashing its potential, it could serve as an ordinary sword. At the very least sharper and more resilient than a common blade. He already possessed a superior one, which he had already given away and thus would not reclaim. Well then, thank you, Master. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, feeling grateful for his master's generosity in providing such valuable gifts. Jiang Yao. Chu Yuan turned his gaze to the little one, who was engrossed in devouring fruit. Master, Jiang Yao called out with her mouth full, her words muffled. These are for you. He produced another storage ring, which contained 10,000 inferior spiritual stones. This storage ring, of course, belonged to the guardian of the Bloodblade sect, who would kill without looting the spoils. The chaotic items inside had been meticulously sorted, and now it was pristine, filled solely with spiritual stones. Thank you, Master. Jiang Yao joyfully accepted the gift. Chu Yuan received another return from the same source. He looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yao was still young, and he would impart her the martial arts techniques when the time for her cultivation arrived. Please wait here and familiarize yourselves with your surroundings. You may choose any of the buildings except for the one in the center. I have sent a message, and shortly, someone will bring you clean garments and provisions. With that, he rose, preparing to utilize the insights gained from a year of cultivation. Noticing his master's impending departure, Jiang Yi inquired, Master, will you not ask about the origins of my sister Yao and me, as well as our grievances with the Blood Knife sect? If you are willing to share, I would be more than happy to listen, Chu Yuan replied, turning his gaze towards him. Jiang Yi nodded. Then I shall speak. Chapter 9. The Jiang family of the Wild Ridge clan within the Grand Hall of the sect, Shao Qingfeng sat, incessantly communicating through a jade talisman. The deputy sect master, Yang Daozhen, entered. What brings you here? Shao Qingfeng asked. Yang Daozhen settled into a seat. The matter of recruiting disciples can be handled by the elders, with the sect master in seclusion. It is prudent for me to discuss strategies. Indeed, Shao Qingfeng acknowledged. Before long, powerful figures rushed in. Xiao Laogui, what urgent matter has compelled us to gather so hastily? An elderly voice called out. Yes, yes. I was in the midst of an afternoon nap, and now I am disturbed. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall have to teach you a lesson. Wow. Wang Laogui, are you eager for fight? Hearing the words, Shao Qingfeng grew displeased and rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage, but was restrained by Yang Daozhen. Shao Laogui, calm down, he said, then addressed the 9 present, bowing respectfully, greetings. Esteemed elders, these individuals were all at the mid to late stages of the 5 organs realm, representing a portion of the sect's profound heritage. The assembly nodded in acknowledgement, expressing their satisfaction with Yang Daozhen as the deputy sect master. Speak, what matter necessitated our presence, old fellows? A gaunt elder took the seat of honor. None opposed this, for he was Li Hurong, at the late stage of the 5 organs realm, renowned for both strength and experience. Chu Yuan has emerged from seclusion, Shao Qingfeng announced. That lad has exited? What has transpired? Has he fallen into madness, or something else? An esteemed elder furrowed his brow. No, he is quite well. Not only has he avoided madness, but he has also made a breakthrough, Shao Qingfeng continued. Oh, a breakthrough? He must now be at the mid to late stages of the Xiandan realm. But what does this have to do with summoning us? Many of these elders were in a state of semi-slumber, recuperating their energies. Without significant matters, they would not be disturbed. Chu Yuan's advancement was noteworthy, yet not sufficient to warrant their attention. It bears great significance, Shao Qingfeng replied with a smile. He has attained enlightenment. What? Enlightenment? The esteemed elders were taken aback, as none of them had ever experienced such a legendary state. Li Huarong pondered, could it be that after his epiphany, Chu Yuan made significant strides in his cultivation, breaking through to the perfect realm of Xiandan, or even to the early stage of the 5 organs realm? The others inhaled sharply. If that were the case, Chu Yuan's future would be boundless. After all, he was exceedingly young. Perhaps in the future, the Tianyun Sect could produce a master at the perfect stage of the 5 organs realm. They all turned their gaze towards Shao Qingfeng, eager for answers. Indeed, His cultivation had advanced remarkably, yet it was neither the perfect Xiandan nor the early stage of the five organs realm. Rather, it was the later stage of the five organs realm. In an instant, all the elders rose in unison. One elder exclaimed in disbelief, "The later stage of the five organs realm? How is that possible? He is merely 50 years old. It cannot be that one can leap such boundaries in a moment of enlightenment." Xiao Laogui, are you jesting with us? There are only two individuals present at the later stage of the five organs realm. In the entire Tianyun Sect, only 3 individuals shared this level of cultivation. One of them was already half buried in the earth. Unless the sect faced a life-and-death crisis, he would never emerge from seclusion. The moment he did, he would likely attain enlightenment. Others, despite exhausting their lifetimes of effort, could scarcely hope to reach such a realm. Yet now, Xiao Qingfeng informed them that the 50-year-old Chu Yuan had attained the later stage of the five organs realm. How could they possibly believe it? Such enlightenment could not be that exaggerated. I have no leisure to jest with you. Deputy Sect Master, have I lied? Xiao Qingfeng spread his hands, looking towards Yang Daozhen. Yang Daozhen quickly responded, "Esteemed elders, it is indeed as Elder Xiao has stated." He sighed internally. They had originally intended to discuss the Blood Knife sect issue. But Elder Xiao had not broached it first. Instead, he repeatedly emphasized Chu Yuan. It was evident that Elder Xiao wished for them to first acknowledge Chu Yuan's extraordinary talent before addressing the Blood Knife sect. At that point, no matter the circumstances, they would certainly choose to protect Chu Yuan. After all, such a prodigy must not fall victim to the Blood Knife sect, and indeed, they could dedicate the full strength of the sect to cultivate him. This aligned with his own thoughts. A collective gasp escaped the elders, filled with astonishment. Given their understanding of Yang Daozhen, he would not fabricate tales, especially not in conjunction with Xiao Qingfeng on such matters. This meant it was indeed true. A 50-year-old at the later stage of the five organs realm, Chu Yuan. How enlightening. Li Huarong marveled. He believed it. Indeed, the student surpassing the master. The Yangtze River's waves pushing the ones before. The Tianyun Sect was on the verge of rising. He turned to Xiao Qingfeng and said, "So, you summoned us here to seek our support, to assist him in his cultivation with the full strength of the sect?" "Agreed, I concur. I too agree." The elders present nodded in unanimous approval. Such a talent, if nurtured diligently, would surely reach the perfect stage of the five organs realm. And perhaps even the legendary Soul Palace realm would not be beyond reach, as he was simply too young. Youth signifies hope. Indeed, I yearn for your support, and it suffices that you have consented. With a shift in his tone, Xiao Qingfeng continued, "However, my purpose in summoning you extends beyond this matter. There is another issue at hand. Do not keep us in suspense. Speak forth," Li Huarong interjected. "Very well," Xiao Qingfeng replied. After Chu Yuan emerged from his seclusion, he expressed his desire to take on 2 disciples. The revelation was swiftly concluded. The smiles that adorned the faces of the esteemed elders faded, replaced by a somber demeanor. "How foolish," lamented one elder, "to offend the Bloodblade sect for the sake of 2 disciples. It seemed a grievous miscalculation to provoke such a formidable force and to have taken a life in the process. Regardless of the perspective one took, it was undeniably an unwise trade. The events had already unfolded. The enforcer from the Bloodblade sect lay dead. Given the nature of the Bloodblade sect, they will not let this matter rest easily," Xiao Qingfeng warned. "They may well pressure us to surrender Chu Yuan. Therefore, esteemed colleagues, what course of action do you propose?" On Daoyuan Peak, Jiang Yi recounted the past. Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao hailed from the Jiang family, one of the clans in the Wild Ridge. Though slightly weaker than the Tianyun Sect, the Jiang family was not far behind, boasting an ancestor of mid-stage five organs realm. Among the clans of the Wild Ridge, the Jiang family was relatively inconspicuous and had maintained a low profile. Upon Jiang Yi's birth, he exhibited an astonishing talent for cultivation, which astounded the higher echelons of the Jiang family. Aware that news of his potential would disrupt their peace, the family chose to keep him hidden. After all, no one in the Wild Ridge wished to witness the rise of a prodigy capable of breaking through to the condensation realm at the tender age of 8, as it posed a threat to the other forces in the region. Thus, the family kept him under wraps, even from some of the direct descendants who remained oblivious to his extraordinary capabilities. However, when he turned 10, the leader of the Bloodblade sect suddenly led his followers to attack the Jiang family, having learned of Jiang Yi's talent from an unknown source. Their intent was to annihilate the Jiang family and abduct him. In the ensuing chaos, blood flowed like rivers, and he, clutching his 2.5-year-old sister, fled amidst the cover provided by family members, sustaining severe injuries that cost him his cultivation. Just as he felt death closing in, a powerful figure from the Jiang family, who had long been lost, emerged to aid their escape. After fleeing the wild ridge, that valiant protector ultimately perished. Jiang Yi, with his sister in tow, traversed the great Wu dynasty, miraculously evading wave after wave of pursuit from the Bloodblade sect, from south to north. It took them 2.5 years to reach the Tianyun Sect. Having not encountered the Bloodblade sect for half a year, he believed they had abandoned their pursuit, and overwhelmed by exhaustion and a moment of inspiration, he resolved to join the Tianyun Sect. These past 2.5 years have been fraught with uncertainty, often leaving them without even a proper meal. Little did he expect that the enforcer of the Bloodblade sect would track them down to this very place. "Fortunately, we have you, Master," Jiang Yi expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "If it were someone else, they would have likely surrendered them by now. Since you are my disciples, I shall naturally protect you. Not even the Bloodknife sect, nor any mightier force, shall I yield you to." Chu Yuan spoke sincerely. He could not bear to part with these two precious gems. Jiang Yi felt a warmth in his heart, as he faintly perceived the figure of his father within his master. Jiang Yao, still young and oblivious to many matters, continued to munch on her fruit, only aware that in the years spent following her brother, she often went hungry. Chapter 10. Breaking Through to the Soul Palace Realm. A terrifying talent. "Master, having slain the guardian of the Bloodknife sect, it won't be long before the others come seeking us," Jiang Yi warned. "Chu Yuan, do not worry. Even if the heavens were to fall, I would stand firm for you. Be particularly vigilant of the sect leader of the Bloodknife sect. There is something amiss with him, and he is quite formidable," Jiang Yi cautioned. "Oh, what seems amiss? How strong is he?" Chu Yuan inquired with curiosity. "His cultivation is merely at the late stage of the 5 organs realm, yet appears he possesses soul attack capabilities. Moreover, the martial techniques he employs do not seem to belong to the earthly tier. With his unique eyes, Jiang Yi could perceive things that many others could not." The events of that day remained vividly etched in his memory. It was precisely through his use of a soul-like attack that the numerous strong members of the Jiang family were subdued, followed by his powerful martial skills that rendered the Jiang family utterly defenseless, leading to their swift demise. Under normal circumstances, even if the Jiang family were inferior to the Bloodknife sect, they should have been able to resist for a while. A late-stage 5 organs realm individual wielding soul attacks? That is indeed unusual. Generally, only those who have refined their primordial spirit at the Soul Palace realm can execute such attacks. If anyone else had said this, he might have been skeptical. However, given Jiang Yi's unique vision, he had no choice but to believe. "Very well, I shall remain vigilant." Chu Yuan nodded, then soared toward the central pavilion. The peculiarity of the Bloodknife sect leader weighed heavily upon him. He needed to rapidly elevate his strength. Upon entering the pavilion, he seated himself and calmed his mind. With a thought, he activated the year of cultivation he had acquired. Boom! The familiar scene reappeared, and a tremendous amount of cultivation surged within his dantian, merging with his own cultivation. In an instant, his aura began to ascend sharply. Lung divine organs, open. Kidney divine organs, open. All 5 organs opened. Reaching the consummate stage of the 5 organs realm, he faintly discerned a closed door in the center of his brow. That was the location of the Soul Palace. Remarkably, he still had about 60% of the year's worth of cultivation remaining. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan charged toward the Soul Palace realm. Within his dantian, the mysterious elixir spun vigorously, unleashing a formidable force of cultivation, while within the 5 organs cave, an immense vitality surged, crashing against the door of the Soul Palace. Boom! After the resounding 9 booms, the grand gates of the Soul Palace swung open, unleashing a torrent of vital energy and cultivation that rippled through the air. Subsequently, a unique force began to surge within the Soul Palace, and from its depths, a hazy figure gradually emerged. Seated in the innermost sanctum, this figure radiated an enigmatic power, somewhat indistinct yet strikingly resembling Chu Yuan. This was his primordial spirit. In that moment, Chu Yuan realized that all his thoughts and consciousness originated from this primordial essence, which commanded his corporeal form. The surrounding misty and profound energy was, in fact, the power of the primordial spirit. At this juncture, he had undeniably stepped into the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. His cultivation soared dramatically, The leap from the late stage of the Five Organs realm to the early stage of the Soul Palace realm was far more substantial than that from the mid-stage of the Profound Dan realm to the late stage of the Five Organs realm. Remarkably, this greater advancement transpired within the span of merely a year of cultivation. Chu Yuan was filled with emotion. This exemplifies the terrifying potential of formidable talent. The century of cultivation he had previously amassed paled in comparison to the single year of enlightenment he now experienced. Alas, what a pity! If that century of cultivation had been bestowed upon him now, he could have perhaps ascended to the status of a revered master. Enumerating the realms: body refining, primordial condensation, pooling essence, profound Dan, five organs, soul palace, dharma aspect, nirvana, king, and revered. Unparalleled in this era. Echoing through the ages, the extent of his talent was no jest. 1 year of cultivation equated to what others might achieve in many years. For the vast majority of cultivators, advancement becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Yet, for those of exceptional talent, it may scarcely make a difference. Chu Yuan regained his composure. Now, with his cultivation in the Soul Palace realm, he was more than capable of looking down upon the entire great martial dynasty. He had the means to exact revenge upon the Tianyun Sect, and he could easily breach its defenses. In normal circumstances, the Blood Knife Sect would pose little threat. However, should the leader of the sect possess soul attack capabilities, there are a few possibilities. First, they may have cultivated a certain secret method, temporarily allowing them to wield some primordial power, though the Soul Palace is not opened. The primordial spirit remains. Second, they may have been possessed by a powerful entity or carry remnants of a great soul, whether through possession or remnants. Both scenarios suggest a soul cultivation level exceeding that of the Soul Palace realm, as only those above this realm can project their primordial spirit beyond their corporeal form. Third, a powerful entity may have been reincarnated, possessing a robust soul, knowledgeable enough to harness primordial power in advance. If the first scenario is manageable, the second and third present more significant challenges. Nevertheless, the opponent's cultivation was only at the late stage of the Five Organs realm, which was indeed good news. Alas, should the situation prove dire, retreating would be a viable option. Next, Chu Yuan attempted to probe his consciousness. The profound energy emanated from him, sweeping outward like a tide. Suddenly, it was as if he had acquired a multitude of eyes, or perhaps his perception transformed into a panoramic lens devoid of blind spots. Moreover, his spiritual awareness transcended numerous obstacles, allowing him to probe into the scenes within the caves. With a diameter of approximately 100 miles, it could encompass the entire sect. This was merely the beginning of his breakthrough. As his cultivation deepened, the range of his awareness would undoubtedly expand further. He observed a female disciple arriving at Daoyuan Peak, delivering garments and spiritual rice to Jiang Yi and his companions. Jiang Yi, with unabashed boldness, requested her assistance in bathing Jiang Yao, to which the female disciple readily acquiesced. Ushering Jiang Yao into a room, discretion advised, Chu Yuan shifted his focus to a grand hall within the sect. At this moment, Yang Daojin and others had reached a consensus. They resolved to dedicate the full strength of the sect to nurturing talent, while the Blood Knife Sect, distant as it was, would likely only dispatch half of its forces. They could also seek assistance from the Tianyun Sect, ensuring that repelling the Blood Knife Sect would pose no dilemma. Li Huirong declared with a sweeping gesture. The Tianyun Sect, one of the 7 great sects of the Great Martial Dynasty, ranked third, following the Tianyun Sect. The Tianyun Sect and the Tianyun Sect have long been strategic partners. During the previous crisis faced by the Tianyun Sect, the Tianyun Sect had provided aid, leaving the Tianyun Sect indebted to them. Furthermore, the members of the Tianyun Sect are known for their adherence to promises. Therefore, soliciting their assistance should pose no issues. I concur, Xiao Qingfeng remarked. Chu, at the tender age of 50, has already reached the latter stages of the Five Organs realm. If we allocate substantial resources towards him, within a century, he will undoubtedly achieve perfection in the Five Organs realm, leaving him with another 200 to 300 years of lifespan. At that juncture, the Soul Palace realm may very well be within his grasp. Should he attain the Soul Palace realm, the Tianyun Sect would ascend to become the foremost sect in the Great Martial Dynasty. Chapter 11. The Pressure of Spiritual Awareness, Astonishment. Chu Yuan felt fortunate to be born into a normal sect. He recalled the novels of his past life, where protagonists faced relentless, senseless targeting within their sects, truly tragic. While there were instances of intrigue among the sect members, there remained a general consensus on major issues and shared interests. Presently, to abandon Chu Yuan in favor of cultivating him was evidently the wiser choice. To forsake him would not only mean losing a prodigious talent, but could also breed discontent among the ranks. If they could discard him today, they could easily do so with others tomorrow, undermining unity. Nurturing him carried risks, yet those risks fell within manageable bounds. Wait, after all this talk, where is that lad? An elder inquired. We ought to see him and communicate our thoughts directly. He just returned with his disciples. He is likely preoccupied with their matters, Yang Daozhen replied. I shall summon him, Shao Qingfeng said, producing a communication jade tablet. No need for that. I am listening. A sudden voice unexpectedly resonated in the ears of all present. Spiritual transmission. The assembly was taken aback, their gazes darting around in search of the source. Who is speaking? As Shao Qingfeng and Yang Daozhen were suddenly jolted, they recognized the voice of Chu Yuan. Chu lad, since you have arrived, why do you not reveal yourself? Shao Qingfeng declared, hands on his hips. Chu lat, Chu Yuan. The numerous elders quickly responded, glancing around, yet failing to discern Chu Yuan's presence. What a clever boy, managing to elude even my scrutiny. Such concealment techniques are quite impressive. Li Weirong exclaimed in admiration. I'm still at Daoyuan Peak. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Nonsense. Daoyuan Peak is several dozen miles away. Do you believe you could transmit your voice here? You think you possess the ability of spiritual transmission? Shao Qingfeng retorted. His brows furrowed. Others nodded in agreement, convinced Chu Yuan was jesting. While they could use their cultivation to transmit messages discreetly, the distance could not exceed 10 miles. Beyond that, only spiritual transmission would suffice. Indeed, you are astute, Elder Shao. I commend your insight, Chu Yuan's light laughter echoed. Shao Qingfeng's face darkened. Stop your mischief. I can see you. Come out now. He found it hard to believe that Chu Yuan could transmit his voice spiritually. Given that he had only recently broken through to the Five Organs realm, it would take at least a century for him to reach the Soul Palace realm. I truly am employing spiritual transmission. Chu Yuan's voice carried a hint of playful amusement. Do you believe me? Shao Qingfeng challenged. I presume you would. I believe. Wait. Before Shao Qingfeng could finish, a terrifying wave of spiritual pressure enveloped the entire hall, its intensity far surpassing that of mere cultivation pressure, directly impacting their minds. At that moment, those present felt utterly insignificant, as if an ancient divine mountain were poised to descend upon them, rendering them powerless over their own fate. Within the domain of this spiritual pressure, one could unleash spiritual oppression, a hallmark of the Soul Palace realm. This realm exerted a dimensional suppression over those beneath it, and under such spiritual pressure, even those in the Five Organs realm found it difficult to resist. Most could only resign themselves to their fate. Even those capable of withstanding the spiritual oppression had their own strength significantly diminished, unable to unleash their true potential. In that instant, everyone present acutely felt this truth. 2 seconds passed before Chu Yuan withdrew his spiritual pressure, yet to the onlookers, it felt as though an eternity had elapsed. With the release of the pressure, they sighed in relief, as if reborn. Their faces were etched with shock and awe, struggling to regain their composure. I believe. Shao Qingfeng suddenly cried out, jolting the others back to reality. The mere pressure had instilled a sense of despair within them. The Soul Palace realm? It was indeed the Soul Palace realm. Li Huirong trembled as he stood, not out of fear, but from sheer excitement and exhilaration. Others shared similar sentiments, each brimming with enthusiasm. Damn it! What were we saying about waiting for Chu Yuan to reach the Soul Palace realm? He has already attained it. But how could this possibly be? Is this something a mere mortal could achieve? At this very moment, they found it utterly astonishing. Such an occurrence was indeed hard to believe. However, the oppressive force they had just felt was undeniably real. A perfected realm of the Five Organs could not possibly exude such might. It must be from the Soul Palace realm. Aren't you at the late stage of the Five Organs? Why have you suddenly ascended to the Soul Palace? Shao Qingfeng could not restrain his curiosity. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed, Chu Yuan replied. Just let it be. Shao Qingfeng sighed, then brightened up. But your breakthrough to the Soul Palace realm is splendid news. We need not fear the Blood Knife sect anymore. Indeed, there is no need for you to seek assistance from the Tianyun Sect, Chu Yuan stated. If my predictions are correct, the strongest force of the Tianyun Sect is merely at the perfected Five Organ stage. Such a being I could easily dispatch with a single hand. The others nodded in agreement. With the Soul Palace realm on their side, what need had they for the Tianyun Sect? They had previously claimed to devote all their resources to nurture him, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. Young Zen remarqued, we still do need it. How can we not? Chu Yuan countered, the Soul Palace realm is not invincible. I can continue to grow stronger. However, the sect's resources have little significance for you now. Do they? Xiao Qingfeng interjected. You need not worry about that. I have my own plans. While they may not benefit me, if given to my disciple and then returned, that would be quite sufficient. Very well, you may access everything the sect has, as long as it does not lead to our downfall, Li Huerong said. No problem. Chu Yuan replied. I shall take my leave now. You may continue your discussion. Within the grand hall, the group exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to do next. Let us disperse. Return to your cultivation. The sect cannot rely solely on one individual. Li Huerong waved his hand. Chu Yuan withdrew his consciousness and retrieved a technique and 2 martial arts from the returns, examining them. Interesting, he mused. The techniques he had received were surprisingly of the same origin as the originals, or rather, they were upgraded versions, derived from simpler forms. No wonder they bore the same name. Though I could alter it, I am too lazy to do so. Let us try cultivating. Oh, my talent. Let me see your limits. The heavenly stage, theoretically, was suited for those in the law manifestation realm to cultivate. Yet, he did not adhere to conventional logic. Moments later, is this mind truly mine? He gasped in astonishment, realizing it was so astute. Having merely glanced at the technique, he had grasped it nearly in its entirety. For words suddenly emerged in his mind, terrifyingly formidable. Chapter 12. Jiang Yi. The master is not so simple. Memories within his mind revealed that although he had previously been able to comprehend the mid-tier earth stage techniques, it had required years of diligent cultivation and could not be achieved overnight. After years of effort, he had merely managed to reach minor success in the mid-tier earth stage technique, known as the Crimson Golden Profound Origin Art. However, at this moment, he had already mastered the profound technique of the Golden Celestial Yuan to a considerable extent after a single reading. It could be said that with diligent practice, he could achieve minor or even major success within a short time. Ha ha ha, splendid. With this thought, he couldn't help but laugh heartily, and soon after, he began his cultivation. Being a high-level technique, after circulating through a complete cycle of energy, the quality of his inner essence had elevated to a new tier. He was entirely absorbed in his training, unable to extricate himself. Outside, Jiang Yi had finished his cleansing routine and donned a fresh set of clothing. Though merely 13, the boy's handsome visage had shed much of its childishness, now exuding an aura of maturity and steadiness, his stature akin to that of a youth of 15 or 16. Before long, a female disciple emerged, leading Jiang Yao, who was now clean and radiant, dressed in a miniature version of the Tianyun Sect's robes. Her face still bore a hint of baby fat, a far cry from the filthy little beggar she once was. Thank you, senior sister, Jiang Yi expressed with a respectful gesture. You're too courteous, junior brother. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, the senior sister replied. Safe travels. Jiang Yi bid her farewell. After watching her depart, he affectionately ruffled Jiang Yao's hair. Sister, I shall prepare roasted meat for you. Yay! Jiang Yao exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. Although she had just indulged in numerous spiritual fruits and was no longer hungry, the thought of meat made her mouth water. The female disciple had delivered plenty of spiritual meat and rice, enough to last them several months, preserved through special means to prevent spoilage. Jiang Yi stored the excess in a storage ring and then kindled a fire on the mountaintop to commence the grilling. Wow, it smells divine. In no time, the aroma wafted through the air, causing Jiang Yao to drool unconsciously. Brother, should we invite Master? With Master's cultivation level, he has long since transcended the need for food. Let us eat. Who says I've transcended the need for food? Chu Yuan's voice resonated, and in the next moment, he materialized before them. Master? Jiang Yi was somewhat taken aback. Roast more, for it has been ages since I last enjoyed a meal, Chu Yuan chuckled. Of course, Jiang Yi replied with a smile. In good spirits, Chu Yuan had just circulated through several cycles of energy, and to his delight, he had made a breakthrough. He had never experienced such rapid progress in his cultivation before. To put into perspective, the difficulty of cultivating a mid-tier celestial technique was akin to someone in the Soul Palace realm attempting to practice a mid-tier yellow technique, exceedingly simple. All of this was thanks to his 2 disciples. As he pondered this, he noticed Jiang Yi grilling meat, which smelled incredibly enticing. Remembering that he had not eaten in over a decade, A sudden craving surged within him. A simple meal would not take much time, and it would be an excellent opportunity to strengthen his bond with his two disciples. "Master, may I sit beside you?" Jiang Yao asked, her big eyes sparkling with innocence. Utterly adorable. Though she had only recently met him, she felt an undeniable warmth from her master, devoid of any fear. Naturally, it is permissible. Chu Yuan smiled li. Hihi. Xiang Yao joyfully seated herself beside Chu Yuan. Gazing at the porcelain doll like Jiang Yao, Chu Yuan felt his heart melting. He reached out to touzle her small head, and Jiang Yao, like a contented little kitten, reveled in the affection. "By the way, the martial art technique I previously bestowed upon you has been refined into a more advanced version. Feel free to explore whichever variant you wish to cultivate." Chu Yuan presented the mid-tier heavenly stage technique, the crimson gold profound essence skill, having memorized it entirely, rendering the manual redundant. Additionally, it served to bolster his image before his disciple. Jiang Yi, freeing one hand to examine the technique, was taken aback upon seeing it. He nearly dropped the skewer of roasted meat he was flipping. A mid-tier heavenly stage technique. This was indeed a skill of mid-tier heavenly stage. Moreover, it shared the same origin as the one he had received earlier, merely elevated by an entire tier. Wait a moment. Master claimed he derived this? Could he truly elevate a mid-tier earth stage technique to mid-tier heavenly stage? This seemed utterly absurd. After all, Master was only at the late stage of the five organs realm. Hold on. Unintentionally, he utilized his heavy pupil to scrutinize Master's cultivation level, only to discover that Master was no longer at the late stage of the five organs realm, but rather at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. How could this be? Such a short time had passed, and Master had achieved consecutive breakthroughs? Or was this truly Master's authentic cultivation level, previously concealed? Yet, if he had been hiding it all along, who could guarantee that this was indeed Master's true level now? Particularly, this mid-tier heavenly stage technique was undeniably derived from that mid-tier Earth Stage 1, if it truly was Master's creation. He cannot simply be at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through Jiang Yi's mind, leaving him profoundly astonished. He felt that his master had become shrouded in mystery. Taking a deep breath, he expressed his gratitude, suppressing the astonishment within. It was indeed a good thing for his master to be strong. He tucked away the manual and returned his focus to grilling the meat. "Master, may I touch your hair?" Jiang Yao gazed at the crystalline white locks, unable to resist the urge to reach out. This question caused Jiang Yi's heart to skip a beat. Such a request seemed somewhat disrespectful to their master, dear sister. Surely, Master wouldn't be angered. "Master, my sister Jiang," he started to explain that his sister was still young and naive. However, he observed as Chu Yuan lifted Jiang Yao onto his shoulder, and she happily grasped a few strands of hair, playing with them in her hands. He swallowed his words. Master, it seemed, was truly easy to get along with. He smiled knowingly, feeling as though time had regressed to his childhood days when his father would carry both him and his sister on his shoulders to watch the sunset together. Father, he lowered his head, resuming his task of grilling the meat, his fists clenched tightly. Outside the Tianyun Sect, the recruitment of disciples has concluded. This year's intake has diminished by more than half compared to previous years. Those who brought their children have gradually departed. The news of the event here has spread rapidly. At the residence of Zhao Wuzhu, the vice leader of the Tianyun Sect, a sound of shattering glass echoed. The latter stage of the five organs realm. How could that brat possibly have broken through to the latter stage? It must be false, all of it. Investigate thoroughly. At the Blood Knife Sect, a report was made to the sect leader. The life lamp of the ninth protector has extinguished. The life lamp, crafted from special materials and ignited with pure blood, signifies death when it goes out. Every elder above the rank of elder within the Blood Knife Sect lights their own life lamp within the sect. Has he perished? Could it be that he found those too? Chapter 13. The Soul Palace realm completed, seizing the body. Night descended, the cold wind slicing like a blade. The sky was pitch black, devoid of stars. On a precipice of the Tianyun Sect stood a middle-aged man, his expression shrouded in shadows. Gazing into the wind with eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, he channeled his energy into a black diamond-shaped stone, and in the next moment, the stone erupted with white light, projecting an image. The scene depicted was precisely what had transpired earlier that day at the Tianyun Sect's entrance, where a silver-haired youth had slain a protector of the Blood Knife Sect, captured by a recording stone. Observing the unfolding events, the middle-aged man's gaze darkened further. His teeth clenched as he muttered with a low, seething voice, "Damn it. He truly has broken through to the latter stage of the five organs realm. How is this possible? A 50-year-old in the latter stage of the five organs realm. Is he aiming for the heavens?" In that moment, Zhao Wuju felt a surge of fear. A 50-year-old in the latter stage of the five organs realm holds the potential to reach the Soul Palace realm in the future. This is too terrifying. Yet, in the next instant, a smirk of relief and mockery crossed his face. Had he not offended the Blood Knife Sect, I would surely be losing sleep over this. But he was foolish enough to slay a protector of the Blood Knife Sect. With their vengeful nature, retaliation is inevitable. If only he could be eliminated. That would be ideal. However, the Blood Knife Sect is ultimately not a local power. They cannot mobilize all their strong fighters. Should the need arise, we can easily assist them. Zhao Wuju plotted in his mind, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Chu Yuan. Oh, Chu Yuan. 10 years ago, I killed your parents. 10 years later, I shall send you to reunite with them. The other senior members of the Tianyun Sect were also informed of this news. They resolved that they could not allow him to continue growing stronger, yet there was no need to be the first to act. Let the Blood Knife Sect handle it. We shall clean up afterward. After a discussion that included Zhao Wuju, the senior members finalized their plan. Simultaneously, the other 5 sects among the 7 major sects received the same news, astonished by Chu Yuan's cultivation. To be honest, many of these sects did not wish for Chu Yuan to progress normally, but they would refrain from intervening, at least for now. Is Tianyun Sect foolish? How could they expose such a genius at this time? It truly defies understanding. The members of the Tianyun Sect expressed their helplessness, truly baffled by the situation. With such a prodigy, they believed he should have been quietly nurtured into an invincible powerhouse. It is worth noting that the Tianyun Sect and the Tianyun Sect are considered brother sects. However, the emergence of such a genius from Tianyun Sect left them feeling quite distressed. As one of the 7 major sects of the great martial dynasty, Tianyun Sect could not escape the scrutiny of the imperial family, and upon the news reaching the royal court, it stirred considerable unrest. A 50-year-old in the late stage of the organ realm, such a figure had not graced the world in 5 centuries. Indeed, Tianyun Sect had struck an incredible stroke of luck. How shall we contend with him? We should observe first and see if he can navigate the impending crisis. If he succeeds, then we may invest in him. Shall we not eliminate him? It is best not to offend such a genius. If we were to attempt his demise and fail, it would surely invite catastrophe. The dynasty has stood for a millennium, not solely through bloodshed. Indeed, in the depths of the Blood Knife Sect, there lay a vast blood pool, its crimson liquid resembling a lake, the accumulation of countless souls lost to violence. A thick, nauseating stench of blood wafted from the pool, a testament to its gruesome history. The liquid was rich with essence. This was no ordinary blood, but that of cultivators and demonic beasts. Above the blood pool sat a man with an exposed upper body, clad in black trousers, his red hair cascading down, muscles rippling beneath skin adorned with blood-colored patterns that extended to his face, endowing his sharp features with an otherworldly allure. 9 blood-red halos emerged behind him, each encircling the other. These halos absorbed the essence from the blood pool below, transforming it before assimilating it into the man's being. At that moment, a figure flew in from outside, discreetly waiting nearby without uttering a word. An hour passed. The enigmatic man's body trembled as the 9 blood halos coalesced into a vortex, drawing forth a massive column of blood essence from the pool below. The liquid within the blood pool diminished steadily, while the vortex above expanded, an endless cascade of sanguine light merging into the man's form. In an instant, a terrifying aura radiated outward, causing the recently arrived figure to recoil in shock. Moments later, the blood light completely integrated into the enigmatic man's being. The once vibrant blood vortex lost its luster. The once lively crimson fluid now dulled to a dark red, plummeting into the hollow blood pool like a celestial river cascading downwards. The enigmatic man rose, his cultivation aura now more formidable than before. The perfection of the organ realm had been achieved, and the potential of this body had been thoroughly exploited. Had it not been for a lack of options, he would never have chosen such a wretched vessel. That body with the heavy pupils, he swore he would possess. The enigmatic man mused silently. He was originally a master at the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm, but during a fierce battle, he lost his physical body. His primordial spirit managed to escape, and through a series of unforeseen circumstances, he encountered the leader of the Bloodblade sect, and subsequently seized control of his body. It was not his desire to usurp another's form. Rather, his primordial spirit had reached its limits and faced imminent obliteration if he did not take such drastic measures. Once separated from his original body, his spirit became like a rootless weed, devoid of its essence, unable to exist independently for an extended period, at least not in the Soul Palace realm. Among the possible candidates for his new vessel, the leader of the Bloodblade sect stood out as the most exceptional choice, compelling him to take over. The original cultivator had been at the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm, but in a mere 3 years. He utilized secret methods to elevate himself to the pinnacle of that realm, fully exhausting the potential of his physical form. 2.5 years ago, his consciousness detected a child from the Jiang family possessing a rare double pupil. Although the Jiang family had formations in place, they were utterly incapable of resisting his probing awareness. During that period, dissatisfied with his current body, he scoured for a more suitable vessel, frequently investigating the various factions within the desolate ridges. With his capabilities, none of those factions could perceive his presence. While observing the Jiang family, he caught sight of the child's eyes, those remarkable double pupils. The child was practicing in the Jiang family's cultivation chamber, openly displaying his unique trait, which allowed him to be discovered. He recognized the double pupils due to a serendipitous encounter with a fragmentary ancient text that contained descriptions of such rare gifts. His excitement was palpable. Double pupils. The ancient tome proclaimed that those possessing such a talent were undoubtedly divinely ordained, destined for extraordinary achievements. How could he not be captivated? He immediately led the members of the Bloodblade sect to assault the Jiang family, confident of success. However, at a critical juncture, an unexpected guest emerged, a cultivator who had inexplicably fallen from the Soul Palace realm to the pinnacle of the Five Organs realm. Thus, the child managed to escape. Moreover, the child had taken a little girl with him, who possessed a glowing bone within her, which his consciousness had also detected, though he remained unaware of its significance. Regardless, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. He had originally intended to seize the boy's body and then claim the girl's bone as his own. Yet, the two vanished for a full 2.5 years. He dispatched members of the Bloodblade sect to search for them, even personally joining the hunt. Each time he caught a faint lead, it would inexplicably vanish at a crucial moment, filling him with frustration. Those two children, seemingly as weak as ants, always managed to elude his grasp. Nevertheless, he never relinquished hope. Today, he finally received promising news, coinciding perfectly with his recent cultivation advancements, granting him greater confidence in capturing them. As for why the Bloodblade sect members did not suspect him and continued to obey his commands, the answer was simple. The upper echelon of the sect had all been enslaved by him, reduced to mere puppets. The only two elders at the pinnacle of the Five Organs realm had been bled dry to aid in his cultivation. In the present day, although I have merely attained perfection in the Five Organs realm, I possess the means to contend even with those at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. My confidence is unwavering. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Master. A figure approached with utmost respect. Despite being enslaved, the fundamental thoughts remain intact, with loyalty reigning supreme. What have you discovered? Is the information confirmed? Inquired the master of the Bloodblade sect. Chapter 14. The emptying of the sect's treasury. It is confirmed. The 9 protectors have indeed located the 2 children. However, those children have already been taken as disciples by an elder of the Tianyun Sect. When the 9 protectors requested their return, not only did the other party refuse, but they also killed the 9 protectors. Now, aside from a master of the Bloodblade sect, none remained at the late or perfected stage of the Five Organs realm. They had all been discarded into the blood pool to aid in his ascension. Only 2 remained at the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm. The 2 deputy masters of the Bloodblade sect, who had originally been at the early stage, but had been forcefully elevated to mid-stage through secret methods that drained their potential. As for the previous mid-stage cultivators, their fates were easy to surmise. The 9 early-stage protectors had remained unchanged, save for the recently deceased 9 protector. The report came from one of the deputy masters of the Bloodblade sect. Although the 9 protector was merely at the early stage of the Five Organs realm, he should not have been easily slain by an elder of the Tianyun Sect, should he? The sect leader of the Tianyun Sect is of similar cultivation. The master of the Bloodblade sect asked, "What is so special about this elder?" Indeed, he is exceptional. According to our investigation, his name is Chu Yuan, born into the Tianyun Sect. His parents were elders of the sect, but they were killed by the deputy sect leader of the Qing Mu sect 10 years ago, causing Chu Yuan to turn white-haired overnight. At that time, he was merely at the early stage of the profound pill realm. Yet now, after a decade, he has astonishingly reached the late stage of the five organs realm. It is precisely this that enabled him to effortlessly slay the Nine Protector. 10 years. To ascend from the early stage of the profound pill realm to the late stage of the five organs realm. The master of the Bloodblade sect narrowed his eyes. How old is he? 50. 50 at the late stage of the five organs realm? The expression of the master of the Bloodblade sect darkened. Could it be that he too has undergone possession? Achieving such a rapid progression from the early stage of the profound pill realm to the late stage of the five organs realm within a decade is not something ordinary individuals can accomplish. Even if he possessed someone at the early stage of the profound pill realm, he would not have the assurance to break through to the late stage of the five organs realm in such a time frame, unless the original individual possessed remarkable talent. Why would he take them as disciples? Could it be that he has discovered the rare double pupils? A sense of foreboding washed over the master of the Bloodblade sect. He felt that this individual might also be a possessor. Otherwise, how could his cultivation rise so swiftly? And why would he take those two children as disciples? It is highly likely that he himself is a soul at the Soul Palace realm or higher, and his consciousness has detected the double pupils and that peculiar bone. If that is the case, it would pose a significant challenge. I would be facing a formidable adversary. Of course, it is also possible that he has encountered fortuitous circumstances, allowing for such rapid advancement and the fortunate acquisition of disciples. If it were the latter scenario, it might be somewhat easier to deal with. If it is the first scenario, perhaps the other party is also interested in the dual pupils and is preparing to seize control. No, I cannot delay any longer. I must head to the Tianyun Sect immediately. The dual pupils and that unique bone. There is no way I would willingly relinquish them. Grasping the shoulder of the deputy sect master, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing. The other deputy sect master and the guardians of the Bloodknife sect, who were searching outside, upon receiving the news, hurried towards the Tianyun Sect. Some individuals took note of the sect master of the Bloodknife sect leaving, and they were utterly astonished. That is the sect master of the Bloodknife sect. How has he grown so powerful? How terrifying. He has actually reached such a realm. It seems the rumors are true. He must be seeking revenge for their ninth guardian. Many cast their gazes toward the Bloodknife sect, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. In their eyes, the Bloodknife sect still harbored many ancient monsters, unaware that those individuals had long since perished. Currently, the strongest within the Bloodknife sect was merely at the Xiandan realm. However, not only were they oblivious, but even the mid-level members of the Bloodknife sect were unaware that their sect lacked powerful guardians. At the Tianyun Sect, Daoyuan Peak, the following morning, refreshing, Chu Yuan stretched lazily. After a night of cultivation, he had successfully cultivated the mid-grade heavenly golden Xian Yuan skill to a small accomplishment, significantly enhancing the quality of his true essence. His combat strength had also become formidable. In terms of cultivation level, he was now capable of contending with a mid-stage Soul Palace realm practitioner who had also reached a small accomplishment in a mid-grade earth-level skill. Mastery of martial techniques was even simpler. The Scarlet Serpent sword technique and the Flying Dragon movement technique, both lower-grade heavenly skills, were comprehended after a single viewing. As Chu Yuan contemplated, he departed from Daoyuan Peak. As they had agreed upon yesterday, any resources from the sect that he desired could be accessed freely. With that in mind, he would not hold back. Upon leaving Daoyuan Peak, he noticed numerous figures appearing before him. Were they lying in wait for him? Among them were Deputy Sect Master Yang Daojin, Xiao Qingfeng, Li Huarong, and others. Over a dozen individuals, the majority of the sect's high-ranking officials gathered here. What brings you here? Chu Yuan questioned, his expression peculiar. Hee, it's not every day we see someone from the Soul Palace realm. We wanted to witness it firsthand without disturbing you. So we waited nearby for you to emerge. Xiao Qingfeng chuckled. Although they had agreed to return to their own cultivation yesterday, they later decided they wanted to see Chu Yuan again, hence this arrangement. Chu Yuan, no wonder you all seem to be scrutinizing me as if you were equipped with scanners. Immediately, he released the aura of his Soul Palace realm cultivation. Then observed closely. He had a favorable impression of these sect members. Since they were eager to see, he had no qualms about indulging their small wish. Whoa! Is this the Soul Palace realm? Such a terrifying aura. It is even more formidable than the mental pressure from yesterday. This ISNT even directed at us. If it were, we would surely be compelled to kneel. The disparity is far greater than that between the Xiandan realm and the Five Organs realm. A group of old-timers, as if they had never witnessed the world, were filled with admiration. Ridiculous. I suspect you might have been possessed, remarked Xiao Qingfeng. If I had indeed been possessed, uttering such words would seal your fate, chuckled Chu Yuan. I understand, Xiao Qingfeng waved his hand. I was merely jesting. I know you are still yourself. If it were otherwise, I wouldn't dare to make such jokes. Chu Yuan restrained his aura, having observed everything, said, Then I shall take my leave. Where are you headed? Xiao Qingfeng inquired. To stretch my limbs, perhaps to empty the sect's treasury or clear out the alchemy pavilion. And so forth. The crowd? Inside the Tianyun Sect's treasury, treasures dazzled the eye, and spirit stones piled like mountains. Without pausing for a closer look, Chu Yuan raised his hand and collected everything into his storage space. The accompanying crowd. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Wait, he really emptied it. They thought it was a joke. Chapter 15, Undercurrents Surge. Xiao Qingfeng and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths, their eyelids twitching wildly. This treasury represents years of accumulation for the Tianyun Sect, akin to a royal treasury, essential for the sect's operations. If it were to vanish, the situation would be dire. Chu, do you not think you should leave some behind? Xiao Qingfeng said with a wry smile. Taking everything would spell doom for the sect. Others nodded in agreement. While Chu Yuan could take other items, many would be of no use to him. Some second or third tier items would provide him with no assistance whatsoever. This lad cannot possibly be contemplating absconding with the funds. They felt a chill. If that were the case, they would have no recourse. Fear not. I am merely borrowing. I shall return it all tomorrow. Chu Yuan Lauget then turned his gaze upon the others. You all must possess numerous treasures as well. Hand them over, and I shall return them tomorrow as well. Is this for real? Ultimately, their storage rings and belongings found their way into Chu Yuan's hands. They were filled with helplessness, with no alternatives. They could only place their trust in Chu Yuan. To put it plainly, if he were to go berserk, the entire sect would be powerless to stop him. The only thing they could do was believe in him, even though they were uncertain of his true intentions. Soon, Chu Yuan made another visit to the alchemy pavilion, packing up all the pills and medicinal herbs, then proceeded to the forging pavilion and the scripture pavilion, gathering weapons, materials, and martial arts techniques. All right, no need to see me off, Chu Yuan waved to them, swiftly entering Daoyuan Peak. The crowd, they genuinely feared that in the next moment, Chu Yuan would abscond with his two disciples. It seems unlikely, for Chu, the young man, is not of such character. The Tianyun Sect is, after all, akin to his home. It is rare for someone to abandon it in such a fashion, Xiao Qingfeng remarked earnestly. Yang Daozhen nodded in agreement, expressing his belief that, given Chu's current strength, there was no reason for him to deceive them. At Daoyuan Peak, when Chu Yuan returned, Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao had just risen from their slumber. Wow, it has been ages since I enjoyed such a comfortable sleep, Jiang Yao exclaimed, stretching her small limbs, her demeanor radiating vitality. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, Jiang Yi led Jiang Yao over to pay their respects. Master, Chu Yuan acknowledged them with a nod. Jiang Yi discreetly observed his master's expression, recalling a question that had surfaced in his mind the previous night. If Master had indeed attained the Soul Palace realm, had he discovered his heterochromia and his sister's unique bone structure? The thought left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. After all, he had only known his master for a day, and thus could not place complete trust in him. Unbeknownst to Chu Yuan, Jiang Yi's thoughts were tumultuous as he tossed two storage rings to him. Here, he stated, these rings possessed vast space, returned from the previous occasion when he gifted them to the two, now filled with treasures he had recently acquired. The master grants his disciple Jiang Yi 500 supreme spirit stones, a top-tier 5th-grade sword, 20 bottles of mid-grade 3rd-tier solidifying essence pills, a mid-grade earth-level skill. And in return, he receives 500 supreme spirit crystals and a top-tier 6th-grade sword. In an instant, the system erupted with a series of notification sounds. The subtitles before him changing at a rapid pace, enumerating every treasure contained within the storage rings. The process of returning the items to the system's storage space was remarkably swift, showcasing the efficiency of the system. Jiang Yi, upon reviewing the contents, found himself utterly bewildered. So many items. Master, did you empty the sect? The treasures dazzled him, far too numerous to comprehend at once. Master, this is... Chu Yuan Vipli Take a look and see if there is anything you require. Feel free to take as much as you need. He did not specify that everything was for Jiang Yi alone. System. What on earth? Is this a bug? How is this possible? Yet, the system, in its grandeur, refrained from retracting the rewards. Am I free to choose? Although not everything was designated for him, his master's generosity was astounding. He selected several medicinal pills for cultivation. Is that all? Chu Yuan displayed a look of discontent, as if to say, can you not aspire for more? Jiang Yi scratched his head, steeling himself to select even more items. Only then did Chu Yuan appear satisfied and reclaim the remainder. Focus on your training. Do not squander your talent. Chu Yuan cast a meaningful glance in his direction. Jiang Yi felt a jolt run through him, as if his master's gaze could see right through him, leaving no secret concealed, including the truth of his heterochromia. At that moment, he found himself struggling to breathe. Seeing Jiang Yi's tense demeanor, Chu Yuan could surmise his thoughts, mistaking his intentions as a desire to covet his dual pupils. Approaching him, Chu Yuan gently patted his shoulder, stating that while the dual pupils were indeed remarkable, he had no need for them. If he truly wished to act against Jiang Yi, he could do so effortlessly, leaving no room for resistance, could he? Jiang Yi's pupils widened in shock. He realized that his master was indeed aware of his unique ability. With determination, he resolved to prove to his master whether the dual pupils were truly worthy of their reputation. After affectionately ruffling Jiang Yao's hair, Chu Yuan swiftly entered the loft. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, gradually calming his emotions. It was clear that if his master truly intended to take action, he would not be given any opportunity. If there were schemes afoot, they would not be unveiled directly to him. His master had always treated him with great kindness. Yet he could not shake the vigilance that lingered in his heart. With a sigh, Jiang Yi vowed, "Master, rest assured, I will not disappoint you." In that moment, he felt an influx of trust towards Chu Yuan, igniting a fierce determination within him. 2.5 years prior, he had lost all his cultivation, and it was only recently that he had reached the late stage of body refinement. His slow progress was largely due to having to protect Jiang Yao from pursuers, leaving him little time to focus on his cultivation. Additionally, the lack of resources hindered his advancement. Now, however, he lacked for nothing and was no longer burdened by the fear of imminent danger. It was time to earnestly enhance his abilities. He understood, well, that in this world, strength and cultivation were paramount. He bent down to stroke Jiang Yao's head, saying, "Brother will prepare something delicious for you. Eat well, then we shall cultivate." Inside the loft, Chu Yuan surveyed the rewards before him, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. A magnificent sword materialized in his hand, a 6th-tier superior weapon suited for Soul Palace cultivators, significantly boosting his combat prowess. Beyond the sword, the most precious items were the spirit crystals and the heavenly tier martial techniques. This time, several techniques had ascended to the heavenly tier, yet he had no intention of practicing them just yet. He believed in mastering his current techniques to perfection before taking on more. The proficiency levels of techniques are categorized as entry-level, minor success, major success, and perfection. He still had a long way to go. As for the spirit crystals, he discovered that while they contained an extraordinarily pure and terrifying energy, he was currently unable to refine them with his existing cultivation level. He could only manage to refine top-tier spirit stones. However, he reassured himself that being unable to refine them now did not preclude him from doing so in the future. His wealth was exceedingly vast. Even the treasury of the great martial dynasty could not compare to his riches. Henceforth, diligent cultivation was imperative. Half a day later, the Red Serpent's sword technique reached minor success. After another half day, the Flying Dragon technique also achieved minor success. As night fell, outside the Tianyun Sect, what appeared to be tranquility concealed a tumult of undercurrents. Chapter 16. If you dare to lay a hand on my disciple, let us see if you possess the capability. Numerous powerful figures from various factions of the great martial dynasty lay hidden nearby, all poised to watch the unfolding drama. They have received word that the members of the Bloodknife Sect are approaching the Tianyun Sect. However, the journey from the Wild Ridge to the northern part of the great martial dynasty will require considerable time, as the Tianyun Sect lies 1,000 miles away. Within a secluded cavern atop a mountain peak, the leader of the Bloodknife Sect, accompanied by the deputy sect master, entered the chamber where 9 individuals awaited. 8 guardians and another deputy sect master quickly bowed in reverence. "Master." The leader of the Bloodknife Sect nodded and settled onto the ground. Having hastily traversed from the wild ridge, he had expended a significant amount of energy and needed to recuperate and regain his peak condition before confronting the Tianyun Sect, ensuring absolute certainty in his endeavor. As midnight approached, the moon hung high amidst a sparse, starry sky. The members of the Blood Knife Sect began their operation. In the darkness, mere mortals were constrained, yet those who had attained the Yuan condensation realm or above could perceive their surroundings. For the powerful, there was little distinction between day and night. There are indeed a multitude of insects. With a sweep of his consciousness, the leader of the Blood Knife Sect let out a cold snort. Those lurking in the shadows were promptly detected, yet he deemed them inconsequential, regarding them as no different from mere pests. The Blood Knife Sect did not conceal their movements, boldly striding towards the gates of the Tianyun Sect. The sect was enveloped in a formation, making stealth impossible. Thus, a direct assault was inevitable. However, such an assault would undoubtedly alert the Guardians, rendering stealth and audacity practically indistinguishable. As they approached the Tianyun Sect, his consciousness extended towards its direction. The formation surrounding the Tianyun Sect was a fifth-tier array, incapable of obstructing his spiritual perception. Nevertheless, the expanse of the Tianyun Sect was vast, and his consciousness could not envelop it entirely. Limited to a radius of approximately 100 miles. After seizing a physical form, he was ultimately constrained by it. Look, those are the members of the Blood Knife Sect. They have arrived. Those hidden in the shadows gasped in astonishment upon spotting the Blood Knife Sect members. After a moment of scrutiny, they furrowed their brows, noting the surprisingly small number of arrivals. However, with the sect leader present, they felt reassured. According to reports, the leader of the Blood Knife Sect had achieved perfection in the Five Organs realm. How had he accomplished such a feat? Truly, he was an extraordinary individual. Some expressed envy, for while the Blood Knife Sect and the Greenwood Sect were of similar standing, the leader of the Greenwood Sect had only reached the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm, revealing a stark disparity in their cultivation levels. Numerous factions remained hidden as the Blood Knife Sect members approached the exterior of the Tianyun Sect. An elder guarding the entrance noticed their presence and quickly transmitted a message to the higher echelons of the sect. The Blood Knife Sect has arrived. Deputy Sect Master Yang Daojian received the notification. In the past, he might have felt panic, but now he remained remarkably calm. He was preparing to send a message for Shao Qingfeng to inform Chu Yuan when he pondered. But will that individual from the Tianyun Sect dare to emerge and meet them? A resounding voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth, echoing for hundreds of miles, resonating in every corner of the Tianyun Sect. It was the voice of the Bloodblade Sect's leader, who had just probed the Tianyun Sect with his spiritual consciousness and discovered that the two children had not been possessed. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he also noticed the presence of a practitioner at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. Indeed, the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. As his spiritual sense detected the other party, the latter also became aware of his presence. Although he recognized the opponent's cultivation level, the leader of the Bloodblade Sect felt a sense of relaxation at this moment. It was not possession. It was a genuine early-stage Soul Palace practitioner. This level was attained through personal cultivation. He could discern at a glance whether it was possession or not. This was entirely different from the reports of a late-stage Five Organs realm cultivator. There was but one truth. This individual had been concealing his true abilities. This person was undoubtedly a genius, likely having hidden his cultivation level for quite some time. The claim of advancing from the Xiandan realm to the late stage of the Five Organs realm in merely 10 years was surely a fabrication. The opponent's cultivation had likely been advancing by leaps and bounds. The Tianyun Sect itself harbored a formidable dragon. In that moment, he felt not fear, but rather immense excitement. Compared to being possessed by an ancient monster, he preferred this innate genius. For possession by an ancient being would introduce many uncertainties. However, genius was different. At most, it would only mean a slightly stronger combat capability. Yet, how much combat power could the Tianyun Sect's heritage cultivate? It would be remarkable if it could rival the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. It might even fall short. If the individual truly unleashed their combat potential, he could easily subdue them. Perhaps this person was the optimal target for possession. A 50-year-old at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm, in terms of both talent and cultivation, was indeed impressive. He could possess this individual and transplant the children's heavy pupils and bones. Initially, he had intended to possess the children, but their cultivation was too weak, and he would require time to return to the Soul Palace realm, which others might not afford him. However, possessing a Soul Palace realm practitioner was different. It would grant him immediate access to that level of cultivation. Hiss! At this moment, the various forces were astonished, their eyes wide with shock. This was no ordinary secret technique. The leader of the Bloodblade Sect was truly terrifying. Within the Tianyun Sect, everyone was stirred. Jiang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. The voice was all too familiar. It belonged to an enemy, the one who had annihilated his Jiang family. At this moment, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly. He pushed open the door and stepped out, seeing a figure standing in the moonlight, poised in the void with hands clasped behind his back. Master, Jiang Yi called out, the Bloodblade Sect has come to kill. Remain here. I shall confront him. Chu Yuan replied before swiftly disappearing. He had sensed the other party's probing earlier. Indeed, as Jiang Yi had mentioned, there was something amiss. This was no ordinary five organs realm practitioner. However, based on the intensity of the divine consciousness, Chu Yuan surmised that even if he could not defeat his opponent, he could certainly escape. The situation should not pose a significant problem. If the adversary were truly formidable, he would not have detected their divine presence at all. Therefore, at most, the opponent's primordial spirit was likely at the Soul Palace realm, a level he could contend with. A distance of several dozen miles was trivial for him. Now that he had reached the Soul Palace realm, in just a few strides, he arrived at the entrance of the Tianyun Sect. It was Elder Chu. Many elders and disciples stationed at the gate turned to gaze upon the figure with white hair. Numerous hidden forces also directed their attention toward Chu Yuan. However, due to the considerable distance, they could not discern the specifics of Chu Yuan's cultivation aura. The master of the Bloodblade Sect and Chu Yuan were sizing each other up. So, you're the one who killed the 9th guardian of my Bloodblade Sect? I offer you a choice. Hand over those 2 children to me, and I shall let bygones be bygones and depart. Though he desired to seize Chu Yuan's body, he recognized the risks involved, given that Chu Yuan was at the Soul Palace realm. If he could directly take away the children without engaging in combat, it would be acceptable. He could later find a remote location to enact his plans. You, a body snatcher, care about the death of a mere guardian? Chu Yuan's gulp. If you wish to lay a hand on my disciple, let us see if you possess the capability. Chapter 17, Shock and Battle. Chu Yuan's voice was not particularly loud. Yet those with profound cultivation, even without divine awareness, possessed extraordinary hearing, and many were struck with astonishment upon hearing his words. What? Body snatching? He claims the master of the Bloodblade Sect is a body snatcher. Body snatching can only be accomplished by someone at the Soul Palace realm, right? Why do I feel he might be telling the truth? After all, the Bloodblade Sect's master had only reached the mid-stage of the 5 organs realm 3 years ago, and now he has attained perfection. Body snatching is utterly terrifying. Those in hiding hastily distance themselves, feeling insecure at such proximity. Wait, how does Chu Yuan know about the body snatching? They were filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the Tianyun Sect were equally astonished. This body snatcher must have been at least at the Soul Palace realm in their previous life. They will likely be formidable. Xiao Qingfeng remarked gravely. Worrying is futile. Let us observe how Chu Yuan responds. Yang Daoxuan sighed. They too arrived at the entrance of the Tianyun Sect. The master of the Bloodblade Sect's gaze sharpened. He did not anticipate Chu Yuan would disclose his identity so readily. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. Aside from Chu Yuan, everyone present was insignificant, and their knowledge mattered little. It seems you will not be handing over those 2 children to me, after all. In that case, the aura of the Bloodblade Sect's master grew increasingly potent, gradually surpassing the confines of the 5 organs realm. You talk too much. Chu Yuan interrupted, raising a hand to strike forth, sending forth a massive golden palm that shone brilliantly in the darkness, akin to a blazing sun. How decisive you are, young one. In the hands of the Blood Knife Sect's leader, a flash of crimson light manifested, revealing a blood cauldron. With a series of intricate hand gestures, he summoned forth the cauldron, which grew to the size of a small mountain. A resounding clang echoed as a colossal golden palm struck the cauldron, resulting in a momentary stalemate before the palm forcefully sent the cauldron flying backward. The leader swiftly evaded the blow, recalling the cauldron just in time. The giant palm crashed into a distant peak, shaking the earth as it pierced through 9 massive mountains before vanishing. Without a glance back, the Blood Knife Sect's leader transformed into a streak of crimson light, dashing toward Chu Yuan with astonishing speed. In an instant, he traversed several miles. The four-legged square blood cauldron shrank to the size of a fist, weaving through the air as a stream of crimson light aimed at Chu Yuan from behind. Simultaneously, a heavy hammer materialized in the leader's grasp, and upon activation, an immense shadow of the hammer, the size of a house, manifested and descended upon Chu Yuan. Sensing the formidable power of these dual assaults, Chu Yuan thought to himself that indeed, the old monster had taken over a body. This force was already comparable to the early stages of the Soul Palace realm. Employing his flying dragon technique, he deftly evaded the two attacks. And as they missed their mark, he closed the distance to confront the Blood Knife Sect's leader. The latter, possessing immense spiritual awareness, had sensed his approach and executed a blood escape to evade him. At that moment, the 8 guardians and 2 deputy sect leaders of the Blood Knife Sect charged toward Chu Yuan, joining forces with their leader to encircle him. A terrifying aura erupted from Chu Yuan, sweeping outward like a tidal wave. The 8 guardians and 2 deputy leaders were instantly sent reeling, spewing blood as they crashed to the ground like lifeless dogs, leaving behind deep craters, utterly motionless. The Blood Knife Sect's leader raised a crimson protective shield, sliding back several steps before dispersing the shockwave. Knowing that I have already reached the Soul Palace realm, you still dare to challenge me? Your strength must not be limited. Why not reveal your true prowess? Chu Yuan's voice resonated like thunder, his entire being enveloped in a golden glow, his eyes shining with divine radiance. Oomph. The Blood Knife Sect's leader snorted coldly and charged forward. This is terrifying. Too terrifying. The Soul Palace realm? Chu Yuan is actually in the Soul Palace realm? How can this be? Who is this Chu Yuan? He is Elder Chu, the ancestor Chu. So that is how it is. Now I understand why Elder Chu could discern that the opponent was a soul snatcher. It turns out he is a powerhouse of the Soul Palace realm. In the face of the Soul Palace realm, the early and mid stages of the 5 organs realm were rendered utterly insignificant. At this moment, countless individuals were left in shock. Chu Yuan of the Tianyun Sect was indeed in the Soul Palace realm, despite having been said to be in the late stages of the 5 organs realm just yesterday. This news must be false. A 50-year-old in the Soul Palace realm. What a terrifying existence. It exceeded their wildest imaginations in the great martial dynasty. The Soul Palace realm was akin to a divine being. Quickly report to the ancestor. The spies of the great martial dynasty frantically relayed the message. It is over. It is truly over. Zhao Wuzhu stared blankly, while the other members of the Qingmu sect were equally dumbfounded. In the realm of the Soul Palace, the entity they had offended was of such formidable stature. However, they were perplexed. How had Chu Yuan managed to break through to the Soul Palace realm? And when had this transformation occurred? Why had he not sought trouble with their sect? A Soul Palace master at the age of 50 was a feat no one dared to dream of. No, there must still be a chance. The one who had usurped the Bloodblade sect's leader was no ordinary foe. If Chu Yuan were to perish at his hands, then perhaps all hope would be restored. Zhao Wuzhu fixed his gaze on the battlefield, as if he had grasped a lifeline, discovering a glimmer of hope. He must die. It was imperative that he falls. He was nearly driven to madness. Hurry! The battle is too terrifying. We must not be caught in the crossfire, or we shall find no place to rest in death. Members of other factions began to retreat in haste. A Soul Palace Master. Elder Chu was indeed a Soul Palace Master. Most of the disciples and elders of the Tianyun Sect were also left in a state of shock, followed by an outpouring of jubilant cheers. Master, go for it. Jiang Yi activated his heavy pupil, spanning a great distance to observe the clash. Brother, who is awake at this hour? You startle me. Jiang Yao emerged, her sleepiness evident as she rubbed her eyes. It is our enemy, the one who rendered us homeless and often left us hungry. Now, Master is battling him to avenge us. Jiang Yi had previously shunned discussions of hatred, but now it was time for his sister to comprehend the truth. How despicable. Is he not a villain? Master, give it your all. Defeat him. Though she had heard her brother and Master speak of the Jiang family's annihilation, she had yet to fully grasp its significance. However, upon learning that this man was responsible for their suffering and homelessness, she understood. Regrettably, she could see nothing. The distance was too great. Boom! 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 In a mere moment, Chu Yuan and the leader of the Bloodblade sect had exchanged blows hundreds of times, their figures resembling 2 shooting stars, trailing luminous tails as they clashed. So far, Chu Yuan held a slight advantage. After all, he was merely a cultivator from a remote locale, lacking substantial foundation, His techniques and martial skills were too feeble. The Bloodblade Sect leader bellowed. Chapter 18. Surrender your body to me. Even if your techniques and martial arts have reached great success, they're still merely of the earth tier. Allow me to demonstrate what advanced techniques truly are. The Bloodblade Sect leader retreated, a smug expression on his face. With a wave of his right hand, 2 of his former deputy leaders and 8 guardians, who had been rendered silent, soared into the air, transforming into blood mist and rushing towards him, absorbed into his being. Boom! Blood-red flames ignited upon his form, and in that instant, his aura firmly reached the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. Cracks resembling a spider's web began to appear on the surface of his flesh. He had exerted more of his primordial spirit's power. Yet this physical body was on the verge of collapse. Ultimately, it was merely a perfected body of the 5 organs realm. Exerting more power would only burden it further. Yet, he could not abandon his physical form just yet, for without it, his primordial spirit would weaken by the moment, unless he immediately executed a body snatching. However, should he fail to severely injure or subdue Chu Yuan first, the likelihood of his seizing control remains rather slim. Although he once reached the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm, his divine spirit is wounded, rendering him incapable of manifesting his full power. Furthermore, the act of seizing control is inherently fraught with difficulty. This corporeal form still possesses residual vitality, for having a physical body is entirely different from lacking one. Numerous techniques necessitate a physical form for execution. Blood Cloud Technique. The leader of the Blood Knife Sect exclaimed, as formidable crimson patterns materialized around him, with a cauldron and a hammer floating to either side. In this moment, his aura surpassed that of Chu Yuan by a third. The blood cauldron expanded, soaring into the sky, descending upon Chu Yuan with the intent to suppress him. Simultaneously, the leader wielded his heavy hammer, engaging in close combat with Chu Yuan, employing techniques of inferior quality from the heavenly tier, which were nearing mastery, yet, ultimately, they were not perfected. With Chu Yuan's current discernment, he could evidently perceive the leader's techniques and martial skills as being of the lower heavenly tier. It was no wonder that he looked down upon those of the earth tier. Indeed, the disparity between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. Chu Yuan had previously refrained from using any heavenly tier techniques, holding back a trump card. The sword of superior quality from the 6th tier materialized in his grasp. This time, Chu Yuan executed the heavenly tier movement technique, soaring like a dragon, deftly evading the Blood Knife Sect leader's assault. He unleashed the heavenly tier red snake sword technique from behind, casting a colossal crimson gold sword shadow that illuminated the heavens and the earth. This is bad. He had previously concealed his prowess. The leader of the Blood Knife Sect's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily dove into the blood cauldron meant for subduing Chu Yuan, activating it as a protective barrier akin to a golden bell. The immense sword shadow struck the blood cauldron, and after merely a moment of stalemate, the cauldron was sent hurtling backward, causing the leader to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with horror. A 6th-tier superior weapon, mid-tier heavenly technique, and lower-tier heavenly sword technique and movement technique. How could this be possible? How could someone from such a small place possess such treasures and legacies? This should not be. His blood cauldron and heavy hammer were also 6th-tier superior, yet his techniques were inferior to those of his opponent. This was an unbearable truth for him. Could it be that this individual is also an outsider? As this thought crossed his mind, a tremor coursed through him. But there was no time for further contemplation, for his adversary was launching another assault. 9 beams of sword light surged towards him like flying swords. He defended while evading, as Chu Yuan relentlessly pressured him from a distance. Although the Tianyun Sect had protective formations, their tier was insufficient to withstand the assault of a Soul Palace realm expert. They are coming. Run! Meanwhile, those who had been covertly observing the battle, upon witnessing its shift towards their direction, nearly lost their wits in fright, abandoning their concealment and desperately fleeing further away. Boom! 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 Chu Yuan unleashed a torrent of power, forcing the leader of the Blood Knife Sect into a relentless retreat. Damn it! A mid-stage Soul Palace expert is proving to be exceedingly troublesome. The leader of the Blood Knife Sect wore a grim expression. The battle at hand had transcended the anticipated level for the early stages of the Soul Palace realm. Chu Yuan's power had ascended to the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm, compelling him to elevate his own strength to match, albeit at the cost of hastening the deterioration of his physical form. I underestimated you, he thought, fixating on Chu Yuan. The latter was not merely demonstrating mid-stage capabilities. He was perilously close to the late stage of the Soul Palace realm, armed with extensive combat experience that left no vulnerabilities exposed. In truth, it was not merely experience that bolstered Chu Yuan. His innate talent for combat was exceptionally high. While he had not engaged in numerous battles previously, he had synchronized not only the cultivation talents of his two disciples, but also their combat prowess. This enabled him to navigate the battlefield with remarkable ease, unleashing the full extent of his learned abilities with unparalleled force. Enough of this. Chu Yuan executed the Crimson Serpent Sword technique, unleashing waves of crimson golden sword light, converging as if a multitude of swords were returning to their source. He summoned his treasured sword, infusing it with his entire cultivation, locking onto the Blood Knife Sect leader, leaving him no avenue for escape. In the next moment, a barrage of attacks descended relentlessly. Damn it! The leader of the Blood Knife Sect sensed a tremendous threat. His opponent's sword technique had reached a minor mastery as well, augmented by profound cultivation and skills that were proving exceedingly difficult to counter. He was relying on his own inherent strength, while his adversary was experiencing a momentary surge of power. Should this continue, defeat was inevitable. Only two paths lay before him: to flee or to fight with abandon. However, his escape techniques were swift, and he feared he might not be able to evade. If he remained trapped for even a short while longer, his physical form would surely collapse. Although it seemed he had two choices, in reality, he was left with but one. How cursed it was that such a powerful practitioner of the Soul Palace realm existed in this place. It was simply unreasonable. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts raced through the leader's mind, ultimately leading him to a resolute decision. So be it. Life and death are dictated by fate, and I shall confront him once more. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a surge of even greater power, his body riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web, as though it might disintegrate at any moment. I have but 5 breaths to severely wound him and then seize his body. The blood cauldron transformed into a massive hill, deflecting the myriad sword lights. Armed with a dark, heavy hammer and with a blood cauldron above him, the leader surged forward against the onslaught of countless swords, charging towards Chu Yuan. Clang! The treasured sword struck the blood cauldron, generating a terrifying shockwave. Seizing the moment, the leader reached Chu Yuan's front. Swinging his hammer in a sweeping arc, Chu Yuan evaded with deft footwork, recalling his sword to slash against the heavy hammer. Both fighters staggered back, with Chu Yuan retreating slightly more. I wonder how much longer you can endure. Chu Yuan's keen awareness detected the leader's precarious state in no more than a few moments. His physical form would undoubtedly shatter. The leader's assault intensified, yet Chu Yuan managed to withstand it, which only fueled the leader's ire and frustration. Bang! Ultimately, the physical form could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed, transforming into a mist of blood that filled the air. From within this sanguine haze, a grayish-white figure surged forth, emanating an overwhelming pressure of divine consciousness, attempting to confine Chu Yuan. Yet, with a tremor of his own mind, Chu Yuan evaded this confinement. Surrender your body to me. Chapter 19. At this moment, are you jesting? The figure, resembling an elderly man of primordial essence, was originally grayish-white, but at this instant, it appeared as if stained, turning a vivid crimson, moving with remarkable speed. Chu Yuan dared not be careless. He unleashed the power of his divine essence, forming layers of defense around him. Simultaneously, this divine power infused his sword, allowing him to launch a series of strikes with a mere flick of his wrist. Ordinary assaults could indeed inflict damage upon the essence, though the injury was minimal. However, when empowered by divine essence, akin to enchantment, the damage soared significantly. Boom! 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 The opponent wielded a heavy hammer and a blood cauldron, shattering Chu Yuan's assaults with ease. Clearly, liberated from the constraints of a physical body, the adversary exhibited an even greater display of strength, albeit at a higher cost of energy. Chu Yuan fought while retreating, denying his foe the opportunity to close in. At this juncture, he employed every means and all his might, knowing full well that his foundation was perilously weak. Yet, even with all his strength unleashed, the enemy advanced with relentless ferocity, their speed formidable. At this moment, the opponent's power had ascended to the late stage of the Soul Palace realm. Though not at the pinnacle, it was still dreadfully intimidating. Chu Yuan remained merely at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm, and the techniques he had practiced were still in their infancy, rendering it impossible for him to bridge a significant gap in combat prowess. In the blink of an eye, their battle reached the horizon. Even the formidable beings of the Five Organs realm struggled to discern the clash. Chu Yuan realized that if this continued, he would inevitably be drawn into close quarters. Should the enemy invade his soul palace to seize control, it would spell disaster. Thus, he steeled himself. His cultivation power and divine essence ignited, fully committing to the fight. Should he survive, he could recuperate later. His combat capability surged to a new level, entering a state bordering on transcendence. Each sword strike more fervent than the last. The once nascent red snake sword technique began to evolve, an avalanche of insights flooding his mind. Before long, the sword technique miraculously reached a state of great accomplishment. The celestial tier, typically associated with the law manifestation and nirvana realms, was now achieved by someone at the Soul Palace realm. Its might reached unfathomable heights. Each strike from Chu Yuan bore several times the power, turning the tide of battle to his favor. The blood cauldron and heavy hammer were incessantly sent flying by the luminous sword light, while the divine essence of the opponent grew increasingly tenuous, akin to a rootless reed, with a remarkably slow recovery rate. At that moment, fear flickered in the adversary's eyes. Impossible. How could you possibly master a celestial tier martial technique to such an extent? This was entirely beyond his expectations. Chu Yuan remained silent, relentlessly attacking. It was his moment of dominance, and he would not grant his opponent a moment's respite. The battlefield is ever-changing, and the villain falls victim to his own verbosity. Boom! 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 After another fierce clash, the opponent visibly weakened, his primordial spirit suffering significant injury, his aura plummeting to the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. At this point, he was no match for Chu Yuan. Fellow Taoist, I concede. Let us cease hostilities. Continuing this battle would be detrimental for us both. Why not settle our grievances and part ways amicably? Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have provoked his adversary. Are you jesting? Chu Yuan's skull? Reconciliation? I would sooner dissect your primordial spirit. Very well. Then let us perish together. The opponent, fully aware that Chu Yuan would not spare him, ignited his primordial spirit. Yet, in a swift motion, he fled into the distance, shouting about mutual destruction. Chu Yuan let out a cold snort and unleashed a barrage of attacks, sealing off the opponent's escape route. Soon after, he cleaved the opponent's primordial spirit into countless fragments, reducing him to mere remnants of soul. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yuan collected these fragments into his system's storage space, where they lay still, devoid of any threat. He also retrieved the blood cauldron and the heavy hammer, along with the storage ring. At last, the battle concluded. Chu Yuan immediately halted the consumption of his cultivation and primordial spirit, leaving him exceedingly weak. His strength reduced to barely 20%. This encounter had been perilous. Ultimately, his insufficient power and lack of overwhelming strength urged him to strive for greater might. After consuming several 6-tier healing pills, he stabilized his condition. It would take at least a month or two for him to fully recover. He flew back, and at that moment, the world was shrouded in silence, the major factions trembling in shock. Chu Yuan had emerged victorious. The usurper had been vanquished. Though the distance was great, they could discern that he had been shattered into fragments and subsequently erased. Such a level of combat was akin to that of deities. Each strike was potent enough to obliterate them with ease. It was over. Zhao Wuju's heart sank, and in the next moment, he turned to flee. However, a figure appeared before him with unparalleled speed. It was Chu Yuan. Zhao Wuju's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to speak, only to see a colossal hand reaching for him. He sought to escape, but found himself ensnared, his speed akin to that of a snail. Ultimately, he was grasped in that mighty hand and reduced to ash. Zhao Wuju was dead. The vengeance for his parents had finally been avenged. Chu Yuan's gaze shifted to the remaining members of the Tianyun Sect present, 7 in total, all at the Five Organs realm. Elder, they exclaimed in terror, desperate to defend themselves. But Chu Yuan's hand once again moved mercilessly towards them. Let us fight, they cried, summoning their treasures and martial techniques to resist Chu Yuan's onslaught. However, it ultimately proves to be in vain. Even with merely 20% of his strength, he can effortlessly crush them. The disparity in realms is akin to the vast difference between heaven and earth. Just as the mighty flow of rivers, even when reduced to but 20%, can easily obliterate small ditches. After eradicating these individuals, Chu Yuan returned to the Tianyun Sect. Others from various factions hastily fled, fearing the repercussions. Having witnessed the terror of a Soul Palace realm expert, "Are you all right, Chu?" Xiao Qingfeng inquired with concern. They wished to offer assistance, but alas, their own weakness rendered them mere liabilities. "I am fine. You may return," Chu Yuan replied. Soon, he arrived back at Daoyuan Peak. "Master, are you unharmed?" Jiang Yi asked anxiously. The battle had moved further away. Despite possessing the heavy eye, he could not see far enough to discern the specifics of the conflict. "I am unharmed. He is dead," Chu Yuan stated. "Splendid," Jiang Yi exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. He then knelt, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for avenging your disciple. This deep-seated enmity has finally been resolved. I shall never forget this kindness. Sister, quickly express your thanks to Master." "Ah." Jiang Yao mimicked her brother's actions. Chu Yuan lifted them both, saying, "All right, now go rest." Chapter 20. Blood-Ean Hall, where a Soul Palace realm expert is only fit to serve as a steward. How could a former Soul Palace cultivator be so destitute? Within the loft, Chu Yuan examined the storage ring of the fallen individual, discovering it bereft of valuable items. There were no 6-tier pills, nor any martial techniques, though there were a considerable number of spirit stones. It seemed that the man had exhausted his resources after seizing control. The greatest gains from this encounter were the blood cauldron and heavy hammer, both of 6-tier quality. Additionally, there was a diamond-shaped token, crafted from a special blood-colored material, inscribed with Blood-Ean Hall on one side and Steward Lin Huayuan on the other. The usurper was named Lin Huayuan, hailing from a faction known as Blood-Ean Hall, where he served as a steward. Chu Yuan speculated, if this were the case, it would be alarming, for even in the Soul Palace realm, one could only attain the position of steward. One could only imagine the terror that Blood-Ean Hall must instill. Generally, stewards hold a status that is merely slightly above the mid-tier among various factions. However, there is no need for concern, according to Jiang Yi. This individual must have usurped control 2.5 years ago. Most likely, he hails from a distant land and arrived here due to unforeseen circumstances. Choosing to usurp the leader of the Bloodblade sect indicates he was likely left with no other options. Perhaps he was even pursued by enemies. Thus, it is improbable that Blood-Ean Hall will quickly seek him out. Now that the great vendetta has been avenged, it is time to earnestly cultivate his strength. For this is ultimately a world where power reigns supreme. Nothing is more vital than strength. As long as one possesses formidable power, even the mightiest adversary poses no fear. Chu Yuan then inspected other storage rings, some belonging to the Bloodblade sect and others from the Tianyun Sect. There was nothing particularly remarkable, so he collected everything, intending to later gift them to his disciples, triggering a return. As for whether to annihilate the Tianyun Sect, Chu Yuan decided to postpone that thought for now, focusing instead on his recovery. After consuming numerous elixirs, he began his cultivation. The physical injuries were manageable, yet this time, the burning of his primordial spirit's power had inflicted harm upon his soul as well. Fortunately, he had preserved the remnants of that person's soul, with some refinement. It could be utilized to restore his own spirit. That night, the entire Tianyun Sect was restless, with over 99% of its members unable to sleep, all abuzz with excitement and discussion. They had a powerhouse at the Soul Palace realm. Even the higher-ups of the sect could not remain composed. They had finally witnessed the terrifying might of the Soul Palace realm. It was no exaggeration to say that 10 fully realized 5-organs realm cultivators would stand no chance against a practitioner in the early stages of the Soul Palace realm. Moreover, Tianyun Sect currently lacked even a single fully realized 5-organs realm cultivator. The foremost sect of the Great Wu Dynasty, Tianyun Sect had undoubtedly ascended to become the leading sect of the Great Wu Dynasty. Other major factions, trembling with fear, distanced themselves while conversing, including the Guyu Sect, which had previously held the position of the dynasty's foremost sect. The strongest elder of Guyu Sect was merely at the fully realized 5-organs realm. The Tianyun Sect was finished. They cast scornful glances toward the direction of the Tianyun Sect. The members of the Tianyun Sect soon received the news and were left utterly dumbfounded. The elder of the Tianyun Sect collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant, exclaiming that it was all over. The palace of the Great Wu Dynasty trembled in response. The following day, Chu Yuan summoned the deputy sect leader, Yang Daozhong, through voice transmission, returning the treasures he had previously borrowed, and even adding many more. Yang Daozhong trembled with excitement. Within just a day, the foundation of their sect had multiplied several times over. They had become affluent. Jiang Yi also rose early to commence his cultivation. Although the mastermind behind his troubles was dead, the Bloodblade sect still existed, and he still had the opportunity to avenge himself. Moreover, he understood the paramount importance of strength. He yearned to grow stronger swiftly. He took out the heavenly grade cultivation method to comprehend. If he were to cultivate, he would pursue the strongest. Additionally, he began training with Jiang Yao, initially expecting her to find it tedious. To his surprise, the little girl became increasingly enthusiastic about cultivation, leaving him utterly astonished. They now lacked for nothing. Food and cultivation resources were abundant, though they lacked a master to guide them. Their teacher had completely entered seclusion. The remnants of the soul proved quite useful. Chu Yuan refined the fragments of the shattered soul. Still in a state of disarray, they had not yet revived. And he obliterated their consciousness, transforming them into the purest essence of primordial spirit power, which significantly accelerated his recovery. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Out of misfortune came blessing. Chu Yuan had now fully recovered, and not only that, his cultivation had improved substantially. It would not be long before he could break through to the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. The most noteworthy aspect is his primordial spirit power. After refining all the remnants of souls, his primordial spirit strength has transcended its limitations, advancing to the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm, and is nearing the pinnacle of this stage. If I were to engage in battle with the opponent now, I could annihilate them without the need to expend my cultivation energy or primordial spirit power, and I could do so swiftly. As Chu Yuan departed from the loft, he observed Jiang Yao diligently cultivating, her cultivation having reached the early stage of the body refinement realm. This surprised him, having immersed himself in seclusion for an entire month. He had been oblivious to Jiang Yao's progress. It dawned on him that he might be somewhat remiss as a master. He chuckled and shook his head, realizing it was time to guide his disciples. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Jiang Yi was the first to notice. Chu Yuan swiftly appeared before him, patting his shoulder with approval. Well done. You have achieved perfection in the body refinement realm and are on the verge of breaking through to the condensation realm. It is all thanks to the abundant resources provided by my master, Jiang Yi replied with a grin. Previously, while fleeing with Jiang Yao, he had been without a stable residence and resources, which hindered his cultivation progress. However, now that he lacked nothing, his cultivation naturally advanced swiftly. Had he not changed his cultivation method, he would have already broken through to the condensation realm. Nonetheless, practicing a heavenly tier technique would lay a solid foundation for him, making future cultivation much easier with numerous benefits. Master, look at me. Jiang Yao interjected, proudly lifting a stone nearly her size and revealing her two small tiger teeth. Impressive indeed, Chu Yuan generously praised. Hee, Jiang Yao giggled happily. Come here, and I shall share with you the essentials of cultivation. 2 days later, a figure appeared outside Daoyuan Peak. It was Xiao Qingfeng, who found Chu Yuan and the others enjoying roasted meat. With a grin, he remarked, It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. Come, sit with us, Chu Yuan beckoned. As Xiao Qingfeng approached, his gaze fell upon Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao. Astonished. Oh, how astonishing. These two children have made such rapid progress in their cultivation. In just 2 days, Jiang Yi had already broken through to the early stage of the condensation realm, while Jiang Yao was nearing the mid-stage of the body refinement realm. I distinctly remember a month ago one was in the late body refinement stage, and the other had not even begun cultivating. Could I be mistaken? Xiao Qingfeng pondered existentially. You are not mistaken, Chu Yuan replied. Disciple, this is one of the esteemed elders of Tianyun Sect. Greetings, elder. Jiang Yi rose and cupped his hands respectfully. Jiang Yao followed suit, mimicking her brother's actions. Xiao Qingfeng was taken aback. You're sure? So, they have made such progress in just a month? It seems there is truth to the saying, like master, like disciple. If the master is extraordinary, it is only reasonable for the disciples to be equally exceptional, especially considering these two children must possess some unique qualities. After all, being accepted as a disciple by Chu Yuan signifies great potential, especially considering that the Soul Palace realm has sought out these two children. Regrettably, he is unable to perceive the unique qualities of these youngsters. What they call the Grand Elder, I am known as Xiao Qingfeng. You may address me as Grandpa Xiao. Xiao Qingfeng chuckled. In the future, should any matters arise within the Tianyun Sect, invoking the name of Grandpa Xiao will certainly prove advantageous. Chu Yuan responded with a smile. Isn't invoking my name more beneficial than yours? Xiao Qingfeng's lips tightened in a bemused grimace. You truly leave me no dignity at all. Chu Yuan tossed him a roasted leg of lamb, Now, does this sufficiently restore your honor? Ha, delicious, Xiao Qingfeng exclaimed, taking a bite and smiling contentedly. What brings you to me? Is it forbidden to seek you without reason? Xiao Qingfeng retorted. Depending on my mood, I might just throw you out. Must it be so ruthless? After all, I'll watch you grow up, Xiao Qingfeng lamented before swiftly changing the subject. However, there are indeed several matters I wish to discuss with you. You have been in seclusion this month, and quite a bit has transpired outside. Oh, please elaborate. Chu Yuan inquired with curiosity. First and foremost, the Qingmu Sect, upon learning of your status in the Soul Palace realm and your elimination of 9 individuals, including Zhao Wuzhu, has been utterly terrified. Fearing your wrath would lead to their annihilation, the higher-ups hastily absconded with the sect's resources overnight. In the blink of an eye, the Qingmu Sect has become virtually non-existent. Yet, many of their assets could not be taken, and the other major forces dare not assume control, prompting the deputy sect master to send someone to manage the situation. Presently, the Qingmu Sect has become our territory, Xiao Qingfeng continued. However, their actions were indeed ruthless, as they dismantled even the protective formation of the sect to carry it away. Now, among the 7 great sects of the Dao dynasty, only 6 remain. Moreover, the remaining 5 sects have acknowledged our Tianyun Sect as the foremost among them, sending an abundance of treasures as tribute. Those treasures are currently displayed in the sect's main hall. You may choose to retrieve them yourself or have them delivered. Regardless, it has been unanimously decided that those treasures belong to you, and we shall not take a single piece. They certainly fled quickly, Chu Yuan mused, astonished that the Qingmu Sect had disbanded so effortlessly. However, considering the circumstances, it is understandable. Offending a Soul Palace realm cultivator leaves them with no sanctuary in the Dao dynasty. They would do well to pray not to cross my path, Chu Yuan remarked. Aside from this, is there anything else? Indeed, there is more, Xiao Qingfeng replied with a chuckle. The imperial family of Dao has also sent a plethora of treasures, stating that when you have the time, you should inform them. Their ancestor wishes to visit personally to discuss matters. Oh, Chu Yuan said, taking a sip from his teacup. Elder Xiao, what is known of this imperial ancestor's cultivation level? Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. All I know is that he was of the Soul Palace realm a century ago. As for his current level, that remains uncertain. However, it likely isn't exaggerated. Chu Yuan nodded, then inquired, do they specify what matters they wish to discuss? Xiao Qingfeng shook his head once more. Very well, when there is time, we shall meet. Chu Yuan Vima? In any case, you have achieved considerable fame within the great martial dynasty, and even beyond its borders, your reputation has grown significantly, Xiao Qingfeng added. Grandfather Xiao, do we have any news regarding the Bloodblade sect in the Wild Ridge? Bianc, yi inwit. We are indeed keeping a close watch on the Bloodblade sect, Xiao Qingfeng replied. It is said that upon receiving news, they fled, just like the Qingmu sect. Now, the Bloodblade sect exists merely as a shell of its former self. Thus far, the major forces in the Wild Ridge are restless. Yet none have claimed the territory of the Bloodblade sect as their own. They have fled? No matter. I shall eventually root them out one by one and annihilate them, Chu Yuan declared. There is another matter, with your current cultivation level. The position of elder is no longer befitting. Given your temperament, you are uninterested in becoming the sect leader. Hence, the higher-ups have unanimously decided to appoint you as the ancestor of the sect. Even the supreme elder will pay respects to you, Xiao Qingfeng said with a smile. Very well, Chu Yuan nodded slightly. It is merely an honorary title. There is no need to decline. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yuan and Xiao Qingfeng arrived at the grand hall of the sect. He would not hesitate to take the treasures, as they could always be returned to his disciples. The higher-ups of the sect were also pleased, for the gifts Chu Yuan had previously bestowed upon them were already ample. Come here, both of you. Chu Yuan called to Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao upon returning to Daoyuan Peak. I intend to enter seclusion once more for a period. These items are for you. With that, he presented them with the supplies he had just acquired, along with the spoils from vanquishing their foes. Several storage rings were filled to the brim. Ping! The system's notification echoed, and Chu Yuan experienced another surge of wealth. Jiang Yi examined the treasures and was instantly astounded. These countless treasures. It feels as though Master has bestowed upon us everything he has acquired. Jiang Yao also took a look, though she was unaware of the true worth of the items. Master, Jiang Yi began to express his gratitude, but was interrupted by Chu Yuan. Since you are my disciples, it is only right that I provide for you. Henceforth, there is no need to speak of thanks. Upon hearing this, even the tough Jiang Yi felt his eyes welling up, Their master had been exceedingly kind to them. I will certainly train diligently and live up to master's expectations. Viang, you eternity. I shall not disappoint master. Jiang Yao echoed, mimicking his determination. Chu Yuan chuckled softly and swiftly entered the pavilion. Although the ancestor of the great martial dynasty had mentioned matters for discussion, he found himself preoccupied with the pursuit of cultivation. What could possibly be more pressing than refining one's skills, especially when he lacked for nothing? Having acquired ample medicinal herbs for training through his disciples? Days later, within a hidden cave, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air. The grand entrance of the cave swung open, revealing a spirited figure who emerged with great vigor, a tall, middle-aged man clad in flowing azure robes, his attire dancing in the wind. It was none other than Wang Mu, the esteemed leader of the Tianyun Sect. At last, I have ascended to the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm. The strength of our sect has once again surged. I must show them and bring them joy. He promptly sent a message to the sect's higher-ups, summoning them to convene in the main hall. Upon his arrival at the grand hall, he was greeted by an elder accompanied by several stewards, who presented a plethora of storage rings. Ah, sect leader, you have emerged from seclusion? We pay our respects. Wang Mu nodded, then inquired, what is all this? Oh, sect leader, you refer to these storage rings? The elder replied, they contain spirit stones, acquired from the sale of a portion of the Qingmu sect's assets. The deputy sect leader and the grand elder instructed that all proceeds be sent here. Wang Mu was taken aback. Wait, did you say the sale of whose assets? Had he misheard? Chapter 22. A further breakthrough in cultivation, mastery of all techniques. Please repeat what you just said, Wang Mu commanded, this time straining to listen intently. Though puzzled, the elder recounted his previous statement. The sect leader was even more bewildered. He had not misheard. It was indeed the sale of Qingmu sect's assets. But the question loomed, how could Tianyun Sect presume to engage in the sale of Qingmu sect's possessions? Qingmu sect still held superiority over them. Was this not an inversion of natural order? Just then, a flurry of figures arrived, including the deputy sect leader Yang Daojin and numerous grand elders. They appeared buoyant, as if rejuvenated, brimming with vitality and enthusiasm. Ha ha, sect leader, you have finally emerged. Yang Daojin bellowed with laughter. Ah, you've reached the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm. Congratulations. Shao Qingfeng added his well wishes, and others soon followed suit, offering their congratulations. However, Wang Mu was preoccupied, hastily pressing for clarification. What is the meaning of all this? He gestured toward the storage rings, addressing the assembly of senior sect members. Laughter erupted among those present, the elder now comprehending the source of the sect leader's confusion. It dawned on them that the leader had been oblivious to recent developments during his period of seclusion. Indeed, the seclusion chamber was located at the rear of the sect, well insulated from sound, and without any messages to inform him, it was perfectly reasonable for him to be unaware. As the laughter continued, Wang Mu felt increasingly lost. Allow me to explain, Shao Qingfeng said, stroking his beard and preparing to elucidate. Moments later, Wang Mu stood rooted in place, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had unwittingly missed a plethora of significant events during his time away, in the realm of the Soul Palace. The Tianyun Sect has unexpectedly acquired an elder of the Soul Palace realm, none other than the remarkably youthful Chu Yuan, who is merely 50 years of age. The astonishment, the shock, the incredulity. Were it not for the unanimous agreement of all present, one might have thought they were jesting. Shall I abdicate and allow him to take my place? Wang Mu ultimately proposed, disinterested in the position of sect leader. After all, what dignity does a sect leader hold compared to that of an elder? Shao Qingfeng remarked. Very well then, I shall continue as sect leader, Wang Mu sighed, a smile inadvertently creeping upon his lips. Following an overwhelming sense of shock, exhilaration and joy surged within him. Who could have imagined that merely by entering seclusion, the sect would ascend to the apex? It was nothing short of a dream, a profound happiness. A month later, within the loft of Daoyuan Peak, where Chu Yuan resided, an explosive roar echoed as his cultivation aura shattered its constraints, seamlessly advancing into the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. Prior to this, his foundation in the early stage of the Soul Palace realm had been exceptionally solid, and following a fierce battle 2 months prior, he had made further advancements. Now, after a month of seclusion, he had finally broken through. Although the quality of the true essence within him had not changed significantly, its quantity had multiplied several times over. Generally, within the same realm, the qualitative shift in minor stages is minimal, yet the quantitative increase is remarkably pronounced. As his cultivation broke through, his divine consciousness also grew stronger, surpassing the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm, advancing a small realm ahead of his physical cultivation. Most importantly, his martial arts had reached perfection. The mid-grade celestial technique had been cultivated to great success by one in the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. Such an astonishing feat. This was largely attributable to the extraordinary talents of his two disciples. Without their exceptional endowments, it is debatable whether he could have ever brought the mid-grade celestial technique to fruition in this lifetime, given that his original potential was confined to the Soul Palace realm, which he might not have reached until several centuries of age. With a mid-stage cultivation in the Soul Palace realm and a perfected mid-grade celestial technique, the quality and quantity of his cultivation were comparable to, if not exceeding, that of an average individual in the late stage of the Soul Palace realm. Furthermore, with the completion of his technique, his training speed accelerated. Within less than half a month, he had also perfected the low-grade celestial movement technique, the Flying Dragon. Master, Chu Yuan, age, 50, talent, unparalleled in this era. A beacon through the ages, enhanced by two disciples' talents. Potential, the beginning of an immortal king's endowment. Cultivation, mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. Technique, Qi Jin Xinyuan Gong, mid-grade celestial. Perfected. Martial skills, Chilean sword technique, low-grade celestial. Perfected. Flying Dragon, low-grade celestial. Perfected. Disciples, 23, available for review. Senior disciple, Jiang H. Talent, unparalleled in this era. Innate dual pupils. Potential, endowment of an immortal. Cultivation, mid-stage of condensation realm. Technique, Crimson Gold Profound Origin Art, heavenly grade. Middle tier, unmastered. Martial arts, Crimson Serpent Sword Technique, heavenly grade. Lower tier, unmastered. Soaring Dragon, heavenly grade. Lower tier, unmastered. Fortune, favored by heaven and earth. A person of great fortune. Second disciple, Jiang Yao. Age 5. Talent, epic shattering. Innate supreme bone. Potential, immortal qualification. Cultivation, mid-stage of body refinement realm. Technique, Crimson Gold Profound Origin Art, heavenly grade. Middle tier, unmastered. Martial arts, Crimson Serpent Sword Technique, heavenly grade. Lower tier, unmastered. Soaring Dragon, heavenly grade. Lower tier, unmastered. Fortune, favored by heaven and earth. A person of great fortune. Chu Yuan had no complaints about himself. His eldest disciple was remarkably impressive. Within a month, he had ascended to the mid-stage of the condensation realm. This was to be expected. As Jiang, he was merely recovering his former cultivation level. He had previously reached the late stage of the condensation realm, and now he was simply retracing his steps. Coupled with abundant training resources, his progress was commendable. It was entirely normal that both his techniques and martial arts remained unmastered, given his low cultivation level. What astonished Chu Yuan was that the little girl, Jiang Yao, had actually broken through to the mid-stage of the body refinement realm. Goodness! Achieving such a state after merely 2 months of training. Is this the true worth of possessing an innate supreme bone? At this rate, she might break through to the condensation realm by the age of 6. Jiang, he had never progressed this swiftly. As a person of great fortune, one could never predict the breakthroughs in cultivation. Sometimes, leaping an entire realm within a month was not an extraordinary occurrence. With these thoughts, Chu Yuan felt a twinge of envy. Although he possessed his disciples' innate talents, he lacked their fortuitous destinies. If he were endowed with their luck, he could afford to be reckless without fear of consequences. However, without such fortune, he dared not act impulsively. The dual pupil and supreme bone were significant. And while their relationship was currently harmonious, one could not dismiss the possibility that Jiang he might one day seek to usurp his sister's bone. Chu Yuan Bunda. Hoping that fate would not play such a cruel jest, he realized that as a mentor, he must remain vigilant. He would not wish for his two disciples to become adversaries. With his supply of elixirs and premium spirit stones exhausted, it was time for him to venture out. The 6 great elixirs he had obtained were now depleted, and he had run out of premium spirit stones. His current cultivation relied heavily on these 2 resources. Low-grade elixirs held no value for him, and while higher-grade spirit stones were more effective, they were not the optimal choice. Although he possessed spirit crystals, their high grade made them beyond his current capacity to refine. Therefore, he needed to procure some 6 great elixirs and premium spirit stones. Naturally, Fifth-grade elixirs could also be sought for the purpose of teaching and returning favors. The availability of cultivation resources was of paramount importance. Having sufficient resources for cultivation made a world of difference. It could significantly shorten the time required for advancement. The practice of cultivation emphasizes the importance of resources, with the foremost being the materials required for refinement. The sect does not possess an abundance of exquisite spirit stones, nor are there many fifth-tier elixirs available. It appears a visit to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is in order. Conveniently, the Wanbao Chamber is located in the Imperial City, allowing for a chance to also inquire about matters with the royal ancestors. I feel somewhat uneasy leaving the two disciples here. Although no one from the sect dares to harm them, the possibility of a powerful adversary arriving at Tianyun Sect during my absence lingers. While this scenario may seem unlikely, it remains a possibility, especially considering these two are bearers of great fortune, often attracting trouble. Anything could happen. Yet, would bringing them along not also invite various complications? Enough of this overthinking. I shall take them along. If things turn awry, I can store them in the system's spatial storage, which can accommodate living beings and where time stands still. Upon learning of the impending excursion, the two disciples brightened with excitement. After spending 2 months at Daoyuan Peak, they were beginning to feel restless. Let us go indulge in some delicious food. Charge ahead. With the infusion of his cultivation into the treasured sword, it expanded significantly in size. He ascended on the flying sword with the two disciples, ready for takeoff. Just before they launched, Jiang Yao cheerfully raised her tiny fist and shouted. Chu Yuan chuckled softly, initiating the flight on the sword, a long-desired aspiration from his previous life, now fulfilled in this one. Chapter 23. The snap of the fingers to slay the fifth-tier flood dragon. The journey from Tianyun Sect to the great martial imperial city spans 50,000 miles, passing through a place known as Eagle's Sorrow Cliff. At this very moment, a terrifying battle erupts at Eagle's Sorrow Cliff, pitting a group of women against a flood dragon. Dressed in matching emerald robes, the women wield long swords with determination. The flood dragon, measuring 1,000 feet in length, is adorned with pitch-black scales, its claws sharp as blades, and a single horn atop its head glimmers with a chilling light, its pale yellow vertical pupils radiating an oppressive aura. Numerous attacks strike the flood dragon, only managing to create a shower of sparks. The leading woman, the strongest among them, primarily engages the dragon while the others provide support. Each clash stirs the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the mountains that rise from the water nearby to tremble, unleashing tumultuous waves. The trees atop the peaks are reduced to mere powder by the residual force. The flood dragon, fierce and relentless, overwhelms the group of women, forcing them to retreat. Damn it! This beast has reached the 5th tier. This was a miscalculation. Ling Shuiyan's face darkens. As the sect leader of Tianyun Sect, she had learned days prior that an elder from her sect, along with disciples, had encountered this dragon during their training and had been devoured. In a desperate last effort, the elder relayed the message that they had faced a fully realized 4th-tier flood dragon, equivalent to a perfected realm in human cultivation. Upon receiving this news, she brought with her 7 elders of the same cultivation level, intent on slaying the dragon. The elusive dragon was indeed difficult to find. It took 2 days of relentless searching. However, the creature did not resemble the elder's message, for it was not at the perfected 4th tier, but rather in the early stages of the 5th tier, equivalent to a human cultivator at the nascent stage. Yet, as a demonic beast, the dragon inherently possessed a formidable physique, often surpassing human cultivators in strength. In their initial confrontation, the odds were decidedly against them. Even with her standing firm, the 7 elders sustained significant injuries, and she herself struggled to defend against the onslaught. She attempted to send a distress signal to the sect for aid, but reinforcements would take time to arrive. As time passed, their chances of survival diminished perilously. "Hold it off! You all must escape," commanded Ling Shuiyan. "Master, we cannot leave," protested the 7 elders in unison, shaking their heads. "This is an order. You cannot assist in this situation. If this continues, we shall all perish here. You must go first. I will find an opportunity to retreat later." "Very well. May you stay safe." With that, the 7 elders fled. Upon witnessing their departure, the dragon's eyes flared with fury, its malice intensifying as if its prey had slipped away. Though the 5th-tier beast could not articulate its rage, it would have surely unleashed a torrent of curses had it been able. Enraged, it directed its wrath towards Ling Shuiyan, relentlessly battering her and leaving her battered and bruised. This accursed dragon is far too powerful, its combat prowess rivaling that of a mid-stage nascent cultivator. If this continues, my demise is inevitable. She fought while retreating, yet escape was impossible. The dragon clung to her tenaciously, leaving her with no avenue of escape. All she could do was delay, uncertain if help would arrive from her sect in time. With a thunderous crash, the dragon executed a sweeping tail strike, sending her hurtling into a mountain peak, where she finally came to a stop. At that moment, she noticed a sword flying toward her, bearing 3 figures, a man and 2 children. This is bad. If they approach, they will be in grave danger. Fellow cultivators, there's a 5th-tier dragon ahead. Retreat swiftly and distance yourselves from this place. She cautioned, just as she issued her warning. A dragon claw appeared before her, reaching out to seize her, forcing her to evade and re-engage in battle with the dragon. "Wow, master, is that a dragon?" exclaimed Jiang Yao, her eyes wide as she gazed at the distant beast from the flying sword. Jiang Yi also observed the fierce battle, secretly impressed by its strength. "It is indeed a dragon, though merely a flood dragon and not a true dragon," Chu Yuan replied with a smile. He had long been aware of the conflict and had locked his consciousness onto the dragon. As for the woman, her attire suggested she was from the Tianyun Sect. This was a necessary route. Such battles did not warrant his diversion. "Oh, I nearly forgot about my little glutton," Chu Yuan mused. "The flesh of the flood dragon should be more delectable than that of other demonic beasts. After all, dragon liver and phoenix marrow were delicacies of the celestial realm, and a flood dragon was still a dragon." With this thought, Chu Yuan resolved to slay the flood dragon. Just then, it seemed the creature had noticed them and abandoned Ling Shuyan, soaring towards them as if intent on devouring them to replenish its energy before resuming its battle with her. "Fellow cultivators, flee at once." Ling Shuyan observed the scene and hurriedly gasped, wishing to rush in for a rescue, but it was already too late. It was over. A sigh escaped her lips. It was indeed finished. Jiang Yi had witnessed the demise of the dragon, and seeking trouble with them, when the enemy was already defeated, would be tantamount to courting death. They had stepped on a nail. The adversary was as tough as the hardest fruit. This dragon was exceedingly audacious. How terrifying! As Jiang Yao gazed at the enlarging dragon head, fear gripped her, prompting her to hide behind Chu Yuan, clutching his robe with one small hand and peeking out timidly. Chu Yuan's expression turned cold. "Beast, you have frightened my disciple." He pointed his sword, and a beam of sword light swiftly shot forth from his fingertip. The dragon initially regarded it with disdain, but as the sword light approached, its countenance shifted drastically. It attempted to flee, but it was too late. Ultimately, the sword light pierced through its skull, shattering its soul simultaneously. The vertical pupils instantly dulled, and the dragon's body fell helplessly, though it did not descend far before being drawn back by Chu Yuan's true essence. "There, do not be afraid. It is dead," he reassured, gently patting Jiang Yao's small head. Jiang Yao boldly stepped forward, examining the lifeless dragon. Chu Yuan noted that while this little girl was frightened by ferocity, she was unperturbed by the lifeless. Quite commendable. Meanwhile, in the distance, Ling Shuyan stood frozen in disbelief. She had believed the trio to be doomed, yet they had unexpectedly slain the dragon with such effortless precision. What formidable strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? At the very least, they must be at the pinnacle of the 5th vein stage. At this moment, she was utterly astonished. Wait, white hair, that face. Could it be the esteemed Chu Yuan from Tianyun Sect? She hadn't scrutinized earlier, but now, recognizing him, she was completely taken aback. She had encountered the venerable ancestor, a powerful figure of the Soul Palace. No wonder he could so easily vanquish the dragon. The thought of her previous belief that they would perish made her involuntarily chuckle. Young, handsome, and immensely powerful, truly admirable. She felt compelled to express her gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Had he not slain the dragon, her survival would have been uncertain. She certainly did not believe she could endure until the sect support arrived. The dragon's flesh is delectable, likely more succulent than the roasted meats you have previously tasted. Would you care to indulge? Really? Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement, a glistening droplet of saliva escaping her lips as she thought, "Master, I wish to eat." "Then let your brother roast it for you," Jiang Yi exclaimed, thumping his chest with a grin. "Leave it to me." Chapter 24, merely more handsome. True essence coalesced into a long sword, effortlessly slicing through the dragon's scales and severing a piece of flesh weighing around 100 pounds. Ling Shuyan, who had just approached, sighed softly. What was impenetrable to them was as easily cut as tofu by their adversary. This, indeed, was the chasm of disparity. Ling Xian of the Tianyun Sect respectfully greeted the esteemed Chu, expressing her profound gratitude for the life-saving assistance he had bestowed upon her. Adjusting her attire, she performed a courteous bow. Despite Chu Yuan's youth, the path of cultivation dictates that skill defines a master. Thus, one's seniority is determined not by age, but by prowess. Chu Yuan appraised her, noting her exquisite features and fair complexion, which marked her as a striking beauty. Upon hearing her name, he recognized her as the leader of the Tianyun Sect, which, although still ranked fourth among the 7 sects, was unique in that all its members were women. The current hierarchy placed the Tianyun Sect first, followed by the Gus Sect and the Chiang Sect. Remarkably, Ling Xian had demonstrated considerable talent, having achieved the 5th stage of bodily refinement at a mere 100 years of age, over a century younger than her peers in leadership. It was merely a trifling effort. There is no need for formality. Chu Yuan replied with a slight nod. To you, it may be a trivial matter, but to me, it is a debt of gratitude. She insisted earnestly. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the 2 children nearby, and she gasped in astonishment. Hadn't she heard that one was untrained and the other was in a late stage of physical refinement? Yet unexpectedly, one had reached the mid-stage of physical refinement, while the other had attained the mid-stage of energy condensation. This remarkable progress had transpired in just a month, and to think, one was merely 5 years old, while the other was 13, truly extraordinary. She was taken aback again, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. No wonder these children were sought after by the Soul Palace. Jiang Yi glanced at her before averting his gaze, while Jiang Yao remained fixated on the piece of dragon meat, saliva nearly spilling from her mouth. Regaining her composure, Ling Xian inquired, "Esteemed Chu, might you have other uses for the dragon's demon core and dragon tendons? Do you desire them?" Chu Yuan replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance her way. "Should you not require them, I would be willing to purchase them from you," she hurriedly offered. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuan mused that the demon core and dragon tendons possessed little value for him. What is their worth in spirit stones? The demon core is valued at 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and the dragon tendons at around 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ling Xian explained candidly. To be forthright, I plan to concoct a Fulong pill, for which I require a dragon demon core. The dragon tendons will be utilized to craft a set of garments. If you are willing to part with them, I would offer you 180,000 high-grade spirit stones for both. Chu Yuan recognized the Fulong pill as a remarkable concoction that could enhance both the physical form and cultivation level of those at the 5th stage. It could fetch nearly 200,000 high-grade spirit stones per pill. Typically, the medicinal pills for cultivation at this stage could be procured for just a few dozen or hundreds of high-grade spirit stones, while top-tier pills could cost thousands, if not tens of thousands. The Fulong pill, however, exceeded 200,000, underscoring its exceptional nature, capable of facilitating swifter breakthroughs to the next minor level. Yet, such a pill held no utility for him. Very well, but I require only the finest spirit stones, he concluded. 180,000 top-grade spirit stones, when converted, equate to 1,800 supreme spirit stones. While it is indeed feasible, I currently lack such an abundance of supreme spirit stones, which puts Ling Xian in a bit of a predicament. Not to worry, simply have someone deliver them to the Tianyun Sect, he instructed. He extracted the demon core and dragon tendons, noting that 4th-tier demon beasts would condense demon cores, akin to how the human race refines profound pills. The demon core, roughly the size of a fist and black in hue, contained a terrifying energy that, if detonated, could effortlessly obliterate a massive mountain. Take it, Chu Yuan urged, pushing the items forward. He harbored no fear of deceit. Should they attempt to trick him, he could personally visit the Tianyun Sect and reclaim his dues with interest. Ling Xian was taken aback, never anticipating that Chu Yuan would place such trust in her. Initially, she had thought she would need to exchange for supreme spirit stones before proceeding with the purchase. Thank you, esteemed senior. Rest assured, I shall personally deliver the spirit stones to the Tianyun Sect, she vowed, thumping her chest in assurance, only to suddenly feel a flush of embarrassment as she realized the flying sword had already distanced itself from her. Did she possess no charm at all? Ling Xian began to question her self-worth. Previously, wherever she went, others would avert their gaze in satisfaction upon seeing her. A pang of defeat washed over her. Nevertheless, with a figure like Senior Chu, he was destined to transcend the confines of this minor Wu dynasty. Associating with him was akin to existing in different realms. Overthinking would only serve to breed unnecessary worries. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder what type of companion he would seek, should he desire one. Not long after, the elders of the Tianyun Sect inquired about her situation. Upon learning that she had been saved by Chu Yuan, they were collectively stunned and envious. The flying sword was now shrouded in true essence, impervious to the wind. As Jiang ignited a charcoal fire to commence grilling meat, they proceeded leisurely towards the Great Wu Imperial City. "It's done. Time to eat." "Viank, ye acclaim it." "Hurry. Let me have a taste," came the eager reply. "Be careful. It's hot." Jiang cautiously sliced a piece and presented it to Jiang Yao on a stick. Observing this, Chu Yuan also took a slice to savor, reveling in its exquisite flavor and delightful texture. Only in such a world could one indulge in such delectable meat, each morsel brimming with immense energy and essence. Consuming while refining would benefit their cultivation, though it offered no advantages to him, unless he were to roast the 6th-tier sea dragon meat stored within his spatial ring. As for the origin of that 6th-tier sea dragon meat, it was straightforward. He had received it in return when he earlier gifted a piece to Jiang Yi. Such flesh could trigger a return effect as well. However, he refrained from presenting it for Jiang Yi to grill. If he consistently offered items to his disciple only to subsequently retrieve something of a higher tier, it would inevitably raise suspicions over time. It was prudent to keep the existence of the system concealed, even from his disciple. As they continued their journey, no unexpected events occurred, and they arrived at the Grand Wu Imperial City. This magnificent fortress sprawled like a colossal beast, vast and resplendent. At its heart lay the Grand Wu Palace, occupying 1,000 miles. Surrounding it was the outer city, composed of countless bustling streets, which, when viewed from above, appeared densely packed. Cultivators frequently soared through the skies, accompanied by various mounts and magical beasts. Chu Yuan's spiritual awareness had now expanded to nearly 300 miles in diameter. However, enveloping the entire imperial city was beyond his capabilities. Jiang Yao perched on Chu Yuan's shoulder, while Jiang Yi accompanied them closely as the trio ventured into the city. The streets were alive with throngs of people and bustling traffic, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Even with his head of white hair, few noticed him, for the city boasted many silver-haired individuals, and numerous caretakers were present. It was merely his handsome visage that stood out. Chapter 25. Foundation Establishment? Is this not exclusive to the realm of cultivation? "Master, may I have that?" Jiang Yao pointed towards a distant vendor selling candied hawthorn. She recalled a time when her brother had bought her some, and it had been delightful. Chu Yuan glanced over and smiled. Candied hawthorn truly was a remarkable delicacy, seemingly ubiquitous. After nodding in approval, Jiang Yi dashed off to purchase 3 skewers. Chu Yuan, casting aside any pretense of being a high-ranking figure, indulged in the treat like an ordinary person, and indeed, it was quite delectable. The marketplace was filled with a cacophony of vendors, creating an atmosphere of unrestrained exuberance. After wandering for a while and acquiring numerous items, Jiang Yao held a skewer of candied hawthorn in one hand and a colorful pinwheel in the other. Her hair was styled into 2 buns adorned with vibrant ribbons, and she donned a colorful outfit. Her delicate features were reminiscent of porcelain, with long eyelashes framing her crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled with joy, resembling a charming doll. Seeing his sister so delighted brought a smile to Jiang Yi's face. Their years had been filled with hardship, and only now did they find happiness. He cast a grateful glance at his master. Were it not for Chu Yuan, they would still be enduring a life of hardship and uncertainty. Once Jiang Yao had satisfied her curiosity, Chu Yuan led them toward the location of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Though various goods were available in the outer streets, their quality was generally inferior. To procure superior items, one had to visit the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was not a local entity, but an external force, with the Wu Imperial City being merely one of its branches. A saying circulated among the populace: "Better to provoke the royal family than to offend the merchant guild," referring specifically to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Even the royal family of the Wu dynasty had to regard the chamber with deference. Various factions within the Wu dynasty were required to remit a portion of their taxes to the royal family, yet the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was exempt. Not only did it not pay taxes, but the Wu dynasty also sent offerings to the chamber as a form of tribute. It was precisely due to the immense power of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce that many treasures, unavailable elsewhere, could be found within its walls. "Wow, what an adorable little sister," Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed, and a girl of about 15 or 16 dashed to Jiang Yao's side, dressed in a pink dress. She exuded an air of whimsy, her eyes sparkling with delight as if she had stumbled upon something she adored. "Wow, what a handsome uncle!" she exclaimed, having approached from the side. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, her expression turned to one of surprise. After glancing at Jiang Yi, her gaze returned to Chu Yuan and Jiang Yao. Jiang Yi, feeling slightly overlooked, thought to himself, "Hey, I'm handsome too. Why doesn't anyone compliment me?" "Uncle, is this little sister your daughter?" the girl asked curiously. "Little sister, you're being too presumptuous." A young man clad in elegant attire, around 18 or 19 years old, rushed over and pulled the girl back. His face filled with apologies. "I'm sorry, she's just a bit naive. If she has offended you, I sincerely apologize on her behalf." Chu Yuan assessed the pair and chuckled lightly. It's quite all right. Ever since entering the city, he had activated his true vision. Having recently advanced to the Soul Palace realm, he had unlocked an additional slot for disciples and was keen to find a suitable candidate. However, thus far, he had encountered nothing noteworthy. Most individuals were rather mediocre, even in the imperial city of the great martial dynasty. The young man and woman before him displayed only moderate talent, yet both had reached the late stages of the essence solidification realm, indicating they must come from a distinguished background. Such cultivation at their age suggested they had access to ample resources. Due to their relatively shallow cultivation and weak spiritual energy, they were unaware of Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao's prowess, let alone Chu Yuan's. "I'm not the Master's daughter. I'm the Master's disciple," Jiang Yao corrected earnestly, tilting her head. "Ah, I see," the girl replied. "Given your direction, are you headed to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce?" Jiang Yao nodded yes. "That's wonderful. We're also going to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Let us go together," the girl exclaimed joyfully. "Let us ask the master first." "It's up to him to decide," Jiang Yao replied, playfully blowing on a pinwheel. The girl looked hopefully at Chu Yuan, who nodded in agreement. He sensed no malice from the pair and did not mind their company, thinking it would be pleasant to hear if there were any interesting happenings in the imperial city. "Thank you, senior," the girl giggled upon receiving Chu Yuan's nod. The young man appeared somewhat resigned, yet relieved that the senior seemed amiable. He pondered the extent of this senior's cultivation. Was it the pool origin realm or the mysterious pill realm? However, that was of little consequence. "You two are locals, I presume?" Chu Yuan inquired. "Yes, we are," the young man replied promptly. "I am Zhang Tao, and this is my younger sister, Zhang Yin. Have there been any intriguing events in the imperial city lately?" "Indeed, there are plenty of interesting happenings," the girl, Zhang Yin, raised her hand enthusiastically. "For instance, the identity of the courtesan from Baiwa Tower was revealed to be a male, and he was of such unappealing appearance that it was repulsive. His mastery of disguise was so sophisticated that many formidable individuals failed to uncover the truth. It was only when a young master from the Li family insisted on having him as a bedfellow that the reality came to light. It is said that the young master from the Li family has since been incessantly retching, embodying a visage of despair. Moreover, a couple of months ago, wasn't there a formidable Soul Palace expert emerging from the Tianyun Sect? At the mere mention of this, admiration sparkled in Zhang Yun's eyes. Many young talents from the imperial city flocked to the Tianyun Sect, eager to apprentice under its auspices and secure a protective mantle. The esteemed elder from the Tianyun Sect is indeed remarkable, having reached the Soul Palace realm by the age of 50. One can only fathom the terrifying heights he might achieve in the future. Zhang Tao also expressed his awe. Goodness! Chu Yuan never anticipated that the gossip would circle back to him. Jiang Yao was about to mention that they were referring to their master when a finger pressed against her lips. It was indeed their master, and the clever girl swiftly understood that their master did not wish for it to be spoken of. Jiang Yi merely smiled in silence. "Have you heard of the Foundation Establishment Elixir?" Zhang Yin seemed to have unlocked a floodgate of chatter, transforming into a veritable conversationalist. "The Foundation Establishment Elixir? What is that?" Chu Yuan was taken aback. "Foundation Establishment? Is this not something exclusive to the realm of cultivation? Logically, the world he inhabited should be one of fantasy. Where could such an elixir possibly originate?" "It seems the elder is still unaware of the news," Zhang Tao remarked. "We only recently learned of the Foundation Establishment Elixir, which is said to exist solely in the outer world. Consuming it at the body refinement or qi condensation stages can reinforce one's foundation and accelerate cultivation progress. Such an item should not have appeared here, but it is rumored that this time, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has brought some for auction." Although it is only beneficial for those at the body refinement and chi condensation stages, the moment this news broke, it ignited a fervor. Many prominent figures are preparing to acquire it for their descendants. Some speculate that the bidding for the Foundation Establishment Elixir will reach astronomical prices. To be candid, our family as elder will also participate in this auction, albeit with little hope. Zhang Tao's eyes shimmered with a blend of fervor and resignation, reminiscent of unrequited love. Chapter 26. Is it you, Emperor Yin, Xiaoyan? The prospect of an elixir that could enhance the foundations of those at the body refinement and chi condensation stages and expedite their cultivation progression sounds rather enticing. Although Chu Yuan himself may not benefit directly from it, he could attempt to procure it for his two disciples, potentially yielding even greater returns through them. The Foundation Establishment Elixir is undoubtedly coveted by the carefree king. It would be quite challenging for others to vie for it, Zhang Yun lamented, expressing her own desire for the elixir, though she recognized the futility of her hopes. The carefree king? Chu Yuan inquired, perplexed, as he had not heard of him. But the name suggested royal connections. The carefree king is an exceptionally powerful prince, Zhang Tao replied, somewhat surprised that the elder was unaware of him. Seemingly hailing from some remote place, he continued to elucidate. The carefree king himself is a formidable expert at the late stage of the five organs realm, and he had a child in his later years. The young prince was once remarkable. He began his cultivation at the tender age of 6, achieved the condensation of essence by 9, and reached the late stages of the condensation realm by 13. Alas, since then, his progress has not only stagnated but regressed. Now, 3 years later, he has fallen back to the mid-stage of body refinement, transforming from a prodigy into a mere wastrel. Thus, this foundational spirit liquid is something the carefree king is determined to acquire. After all, the king is nearly driven to madness in his quest to restore the prince's cultivation to its former glory. A prodigy turned into a failure? This notion stirred something within Chu Yuan. How eerily familiar it sounded. Did not the carefree king's son also have an engaged fiancée? Chu Yuan inquired with curiosity. Oh, senior, you know this too? Zhang Yin exclaimed, feigning surprise. It seems you are aware that the son of the carefree king has an affianced bride. I merely guessed. Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Then you are indeed remarkable, senior, Zhang Yun remarked. The princess fiancée is quite intriguing. She is the daughter of a clan leader from the imperial city, yet she has joined a prominent sect outside. Not one of our great Wu dynasty sects, mind you. It is said that in comparison to such sects, our dynasty is as insignificant as ants. The prince and that young lady were betrothed since childhood. But guess what? A few days ago, she returned to the carefree king's residence to break off their engagement. Such a dignified prince, cast aside. This is a tremendous humiliation for the carefree king's household. I hear the king nearly fainted from rage. The prince had also made a 3-year pact, vowing to visit her sect after 3 years to reclaim his honor. Now, in his fury, it is inconceivable that he could triumph over that young lady, even if he had not fallen from grace. A thunderclap echoed in Chu Yuan's ears. A prodigy turned failure was one thing, but now the added twist of an engagement being annulled. Was this not the archetype of a wastrel returning to prominence? How fortuitous was his luck? Upon entering the city, he chanced upon 2 individuals and overheard such remarkable news. Could it be that fortune favored him? Or was it perhaps the influence of his brother? Nevertheless, what truly mattered was that if the young prince was indeed the epitome of a protagonist, he must undoubtedly take him under his wing. Senior, we have arrived at the Wanbao Merchant Guild, Zhang Tao announced. They had met just outside the guild, hence their immediate recognition of Chu Yuan's intentions. Now that they had arrived, it was time to procure what they needed before seeking out the young prince. He wondered if the prince had an elder with remnants of a soul accompanying him. If that were the case, taking on a disciple might prove somewhat troublesome. When does the auction for the foundational spirit liquid commence? He inquired, pondering the possibility of preparing a token of goodwill. As it happens, it is today, and judging by the time, it should commence in approximately half an hour. My sister and I originally planned to attend merely to enjoy the excitement of the auction. Zhang Tao replied. Indeed, how fortuitous. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, harboring a doubt about his fortuitous luck. I must first procure a few items. Farewell, my young friends. I appreciate the information you have shared. You're too kind, senior. Should you require assistance with your purchases, I might be able to help. A relative of mine holds a position within the Merchant Association, and many items can be procured at a discount, Zhang Tao offered warmly. Thank you for your kindness. But it is unnecessary, Chu Yuan replied, indifferent to any potential discounts. With the rewards from his discipleship, financial concerns no longer troubled him. Very well, Zhang Tao conceded. Goodbye, little sister. Zhang Yun felt a twinge of reluctance, yet recognized that the others had politely declined twice. To linger further would be impolite. Goodbye, sister, Jiang Yao waved. The group stepped into the expansive grounds of the Wanbao Merchant Association, where opulent pavilions stood proudly. The area was vast, and entry to most places required a verification of funds. The auction house is over there. Let us proceed, Zhang Tao gestured with a bow. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Just then, a figure emerged from one of the pavilions, a woman dressed in a split crimson qipao. Her long legs were as white as jade, and her figure was gracefully alluring. With a flawless oval face and lustrous black hair, she held a closed folding fan, her bare feet hovering just above the ground. Her bright eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of someone. President. It's the president of the Wanbao Merchant Association. Is she looking for someone? Who could it be? A throng of onlookers halted, some gasping in astonishment. Zhang Yun gazed at the president with starry eyes, recognizing her as the foremost figure of the Wanbao Merchant Association. In terms of status, even the emperor of the Great Wu dynasty would regard her with deference. What woman would not aspire to become such a person? With a swift glance around, the president's gaze suddenly locked onto a specific spot. Zhang Tao and his companions turned to look. Was that not the venerable elder from earlier? Who was that person? Someone murmured in awe. At that moment, the president gracefully descended, standing before Chu Yuan. Her enchanting visage bore a smile as she addressed him. I am Mei Fanghua, president of the Wanbao Merchant Association. It is an honor to meet the esteemed ancestor Chu of the Tianyun Sect. Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? Ancestor Chu of the Tianyun Sect? He is the formidable being of the Soul Palace from the Tianyun Sect. The onlookers were utterly astounded, never expecting to encounter the renowned ancestor Chu, who had captivated the public's attention for the past 2 months. The most astonished were Zhang Tao and Zhang Yun, who exchanged incredulous glances. Zhang Yun had approached him due to the charming little girl, only to discover he was a being of immense power in the Soul Palace. It felt surreal. Moreover, such a powerful figure displayed no arrogance, leading them to think nothing of it. Had they known he was a being of the Soul Palace, they might not have dared to approach him. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Powerhouse. This one shall have it. Previously, the other party was unaware of the existence of the Carefree King, and Zhang Tao mistakenly assumed they hailed from a remote locale with limited insight. However, it has become evident that he overestimated his assumptions. The individual is not from a backwater region, as the Tianyun Sect is far from insignificant, and they are certainly not lacking in knowledge. In fact, it appears that the Carefree King may not even capture their attention. Chu Yuan scrutinized the president, Mei Fanghua. She certainly did not lack grace. On the contrary, she exuded a certain elegance. As for her cultivation level, she had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the 5 organs realm. Even if my spiritual probe were to misjudge, the eye of true sight would never err. What astonished Chu Yuan was her age. She was only 80 years old. However, upon observing her prodigious talent, this seemed entirely reasonable. Exceptional aptitude. She was the 3rd individual he had encountered with such high potential, aside from his 2 disciples. Even his previous talent paled in comparison, as he once ranked merely as above average. Yet what was past was past. The present boasted a talent that was truly formidable. With Mei Fanghua's extraordinary abilities and her position as the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, it was clear that her background was impressive, with ample resources for cultivation. Achieving such a level of cultivation at 80 years old was, in this mystical realm, quite commonplace. In his former life, 80 would be considered quite elderly, yet Mei Fanghua appeared no older than a woman in her late 20s. Chu Yuan reflected on this. Such was the blessing of cultivation. It was indeed a manifestation of karmic retribution. Nevertheless, he was curious how Mei Fanghua, with her level of cultivation, discerned his arrival. She lacked any extraordinary talents. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce possessed a 6-tier formation, one of whose functions was to detect any approaching Soul Palace realm individuals, providing an immediate alert. Furthermore, having viewed the recorded battle scenes on the crystal stone, she was able to recognize him. It seemed she had perceived Chu Yuan's confusion. The fact that she addressed him as a fellow cultivator rather than a senior indicated her confidence in her own standing. I see, Chu Yuan nodded. Since you have come, it must be for business. Allow me to attend to you. She covered her face and chuckled lightly. Then I am in your debt, Chu Yuan said. not declining her offer. He needed to exchange for top-grade spirit stones, and, as the president, she would facilitate this process. Please follow me, she invited. Chu Yuan nodded to Zhang Tao and the others, only to find them now exhibiting a respectful demeanor. He chuckled softly, recognizing the inherent differences. Sometimes, such disparities could unintentionally create distance. Following Mei Fanghua, Chu Yuan entered a luxurious pavilion. Your two disciples are indeed remarkable, Mei Fanghua observed as she assessed Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao, acknowledging their cultivation levels with praise. However, her surprise was limited. In such a place, extraordinary talent may be rare, yet elsewhere it was quite ordinary. I wish to purchase some 5th-tier elixirs of the finest quality and then exchange for some top-grade spirit stones, Chu Yuan stated. Lastly, he inquired, might there be any 6th-tier elixirs available for cultivation? The finest 5th-grade elixirs and exquisite spirit stones are indeed available. However, the 6th-grade elixirs required for cultivation are lacking. As you are aware, prior to your arrival, only the ancestors of the Great Wu dynasty, possessing the Soul Palace realm, were present. The issue lies in the fact that this ancient individual is adept at alchemy and rarely purchases elixirs, resulting in a lack of demand. Thus, there are none available for sale. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rationale. Very well then, I shall procure the 2 aforementioned varieties. How many types of 5th-grade cultivation elixirs are there? 11, astonishingly. These alchemists are indeed impressive. Please provide 10 vials of each, and convert the remainder into exquisite spirit stones. Thank you. Chu Yuan handed over 3 storage rings, which contained items he had no use for, acquired during his recent teachings. Beyond the purchase of elixirs, he estimated he could also exchange for 3,000 exquisite spirit stones. Mei Fanghua reviewed the contents and made an estimation before responding. Chu Yuan nodded, expressing his gratitude. 3,000 exquisite spirit stones to assist in elixir cultivation should suffice. Mei Fanghua summoned a servant, entrusted the items to them, and instructed them to proceed with the arrangements. I intend to participate in your auction. I shall return for the items afterward. Certainly, esteemed friend, since you wish to attend the auction, please proceed. There is a private box still available. Here is a token. Take it with you to gain direct access to the box. Mei Fanghua handed him a golden token. My thanks to you, Chu Yuan replied courteously. You are indeed straightforward, remarked Mei Fanghua with a smile. After parting ways, Chu Yuan swiftly arrived at the auction venue. A woman approached to verify credentials, and upon presenting the token, her eyes widened in astonishment. She promptly bowed, recognizing him as a distinguished guest, and gestured for him to follow. Guided by the woman, he traversed the VIP passage and soon arrived at a private box. Though termed a box, its expanse was vast, adorned with opulent decor. From his vantage point, one could overlook the entire auction arena. The auction house bore resemblance to the Roman Colosseum, with the auction stage at its center, surrounded by tiered seating that ascended progressively. The closer one sat to the stage, the more esteemed the position, with the exception of the private boxes. The boxes were situated at the summit, a privilege reserved for those of status and wealth. Each of the 10 boxes held equal prestige. While the interior of the boxes provided a view of all outside, those outside could not glimpse inside. As the 10 boxes illuminated, a hush fell over the crowd, realizing the presence of numerous distinguished figures. Indeed, this auction featured the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, which many sought to secure for their descendants. Indeed, do not underestimate the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. It is said to facilitate rapid breakthroughs in prior realms and unlock potential that could reach the Soul Palace realm, significantly increasing the likelihood of future advancements to that realm. Such a lure is irresistible. Below, many engaged in fervent discussions, all of which Chu Yuan absorbed keenly. Clearly, the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid is far more sought after than I had anticipated. They unexpectedly arrived. Chu Yuan's divine sense detected familiar faces. It was Yang Daojin and Shao Qingfeng from the Tianyun Sect. Were they also here for the Foundation Establishment Liquid? In addition, he noticed other powerful figures from various sections. Chu Yuan's divine sense swept across the other 9 private rooms. How intriguing. There was a mysterious individual concealed within, a being at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. Was this person an ancestor of the Great Wu dynasty, or was someone else entirely? He stroked his chin, intrigued. It seemed this auction was bound to be interesting. With his divine sense, he noticed that the other party had not detected his probing. However, he realized that their divine sense was now directed towards him. He isolated himself and his two disciples with his divine sense, rendering them undetectable. Meanwhile, in another private room, an elderly man in a black robe squinted his eyes, fixating on the room he could not penetrate. In a hoarse whisper, he muttered, "Is it the old ghost of the Great Wu, or that person from the Tianyun Sect?" Nonetheless, their concealment techniques are truly impressive. I'm certain someone is present there. But who, I cannot ascertain. Regardless, this Foundation establishment liquid must be mine. Chapter 28. Show some respect. Raise the bid madly. Why are you here? Chu Yuan's divine sense transmitted to Shao Qing Feng and the others. Upon hearing Chu Yuan's voice, their faces lit up with joy as they looked around. Yet they cannot spot him. I am the private room. I sent someone to fetch you. Shao Qing Feng and the others glanced up at the private room, their expressions reflecting understanding. Had they come previously, they might have had the opportunity to occupy this room. However, this time, there were too many significant figures, and they were simply unqualified to sit here. Could you help me bring in a few people? The attendant, who had been waiting nearby, promptly replied, of course. Which individuals shall I fetch? Those few, he indicated. Please wait a moment. Moments later, Xiao Qingfeng, Young Dao Zhen, and 3 other mid-stage elders of the Five Organs realm entered the private room. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, they immediately bowed and said, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Ancestor? These individuals were from the Tianyun Sect, so this person must be the formidable being under 50 years of age at the Soul Palace realm. The attendant's heart surged with astonishment. To possess the President's token to enter indicated an extraordinary status, yet she never expected it to be this remarkable. She discreetly glanced at Chu Yuan a few times, truly handsome indeed. "Please, take a seat." Chu Yuan smiled at them. "What brings you here?" He. Shao Qing Feng sat down and picked up a spirit fruit to munch on. Over 20 days ago, news spread through the Wanbao Merchants Association regarding the auction of Foundation Establishment Liquid. At that time, you were still in seclusion, and we thought to come to the auction first. If we managed to acquire it, we would present it to these 2 children. However, we just heard someone mention that you had arrived at the Wanbao Merchants Association, and we were astonished to discover it was true. Now I understand. Upon my arrival, I shall take matters into my own hands, declared Chu Yuan, resolutely intent on acquiring the foundational spiritual liquid. He harbored little doubt that no one here could rival his wealth. It was a figure from the Tianyun Sect, perhaps still nursing wounds from a previous battle. Recovering one's cultivation and divine essence is no trivial endeavor. He hoped not to provoke my wrath, lest consequences befall him. In another private chamber, an elderly figure clad in black observed the proceedings intently. Upon witnessing the members of the Tianyun Sect entering through the back door, he discerned their identity. "Apologies for the wait, esteemed guests. I am Chioya, the auctioneer for today's event," she announced. "Let the auction commence. We have 10 treasures to present, culminating in the highly coveted foundational spiritual liquid." A beautiful woman in a crimson dress appeared at the center of the auction stage. Her words ignited an immediate fervor among the attendees. Indeed, the foundational spiritual liquid is the finale. One wonders what the penultimate treasure will be. How thrilling! Though many could not afford it, their curiosity was piqued. The auction proceeded with the first item, a 5th-tier mid-grade weapon, the Green Serpent Sword. Starting at 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, with minimum bidding increments of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 35,000, 40,000, 60,000. The competition intensified, as 5th-tier weapons correspond to the Five Organs realm, a near-peak level within the Great Martial Dynasty. Crafting 5th-tier weapons is no simple task, and many at the Five Organs realm lack suitable armaments. Do you require this item? Chu Yuan in Guit? Should they desire it, he would not hesitate to secure it. He possessed spirit crystals in lieu of spirit stones, enabling him to acquire all items with ease. If they did not, however, he would let it be. "Ancestor, I truly lack a fitting sword," Yang Daojin confessed, somewhat abashed. "In that case, let us bid." Ultimately, the Green Serpent Sword was secured for 140,000 high-grade spirit stones. "Thank you, Ancestor." Yang Daojin expressed cette profonde gratitude. The auction items continued to incite fervor, with some suitable for the Five Organs realm and others for the Xindan realm. However, Chu Yuan refrained from further bidding, as none of the remaining items piqued his interest. As time elapsed, excitement surged among the crowd. Now, we arrive at the piece de resistance, the foundational spiritual liquid. Its significance hardly needs elaboration. Most attendees had gathered primarily for this. In summary, consuming the foundational spiritual liquid guarantees at least a 50% increase in the likelihood of breaking through to the Soul Palace realm. Only one vial is available, with a starting bid of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and subsequent increments of no less than 10,000. This pricing reflects the valuation of a 5th-tier supreme treasure at auction. Generally speaking, the final transaction price for many 5th-tier supreme items hovers around several 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. In contrast, 6th-tier items command prices soaring into the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Naturally, even within the same tier, the prices of different items can vary significantly. For instance, a common 5th-tier elixir may be procured for merely a few dozen high-grade spirit stones, yet an ordinary 5th-tier weapon could easily exceed tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. This foundation-building spirit liquid is likely to fetch a price comparable to some 6th-tier treasures. 110,000, 120,000. Bids are being placed swiftly. Haha, this is becoming rather dull. Allow me to raise the stakes. 300,000. A voice filled with aged mirth resonated from a private booth. A collective gasp echoed throughout the auction house. From 13,000 to a direct leap to 300,000. Who possesses such audacity? Just as their astonishment peaked, another voice rang out. 500,000. This time, it was not from the booth, but from the head of the Zhang family. Gasps of surprise erupted. Zhang family. A first-rate clan in the imperial city, with ties to the royal family, considered to be part of the imperial kin. The head of the Zhang family, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Five Organs realm, was flanked by 2 individuals, Zhang Tao and Zhang Yuan, his grandchildren. 800,000. Another voice interjected. The Zhang family head offered a rueful smile. He realized he could not compete any longer. He had done his best. Others turned their gazes toward a particular booth. From 500,000 to a staggering 800,000. Now that is a formidable contender. 1 million. I, the Carefree King, declare that my son is in dire need of the foundation-building spirit liquid. I humbly request everyone to show leniency and grant my son a favor. Within the booth, the middle-aged Carefree King, appearing somewhat haggard, spoke earnestly. In an instant, silence enveloped the entire venue. The Carefree King, a late-stage cultivator of the Five Organs realm, undeniably held significant stature both in strength and status among those present. Very well, since the Carefree King has made such a request, our Chu Yuan sect shall grant you this favor. We shall not contest. My Tianyun Sect shall refrain from bidding as well. Representatives from both sects declared. Thank you, said the Carefree King. Not contesting? In my humble opinion, it seems they lack the strength to compete. Suddenly, a derisive laugh echoed. Carefree King, does your son's need surpass that of others? The elder voice continued. I offer 120,000. The Carefree King's expression turned grim. He could not discern the identity of a speaker from the voice. Yet, he refused to relinquish the bidding. 150,000, 200,000, 250,000, 300,000. The Carefree King gritted his teeth. 300,000 high-grade spirit stones was no trifling amount. It could purchase Earth-tier martial techniques and forge a legacy for a faction. 400,000. The elder's voice seemed to emanate an air of ease. 500,000. The Carefree King's voice was laced with rising fury. Those present were rendered almost speechless. How astonishing it is that the price is escalating to 1 million. A sum not for inferior spirit stones, but for superior ones. It feels almost surreal. In Chapter 29, titled The Thousand Crow Taoist, it is no exaggeration to assert that such a price could procure several 6th-tier treasures. Nevertheless, investing in foundation-building elixir is indeed worthwhile, for it possesses a certain probability of forging a Soul Palace realm practitioner. Of course, it is merely a probability. Should the odds be higher, the value would be truly staggering. Furthermore, if it could be utilized by those of a higher realm, its worth would undoubtedly increase. The cultivation of body refinement and elemental condensation realms is fraught with uncertainties. If it could be employed by those in the visceral realm, then various powerful factions would likely be willing to go to great lengths to acquire it. However, it must be noted that many formidable factions have reserves of merely around 1 million superior spirit stones. The circulating amount is likely even less. This time, the King of Freedom has borrowed a considerable number of spirit stones, making ample preparations. Do you have enough spirit stones? Xiao Qingfeng inquired. Yes, sufficient, Chu Yuan nodded. Xiao Qingfeng nodded in response, then sighed with a wry smile. That's good. Thankfully you are here. The spirit stones we brought are not even enough for a fraction of the current price. Indeed, I never anticipated the competition would be this fierce. Yang Daozhen remarked. Ancestor, You should use your spirit stones to bid on the foundation-building elixir. I will purchase the Qing Shi sword from my own funds. In truth, his finances were limited, and he considered borrowing from others afterward. Though they had brought several 100,000 superior spirit stones, those did not belong to him. They were the sect's. He felt reluctant to use them for personal acquisitions. If he could use them to bid for the foundation-building elixir, he would be most willing. He had observed the talents of these two youngsters and felt they were far more formidable than Chu Yuan at their age. If they were to grow, they would undoubtedly become extraordinary. Never mind. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. 5,100,000. The ancient voice continued to resonate. 6 million. The King of Freedom countered. 6,100,000. The ancient voice followed suit. Only 1,000 was counted this time. The King of Freedom's forehead throbbed with veins. Who are you? Are you deliberately opposing me? And if I am? The ancient voice retorted with disdain. Such audacity. Boom. The King of Freedom unleashed his overwhelming aura of cultivation. While the auction house forbade violence, demonstrations of power were permissible, and he was eager to discern the identity of his opponent. In an instant, the formidable aura of a late visceral realm practitioner surged toward that private box. Overestimating oneself. As the ancient voice fell, a far more terrifying pressure erupted, akin to a raging flood, instantly shattering the King of Freedom's aura. A Soul Palace realm practitioner. The King of Freedom's expression changed drastically, as he had not anticipated his adversary to be of such caliber. The pressure ultimately halted outside the private box. The rules of the auction house must not be violated, even by a Soul Palace realm practitioner. Even though it was well understood that no Soul Palace realm expert was stationed within, the decorum remained intact, having offended the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. One need not speak of the Soul Palace realm. Even the Dharma manifestation realm would find no path to heaven or door to earth. Ants, a venerable voice declared arrogantly. Even your royal ancestor does not command my respect, let alone you. At this moment, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. It was astonishing that the competitor against the wandering king was, in fact, a formidable being of the Soul Palace realm, and so audacious. Did he truly regard even the royal ancestors with disdain? Who could it be? Might it be the one from the Tianyun Sect? No, that voice sounded far too ancient. It was said that the one from the Tianyun Sect was quite youthful. 6 million one time, Chu Yuan reminded. Despite being present in the Soul Palace realm, she maintained her composure, a testament to the Wanbao Chamber's confidence. The wandering king clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, 7 million. Even if I must liquidate all my assets or incur debts, I shall possess it. 7 million 1, 7 million 10. 7 million 11, 7 million 15. The increments began to dwindle. Have you run out of resources? Huh. The ancient voice scoffed. I shall not indulge you further. 7 million 50. In an instant, the wandering king collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. This exceeded his preparations. Damn it. Why has it come to this? Yinner, it is all due to my inadequacy. His hopes were once again extinguished. Did the individual from the Tianyun Sect intend to remain idle? The ancient voice carried a hint of amusement. Indeed, the one from the Tianyun Sect had arrived. The crowd, once quiet, began to stir with excitement. Could they witness a clash between two beings of the Soul Palace realm? Who are you, esteemed sir? Chu Yuan in Guit Gan Li. It matters not to divulge. I am the Thousand-Crow Taoist. The voice resonated with pride. The Thousand-Crow Taoist. It was he. Within the auction house, many powerful figures were left in utter shock. The Thousand-Crow Taoist, was he not dead? Xiao Qingfeng and the others exclaimed in disbelief. You are aware? Chu Yuan turned to the astonished Xiao Qingfeng and the others. The Thousand-Crow Taoist was an ancestor of the Dashuan dynasty, who had once engaged in battle with the ancestor of the Da dynasty a century ago and had the upper hand at that time. However, the Thousand-Crow Taoist was already 600 years old then, nearing his end, with a lifespan of no more than 10 years remaining. Xiao Qingfeng continued. In the decade that followed, news indeed spread from the Dashuan dynasty, proclaiming that the Thousand-Crow Taoist had passed away. Who would have imagined he still lives? The Dashuan dynasty was, after all, one of the neighbors of the Da dynasty. I see. Chu Yuan grasped the situation. Then a thought struck him, and he spoke with keen interest. Since you desire that foundation establishment elixir, you may take it. An uproar ensued throughout the hall. Had the esteemed ancestor of the Tianyun Sect conceded? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The Thousand-Crow Taoist had long been renowned, and even the royal ancestors were not his match. Thus, it was only natural for the newly ascended Soul Palace realm ancestor, Chu, to feel apprehensive. Although the ancestor Chu had slain beings of the Soul Palace realm, it was said that it was merely the primordial spirit of such beings. Incomparable to the true Soul Palace realm, they sighed quietly, lamenting the inevitable submission to power. Even Ancestor Chu was not exempt from this fate. Huh, you do possess some discernment. A tone of disdain permeated their words. Ultimately, the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid was acquired by the Qinghai Daoist at the price of 7.5 million high-grade spirit stones. Chu Yuan relinquished his claim, leaving the members of Tianyun Sect momentarily stunned. However, upon reflection, they deemed it reasonable. The ancestor was newly ascended, while the opponent was an established figure. To continue in competition would surely breed enmity detrimental to the ancestor. Just wait. That old fool only bullies the young. Once the ancestor's cultivation advances further, who shall fear him? Chu Yuan observed their expressions, shaking his head with a smile. Do you think I fear him? Master, you intend to intercept them without spending a single spirit stone, correct? Before they could respond, Jiang Yi interjected. His heavy eyes could no longer discern the precise cultivation level of his master, but there was no doubt that he was formidable. A master capable of deducing heavenly grade techniques would not be daunted by the ancestor of a mere dynasty. Preposterous. What qualifications did the opponent possess to instill fear in his master? Furthermore, from his understanding of his master, he was certainly not a coward. Thus, the truth was singular. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Qingfeng and others turned their gazes toward Chu Yuan. With a look of pride, Chu Yuan patted Jiang Yi's shoulder, smiling gently. You truly are a worthy disciple. The answer had revealed itself. Xiao Qingfeng and the others were astonished, not anticipating that Chu Yuan would indeed contemplate such a scheme. That Qinghai Daoist may prove to be quite formidable, Xiao Qingfeng cautioned. Chu Yuan set down his teacup. It matters not. He is but an ant. Xiao Qingfeng and the others. Chapter 30. The potential herb stirred Chu Yuan's interest. The group gaped at one another in disbelief. They had never witnessed someone regard a powerful being of the Soul Palace realm as mere vermin. Just moments ago, they had viewed the Qinghai Daoist as arrogant and overbearing. Now, it seemed that the true arrogance lay with their ancestor. Is our ancestor truly this audacious? The Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid had finally fallen into his hands. Coupled with the numerous supplies he had previously prepared, even after a soul transference, he could swiftly elevate his cultivation and break free from his constraints. A frenzied light flickered in the eyes of the Qinghai Daoist. A century prior, he should have met his end. Yet, through the auspices of the ancestor of the great martial dynasty, he had received benefits that extended his lifespan, allowing him to survive to this day. The news of his prior demise had been orchestrated by him, merely to deceive the world. In this past century, he had not simply lingered, but had sought a suitable vessel for the purpose of soul transference. Though his lifespan had been prolonged, it had not been extended indefinitely. He no longer possessed the opportunity for breakthroughs, and his lifespan would not continue to increase. He was unwilling to accept such an end. He yearns to live a second life. However, there exists a persistent dilemma regarding the practice of soul transference. Although there is no limit to the number of times one can undergo such a transfer, a practitioner's spiritual essence has a predetermined lifespan. For instance, if a spiritual essence has a remaining lifespan of 100 years, even if it were to inhabit a physical body capable of living for an additional 200 years, it would not extend the lifespan of the spiritual essence, which would inevitably dissipate after the 100 years. Conversely, if one were to transfer into a body with only 10 years of life remaining, that body would decay after the decade, necessitating yet another transference target. To increase the lifespan of the spiritual essence, there are but two avenues. The first is to consume longevity-enhancing elixirs, which are notoriously difficult to acquire. The second option is to inhabit a new physical body and, within the remaining lifespan, cultivate to surpass one's previous realm. Undoubtedly, this is a formidable challenge. For the body acquired through transference is ultimately not one's own. Even with equivalent talent, the cultivation speed would be slower than in one's original body. Thus, to rely on transference as a means to extend life, one must find a body of extraordinary talent to have any hope of surpassing past limitations. Currently, he is at the early stage of the Soul Palace realm, with no hope of further breakthroughs. To shatter his constraints, he must advance to at least the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. Even a minor advancement could add an additional 20 to 30 years to his lifespan. The path of transference is his only salvation. A century ago, he began scouting for a suitable target for transference, and recently, he finally identified an exceedingly promising candidate. With approximately 100 years of life remaining, this target instilled in him the confidence to surpass his current cultivation within that time frame. Just as he prepared for the transference, he heard news of the Foundation Establishment Elixir, which filled him with exhilaration. The target he sought to inhabit was none other than a gifted child at the Foundation Establishment stage. He could fully utilize the elixir, significantly enhancing his chances of breaking through his constraints. At that moment, he exclaimed in delight, "Heaven helps me," and proceeded to scour the national treasury of the great Qian dynasty. Coupled with years of accumulation, the Foundation Establishment Elixir was within his grasp. Now, everything has unfolded as he wished. That Chu Yuan, having broken through to the Soul Palace realm at the age of 50, may possess some undisclosed secret. Once the auction concludes, there may be an opportunity to probe the enigmatic Taoist Qianya, who wore a subtle smirk. Esteemed guests, we now present the final item for auction. A 5th-grade treasure herb, a single sprig of the Qian Yuan grass. As the auctioneer Chioya's voice fell, it incited an uproar, particularly among the practitioners of the Five Organs realm. What? The grand prize is actually the Qian Yuan grass. I must have it. Can anyone enlighten me on the nature of the Qian Yuan grass? Observing the fervent crowd, Chioya smiled and raised her hand, gradually restoring silence. She elucidated. I trust many of you are aware that the Qian Yuan grass is a treasure herb capable of unlocking the latent potential of practitioners in the Five Organs realm, and it activates without harm or side effects. Neither will it undermine the foundation, nor will it squander potential. It will merely awaken latent capabilities ahead of time. Some individuals, after consuming the Qian Yuan grass, find their potential ignited, allowing them to transcend a minor realm. Those with greater potential may even surpass 2 or 3 minor realms, which is not beyond the realm of possibility. The value of such a treasure is surely evident to all present. As the Grand Axis, I trust one have not disappointed you. Her gaze swept across the enthusiastic crowd. At this moment, many in the throng, previously unaware, suddenly realized the extraordinary nature of this divine herb. It is no exaggeration to state that as long as one's potential is not exhausted, consumption will undoubtedly lead to an increase in cultivation. It is truly a cheat tool for cultivation. It is perfectly suitable as the Grand Axis. A voice rang out in excitement. When compared to the Foundation Establishment Elixir, which is only suitable for the younger generation, the Qian Yuan grass is the coveted treasure of many cultivators at the Five Organs realm. With it, one can save a considerable amount of time, and for cultivators, time is akin to life itself. Ha ha ha, let the auction commence. I can hardly wait. Within the private booth, Chu Yuan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated encountering such a rare and valuable item as the Qian Yuan grass, which is usually unavailable, with its lack of side effects in stimulating potential. His mind raced, and he resolved, this item shall be mine. While he could not utilize it at the 5th level, he could bestow it upon a disciple returning to the 6th level. With his potential, would he not soar to great heights? Beside him, Xiao Qingfeng and others stared intently at the Qian Yuan grass, filled with both astonishment and sorrow. Joy for such a treasure, sorrow for their inability to afford it. Without a doubt, they all understood that the competition would be exceptionally fierce this time. Ultimately, they had learned the hard way about their financial constraints. On the other side, the man in the black robe, known as Qianya Daoist, suddenly crushed his teacup. This auction had unexpectedly unveiled 2 treasures that are seldom seen for hundreds of years. Damn it, having nearly exhausted his resources to bid for the Foundation Establishment Elixir, he feared he would have no chance at the Qian Yuan grass. A cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. Let them bid. I shall see who can take it away. He too desired the Qian Yuan grass, as he was destined to traverse the Five Organs realm during his reincarnation. And this was a treasure that would save him time. Now let the auction begin. The starting bid is 80,000 top-tier spirit stones, with each increment no less than 5,000 top-tier spirit stones. Autumn Ya's voice resonated. 100,000, 110,000, 120,000. This time, nearly all the major factions were present, resulting in an abundance of cultivators at the Five Organs realm, all frantically bidding. Chu Yuan, unwilling to squander time, declared directly, 1 million. As his words fell, the entire venue fell into silence. Countless individuals were rendered speechless. No, how could there be such a leap in bidding again? Is there no room for others to compete? People were flabbergasted, truly flabbergasted. Yet, they were filled with indignation but dared not voice their grievances. The voice belonged to the venerable Chu, who feared the Qianyao Taoist, yet felt no trepidation towards them. Excellent. Applaud all you wish. Whatever you consume will surely be regurgitated. The Qianyao Taoist lightly tapped the table, having initially intended to seek out Chu Yuan afterwards. Should this Qian Yuan grass be secured by Chu Yuan, it would indeed simplify matters. Having just stepped into the Soul Palace realm, and possibly still bearing injuries, he believed he could easily handle the situation. His confidence in his combat prowess was unwavering. Moreover, his ability to conceal his aura was quite remarkable, evading even the probing of my divine sense. TSK, I shall ensure he relinquishes that as well. Inside Chu Yuan's private chamber, he cast a glance towards the Qianyao Taoist compartment. This old fellow had the audacity to reveal hostility towards him. It was already evident. Upon witnessing the elder bid on the Qian Yuan grass, Xiao Qingfeng and the others were taken aback, for the elder had no personal use for it. However, considering that the elder had failed to secure the Foundation establishment spirit liquid and subsequently turned to bid on the Qian Yuan grass, it made sense. While the elder might not require it, he had 2 disciples who would benefit from it in the future. As for the elder, gifting it to them, such thoughts were far too extravagant. Even if the elder offered it, they would refuse. It was far too precious. 1 million high-grade spirit stones for a single bid. The melodious sound of Chiu Ya's voice resonated like silver bells. Many of the 5 organs realm cultivators sighed, relinquishing their aspirations. 1 million high-grade spirit stones was a sum that most 5 organs realm practitioners could not muster. Not everyone possessed the means of the carefree king, willing to sell all they owned with the royal family backing them. The resources of the great Wu dynasty were limited. 1 million high-grade spirit stones was a fortune that some the 5 organs realm might not earn in a lifetime. No one would be willing to deplete their faction-esque resources to purchase a single Qian Yuan grass for one person. If they were to act so recklessly, how could they sustain their livelihoods? Especially since they sensed that should they raise their bids, Elder Chu would undoubtedly escalate the stakes further. Originating from the Tianyun Sect, it was unlikely that Elder Chu possessed the wealth of the carefree king. Yet, let us not forget that the elder had recently vanquished a Soul Palace realm practitioner who had attempted to seize control. The treasures of that opponent now lay in Elder Chu's possession. Not to mention, just 2 6-tier weapons alone were worth a fortune. What would they possibly stake against that? Nevertheless, some individuals remained unwilling to concede. 1,000,001, 1,000,003, 1,000,005, 1,000,050. Chu Yuan spoke with an air of indifference. The atmosphere fell silent once more. This time, those who had previously raised their bids fell into silence. They could not compete. Simply could not. Enough, I concede. I shall not contend any longer. Many took their seats. The bidding had become excessively fierce. It was clear they were intent on securing the item. So what was the point of their struggle? The outcome was certain. What the carefree king? Why did he remain silent? Did he not wish to contest? Many curious gazes turned towards that private chamber. By all accounts, the financial capacity of the carefree king should suffice. At this moment, the carefree king shook his head in resignation. It was not that he lacked the desire to compete. Rather, the potential herb held no value for him anymore, as his own potential had long been exhausted, and further consumption would yield no progress. Rather than squandering precious spirit stones, it was wiser to preserve them in hopes of securing a brighter future for his son. His love for his son was profound. 1,500,000 superior spirit stones, once. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? There was silence. 1,500,000 superior spirit stones, twice. Still no bids. The Qianyao Taoist had initially considered raising the bid to draw some sacrifice from Chu Yuan, but then a thought crossed his mind. What if he had the opportunity to eliminate Chu Yuan? In that case, all of Chu Yuan's possessions would rightfully belong to him. Raising the bid would only serve to squander his own spirit stones. Hence, he remained silent, observing intently. 1,500,000 superior spirit stones, thrice. Sold. Chu Yuan declared decisively. We extend our congratulations to the esteemed guest in box number 1 for acquiring the potential herb. The auction has concluded. Guests who have 1 items, please remain in place. Someone will deliver your purchases shortly. Payment and delivery will occur simultaneously. The date for the next auction is yet to be determined. Please stay tuned for further announcements. Until next time, as the crowd dispersed, animated discussions ensued. Most had not participated in the bidding, yet they had gained valuable insights. Enough to fuel conversations over tea and meals, a common pastime, often referred to as boasting. Soon, Chu Ya, accompanied by her attendants, personally delivered the green serpent sword and the potential herb. I am Chu Yuan. Honored to meet you, Senior Chu, she said, bowing respectfully, although her personal delivery was unnecessary. Her curiosity to see Chu Yuan's true countenance compelled her to come. She was not disappointed. At first glance, he was a sight to behold, his white hair glistening, his demeanor strikingly handsome. Indeed, he resembled a jade figure amidst the common folk, unmatched in elegance. Such youthful charm in the Soul Palace realm was truly eye-catching, leaving spectators in awe. In all her life, she had never encountered anyone with half his grace. Chu Yuan offered a slight nod. Here are the green serpent sword and the potential herb you acquired. With a wave of her hand, one maid presented a green sword, while another cradled a white jade box. The total amounts to 1,640,000 superior spirit stones, which translates to 16,400 pinnacle spirit stones, or 164 inferior spirit crystals. May I settle the payment in inferior spirit crystals? Though he could not use spirit crystals for cultivation, they served perfectly as currency. While inferior spirit crystals were rare in the Great Wu dynasty, they were not priceless treasures. Furthermore, given his strength in this realm, he had no fear of anyone attempting to rob him. Of course, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Perhaps others had not encountered inferior spirit crystals, but her close relationship with the guild leader allowed her a few fortunate glimpses. As for the origin of Chu Yuan's spirit crystals, they likely stemmed from the spoils of his previous battle against a Soul Palace realm entity. An outsider, no doubt, and possessing some spirit crystals was entirely plausible. Xia Qingfeng and others shared similar thoughts. With a mere wave of his hand, Chu Yuan summoned 164 fist-sized milky white crystals. Although no energy leaked from them, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly coalesced towards this spot. Given a little more time, it was entirely conceivable that the concentration of spiritual energy in this area could multiply several times over. Is this what a spiritual crystal is? Xiao Qingfeng and the others gaped in astonishment, appearing as though they had never laid eyes on such wonders before. Qiuya smiled as she waved her hand to collect the inferior spiritual crystals. At an auction, one cannot merely call out a price. Once a bid is made, one must be able to afford it. If one later discovers they cannot pay, the consequences, according to the rules, could be dire. While the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce lacked a Soul Palace Realm Guardian, it did not mean they were incapable of dealing with one. There were several grand formations powered by spiritual crystals, and they were no jest. Thus, even a Soul Palace Realm practitioner would learn the meaning of regret if they dared to act recklessly within the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Chu Yuan tossed the Qing Shi sword to Yang Daozhen. Thanks, ancestor. Yang Daozhen clutched it with affection, nearly overwhelmed with gratitude, and almost knelt in reverence, but was lifted by Chu Yuan's unseen force. Upon opening the jade-white box, he revealed the Tianyun grass, reminiscent of a 3-leaf clover from a past life, yet boasting 5 leaves. Though only the length of a palm, it contained a unique essence of energy and abundant life force, radiating a soft, milky glow. Chu Yuan closed the box and handed it to Jiangyi. Chapter 32. The Return of the 6th-stage Tianyun grass, breaking through to the perfect Soul Palace realm. Jiangyi gazed at his master, who gently remarked, "This is for you. You'll find it useful when you reach the 5 organs realm." "Master, this is far too precious," Jiangyi replied, his throat dry. This had cost 150,000 superior spiritual stones. He felt excessively indebted for the favors he had already received from his master and hesitated to accept it, feeling unworthy. "This item is intended for you, not merely a reward for merit," Chu Yuan swore internally. He continued, "Take it. Just remember my words. I want to see how far you can go and where your limits lie." He chuckled. "Besides, you seem to refuse anything I give you. Are you not planning to show me some respect?" Seeing his master's sincere and gentle smile, Jiangyi was once again moved. He understood that his master was resolute in gifting this to him. Taking a deep breath, he stood and knelt before Chu Yuan, touching his forehead to the ground in reverence before extending his hands to accept the box, declaring with determination, "Master, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you." Chu Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated at Jiangyi's kneeling, but he deemed it a good sign, reflecting the boy's gratitude and loyalty. "All right, Eyes," he said, gently lifting him up. At that moment, as Jiangyi took the box, the system notification chimed. Ding. The master has granted his eldest disciple Jiangyi the 5th-stage Tianyun grass, resulting in the return of a 6th-stage Tianyun grass. Note: Qin Yuan grass is only 5th stage. Whether sprouted or mature, it remains 5th stage and cannot be cultivated or elevated to other tiers. Only through this exceptional route provided by the system can one attain the 6th tier, which is available for those in the Soul Palace realm. Upon seeing the system notification, Chu Yuan was taken aback. It turns out that 6th tier potential essence grass does not exist in this world. Not a single specimen can be found. Only the manifestation of the system's divine power can yield it. Perhaps it is not limited to the potential essence grass. Many things in this world are bound by their inherent constraints, yet the system can transcend such limitations. If he adeptly utilizes it, he could acquire treasures unattainable by others. This is indeed an advantage. What a delightful sensation. Meanwhile, Yang Daojin and his companions looked on with envy, genuinely lamenting their lack of such a master as Jiang Yi. Alas, the disparity among people is truly exasperating. The fates of individuals are, indeed, vastly different. Xiaoya and her entourage of maidservants were also astonished. The precious elixir, purchased with such a considerable amount of spirit stones, was simply gifted to the disciple. How fortunate must it be to be his disciple? Chu Yuan Laifet Zhang Yiyao, who was munching on a spirit fruit atop the desk, and settled her on his shoulder. This little girl is such a glutton, eating wherever she goes. Upon probing with his divine sense, Chu Yuan discovered something intriguing. Most of what Jiang Yao consumed was refined by the power emanating from her supreme bone. This was precisely why her little belly had not been overstuffed, and her body refining speed was remarkably swift. All right, let us depart. If we linger too long, the Foundation establishment elixir will be gone, he declared, striding towards the exit, with Shaoqing Feng and the others in tow. Xiaoyu remained momentarily stunned. What on earth? The Foundation establishment elixir can't flee. And when did it become yours? Isn't that elixir belonging to Taoist Qinya? Wait a moment. Could it be that Ancestor Chu is contemplating? As a certain possibility dawned upon her, Xiaoya's eyes widened, feeling her blood begin to boil with excitement. And she hurriedly followed, fearing she might miss the spectacle. Look, it's Ancestor Chu. Such charisma, truly enviable. Upon exiting the auction house, Chu Yuan led the group as they traversed the air, prompting gasps of astonishment from onlookers, many of whom had deliberately positioned themselves outside to catch a glimpse of Ancestor Chu's grandeur. Chu Yuan did not spot Taoist Qinya. He had sensed the other's aura and realized they had already departed the vicinity. He proceeded directly to seek out the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Dao Chu, here is the item you requested. Mei Fanghua presented him with a storage ring. After inspecting it, Chu Yuan nodded and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Keep the token I gave you earlier. You will receive a 20% discount on all purchases at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Mei Fanghua remarked with a smile. In that case, I'm most grateful, President Mei. Chu Yuan Ziplit Gautotans. You are too kind, Taoist. At such a young age, you possess remarkable cultivation. I surmise you will not linger long in the great martial dynasty. Should you ever decide to depart and seek a place, consider the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. You could serve as a guest elder at one of our larger branches. There are numerous benefits to such an arrangement. At the age of 50, possessing the realm of the Soul Palace, even with fortuitous encounters, one's innate talent is undoubtedly of the utmost caliber. She herself feels inadequate in comparison. Indeed, she is. Therefore, she does not mind making an effort to cultivate alliances. Of course, if such alliances cannot be forged, it is of little consequence. Individuals of this caliber are not uncommon elsewhere, albeit this location is rather remote. Chu Yuan nodded, stating that he would contemplate it in due course. He had matters to attend to and took his leave. Farewell, friend, Mei Fanghua smiled, waving him off. As soon as Chu Yuan departed, Xiaoyu arrived. Aunt, come quickly. Let us go witness the commotion, Xiaoyu exclaimed, linking her arm with Mei Fanghua's. What commotion? Mei Fanghua inquired. Xiaoyu quickly recounted the events. Without hesitation, Mei Fanghua grasped her arm and hurriedly rushed out. Instead of leaving the city, they concealed themselves outside the Wanbao Merchant Association. Intriguingly, it seemed he wished to engage in a little underhanded maneuvering himself. After departing the Wanbao Merchant Association, Chu Yuan unleashed his consciousness, sweeping expansively to identify the lurking Qianya Taoist, who naively believed himself undetected. Chu Yuan handed Jiang Yao to Jiang Yi, instructing him to look after his sister, as he stated, Master will be back shortly. He intended to eliminate the Qianya Taoist right there. Combat was prohibited within the Wanbao Merchant Association, but once the Taoist stepped outside, it would be an opportune moment to act. In principle, the imperial city also forbade combat. However, compared to him, the regulations in places other than the Wanbao Merchant Association rested firmly in his hands. Be cautious, Master, Jiang Yu warned. Be careful, Ancestor, echoed Xiao Qingfeng and the others. At that moment, Mei Fenghua and her companion had just arrived outside. Chu Yuan executed his perfected flying technique, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving no one aware of his destination. Even Qian Daoist could not discern his whereabouts, nor could his consciousness locate him. Indeed, Chu Yuan intended to slay the Qian Daoist, but for safety's sake, he felt it prudent to enhance his cultivation further. He was exceedingly stable. At this moment, his figure occupied a hidden, uninhabited corner. With a mere thought, he retrieved the 6th grade Qian Yuan grass from his storage space and consumed it in one bite. He was aware that this item activated immediately upon ingestion, thus wasting no time. As anticipated, the Qian Yuan grass melted in his mouth before he could even discern its flavor, cascading into his stomach. Subsequently, a peculiar force and vibrant life energy surged throughout his limbs, organs, and every cell within his body. Boom! It was as if a mysterious door had been flung open, releasing boundless potential at that moment. Chu Yuan felt an immense surge of primordial power, instantly merging with his cultivation. This sensation was akin to receiving a celestial enlightenment. In an instant, his cultivation soared dramatically, defying containment. Boom! Late stage of the Soul Palace Realm. Boom! The pinnacle of the Soul Palace Realm. Chapter 33. Annihilating the Qian Daoist, we were gravely mistaken. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had surged by 2 minor realms, advancing from a mid-stage of the Soul Palace Realm to its perfected state. His internal true essence had thickened exponentially, and the power of his primordial spirit had significantly augmented. Just as he achieved this pinnacle, the mysterious door that had been opened closed abruptly. The 6th grade potential grass could only elevate him to the utmost limits of the Soul Palace Realm, as it seemed that greater potential could not be extracted from this herb. Nonetheless, this was a remarkable achievement. Chu Yuan was not one to be consumed by greed. The 2 minor realms he had transcended had spared him considerable time in arduous cultivation. The 6th grade potential grass had transformed, sprouting 6 leaves, slightly larger than before, proving to be a wondrous aid for the development of potential within the Soul Palace Realm. This was indeed a true treasure of heaven and earth. Of course, Chu Yuan's elevation was also intrinsically linked to his own nature. His potential was nothing short of terrifying, allowing him to reach such heights directly. For others, merely breaking through a single minor realm would have posed a significant challenge. Calming his aura and steadying his emotions, Chu Yuan revealed a cruel smile. The time for the hunt had arrived. Meanwhile, after witnessing Chu Yuan's figure vanish, the 1,000-crow Taoist searched frantically, yet found no trace. An ominous premonition enveloped him, for the ability to disappear right beneath his nose was beyond his expectations. His 700 years of experience warned him that something was amiss. Regardless of whether Chu Yuan was targeting him or not, it was prudent for him to depart. Otherwise, he might find himself in dire straits. Without hesitation, the 1,000-crow Taoist swiftly retreated into the distance, careful not to fly too high, opting instead to glide close to the ground to maintain a low profile. The people on the streets could scarcely perceive his fleeting shadow. Did he wish to escape, or would he remain here forever? Just then, a detached voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Countless individuals looked up, some of whom had recently attended an auction, recognizing the voice as that of the esteemed ancestor Chu from the Tianyun Sect. To whom was he speaking? With a whoosh, a beam of golden light shot into the sky, revealing a magnificent golden sword. Upon reaching the heavens, the sword changed course, hurtling towards the eastern part of the city. The terrifying pressure emanating from the sword rendered the air suffocating. Damn it, this was truly aimed at me. The 1,000-crow Taoist's expression shifted dramatically as he felt himself locked onto by an ominous force. Desperate, he ascended into the sky, seeking to escape with greater speed. However, the sword's velocity far surpassed his own, swiftly closing the distance. There was no escape. Why? Why was it so fast and so powerful? This was impossible. It shouldn't be happening. Panic set in. In that moment, the 1,000-crow Taoist was gripped by fear. He sensed the oppressive weight of death emanating from the sword, nearly suffocating him. As he attempted to evade, the sword followed his every move. He had never felt so close to death before. In this moment, he realized his grave mistake. Chu Yuan was far from the pitiful figure he had imagined. Instead, he was terrifyingly powerful, undoubtedly at least at the mid or even late stages of the Soul Palace realm. Damn it, he had concealed his strength so deeply. No, I refuse to accept this. I have prepared everything. I shall live a second life. The Thousand-Crow Taoist's face twisted with rage. Since escape was impossible, he would confront it head-on. He halted, a shattered shield materializing in his grasp, as he summoned all his strength to wield it in defense. The broken shield emitted ominous black smoke, shaping into a ghastly shadow. The spectral head gaped wide, aiming to swallow the treasured sword whole. Yet, the sword radiated a brilliant light, manifesting a colossal golden sword's phantom that pierced through and obliterated the ghastly head, dispersing the black smoke. Silence ensued. Once the smoke cleared, the sword had penetrated the Thousand-Crow Taoist's skull, his eyes wide open in shock, refusing to close. His face, wrinkled and aged, contorted into a mask of sheer terror. He could scarcely fathom that Chu Yuan had grown to such an extent. He had been annihilated in an instant. The world fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Countless onlookers gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding in the heavens. The aura exuded by the Thousand-Crow Taoist moments ago had been utterly terrifying, and yet this formidable being had been slain by a single sword strike. To say he had no chance to retaliate would be no exaggeration. The sword struck with a sensation akin to claiming an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. At that moment, a young man with white hair clad in a purple-gold robe appeared as if by teleportation in the sky, striding forward with each step covering 10 miles, creating an illusion of space contracting around him. Chu, the ancestor. He has slain the Thousand-Crow Taoist. Someone finally reacted, stammering out the words. This individual was a cultivator from the Five Organs realm who had attended the auction, and his voice resonated loudly. Instantly, many returned to their senses. Yet their astonishment remained undiminished. We were wrong. We were utterly mistaken. Someone struck their thigh in realization. In the auction house, when Ancestor Chu refrained from bidding against the Thousand-Crow Taoist, they assumed it was due to fear. They could not have been more misguided. It was likely that even then, Ancestor Chu had already devised a plan to obtain the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Ancestor Chu had never feared the Thousand-Crow Taoist. Rather, he had long since sentenced him to death. Naturally, he would disdain competing with a corpse. This was the truth. Ancestor Chu had grown even stronger than he was 2 months prior. Some present had been among those who watched from outside the Tianyun Sect back then. They had witnessed Ancestor Chu strike once. At that time, he had not been nearly as formidable. In such a brief span of time, the progress is nothing short of extraordinary. Can this truly be a human? Someone trembled. It has only been 2 months. Who claims that the Ancestor Chu has advanced only during this period? And who can assert that the true extent of Ancestor Chu's abilities was revealed 2 months ago? Or who dares to guarantee that what Ancestor Chu displays now is indeed his authentic strength? An elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Hiss! Upon hearing these words, countless individuals inhaled sharply. If this were the case, Ancestor Chu's depths are unfathomable. While they were lost in astonishment and speculation, Chu Yuan had already approached the corpse. The body and the shattered shield remained suspended, a testament to his control over the sword's power through his divine consciousness. His current spirit energy and true essence allowed him to wield the sword effortlessly, provided he remained within his range of perception. With a wave of his hand, he collected the broken shield and seized several storage rings from the body of the Thousand-Crow Taoist. After meticulously ensuring nothing was amiss, he grasped the sword hilt and gave it a slight tremor. Bang! In an instant, the corpse of the Thousand-Crow Taoist was reduced to countless shards of light, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 34. My desire for progress is unquenchable. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng and the others finally comprehended why Chu Yuan had previously referred to the Thousand-Crow Taoist as an ant. To Chu Yuan, the Thousand-Crow Taoist was indeed insignificant, a single sword strike to annihilate. What else could this be but the act of an ant? They could hardly fathom who else, apart from Chu Yuan, could achieve such a feat. Who else? The soul-killing palace was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. And the premier sect of the Great Martial Dynasty should indeed be the Tianyun Sect under the Great Martial Dynasty. Their faces flushed with excitement. For this was their revered ancestor, the very ancestor they had watched grow. Yet, why did he seem increasingly enigmatic? The might of their ancestor had transcended their imagination and comprehension. They could not grasp why he had become so formidable. However, it mattered not. Questions that eluded understanding were best left unpondered. As long as their ancestor was powerful, that sufficed. Indeed, the strength of their master was unfathomable. Viank Yimusit, having correctly deduced the terrifying prowess of his master. Gulp. Among the crowd, Zhang Tao and Zhang Yun swallowed hard, immensely relieved that they had not offended him previously. Otherwise, there would have been no one to save their lives. Upon learning all of this, the head of the Zhang family also broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the elder was quite amiable, provided one did not provoke him. Zhang Yun remarked. Zhang Tao nodded in agreement. And is this truly the end? Kia exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone underestimated him, including myself. Mei Fanghua sighed, then muttered, "It makes no sense. How could such a genius emerge in a place like this?" The foundation building's spiritual liquid remains. Chu Yuan examined the sea's storage rings with his divine consciousness, wondering if this old fellow had emptied the entire treasury of the Xian dynasty. Previously, I expended 7.5 million high-grade spirit stones to procure foundational spirit liquid. Remarkably, within my storage ring, an abundance of cultivation materials remains. These resources were accumulated from the transition between the condensation realm to the perfection of the five organs realm, encompassing a wide array of items. Good heavens! Could it be that this old fellow harbors intentions of seizing another's body? The possibility of that foundational spirit liquid is indeed quite significant. The broken shield, a damaged 7th grade weapon, possesses the capability to amplify combat power. This ancient being possesses some formidable treasures. The opponent's strength approaches the mid-stage of the Soul Palace realm. No wonder, a century ago, he was able to suppress the Grand Martial Dynasty's ancestors. Yet, 100 years have elapsed, and it appears he has made little progress. He deserves to be vanquished. I can only imagine that when he met his demise, Taoist Qinya must have regretted his actions deeply, lamenting the trouble he had stirred. Though alas, there is no remedy for regret. If Taoist Qinya sought to seize another's body and I ended his life, does that not equate to saving another? In that light, this individual is rather fortunate. As these thoughts swirled, Chu Yuan began his journey back, feeling exceptionally elated. The perfection of the Soul Palace realm. In the Grand Martial Dynasty and even its surrounding regions, he could now traverse with unparalleled confidence, having acquired the strength that rivals even the mightiest. However, he must temper his arrogance. Should adversaries appear, victory is not guaranteed. Continued advancement is essential. My desire for progress is overwhelming. Progress and taking in disciples presents a promising avenue. It is fortuitous that I can visit the son of the carefree king. If he is indeed a child of destiny, then it would be a tremendous gain. Ancestor, your prowess is unparalleled. Upon his approach, Shao Qingfeng and the others gazed at him with admiration. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the powerful are revered. Enough, said Chu Yuan. I have matters to attend to. You may return. He inquired, by the way, is there anything else you need to purchase? None, they replied. Very well. Senior Chu, you have truly opened my eyes, Mei Fanghua remarked as she approached. Although she was aware of Chu Yuan's stature in the Soul Palace realm, she had assumed he was merely a recent entrant. Given her standing, she felt it permissible to address him as a fellow cultivator. However, after witnessing his swift defeat of Taoist Qinya, to refer to him as a peer would be quite disrespectful. You flatter me, Chu Yuan chuckled lightly. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Senior Chu, do attend to your affairs, and remember to consider our Wanbao Merchant Association, Mei Fanghua said, winking. Chu Yuan smiled and nodded. Subsequently, with a sweep of his divine sense, he located the carefree king's position. Accompanied by his two disciples, he approached the carefree king. The carefree king trembled slightly. What brings this esteemed figure here? Filled with curiosity, he clasped his hands and said, Greetings, Senior Chu. Despite being a ruler in his own right, he did not dare to assume any heirs. Not only him, but even the emperor of the Grand Martial Dynasty and that venerable ancestor would likely not dare to exhibit arrogance. After all, Taoist Qinya had been dispatched with a single sword strike. Even the venerated ancestor could be subdued with but one blade. Is it true that you have a son who is incapacitated? Chu Yuan. Indeed, replied the king of Carefree, though he was uncertain of Chu Yuan's intentions. Surely, he did not come merely to mock him. May I have the honor of meeting him? Chu Yuan asked. The esteemed elder wishes to see my son? The king of Carefree was taken aback, followed by a surge of excitement. Could it be that you possess a way to heal my son? He recalled the foundational elixir, which was now in Chu Yuan's possession. You shall find out by visiting, Chu Yuan stated. Very well, very well. The king of Carefree hastily gestured, "Please, follow me." Under the king's guidance, Chu Yuan and his companions proceeded towards the king of Carefree's residence. It was curious. It seemed that the venerable ancestor had a particular interest in the young heir. Why was that? Did the esteemed ancestor have a penchant for the inept? Countless onlookers were puzzled, yet none dared to follow openly. The consequences of inciting the venerable ancestor's wrath were unimaginable. Friend Chu is becoming increasingly intriguing. A riddle wrapped in an enigma, Mei Fanghua chuckled. He appears to rival, if not surpass, the youthful elites of the 10 sects outside. And, do you think there might be other sects behind the venerable ancestor? Choya asked curiously. Who can say? However, it would be wise not to pry. Everyone harbors secrets, lest we invite calamity upon ourselves. Mei Fanghua replied meaningfully. A decade prior, Chu Yuan's parents had been murdered, leaving him with silver hair overnight. Yet he had not avenged them. This indicated that, at that time, Chu Yuan lacked even the capacity for retribution. However, a decade later, he had slain the Taoist Qianya of the Soul Palace with a single stroke. The implications were terrifying. She could indeed leverage the power of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to investigate, but doing so would undoubtedly incur Chu Yuan's displeasure, so she decided against it. Having already cultivated a positive rapport, it was best not to jeopardize it. Furthermore, even if she were to uncover Chu Yuan's secrets, she would have no use for them, nor would it be her place to meddle. Why would she willingly invite trouble? Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of a tea house, an elderly man dressed simply sat with a young girl of 4 or 5 years. "Grandfather, why do your hands tremble so?" the little girl asked, her wide eyes filled with innocence. The elder withdrew his gaze from the distance and replied gently, "The tea is rather hot." Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. "Once my matters are resolved, we shall discuss this further." Startled, he lost his grip on the teacup, which shattered upon the floor. Chapter 35. The Tumultuous Misfortunes of the King of Carefree, Beyond the 10 Sects. "Tell me about your son," Chu Yuan requested as they traveled. "Of course, esteemed elder." The King of Carefree began, recounting the tale of his son in great detail, even mentioning the boy's mother. 17 years ago, the solitary King of Carefree had ventured out into the world and encountered a woman afflicted by a peculiar emotional poison. He found himself unable to resist her plea for help, and thus he surrendered to the experience. After the incident, the woman temporarily lost her cultivation. Despite being a couple, the Carefree King, unwilling to abandon her, brought her back to his home. Due to the need for detoxification and salvation, the woman held a complex attitude towards the king. Fortunately, she did not harbor any hatred towards him. Days passed in a slow, steady rhythm, with the woman practicing diligently to restore her powers. Yet her progress was painfully sluggish. Regarding her origins, she remained tight-lipped, and the king refrained from pressing her for answers, choosing instead to regard their bond as a fateful entanglement, hoping she would leave once her powers were regained. However, fate had other plans. To their astonishment, the woman became pregnant. Both the king and the woman were taken aback. The king had not anticipated that he would become a father at such a late stage in his life. Yet, he soon fell into despair, thinking that even if she were pregnant, she would choose to terminate the pregnancy. To his surprise, the woman decided to keep the child, believing in the continuation of a bloodline. In that moment, the king vowed to her that he would cherish her and their child for a lifetime. After 10 months, the child was born, bringing immense joy to the king. The family of 3 lived together, and those days were the happiest of the king's life. The woman seemed to have reached a compromise, behaving as a true wife. Just as the king believed this blissful existence would endure, the woman announced her departure, citing reasons she did not disclose. By then, she had regained her cultivation to the peak of the 5 organs realm. Though the king remained unaware of her true potential during her prime, the woman left, and the king could not prevent her, nor did he know her whereabouts. During that time, the king wept daily, raising their child alone. His surname was Shao, belonging to the royal clan of the Great Wu dynasty, and their child was named Xiao Yan. At 6, Xiao Yan began his cultivation. By 9, he reached the condensation of essence stage, and by 13, he was at the late stage of the same realm, only to inexplicably regress in his abilities. Even the royal ancestors could not discern the cause, leaving the king in despair. He sought every remedy available, exhausting all options to no avail. Had it not been for the resources the woman had provided before her departure, he might have already lost everything. Now, in a bid to auction foundational elixirs, he was prepared to risk it all once more. To his dismay, he failed to secure any. "My child is more precious to me than my own life," the king earnestly declared. If you can heal him, I would gladly serve you as a humble servant. Alas, he lamented, I have failed the woman who entrusted me with our child. Chu Yuan sai in wali, gundens. The carefree king, with his striking features, is now in middle age yet still encounters a mysterious woman. His luck is indeed remarkable. However, the circumstances surrounding this encounter are somewhat melodramatic. I once believed the carefree king to be a child of fortune. Yet, upon using the eye of truth, I discerned a decent fortune, albeit not enough to deem him a child of destiny. In other respects, he appears rather ordinary. I have heard he was jilted. What is the status of the woman who called off the engagement? Chu Yuan in quit. The lady's name is Lu Ruyue, the daughter of the Lu family patriarch, a prominent lineage in the imperial city. The engagement was arranged based on my friendship with the head of the Lu family. To be frank, it was they who sought to elevate themselves through this alliance. However, after Yenner was incapacitated, Lu Ruyue unexpectedly caught the attention of an elder from the Ice Soul Valley, who happened to be passing through, and took her there for cultivation. She has been gone for 2 years. 7 days ago, Lu Ruyue returned home to visit her family and brought someone to annul the engagement. It infuriates me. Initially, the patriarch of the Lu family implored me to sign the engagement, and now they have so cavalierly withdrawn. Truly, those in power are merciless. Yet, there is little I can do. The Ice Soul Valley is not to be trifled with. The carefree king sighed as he spoke. Did any formidable figures accompany her to annul the engagement? Chu Yuan asked. 7 days prior, he was in seclusion. Since they have arrived, it is possible they may have heard rumors about him. Could they have conducted a covert investigation? A companion at the perfected 5 organs realm accompanied her. The carefree king replied, a perfected 5 organs realm individual can only serve as an aid. How powerful is the Ice Soul Valley? Chu Yuan question. I have not heard of such a force surrounding the Ice Soul Valley. The carefree king was not particularly surprised by Chu Yuan's ignorance, as he presumed Chu Yuan had been engrossed in seclusion at the Tianyun Sect, with little awareness of the outside world. Even those at the Tianyun Sect possess scant knowledge about what lies beyond. They are immensely powerful. The carefree king stated gravely, Esteemed one, the vast area we inhabit is known as the land of 100 kingdoms. The Great Wu dynasty is but one of these kingdoms. Although there are disparities in strength among the 100 kingdoms, the differences are not as pronounced as one might think. Above these kingdoms, there exist the 10 great sects. These 10 sects stand exalted, immensely powerful, and utterly transcend the 100 kingdoms. They're often referred to as the 10 sects beyond the world. The 100 kingdoms hold no significance in their eyes. To them, the sole purpose of the 100 kingdoms is to supply them with cultivation prodigies. It is said that even in the Soul Palace realm, one can only serve as a steward. Only those in the Dharma phase realm can attain elder status. Individuals at the 5 organs realm, who are considered experts within the 100 kingdoms, hold no standing among the 10 sects. How terrifying is that? The Ice Soul Valley is indeed one of these 10 sects. Lu Riyue's master is a formidable being in the Dharma phase realm. By the end of his discourse, the carefree king felt a profound sense of helplessness. The chasm between their strengths is simply too vast. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan's mind stirred. In the land of 100 kingdoms, among the 10 sects, even those in the Soul Palace realm can only serve as stewards. Thus, the soul that he previously vanquished, which belonged to a Soul Palace realm individual, seems to have been merely a steward of the Blood-Eaten Hall. Thus, could it be that the Blood Shadow Palace is indeed one of the 10 sects? Have you heard of the Blood Shadow Palace? He inquired. Even you, esteemed elder, are aware of the Blood Shadow Palace, one of the 10 sects? The King of Freedom responded in surprise. It seems that you're not entirely oblivious to the outside world. Chu Yuan inwardly clicked his tongue, surprised to learn that the Blood Shadow Palace truly is one of the 10 sects. But why did that primordial spirit, known as Lin Huayuan, descend to the point of seizing control of the Bloodblade Sect's leader? Logically speaking, the physical body of the Bloodblade Sect's leader is utterly inadequate. Moreover, after seizing control, why not return to the Blood Shadow Palace? Did he discover Jiang Yi's dual pupils and Jiang Yao's supreme bone, and wish to monopolize them? It is quite possible. Therefore, it is likely that he did not disclose any information regarding Jiang Yi and the others to the Blood Shadow Palace. However, after his demise, if there remains a soul lamp in the Blood Shadow Palace that extinguishes, will they come to investigate his fall? If so, it would spell trouble. Strength must be enhanced swiftly. A sense of urgency surged within Chu Yuan. Esteemed Elder, we have arrived. Chapter 36, Taking Disciples, Celestial Fire Body, 3 Years of Enlightenment. Chu Yuan had previously pondered whether those who came from the Isol Valley would inquire about him upon hearing his rumors. However, upon learning of the Isol Valley's formidable power, it seems they would likely dismiss someone like him. Perhaps, on a fundamental level, they do not regard him as significant. As the voice of the King of Freedom resounded, they descended before a magnificent residence. Your Highness. The gatekeepers bowed respectfully. The King of Freedom gestured, saying, Esteemed Elder, please. Once inside, the guards at the entrance were utterly astonished. Who was that just now? How could they command such respect from the prince? A person of great importance. Surely, they must be an extraordinary figure. Young, white-haired, could it be the one rumored about? The royal manor was situated quite far away. Thus, they remained unaware of the events that had just transpired at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. However, the news would soon spread. Has Lu Riyue left the great martial realm? Esteemed Elder, she departed 3 days ago. Chu Yuan, note that. Esteemed Elder, I shall first take you to the hall to rest, then summon Yener. The King of Freedom remarked. Xiaoyan is currently only at the mid-stage of the body refinement realm, unable to use the communication jade slip, as it requires true essence to operate, which is only accessible in the condensing essence realm. No need, I see him training. Let us proceed directly. Chu Yuan's divine sense had enveloped the entire royal manor. He discovered that within a courtyard, a youth was practicing martial arts. Although his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the body refinement realm, the technique he executed was of the profound grade, exuding an aura of returning to one's true nature, transcendent and sublime. It was evident that despite his low cultivation, his comprehension was remarkably high. Perfect. After a series of inquiries, Chu Yuan was 98% certain that the individual was indeed a child of fortune. Even if by some chance he is not, he is undoubtedly a genius in distress. Although Yener has regressed in his cultivation, he has never relinquished his arduous training, persevering day after day. Sighed the King of Freedom. As the gates of the courtyard swung open, Xiaoyan heard the commotion and glanced over. He observed his father bowing respectfully, extending a hand to welcome a guest. Then, he beheld a striking young man with white hair, a little girl perched on his shoulder, accompanied by a youth. Entering the premises, he halted his practice and approached, first bowing to Chu Yuan. Recognizing that anyone who could command such respect from his father must be extraordinary and not to be offended, that was his judgment. He then bowed to the King of Freedom, Father. The King of Freedom nodded with a smile, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Father, may I ask who this is? Xiaoyan inquired curiously. Yener, this is the esteemed ancestor Chu of the Tianyun Sect, a powerful figure at the Soul Palace realm. The King of Freedom introduced. Anset Doju. So it is indeed you. Excitement glimmered in Xiaoyan's eyes. He had heard tales of ancestor Chu, losing his parents, turning white-haired overnight, entering seclusion for a decade, and emerging as a master of the Soul Palace at the age of 50. A truly admirable feat. Elder Chu has come to assess your condition. The King of Freedom stated. Me? Xiaoyan forced a bitter smile, pondering what could be discerned. After all these years, no one had managed to uncover anything. He held no hope, yet one must adhere to the formalities. Thus, he respectfully acknowledged Ancestor Chu. Chu Yuan, note that. His thoughts stirring as he activated the Eye of True Vision. In the next moment, Xiaoyan's attribute panel materialized before him. Name, Xiaoyan. Age, 16. Talent, Master of Fire Dao. Both comprehension and physique are of the highest caliber. Possessing the heavenly fire Dao body. Potential, immortal caliber, an exceptionally potent fate with the possibility of achieving even greater heights. Cultivation, mid-stage body refinement, originally late-stage qi condensation. 3 years prior, the heavenly fire Dao body began to consume his cultivation for awakening, resulting in a continuous decline. Now, the heavenly fire Dao body is 99% awakened, requiring immense external force to impact the Dantian for complete awakening. Fortune, favored by heaven and earth, blessed with great fortune upon seeing this. Chu Yuan could hardly suppress a smile. Indeed, another gifted individual blessed by fortune. Logically, this should resemble the archetype of a discarded fiancé, yet there was no ringed elder, but rather a remarkable constitution. However, in this vast world, peculiarities abound. Such differences are, after all, quite normal. Chu Yuan mused inwardly. Elder, what is your assessment? The King of Freedom inquired cautiously, his own tension palpable, despite having been informed countless times of failure. But what if? He held onto a flicker of hope. Even Xiao Yan, who had long since abandoned hope, yearned to seize that slim chance, no matter how remote it seemed. Chu Yuan did not respond directly, but instead gazed intently at Xiao Yan and asked, "I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing?" "Wait, a disciple?" Xiao Yao Wang and Xiao Yan exchanged incredulous glances. "Predecessor, you wish to accept Yen'er as your disciple? Could it be?" Xiao Yao Wang's face flushed with excitement, reminiscent of a maiden on her wedding night. Xiao Yan found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by the unexpected proposition of apprenticeship. The outcome was entirely unforeseen. "By joining my ranks, you shall be liberated from your predicaments," Chu Yuan declared, standing with an air of a celestial being detached from the mundane world. "I am willing. I am willing." Xiao Yan knelt, bowing deeply. "Master, I beseech you to accept my humble homage." The swiftness of his actions reflected his fear of Chu Yuan's potential change of heart. Xiao Yan was uncertain whether this apprenticeship would genuinely resolve his troubles. Yet he recognized that this was the closest he had come in 3 years. The likelihood of Chu Laozu deceiving him seemed minimal. If he could not alleviate Xiao Yan's burdens, why then would he take him as a disciple? It was implausible that this was merely a jest. The most probable scenario was that Chu Laozu could indeed provide a solution to his plight. Salvation was at hand. Xiao Yan's rapid response surprised Chu Yuan, though it was understandable. To Xiao Yan, Chu Yuan's appearance was akin to a drowning man spotting a life-saving straw, compelling him to grasp it with all his might. "Very well," Chu Yuan stated earnestly. "From this day forth, you shall be the third disciple under my tutelage." "Yes, master," Xiao Yan replied. At that moment, a system notification materialized. Ding. "Congratulations, master. You have acquired another disciple with exceptional talent and fortune. The disciple's abilities are being synchronized. The synchronization of cultivation talent is successful. Should the disciple fall or be expelled, the synchronized talents will not vanish. This apprenticeship yields a reward. 3 years of cultivation bestowed upon you, for the master's personal use only. The return on teaching effects will manifest upon this disciple." In disbelief, Chu Yuan exclaimed, 3 years? It is indeed 3 years of cultivation. At that instant, his composure wavered, particularly as he contemplated the cumulative enhancement of his 3 disciples' talents alongside the 3 years of cultivation bestowed upon him. Goodness gracious! Is this the path to swiftly becoming an invincible master? He recalled that during his previous acquisition of a year's cultivation, he had advanced from the late stage of the 5 organs realm to the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. 3 years held significant promise. Xiao Yan had squandered 3 years, bound in a 3-year pact with his fiancée. Now, by taking him as a disciple, he received the reward of 3 years of cultivation. Was this not an intertwining of their fates? Reflecting on his acceptance of Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao, he had only received a year of cultivation. Such comparisons seemed unjust. Was it possible that the system had deemed the initial 100-year beginner's gift too generous, leading to a subsequent reduction in rewards? Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts. The system was, after all, his benefactor. How could he harbor doubts? Without it, he would be nothing. Even if Brother Tongzi truly accepted a bribe, he would acknowledge it. With 3 years of cultivation under his belt, he is undoubtedly capable of reaching at least the realm of Dharma manifestation. Chu Yuan felt an immense sense of relief. Chapter 37. Master, how terrifying. Good disciple, rise. Chu Yuan gestured, and a gentle breeze lifted the kneeling Xiao Yan. "Allow me to introduce you. This is your elder brother, Jiang Yi, and this is your second senior sister, Jiang Yao. They are siblings." As he made the introductions, Chu Yuan noticed a peculiar sensation. Both Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao appeared younger than Xiao Yan. However, the designation of seniority among disciples is determined by the order of arrival rather than age. While introducing them, Chu Yuan withdrew the divine sense he had used to conceal their cultivation levels. Instantly, their powers were unveiled, and the Prince of Freedom widened his eyes in astonishment. Mid-stage of the condensation realm, and mid-stage of the body refinement realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel shocked. It was rumored that the 2 disciples of the Venerable Chu were one at the late stage of body refinement, and the other had not even begun to cultivate. How could their cultivation levels have transformed so dramatically in merely 2 months? Setting aside the speed of their progress, considering both age and cultivation, Jiang Yi's mid-stage of the condensation realm, at just 13 years old, is quite impressive, and Jiang Yao is even more astonishing at the tender age of 5. Reaching mid-stage of the body refinement realm, Which family possesses a child that begins cultivation at such a young age and achieves mid-stage body refinement? What will they become as they grow older? Your elder brother once reached the late stage of the condensation realm at the age of 10. But due to unforeseen circumstances, he lost his cultivation and has since been rebuilding it, Chu Yuan mentioned, concerned that his eldest disciple might be underestimated. The Prince of Freedom, Xiao Yan, a late-stage condensation realm at 10 years old, before Xiao Yan's own decline. He too had only reached the late stage of the condensation realm at 13. Naturally, what captivated their attention most was the fact that Jiang Yi had lost his cultivation and managed to recover it. Does this mean Xiao Yan could also do the same? Greetings, elder brother. Xiao Yan respectfully saluted, having already recognized Jiang Yi as his elder brother, regardless of the latter's youth. Third junior brother. Jiang Yi replied with a gentle smile. Under the gaze of his unique eyes, he detected the terrifying potential hidden within Xiao Yan. Indeed, anyone chosen by the master is far from ordinary. Yet, he was puzzled as to how the master, having never met Xiao Yan, could discern his exceptional talent. It was evident that the master had come specifically for him. Could it be that the master had heard of his prior decline? Yet, the world is filled with countless failures, and truly gifted individuals are exceedingly rare. The master did not seek out other failures, but chose to meet Xiao Yan directly. Truly, the master is extraordinarily remarkable and enigmatic. He felt the master remains shrouded in mystery, elusive and incomprehensible. Second senior sister, Xiao Yan turned to Jiang Yao and bowed. Hee, I am so delighted to be his sister. The little girl beamed with joy. Third junior brother, here, a spiritual fruit for you, Jiang Yao offered, handing him a spiritual fruit. Thank you, second senior sister. Xiao Yan smiled as he accepted the spiritual fruit. As your second senior sister has bestowed a gift, it is only fitting that I, as the eldest brother, offer you a token of our meeting. Jiang Yi produced a storage ring and handed it to Xiao Yan. This was one among many in his possession, and thanks to his master's blessings, he was quite affluent. Thank you, eldest brother, Xiao Yan expressed gratefully. Oh, if you all are giving gifts, then I must certainly contribute as well, Chu Yuan remarked with a smile. He had already intended to give something and presented 3 storage rings. These are spoils acquired from the recent defeat of the Thousand Crow Taoist. Aside from the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, consider the rest a gift. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yan accepted them. Predecessor, what is this? The nearby Prince of Freedom was left in shock. Although the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid was not included, the wealth from a Soul Palace Realm cultivator was undoubtedly substantial. Father, what is the matter? Xiao Yan inquired, puzzled. My son, do you know who the Thousand Crow Taoist is? Father, I have not heard of him. The Prince of Freedom took a deep breath. The Thousand Crow Taoist is the ancestor of the Dashuan dynasty. What? Xiao Yan gasped in disbelief. Did this mean that Master had just slain a Soul Palace Realm cultivator and even given him the spoils? Soul Palace possessions. Goodness. Suddenly, the 3 storage rings felt immensely valuable in his hands. He had just become a disciple. How could he be worthy of such treatment from his master? Was this a test? Master, this is too precious, he protested. Chu Yuan raised his hand to interrupt. Do not hesitate. Inquire of your elder brothers. Things given by a master are not to be taken back. Indeed, that is true. Master is always generous and treats his disciples exceptionally well. Viangi conjurit sinjiridi. After confirming several times, Xiao Yan finally accepted the rings with heartfelt gratitude. Ding! Naturally, Chu Yuan also received a return from the Thousand Crow Taoist storage ring. While it contained no martial techniques, it was rich in treasures. Aside from the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, all were bestowed upon Xiao Yan. By the way, did Master not say he defeated the Thousand Crow Taoist? Where did this happen? Why did I not hear any commotion? He queried curiously. Primarily, he is the ancestor of the Dashuan dynasty. Though I do not know the details, he must at least be as formidable as our own ancestor. Perhaps even slightly stronger than ours. The Prince of Freedom seemed to understand his thoughts. A century ago, the Thousand Crow Taoist clashed with our ancestor, and our ancestor narrowly lost. Yet just now, Senior Chu effortlessly dispatched the Thousand Crow Taoist with a single strike. Hiss! Xiao Yan inhaled sharply, his scalp tingling. To kill a Soul Palace Realm cultivator with a single sword strike. How terrifying was his master. Now that you have become my disciple, I shall begin to assist you in overcoming your tribulations, Chu Yuan stated earnestly. He was eager to witness just how extraordinary the heavenly fire Tao body truly was. Is it truly possible? Xiao Yan felt a mixture of disbelief and anticipation. Simple. Chu Yuan merely uttered 2 words with a casual air. Yet they delivered the most profound shock to them. Xiaoyan inhaled deeply. Master, what must I do? You need do nothing, Chu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. In the next moment, he acted, summoning Xiaoyan before him with a wave of his hand, subsequently striking his abdomen. The immense power of his cultivation surged into Xiaoyan's dantian. He adhered strictly to the system's instructions. Xiaoyan was instantly propelled backward, flying several meters and rolling on the ground. Naturally, Chu Yuan moderated his strength. Otherwise, Xiaoyan would have been reduced to a mist of blood. Yannia, the elder, the carefree king, was filled with anxiety, perplexed as to why Chu Yuan was undertaking such actions. Just then, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from Xiaoyan, sweeping outward. Chu Yuan raised his hand, containing the force of the blast. Would there be some terrifying anomaly? Chu Yuan felt a twinge of concern. Should a truly horrific phenomenon arise, it might attract formidable beings beyond their capacity to confront. One could only hope it would not come to pass. Xiaoyan seemed to sense the transformation within his body and promptly sat cross-legged. In the next instant, a crimson radiance ascended from his dantian, spreading like flames throughout his being. Chapter 38, All In, skipping the Dharma manifestation realm. In an instant, Xiaoyan was transformed into a figure of vibrant red, his skin entirely flushed with color. Soon after, an even more dazzling crimson light surged from his dantian, manifesting as threads that danced across his surface as if alive, ultimately forming intricate and arcane runes and totems. Simultaneously, the other red light was absorbed into these runes and totems, which erupted in flames, engulfing him in a fiery blaze that instantly reduced his garments to ashes. Chu Yuan shielded Jiang Yao's eyes with his hand, simultaneously using his cultivation to stave off the flame's onslaught. At this moment, Xiaoyan underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, becoming a being of fire. His hair stood erect, each strand radiating fiery brilliance without being consumed, while a lotus of flame emerged on his forehead. His eyes glowed with a golden divine fire, akin to twin suns, and his physique was nothing short of perfection, every inch of skin adorned with runes that, rather than appearing grotesque, exuded a distinct beauty. This scene left the carefree king utterly astonished. Was this truly his son? Boom! Xiaoyan's aura of cultivation continuously surged. Late-stage body refinement. Complete body refinement. Early stage qi condensation. Complete qi condensation. Upon achieving this breakthrough, the runes and totems dimmed and gradually faded, as if merging with his very being, intertwining with his flesh and blood. The previously upright hair cascaded down, resting upon his shoulders. Complete qi condensation. I have returned. I have returned. Moreover, my cultivation has ascended to new heights. Ha ha! I have finally restored my strength. With a triumphant roar, Xiaoyan reveled in the joy of his recovery, dancing with unrestrained delight. However, only after noticing the peculiar gazes of those around him did he come to a realization. He hurriedly covered a certain area, his face instantly flushing crimson. This was it. What an embarrassing situation. He felt utterly humiliated. Ah, the agony of social death. From within the courtyard, Chu Yuan retrieved a set of clothing and tossed it to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan swiftly donned the garments, lowering his head further, his heart swelling with pride and elation. Ahem, congratulations, Chu Yuan remarked with a light cough. Yinner, why are you still dawdling? Quickly express your gratitude to your master. The carefree king, filled with a mix of disappointment and pride, could no longer hold back his tears. At last, his son was no longer a failure. Oh, right. Xiaoyan snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath. If he had to suffer social death, so be it. He would accept it as the price for shedding the label of being useless. After a moment of self-comfort, he knelt and bowed, exclaiming, Xiaoyan, I am profoundly grateful for Master's life-giving grace. Even at that moment, he felt as though he were in a dream, terrified of waking up. Senior Chu, I cannot thank you enough. The carefree king also bowed respectfully. Chu Yuan accepted their gratitude and released his hold on Jiang Yao's eyes. Rise, he said with a gentle smile, as soothing as a spring breeze. Congratulations, third junior brother, Jiang Yi said, feeling a tinge of pressure. The cultivation level of his junior was now superior to his own. Congratulations, third junior brother. Xiaoyan nodded at them, then inquired, Master, what just happened? Why did a single strike from you suffice to restore me? At this, the carefree king was equally curious, eager to learn the answer. Chu Yuan secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, nothing dreadful had manifested earlier. The reason your cultivation regressed is due to your possession of a unique constitution. 3 years ago, this special physique began to absorb your cultivation and achievements, which is why, despite your efforts, your progress has been unstable. Over the course of 3 years, your physique has reached the threshold for awakening. It merely requires an external force to impact your dantian, Chu Yuan explained, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Not only had Master identified the unique constitution of his third junior brother, but he also knew how to assist in its awakening. Truly, the Master remained as enigmatic and formidable as ever, Jiang Yi mused. A unique constitution. The carefree king was elated. It was indeed the special constitution recorded in ancient texts. It was said that those with such a physique, once awakened, would find cultivation as effortless as eating or drinking. So that is how it is. This is marvelous. Xiao Yin felt a sense of conviction that his cultivation speed would surely surpass what it had been before. Thank you, Master. If it weren't for your assistance, I might never have awakened my physique. Xiao Yin expressed his gratitude, realizing that awakening his constitution required external force to impact the dantian. Chu Yuan nodded with a smile. But in truth, it was likely that Xiao Yin would have awakened due to other circumstances, as great fortune was no trifling matter. Today is indeed a day of great joy. Senior, you have worked hard. Please, step into the hall so that I may host a banquet in your honor. The carefree king invited. Upon recalling the little glutton perched on his shoulder, Chu Yuan smiled and nodded. Seniors, allow me to show you around my home, he offered. Xiao Yin, filled with joy, sought to strengthen his bond with his seniors. Very well, Jiang Yi replied with a nod. Let's go. Chu Yuan gently set Jiang Yao down. I will come find you later, Master, Jiang Yao obediently stated. The trio departed, and Chu Yuan accompanied the wandering king to a grand hall. Esteemed elder, please wait here. I shall prepare the feast, he announced. It was imperative for him to undertake the preparations personally. To the royal kitchen, let the chefs unleash their culinary prowess and create the most sumptuous banquet. Culinary arts, much like alchemy and artifact forging, hold their own intricacies. Unlike the meals of ordinary folk, the ingredients for cultivators comprise beast meats and various spiritual herbs. When executed well, the dishes not only tantalize the senses, but also bestow various benefits upon consumption. Go ahead, Chu Yuan thought to himself, eager to find a secluded spot to elevate his cultivation. As the wandering king departed, a slight smile graced Chu Yuan's lips. Now, let us see how far my talent and effort can take me. System, allocate points. 3 years of cultivation condensed into a moment. Let all ride. Ding, at your command. Esteemed Master. Commencing cultivation in fusion. The familiar sensation enveloped him. Phew. Boom. Breakthrough achieved. Early stage of the law manifestation realm. In this realm, the primordial spirit undergoes further refinement, merging with the power of cultivation to form the law manifestation. When manifested, it stands like a giant. The law manifestation realm effectively compensates for the diminutive stature of humanity. Once manifested, it obscures the sky, akin to a deity. Naturally, the larger the manifestation, the greater the personal toll it exacts. The breakthroughs continued, now in the mid-stage of the law manifestation realm, transitioning to the late stage, achieving perfection in the law manifestation realm. Yet, the process was not exhausted. He had reached the early stage of the nirvana realm. Each breakthrough in the nirvana realm allows for a rebirth, a transformation that can mend deficiencies and heal injuries. For instance, a cultivator with a severed arm could regenerate it after attaining the nirvana realm, rendering their body more flawless than before. Even hidden and internal injuries could be restored through this process. If one is already perfect, subsequent rebirths would enhance their perfection further. Mid-stage of the nirvana realm. At this moment, the infusion of 3 years of cultivation came to an end. It had allowed him to bypass the formidable law manifestation realm entirely. Chapter 39. What is wrong with enjoying oneself after such arduous training? He had become immensely powerful. The former version of himself now seemed akin to an ant in comparison. Now, even when faced with external threats, he was confident in his ability to prevail. A self-assured smile adorned Chu Yuan's face. In the 10 sects beyond the world, those in the law manifestation realm served as elders, while the most formidable beings were undoubtedly in the nirvana realm. With a mere thought, he checked his attribute panel. Master, Chu Yuan. Age 50. Talent, extraordinary. unparalleled in contemporary times, Master of Fire, enhanced by 3 disciples' talents. Potential, possessing the qualities of a celestial king from the outset. Cultivation, mid-stage Nirvana realm. Cultivation technique, Crimson Golden Profound Art, heavenly grade, major completion. Martial skills, Crimson Serpent Sword technique, heavenly grade, minor completion. Soaring Dragon, heavenly grade, minor completion. Disciples, 35, available for review. Chu Yuan's talent as the Master of Fire grants him additional enhancements related to all things fiery. For instance, cultivating fire attribute techniques and martial skills progresses significantly faster than those of other attributes. Currently, this characteristic has been conferred upon Chu Yuan. However, he lacks powerful fire attribute techniques. He is determined to seek one when the opportunity arises. Chu Yuan has already taken on 3 disciples, and due to his recent breakthrough, he has gained 2 additional slots for disciples, one for the Dharma aspect realm and one for the Nirvana realm. If he were to accept 2 more disciples, further rewards await him. The thought alone brings him great joy. Yet, finding suitable disciples may prove challenging. Having encountered 3 in this modest Wu dynasty is already a blessing. He believes in fate. When the time is right, he shall meet them. His mindset remains consistently positive. Remarkably, his spiritual consciousness now extends for thousands of miles. Upon testing, after enveloping the imperial city, it swiftly spread further, allowing him to perceive every subtle movement within a vast radius. His primordial spirit's strength is exceptionally potent, aside from the extensive range of his consciousness. The speed of his awareness has increased, significantly enhancing his ability to deduce and comprehend. This greatly aids in the cultivation of techniques and martial skills, facilitating their swift perfection. In truth, his current techniques and martial skills seem somewhat unworthy of his capabilities. Heavenly grade techniques are suited for the Dharma aspect and Nirvana realms. Yet those in the Nirvana realm benefit more from superior and exceptional heavenly grade techniques. Naturally, if there exist king grade techniques that surpass heavenly grade or even higher, that would be even more splendid. Beyond the Nirvana realm lie the king and honored realms, 2 vast domains separated by a significant chasm. The ancient texts of the Tianyun Sect merely provide names for these realms, leaving the intricacies and transformations entirely unknown. As for the realm above honored, a thorough search of the Tianyun Sect's ancient texts yields no records. Perhaps the same applies to other factions within the Dawu dynasty. Truly, human calculations pale in comparison to the will of heaven. Chu Yuan reflected on the elixirs and exceptional spirit stones he had recently acquired, initially intended for his cultivation. They unexpectedly facilitated his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm. Those elixirs, even if gifted to his disciples, hold no value for him now. However, the exceptional spirit stones can still be utilized, although he is now capable of refining even higher-grade spirit crystals for his training. Who would still use exquisite spirit stones when one can wield spirit crystals? In any case, that would not be his choice. However, it is not a significant issue. The exquisite spirit stones can be gifted to his disciple, and in return, he can obtain exquisite spirit crystals. The inferior spirit crystals can be refined without difficulty. Chu Yuan tested this and found it to be quite effortless. The medium-grade crystals were manageable as well. To his surprise, the superior-grade crystals proved challenging to refine. The energy contained within them was astonishing. It is understandable, as superior spirit crystals, along with exquisite ones, are generally utilized by those of the revered realm. The exchange rate among spirit crystals is 100 to 1. The disparity between inferior and exquisite spirit crystals is akin to that between inferior spirit stones and exquisite spirit stones. 1 exquisite spirit crystal is equivalent to 1 million inferior spirit crystals. Thus, the prospect of wealth is indeed straightforward. Subsequently, he thought it would be a good opportunity to see if he could purchase formidable martial arts techniques. He then closed his eyes to meditate on his martial arts and techniques. As his realm ascended, the process became increasingly effortless, reminiscent of a top student from his past life returning to solve middle school problems. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi and the others returned. "Master, catch me." Jiang Yao leapt from a distance, soaring through the air. Though petite, her cultivation had reached the mid-stage of body refinement, and her physical strength had attained 30,000 pounds. With her vitality infused with immense power, it is no exaggeration to say that even some young beasts could not match her ferocity. Chu Yuan caught her in both arms. "Wow, Master, you seem a bit different," Jiang Yao remarked, biting her finger as she scrutinized Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan Chuko. Oh hot? In what way do I seem different? I can't quite articulate it. It just feels different. Oh wait, I think I know. Your hair seems shinier than before. Jiang Yao observed intently, cradling a strand of his white hair. Having broken through to the mid-stage of nirvana, he had effectively undergone 2 minor transformations. His head of white hair was initially a result of profound sorrow, but he could have returned to black hair. Nevertheless, he found the white hair quite appealing and had grown accustomed to it, thus opting not to change it. Yet, after undergoing 2 metamorphoses, it indeed appeared more lustrous. Chu Yuan gently ruffled Jiang Yao's hair and turned to Xiaoyan, saying, "Your physique is known as the heavenly fire body. Cultivating fire attribute techniques will yield exceptional results. However, I currently possess no fire attribute techniques here. For now, let me impart some other skills for your training." With that, Chu Yuan pointed at Xiaoyan's forehead. With his current spiritual essence, the transmission of knowledge had become remarkably simple. He bestowed upon him a mid-tier heavenly technique and 2 lower-tier heavenly martial skills. Xiaoyan gazed at the inheritance materializing within his mind, astonished. Heavenly tier techniques, to him, had only existed in legends, yet now he had obtained them. Although they were not of the fire attribute, they were still highly desirable. Upon completing the transmission, he grinned and exclaimed, "Hee, thank you, master." He felt that today was indeed his fortunate day. By becoming a disciple, he would alter his destiny. "Lu Yinyu, wait for me. In 3 years, I shall surely make you see me in a new light." In his heart, Xiaoyan mused, "Esteemed senior, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Just then, the king of leisure arrived, accompanied by a bevy of exquisitely beautiful palace maids, each bearing a dish. Even before the dishes reached the table, their enticing aroma wafted through the air. "Wow!" Jiang Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide with anticipation. A grand table was set with 108 distinct dishes, none resembling the other, some even crafted from 5th-tier precious herbs and the flesh of mystical beasts, stirring an undeniable appetite. As the serving maids withdrew, a new group entered, and rather than mere maids, they resembled ethereal fairy maidens, each more captivating than the last. Some played melodious tunes while others performed graceful dances, a true visual feast. In response, Chu Yuan offered no words of refusal. After all, with the rigors of cultivation, what harm was there in indulging? "To you, esteemed senior, I raise my glass." The king of leisure declared earnestly, his gratitude towards Chu Yuan no less than that of Xiaoyan. Chu Yuan nodded. The wine was indeed a spirit elixir, but at his level of cultivation, it held little significance. Jiang Yi and Xiaoyan exchanged cups, while Jiang Yao remained engrossed in her meal. After dining, Chu Yuan swiftly moved to the 9th floor of a nearby tea house. Taking a seat by the window, he spoke calmly. "Now, what brings you to seek my counsel?" Chapter 40. Esteemed senior, it was my ignorance to have referred to you as fellow Taoist. With a swift motion, the elderly man in the tea house rose, his face alight with joy as he respectfully clasped his hands together. "I am Xiao Xuanzhong, honored to meet you, Taoist Chu." Clad in simple attire, with a long white beard, he was the venerable ancestor of the Great Wu dynasty, a being in the early stage of the Soul Palace realm. Yet before Chu Yuan, he was notably cautious. After all, his old rival, Taoist Qinya, had been dispatched with a single sword strike, who would not tread carefully in such circumstances. Behind him stood a small girl, around 4 or 5 years old, with cherubic cheeks and a somewhat endearing appearance, though she paled in comparison to Jiang Yao. Chu Yuan used his true sight to assess her, noting her rather ordinary talents. There were 2 reasons for his visit. First, a flicker of curiosity about what this man wished to discuss, and second, the royal family possessed perfected earth-tier cultivation techniques, which he might wish to observe. Naturally, borrowing such methods would be most convenient through this royal ancestor, who had the authority to grant such requests. Chu Yuan waved his hand, calmly stating, "Let's get straight to the matter." "Very well." Xiao Xuanzhong nodded earnestly. "Taoist Chu, the situation is as follows. Over a century ago, I discovered a cave dwelling and therein found 2 well-preserved longevity pills. For a place like the Great Wu dynasty, longevity pills are akin to legendary techniques above the heavenly tier, existing only in tales. Yet, I have acquired such a mythical treasure. Upon consuming one, I gained an additional 200 years of life. In the early stages of the Soul Palace realm, one typically possesses a lifespan of merely 600 years. However, upon consuming the longevity pill, one can attain a lifespan comparable to that of the early law manifestation realm, extending to 800 years. Yet, it is imperative to note that each individual may only partake of a single pill, for consuming additional ones will yield no further increase in lifespan. This miraculous substance proves effective solely in its first instance. The second pill, naturally, fell into the hands of the Qingya Taoist, which elucidates why he, who was destined to pass into the afterlife a century ago, still walks among us today. When I first encountered the Qingya Taoist, we engaged in a fierce battle, and I suffered a regrettable defeat. The Qingya Taoist possessed numerous treasures, and ultimately, I exchanged that longevity pill for several valuable items. To be candid, my exploration of that mysterious cave remains superficial. The true nature of the existence that left behind this cave is beyond my estimation. Initially, I reached only the first level of the cave, where I procured the longevity pill, but when I attempted to advance to the second level, I was thwarted by a puppet. This puppet, embodying the strength of the early Soul Palace realm, displayed no fear of pain or death, its body akin to a weapon, relentlessly offensive and utterly devoid of defense. Throughout the past century, I have made numerous attempts to breach the puppet's blockade and access the second level, all in vain. My age slightly surpasses that of the Qingya Taoist, and I am left with but a few decades of life. I had hoped to wait until a disciple broke through to the Soul Palace realm, allowing us to join forces to explore the second level. However, my disciples have proven lackluster, and none have yet achieved that breakthrough. The Qingya Taoist is someone I cannot trust, which is why I have never considered collaborating with him. I have refrained from disclosing any details about the cave to him, asserting instead that the origin of the longevity pill was a gift from a senior. As for seeking other allies, I found none suitable until I heard that you, Taoist Chu, had ascended to the Soul Palace realm. I thought to extend an invitation to you, for compared to others, you are also from the Great Wu dynasty, making us akin to compatriots. Initially, upon learning of your injuries and need for recuperation, I chose not to intrude, merely relaying a message to await your availability for a visit. However, I did not anticipate that you would reach a point where you could slay the Qingya Taoist with a single strike. It appears you are not injured after all. With your formidable strength, should you be inclined to explore the cave alongside me, our chances of success would be significantly enhanced. You are aware of my ability to slay the Qingya Taoist, and yet you share such information with me without fear of my coveting the cave's treasures for myself? Chu Yuan regarded him with keen interest. Truth be told, he was somewhat intrigued by the cave, though he remained uncertain of the veracity of Xiao Xuanzhong's claims. He did not fully trust the other party. It was conceivable that the Qingya Taoist might perceive him, a non-royal Soul Palace realm individual from the Great Wu dynasty, as a threat to the royal lineage and devise a scheme to eliminate him. Observing Xiao Xuanzhong's lifespan, it was possible that the longevity pill was genuine. Yet the means of acquisition might not have been as straightforward as he implied. Nevertheless, given Chu Yuan's current strength, he was unperturbed by any potential plots. The fate of the Great Wu dynasty rested within the grasp of his thoughts. I believe in you, Taoist, Xiao Xuanzhong declared. This exchange, of course, is merely a form of pleasantry. He and Chu Yuan are not well acquainted, so how could he possibly trust him? Nevertheless, Chu Yuan stands as the most viable option. His lifespan wanes, and he intends to take a gamble. The treasures within the cave can be divided, with my friend receiving 60%, while I shall content myself with 40%. I merely wish to enhance the foundation of the royal descendants before I depart from this world. He continued, asserting that even in the absence of his Soul Palace realm, the royal family remains the most formidable force within the great martial dynasty. The royal lineage possesses other means to contend with those of the Soul Palace realm, albeit limited to the confines of the imperial city. Beyond its borders, they are at a loss. The ancestral guardians of the royal family exist to resolve issues that others cannot in times of necessity. I am willing to accompany you to seize that cave, but the distribution of benefits must be revised, Chu Yuan remarked, lightly tapping the table. Then grant my friend 70%, and I shall settle for 30%. Xiao Xuanzhong retorted, gritting his teeth. Chu Yuan shook his head. 1% for you. The remaining 90% belongs to me. My friend, Xiao Xuanzhong began, yet found himself at a loss for words. This was indeed an audacious demand. As you have stated, alone you cannot reach the second layer. You have already scoured the treasures of the first layer. Thus, your only role is to guide me to that cave, and I shall handle the rest. All you need to do is reap the benefits. Of course, you may refuse. Although I hold a modicum of interest in the cave you mentioned, it is but a fleeting curiosity. Should I desire treasures, I could have my disciples continuously acquire them. Xiao Xuanzhong hesitated, 1% truly felt far too meager. I could directly extract your soul to ascertain the location of the cave, but out of respect for your ancestry, I shall refrain from doing so. Therefore, the decision to collaborate rests solely with you. As he spoke, Chu Yuan released a fraction of his oppressive aura, compelling Xiao Xuanzhong to grasp the gravity of his words. Boom! The pressure descended upon Xiao Xuanzhong, merely to instill a sense of dread rather than to crush him. Yet, in that moment, he experienced an unprecedented terror, as though the very heavens were collapsing. He felt akin to a fragile boat adrift in an infinite ocean, perilously close to oblivion. The horror was overwhelming. He sensed that should this pressure bear down upon him, he would be reduced to a mere mist of blood, his very essence obliterated. In that instant, he was gripped by sheer panic. Why? Why was it so fearsome? This could not be the Soul Palace realm. It was far beyond that. This was at the very least a manifestation realm. Chu Yuan possessed such terrifying prowess. How could this be possible? He was but 50 years old. Xiao Xuanzhong felt his worldview, built over 7 centuries, shatter into pieces, waves of astonishment crashing within him. The oppressive aura lingered for merely a moment before dissipating, yet the shock it instilled would resonate for ages to come. After a prolonged moment of distraction, he finally regained his composure, his throat dry as he addressed, Senior Chu, my previous address of fellow Taoist was a mark of my ignorance. Chapter 41, Rounding Up, equates to the royal family possessing an invincible backing. The earlier display of Chu Yuan's prowess in effortlessly slaying the Thousand-Crow Taoist made his previous address seem rather presumptuous. Judging by the slight pressure he had just exhibited, even a Thousand-Crow Taoist standing before Chu Yuan would scarcely suffice to match his might. This power transcended the limits of his understanding. Referring to him as a fellow Taoist would indeed be a grave misjudgment. Thus, what is your decision? Chu Yuan maintained his usual calm demeanor. His earlier words bore a hint of threat, yet it mattered little. Such is the nature of this world. And he considered himself rather merciful. Had it been another, they might have resorted to coercion or soul extraction. In the face of weakness, one must confront their original sins. This principle holds true in any realm. Senior Chu, I am willing to collaborate with you. Let the distribution be as you see fit, Xiao Xuanzhong declared, now wary of provoking this formidable figure. Should soul extraction ensue, where would he find solace? It was better to gain a little than to walk away empty-handed. He had contemplated that if Chu Yuan had not inquired about the cave, he could have concealed the secret until his death, allowing the royal family to inherit it. However, he was acutely aware of the royal family situation. He himself could not access the second level, and it would be even more challenging for others in the royal family. Even if someone from the royal family were to reach the Soul Palace realm, they would need to be stronger than he was. But how likely was that? The probability seemed exceedingly slim, at least for the next few centuries. Moreover, the cave might be discovered by another at any moment. Rather than risk such uncertainty, it was wiser to develop it himself. Collaborating with Chu Yuan, though perilous, could lead to fortune. He considered it a gamble worth taking, especially given that he had only a few decades of lifespan remaining. Dying along the way was of little consequence. It was this reasoning that led him to divulge the cave's secrets. Yet, he had not anticipated such a stark reduction in profit distribution. After witnessing Chu Yuan's strength, however, he felt no resentment. The survival of the royal family hinged on the whims of this individual. That he was offered even a tenth made him somewhat grateful. Had Chu Yuan been merely in the mid or late stages of the Soul Palace realm, this distribution would have displeased him. However, with Chu Yuan surpassing the Soul Palace realm, he held no grievances. Furthermore, with such prowess, there was a possibility that Chu Yuan could explore the entirety of the cave. Very well, let us reconvene here after the duration of an incense stick. Chu Yuan intended to distribute the foundational spirit liquid to his disciples, hoping they might yield something of value in return. Agreed. By the way, Senior Chu, you mentioned earlier that it was due to Xiao Yan's influence. I'm curious about the nature of your relationship with him now. This was a point of perplexity for Xiao Xuanzhong. As a direct descendant of the royal family, he was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's significance and had once placed great expectations upon him. Due to Xiao Yan's extraordinary talent, which has only intensified over the years, the likelihood of him surpassing others in the future is substantial. However, Xiao Yan eventually fell from grace, a fact that weighed heavily on him for quite some time. Throughout the years, the wandering king has sought various rare treasures, incurring significant costs, much of which has been supported by his forebear. Previously, When Chu Yuan accompanied the wandering king to the royal residence, he learned that the visit was in regard to Xiao Yan. Yet within such a brief span, it is perplexing that Chu Yuan would place such importance on a seemingly worthless individual. His curiosity was genuine. At present, he is the third disciple of this esteemed master. Upon finishing his thoughts, Chu Yuan's figure vanished from sight. Third disciple? Xiao Xuanzhong's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be that the esteemed elder has cured that lad's affliction? It must be so. Otherwise, why would one take a wastrel as a disciple? How splendid! How delightful! Xiao Yan has recovered, and his joy is immeasurable. Moreover, with his connection to the esteemed elder, the Wandering King's residence has acquired a formidable ally. Given that the Wandering King is part of the royal family, and the current emperor is his brother, it essentially means the royal family has gained an invincible support, surpassing the Soul Palace realm. Who could be considered invincible in this vicinity? The adversary has perished at the hands of the esteemed elder. Such a twist of fate is indeed remarkable. He felt fortunate that without this connection, he might have never had the opportunity to negotiate benefits with the esteemed elder, instead facing a direct soul search. The mere thought of it sends shivers down his spine. At the Wandering King's residence, Chu Yuan's figure materialized swiftly, his speed astonishingly rapid. It is worth noting that old Xiao also bears the surname Xiao, yet he has no ties to the royal lineage. He thought of Xiao Qingfeng. Bang, bang, bang. At this very moment, within a courtyard, a fierce battle unfolded, with two figures engaging fervently, creating tremendous noise and tremors. It was Xiao Yin and Jiang Yi, after their meal, had eagerly decided to spar. Jiang Yao stood by, alternately cheering for her brother and for the third disciple. Xiao Yin employed a style of boxing, while Jiang Yi utilized sword techniques. The Wandering King observed the duel, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. This young man, Jiang Yi, was surprisingly formidable. Despite being 2 minor realms below Xiao Yan, he gained the upper hand. The sword technique he wielded was fearfully powerful, seemingly of legendary caliber. As a royal prince of noble blood, he had trained in the royal family's top-tier earth-level martial arts and possessed discerning vision. Jiang Yi's swordsmanship clearly transcended the earth level, belonging instead to the heavenly tier. Possessing a heavenly heritage, the esteemed elder is indeed enigmatic. The Wandering King mused to himself. Having such a master as a mentor is a blessing for Yin. Bang! Just then, Jiang Yi broke through Xiao Yan's defenses, striking him back with a single palm. In truth, the duration of their engagement had been remarkably brief. Chu Yuan had merely stepped out to the tea house for a short while. Third disciple, I concede. Jiang Yi stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of invincibility. His ability to surpass 2 minor realms and swiftly defeat Xiao Yan stemmed not only from the elevated mastery of his martial arts, but also from the significant advantage of his dual pupils. Although their powers were not yet fully manifested, they enabled him to effortlessly discern the flaws in his opponent's techniques. Though Xiao Yan had just reached the pinnacle of the condensation realm, his unique physique granted him enhanced combat prowess. Coupled with his profound mastery of a top-tier profound fist technique, he was nearly unmatched within his realm. Alas, he found himself up against Jiang Yi, a veritable prodigy. Who would have thought my senior brother was so formidable? I am truly enlightened. Xiao Yan marveled, humbled by the swiftness with which he was defeated despite being 2 realms below Jiang Yi. It was terrifying to realize that all his intentions had been pierced through by his senior brother's keen insight. Jiang Yi's ability to conceal the nature of his dual pupils rendered Xiao Yan oblivious to their uniqueness. He could only admire the sharpness of Jiang Yi's gaze. Indeed, those favored by their master were never ordinary. He glanced at Jiang Yao and mused that had she been of the same age, he would likely have suffered greatly at her hands. They all seemed like monsters, and the pressure was immense. Chapter 42. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? In a desolate land of eternal winter, a realm devoid of color, towering mountains formed from ice and snow loomed everywhere. Deep within the icy peaks lay a basin encircled by mountains, adorned with palatial structures and towers intricately sculpted from ice crystals. Numerous caverns dotted the cliffs surrounding the basin, resembling a crystalline kingdom of the snow. Under the faint glow emanating from the formations, the buildings shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, creating an ethereal spectacle. At the center, a vast square featured a colossal ice sculpture, towering 3 to 4 times higher than the surrounding structures. The sculpture depicted a woman of exquisite form. with a pair of crystalline wings and a veil of ice obscuring the lower half of her face. Even the upper portion revealed a beauty that could captivate a nation. Her hands were gracefully crossed at her abdomen, and under the dreamlike radiance, she appeared almost lifelike, resembling a slumbering deity. This was the Ice Soul Valley. A flying vessel came to rest within the valley, and a strikingly beautiful young woman emerged, walking upon the air. Lu Yunyu gazed at the familiar surroundings. Releasing a sigh of relief, she had finally returned. Although this place had been her home for over a decade, she held no fondness for it. Compared to her current surroundings, it felt utterly inferior. Even a single breath here was discomforting. She could hardly fathom how she had once endured such a place. How had she failed to recognize its dismal nature before? Fortunately, she had finally left that place behind. There was no need to return to such a place again. It was time to share the good news with her master. Lu Yunyu soon arrived at the entrance of a prestigious cave dwelling, the residence of her revered master. Her master, an elder of the Ice Soul Valley, was no ordinary elder, but the Grand Elder. All other elders were under her master's command. Holding a position of great influence, with cultivation that had reached the consummation of the Dharma manifestation realm. She was Lu Yunyu's idol, and she aspired to become a person like her master in this lifetime. After reporting her arrival, the cave door swung open, and she entered with familiarity, making her way to a certain location where she encountered her master. There, seated upon a crystal lotus platform, was a figure enveloped in a dense chill, shrouded in mist, rendering her appearance indistinct. "Master, I have returned," Lu Yunyu greeted respectfully. "The marriage has been called off?" A somewhat frosty voice inquired. "Yes," Lu Yunyu replied. "But that individual is rather presumptuous, intending to challenge me at Ice Soul Valley in 3 years. Such arrogance. Not only is he already rendered useless, even if he were not, he could never be my opponent. It is utterly foolish." The figure let out a derisive laugh. Insects that are unaware of the heavens and the earth are quite common. The beings from such places can never enter the 10 clans. They are perpetually frogs at the bottom of the well. Some are even rather arrogant, but in truth, they are merely clowns. Lu Yunyu nodded in agreement, proudly declaring, "In 3 years, not only will he fail to defeat me at Ice Soul Valley, he will likely not even know where Ice Soul Valley is located. Thus, that so-called 3-year appointment is, in my view, nothing more than a joke. I only pity him and agreed out of compassion. He might as well remain in the Great Wu dynasty for the rest of his life, living as a useless person. Otherwise, the greater his understanding of the disparity, the more despair he will feel." At merely 15 years of age, she had already attained the Pool Origin realm. Her stage lay in a much broader world. "By the way, Master, I heard an intriguing piece of news." Lu Yunyu recalled, "The Tianyun Sect is one of the sects of the Great Wu dynasty. There's an individual there who, in just 10 years, has advanced from the early stage of the profound pill realm to the early stage of the Soul Palace realm." "What?" The figure expressed astonishment. To break through those two significant realms in 10 years is exceedingly rare, even among the 10 clans. It is not an exaggeration to say it is a phoenix among chickens. "Are you certain you heard correctly? How old is this person now?" 50 years old. 50 years old? Achieving the early stage of the profound pill realm at 40, then advancing so rapidly in the subsequent 10 years? How is that possible? I do not know if it is true. That is merely the rumor. I only brought back one attendant this time, so I did not investigate further. The individual must have been concealing their true abilities. It is impossible to achieve 2 significant breakthroughs in 10 years. Nevertheless, reaching the Soul Palace realm at 50 in such a place is already remarkable. Such talent, even among the 10 clans, will be considered top tier. Is this person male or female? Initially, Chu Yuan thought that the people from the 10 clans would not mind if they heard of him, but in fact, he somewhat underestimated the value of a 50-year-old in the Soul Palace realm. A male? Then it is of no consequence. Our Ice Soul Valley only accepts female disciples. If it were a woman, perhaps it would be worth a visit. However, other sects might consider it, but that is of no concern to us. Very well. Return to your cultivation. Strive to reach the profound Dan realm swiftly, for only then will you be qualified to learn the supreme inheritance within the valley. Indeed, Lu Yunyu was elated. The supreme inheritance of the valley was a treasure of the heavenly tier. It was a place shrouded in darkness, with the ground cracked and devoid of life. The soil and rocks were imbued with a dark hue tinged with a hint of crimson, resembling a hellish landscape. Only the wider fissures in the earth formed canyons, and some mountainous areas emitted a black-red glow, indicative of a peculiar type of magma. Approaching the magma did not bring heat. Instead, it radiated a chilling sensation that pierced the soul, a truly bizarre phenomenon. Within the black-red magma, thick black smoke surged into the sky like pillars of shadow, engulfing the heavens and rendering the world perpetually dim. On this land existed eerie caverns, palaces constructed from bones, and blood-red towers. This was the domain of one of the 10 sects beyond the world, the Blood Shadow Palace. At this moment, a figure cloaked in black entered a palace of bones, and a voice echoed forth. Lin Jiuyin, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. Jinja, I have heard that my son's soul lamp has extinguished. The voice of the cloaked figure was hoarse. Indeed, it was extinguished 2 months ago. Who? Who dares to slay my son, Lin Jiuyin? I shall make them pay with their life. It is unknown who the perpetrator is. During your seclusion, 3 years ago, Lin Yuan ventured forth and has not returned since, with no news. It was only 2 months ago that his soul lamp extinguished. Now that you have emerged, do you intend to seek vengeance? Naturally, I shall. Using the soul summoning secret art, I can locate the place of his soul's demise. Whoever it may be, they shall pay dearly. Very well, go forth. However, exercise caution. Whoever could kill Lin Yuan is no ordinary foe. Do not let your guard down, lest you fall victim to a counterattack. Ha! Lin Jiuyin chuckled coldly. Rest assured, Elder, during this seclusion, I have broken through to the late stage of the Dharma aspect realm. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? That is indeed true. Your son was merely at the perfected soul palace realm. It seems he did not warrant the attention of someone in the nirvana realm. I take my leave. Lin Jiuyin turned to depart, embarking on the path of vengeance. The target of his wrath was not only his son, but also his reserves of resources. This indignation must be avenged. Chapter 43. Bestowing Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid at the Black Abyss Marsh. Kulme. I have divided the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid into 3 portions. Each disciple shall receive a share. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chu Yuan presented the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid and divided it into 3 portions. Each disciple expressed their gratitude and accepted their share. Wang Xiaoyao was contemplative, not expecting that, in the end, his son would also receive a portion of the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Ding! The Master has granted 3 disciples a portion of ordinary Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid and returned 1 portion of Premium Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, suitable for use in the Pool Origin Realm and the Mysterious Pill Realm, capable of solidifying one's foundation and accelerating the speed of cultivation. Premium Foundation Liquid. Furthermore, it has not been stated that this world lacks such substances, indicating that they indeed exist within it. However, it is evident that only those formidable powers possess them. Comparatively, the cultivators in this modest locale are significantly disadvantaged when juxtaposed with those of such great forces. Nevertheless, this is not a substantial concern, as all 3 disciples have now acquired it. While they may not rival the progeny nurtured by the grand powers in other aspects, the Foundation Liquid is certainly available. Coupled with their fortuitous destinies and innate talents, any initial hardships in their growth will soon be surmountable. Master, how do we use this? Jiang Yao inquired with curiosity. Simply drink it, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Once your cultivation reaches the Pool Origin Realm, I possess an even higher grade of Foundation Liquid for you. Do your best. This served as a gentle preemptive measure, preparing them for the eventual presentation of the superior Foundation Liquid, which would not seem so abrupt thereafter. The Foundation Liquid is already remarkable, and there exists an even higher grade. How exorbitantly priced that must be. The free and easy king was astonished. Meanwhile, the 3 had already uncorked the bottles and commenced drinking. In the next moment, a verdant glow emanated from their bodies, their auras thickening steadily. Although their cultivation had not yet broken through, it was only a matter of time before it would. Xiaoyan, bid farewell to your father, Chu Yuan instructed. Xiaoyan nodded, aware that he was to accompany his master. Father, I am leaving. Take care. Xiaoyan approached the free and easy king, preparing to bow. However, the free and easy king pulled him up, speaking earnestly. Follow Senior Chu diligently in your cultivation, and do return to visit when you have the chance. Be exceedingly cautious in battles. Safety is paramount. He felt a pang of reluctance, yet understood that accompanying Senior Chu was the best choice for his son. Indeed, the father and son embraced. Jiang, he could not help but think of his own parents, reassuring them from the heavens that he would take good care of his sister. Subsequently, Chu Yuan led the 3 to a tea house. Exploring that cave could broaden their horizons, and as 3 individuals with great fortunes, they might uncover treasures unnoticed by others. Even in the event of danger, he could simply store them in the system's spatial storage. After returning the little girl, Xiao Xuanzhong promptly arrived here to wait. Senior Chu, you have arrived. Upon seeing Chu Yuan's arrival, he immediately paid his respects. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Ancestor, Xiao Yin greeted respectfully. Xiao Xuanzhong patted his shoulder with a sense of pride, smiling as he said, Child, you are commendable. Suddenly, Xiao Xuanzhong noticed that Xiao Yan's cultivation had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the condensation realm. Not only had he recovered, but he had also made progress. He then glanced at Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao, equally astonished. In my heart, I silently mused, truly worthy of Senior Chu. The capabilities of this disciple are simply terrifying. Well then, let us depart. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yuan enveloped them in an ethereal force of cultivation, and in the next moment, they soared into the sky. The sword previously employed for flight was merely of the 6th tier, no longer befitting his current level of cultivation. As the Nirvana realm corresponds to the 8th tier, he now not only lacked formidable martial arts techniques, but also yearned for other treasures. I hope this expedition to the cave can yield some valuable finds. Ah, my 3 disciples, may you harness the power of fortune. The location of the cave had already been disclosed to him by Xiao Xuanzhong. It was not situated within the Great Wu dynasty, but rather in a unique area within the Wild Ridge. Such speed, it is astonishingly swift, far exceeding my own by more than 100-fold. They had scarcely taken flight when they had already traversed beyond the imperial city's boundaries. The myriad mountains and rivers rapidly receding beneath them, leaving one in a daze. Even Xiao Xuanzhong, a being of the Soul Palace realm, was left utterly astonished. What manner of power is this? The imperial city lies centrally within the Great Wu dynasty, a distance of 70 to 80,000 miles from the Wild Ridge. Yet, before long, they arrived. Before them stretched a vast expanse of pitch-black marshland, reeking of decay and rot, extending over 1,000 miles. Senior, this is what I referred to as the Black Abyss Marsh. Xiao Xuanzhong explained. It is inhabited by a ferocious beast known as the spectral scale crocodile, which is highly aggressive yet of little value. Moreover, there are no renowned spirit herbs growing here, which is why it sees so few visitors. After all, unless one possesses the strength of the Soul Palace realm, cultivators of the 5 organs realm who enter the Black Abyss Marsh are doomed to perish. However, there were hardly any beings of the Soul Palace realm nearby. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi nodded. When he had been fleeing with his sister, he had specifically avoided this area. It would not be an exaggeration to call this the most perilous region of the Wild Ridge. How did you discover that cave? It is rather embarrassing to admit, but I happened to be passing through this area when I sensed an incredibly powerful aura emanating from afar. Although that aura did not match your strength, Senior, it was still exceedingly terrifying to me. Without a second thought, I plunged deep into the depths of the Black Abyss Marsh to evade it. Furthermore, to be safe, I burrowed downwards with great effort. After delving nearly 100 miles, I came upon a large stone and was about to seek refuge beneath it. But guess what? As I reached out to touch what appeared to be a large rock, my hand passed through with no resistance whatsoever. It turned out to be a highly sophisticated camouflage formation. Its purpose was to isolate the marsh yet allow entry for individuals. I was taken aback at that moment, but I did not venture inside. Instead, I quickly withdrew my hand. Later, I sensed that someone above seemed to have scanned the area with their consciousness, but then disdainfully departed. After several days of apprehensive avoidance, I finally extricated myself from the mire. It was not until 5 years later that I returned to explore once more. On that occasion, I resolved to venture inside, and to ensure my safety, I captured a 5th-tier spectral scale crocodile, intending to send it in first to test the waters. However, it collided with the stone wall, making it clear that the formation not only isolated the swamp, but also barred the entry of beasts. With a mindset resigned to the possibility of death, I plunged into the depths and soon discovered a hidden cave. The cave descended, and though I was unaware of its total depth, the first level housed numerous potion vials, most of which had turned to waste, save for 2 longevity pills that remained intact. Fortunately, the first level posed no immediate danger. It was only upon attempting to access the second level that I encountered puppets standing guard. Based on the dilapidated potions, I surmised this cave had existed for at least a millennium. Chapter 44. The Spectral Scale Crocodile, entering the second level of the cave. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan regarded Xiao Xuanzhong with a serious expression. It appeared that the old fellow was indeed fortunate, and this could be considered Xiao Xuanzhong's serendipity. Indeed, in such a vast world, there are always individuals who, through various reasons or sheer coincidence, acquire that which they should not possess. This is what we call fate. The old man exhibited remarkable composure, choosing to wait 5 years before returning to explore rather than rushing in. Steady as a rock. The millennia-old cave certainly piqued Chu Yuan's intense curiosity. The Black Abyss swamp stretched merely 1,000 miles, all ensconced within his spiritual awareness. He delved deep into the swamp, yet found no trace of formations. There were indeed considerable boulders. Quite intriguing. By now, the likelihood of Xiao Xuanzhong deceiving him seemed minimal. Thus, the existence of this cave appeared increasingly plausible, and it had eluded even his spiritual detection. The mid-stage Nirvana realm's awareness could be concealed. His interest only intensified. Accompanied by 3 great fortune bearers, surely luck would favor him. Though he entertained these thoughts, Chu Yuan had already prepared himself to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. You guide us. We shall descend. Very well. Over there, Xiao Xuanzhong indicated a location he knew all too well. Chu Yuan led the group as they soared toward the swamp's surface. At that moment, amidst the fetid mire, shafts of green light ignited, and soon, creatures emerged from the depths. They were elongated, crocodile-like beasts, each measuring over 100 meters in length, their scales shimmering with a spectral blue luminescence, while their bloodthirsty eyes gleamed with a green glint. Their limbs bore claws as sharp as scythes, and their massive forms exuded an oppressive presence. Over a dozen 5th-tier, spectral-scaled crocodiles. As Xiao Xuanzhong spoke, he swiftly struck out, sending these beasts crashing back into the swamp. These minor creatures were unworthy of Chu's attention. He would handle them with ease. Jiang Yi and the others wore grave expressions. Had they ventured here alone, they would have had no hope of escape. Even in Jiang Yao's eyes, a glimmer of contemplation sparkled. She yearned to unleash her fury upon these menacing creatures, yet she lacked the strength to do so. At this moment, the desire to grow stronger consumed her. Thus, she began to sit in meditation and cultivate her abilities, buoyed by her master's power, which allowed her to practice without hindrance. Xiao Yan, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Why was the second senior sister meditating? Was she already striving for advancement at such a tender age? Unwilling to be outdone, he too commenced his cultivation, with Jiang mirroring his actions almost simultaneously. Observing his 3 disciples suddenly embark on their training, Chu Yuan smiled faintly, pleased. He hoped they would swiftly grow stronger, allowing him to rest from his own struggles and perhaps find a place to leisurely drift through life. Once his disciples discovered treasures and presented them to him, he would generously bestow upon them rewards, reaping the benefits without effort. The mere thought filled him with delight. With the potential of the twin pupils, the supreme bone, and the heavenly fire body, each of them held the promise of becoming extraordinary beings. In the future, as their master, he could truly enjoy a life of ease. Utilizing his cultivation power, Chu Yuan conjured a bubble to envelop the group, swiftly plunging into the depths of the Black Abyss marsh, crushing all the unsuspecting ghost-scaled crocodiles along the way. Such brutality was staggering. Xiao Xuanzhong would not even need to lift a finger. Senior, it's that stone. Under his guidance, they approached a colossal boulder towering 3 to 4 stories high. Yet at the bottom of the Black Abyss marsh, it seemed almost trivial. Saying it was a grain of sand in the vast ocean would not be an exaggeration. Who could have imagined that a mysterious cave lay hidden here? Senior, I have explored every inch of the bottom of the Black Abyss marsh over the past century. Yet, this is the only entrance to a cave. After exhausting all options for the second level, he pondered whether there was a direct route, but ultimately, he had overthought the matter. Chu Yuan led them closer to the great black stone, which indeed melded into it. In the next moment, they found themselves illuminated by a cavern. It was not particularly spacious, reaching a height of about 10 meters. Surrounding them were walls of verdant rock, with numerous stone shelves on either side, adorned with various jars and vials. These contain elixirs, most of which had deteriorated, some even emitting toxic fumes. I had fallen victim to one such mishap, requiring 3 years of recuperation to recover. Xiao Xuanzhong shuddered at the memory, then pointed to a specific spot. I obtained the longevity elixir from that location. Aside from taking the longevity elixir, I left everything else behind. Chu Yuan's spiritual sense swept across the area, confirming the presence of entirely wasted elixirs. However, he was astonished to find that these walls could block his spiritual perception. This place was indeed extraordinary. Senior, 100 meters ahead. There are stairs leading down to the second level, but a puppet guards the entrance. For you, defeating that puppet would be a trivial task. Let us investigate. Chu Yuan took the lead, while the three disciples ceased their meditation, having only practiced for a few fleeting seconds. Jiang Yao clutched at Chu Yuan's sleeve, seeking a semblance of security. As they reached the end of the cavern, indeed, there were steps descending, revealing a pitch-black puppet, towering at 3 meters. Humanoid in form and extraordinarily robust. Its entire body was enveloped in darkness, seemingly crafted from a unique material. The visage was unremarkable, resembling that of a middle-aged man, with eyes that glimmered red. Chu Yuan's consciousness swept over it, confirming that it was merely a puppet, devoid of any soul's resonance. Their arrival startled the puppet, which extended a hand to block their path, clearly indicating its intent to prevent them from advancing. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yuan summoned the puppet towards him with his true essence, subsequently casting it into his storage space, intending to study it at a more opportune time. Sighing quietly, Xiao Xuanzhong lamented the disparity. This lifeless puppet had obstructed him for centuries, proving to be an arduous adversary. He was unable to breach the puppet's blockade to enter the second layer. To him, the puppet was immensely powerful and terrifying. Yet now, it was effortlessly subdued by another, like an ant crushed in the palm of a hand, utterly devoid of resistance. After securing the puppet, Chu Yuan led the group down the steps, rounding a corner to enter the second layer, which bore little distinction from the first. It too featured a forward-extended cavern and 2 rows of stone shelves, laden with numerous jars and vials. Astonishingly, they contained elixirs. Yet, the question lingered, how many were still viable? Xiao Xuanzhong's gaze was fervent. Having acquired longevity pills from the first layer, he pondered the fate of the second layer. Chu Yuan's consciousness scanned the area, and with a gesture, a jade-white porcelain vial soared into his grasp, remaining pristine despite the passage of time. However, the efficacy of elixirs wanes with time, making perfect preservation nearly impossible. Thus, even high-grade elixirs would lose their potency over centuries, becoming ineffective or even toxic. Was the vial containing the longevity pills you obtained last time of this kind? Chu Yuan inquired. Indeed, Xiao Xuanzhong replied, but aren't there many such vials? Those over there appear the same as well. Chu Yuan shook his head. No, they're not the same. How so? Xiao Xuanzhong asked, somewhat perplexed. To my eyes, they all seem identical. Your consciousness is simply too weak to discern the differences. Chu Yuan stated directly. Ouch, that stings. Xiao Xuanzhong forced a smile. Many vials may seem alike, yet this one is distinct. Its material is exceptional, Chu Yuan explained. It is well known that elixirs lose their potency over time, and perfect preservation is a challenge. Nonetheless, certain methods can effectively prolong their efficacy. This vial is unique. The elixir within remains largely intact, with minimal loss of potency. Hence, the vial you acquired previously should be akin to this one. With that, Chu Yuan uncorked the vial, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating him as if his very blood were boiling. Jiang Yi remarked, others nodded in agreement, and Xiao Yin inquired, Master, what kind of elixir is this? It is an 8th-tier elixir, the cleansing marrow pill. Once consumed, it allows those below the rank of a monarch to undergo a cleansing of their marrow, which is immensely beneficial for cultivation. Chu Yuan was aware of the name and effects of the elixir solely because the bottle contained a description, complemented by his analysis of its potency, confirming its efficacy. It seemed that Xiao Xuanzhong had similarly learned about the longevity pill in the past. One must commend the owner of this elixir for their generosity. How much? 8th tier. Xiao Xuanzhong was left dumbfounded. Xiao Yin and Jiang Yi were equally astonished. The rank of 8th tier elixirs was exceedingly high. Even those at the Soul Palace realm only used 6th tier ones. The elixirs above were likely 7th tier, including the longevity pill you received previously, which was also of the 7th tier. This layer, however, is 8th tier, Chu Yuan explained. 8th tier, such a waste of resources. Truly wasteful. Xiao Xuanzhong's beard trembled in agitation. If only I could possess such elixirs, even pigs could soar. And now, they have all been destroyed. It's simply heart-wrenching. 10 cleansing marrow pills, however, are quite commendable. Here, disciple, take this. Chu Yuan placed the bottle into Jiang Yao's hands. Beep, the master has bestowed upon the second disciple Jiang Yao a bottle of 8th tier cleansing marrow pill, returning a bottle of 9th tier cleansing marrow pill. As the system notification appeared, Chu Yuan instructed, You hold on to it for me. Sure, master. Jiang Yao replied with a giggle. One bottle was left on the previous tier, and one is kept on this tier. The master of this cave is rather intriguing. Chu Yuan bonde. Yet, he wondered, is the puppet guarding the entrance to the second tier somewhat too weak? Indeed, it seems so. Viank, Embark. An 8th tier elixir corresponds to the Nirvana realm. Yet that puppet is merely at the early stages of the Soul Palace realm. Xiao Xianzhong remained silent, recalling how that puppet they had once scorned had hindered him for a century. There are puppets here too. Good heavens, how can it be so formidable? Upon reaching the end of the path, they still found stone steps leading downward. But the moment they beheld the puppet, Xiao Xianzhong's hair stood on end. A sense of impending doom enveloped him. Under the puppet's gaze, he broke into a cold sweat, frozen in place. Though its appearance was not markedly different from the previous puppet, why was it so powerful? It loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Jiang Yi and the others felt similarly, recognizing the puppet as terrifying. Senior Chu, should we retreat? Xiao Xianzhong stammered. It is merely a puppet comparable to the early stages of the Dharma aspect realm. Chu Yuan's calm voice resonated. In the next moment, he extended his hand, a powerful force materializing, akin to the previous encounter, drawing the puppet before him. Before effortlessly storing it away. It was done with such ease, such nonchalance. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and even the sound of breathing ceased. Xiao Xuanzhong was utterly astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Such a formidable puppet had been effortlessly subdued by Senior Chu. It seemed that whether one was in the early stages of the Soul Palace realm or the Law Avatar realm, there was little distinction in the presence of Senior Chu. What terrifying level of mastery had he attained? Indeed, I always believed my master could not merely be at the Soul Palace realm. His true strength is astonishing. Beside him, Jiang Yi gazed with fervent admiration. The prowess of his master was truly something to aspire to, and he pursued his master as a goal to chase after. Xiao Yin was equally dumbfounded. He was acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure that puppet had exerted. It felt as if the very heavens were collapsing. Yet, his master had effortlessly resolved the situation. Such horror, Xiao Yin thought to himself. I knew my master must be stronger. However, I never anticipated he would be this formidable. I too shall strive to become as powerful as my master. Jiang Yao raised her small fist, the first to speak, her attitude earnest. Chu Yuan gently ruffled her hair and said, let us see what lies below. They descended to the 3rd level. Before them lay a vast stone chamber resembling a grand plaza, with 9 coiling dragon pillars standing tall. At the center was an expansive circular dais, connected by 81 steps leading up to it. The stones here bore a hint of a bronze hue. Unlike the previous 2 levels, this place was devoid of luminous pearls or other sources of illumination, yet it radiated light in every corner, creating a remarkably bright environment, likely due to the effects of a formation. Is anyone there? Xiao Xuanzhong and the others fixated on the dais, where a figure clad in red robes stood with its back to them. Before this figure stood a colossal bronze tripod alchemical furnace, towering no less than 3 zhang. The figure was lifeless, reduced to a mere skeleton. Chu Yuan extended his consciousness to encompass the entire plaza and discerned that no other passages led further down. It appeared this was the final destination. There were no mechanisms or trials, merely 2 puppets standing guard, which starkly contrasted with the treacherous strongholds depicted in stories. In those tales, powerful sanctums were fraught with various trials and challenges, where one would risk life and limb to obtain legacies. Here, the simplicity was striking. Yet, Chu Yuan did not let his guard down. What if, at this critical juncture, a malevolent spirit were to attempt possession? Thus, vigilance was paramount. It was always wise to be cautious. He positioned himself protectively in front of the group, ready to withdraw them into his storage space at a moment's notice. Chu Yuan approached the dais step by step. His consciousness swept over the alchemical furnace, revealing a considerable amount of ash within, remnants of failed alchemical attempts that had decayed over the ages. The skeleton, upon closer inspection, was that of a man. He must have perished while meditating there, his flesh having long since decayed, leaving only a desiccated bone behind. The red robe adorning the skeleton remained intact, a true treasure. On the thumb bone of his left hand rested a finely crafted storage ring. Just as they stepped onto the dais, suddenly the skeleton stirred. Chapter 46. Who writes diaries anyway? The once sitting skeletal figure suddenly crumbled to the ground, and the scarlet robe danced wildly, startling Xiao Xuanzhong and the others. What the hell? Xiao Xuanzhong exclaimed, instinctively taking a step back, with the exception of Chu Yuan. Jiang Yao tugged at Chu Yuan's sleeve, a hint of fear in her eyes, yet an even greater curiosity to comprehend what had transpired. This little girl, in truth, possessed quite a bit of courage. Her trepidation was merely a natural response to the situation. There was no need for fear. The cause lay in the red robe. Chu Yuan deduced that the collapse of the skeleton was not due to their footsteps, as they had been exceedingly cautious, making no sound. Nor was it the awakening of any lingering souls within the bones. Could it be that the red robe is animated by some spirit or essence? Xiao Xuanzhong inquired warily. Chu Yuan shook his head, stating, "No, the movement is a characteristic of the robe itself. I conducted an examination, and it appears to be crafted from a highly sensitive material. If any living being approaches, it will react to provide a warning." Chu Yuan approached, retrieved the fluttering robe, and forcefully subdued it, causing it to fall silent. Upon further inspection, he confirmed the absence of any lingering souls. His energies surged into the robe, swiftly refining it. Its defensive capabilities were remarkably high. This robe was indeed a valuable treasure, capable of withstanding any attack below the Nirvana realm, and even mitigating some assault from the Nirvana realm itself. Coupled with its automatic alert function, it could prevent ambushes and assassinations. After refining it, Chu Yuan understood the robe's purpose. He had to admit it was an exceptional protective artifact. Master truly is formidable. He knows everything. Admiration gleamed in Xiao Yan's eyes. "It's simple. I happen to possess an item slightly superior to this one. I was merely confirming if this was of the same kind," he boasted. In truth, he did not possess it yet, but he would shortly. Turning to Jiang Yi, he spoke in a voice as gentle as jade. "Jiang Yi, you are my foremost disciple. This red robe shall be bestowed upon you." "Thank you, Master." Jiang Yi accepted it, knowing that gift from his master were not to be declined. His heart brimmed with gratitude. The ability to ignore any attack from below the Nirvana realm made this robe terrifyingly powerful. Such a precious item, and his master simply gifted it to him. He felt immensely grateful. Jiang Yao was delighted for her brother, while envy flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Xuanzhong was astonished. Such a treasure was given to a disciple so easily? How extravagant! The thought of this treasure left Xiao Xuanzhong yearning. With this red robe, as long as one did not provoke the 10 sects beyond the world, he could traverse the 100 nations unscathed, untouchable. Chu Yuan mentioned he had an even more formidable item, which only reinforced Xiao Xuanzhong's belief in his wealth and power. He firmly trusted Chu Yuan. There was no reason for him to deceive them. With a soft chime, the master bestowed upon his foremost disciple, Jiang Yi, an 8th-tier defensive robe, which in return granted him a 9th-tier defensive garment. This extraordinary attire renders one impervious to any assault from those beneath the sovereign realm and diminishes a portion of the might of attacks from sovereigns. Remarkable! The boastful claims have transformed into undeniable reality. A 9th tier corresponds to the sovereign realm. It is uncertain whether such formidable beings exist among the 10 sects beyond the world. Yet the likelihood seems rather slim. Even if they do, their numbers would undoubtedly be few. This individual must have passed away over a millennium ago. Yet, the skeletal remains remain remarkably intact, suggesting that in life, they were likely at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. Do not be deceived by the apparent fragility of these bones, as their disconnection is the reason for their collapse. In terms of strength and hardness, even 7th-tier weapon pales in comparison. Nirvana, realm perfection. It is no wonder that there are 7th-tier and 8th-tier elixirs. Xiao Xuanzhong sighed, astonished that such a powerful being once chose to seclude themselves in these desolate mountains. Jiang Yi and his companions nodded in agreement. The existence of a Nirvana realm individual in the desolate mountains and the great martial dynasty is indeed an anomaly, far exceeding expectations. It appears this person met their demise whilst alchemical crafting, Jiang Yi speculated. Chu Yuan slightly nodded, finding the analysis plausible. As he spoke, he retrieved the exquisitely adorned storage ring from the skeletal remains, probing its contents with his divine consciousness. Inside, he discovered a modest collection of premium spirit stones, an array of martial techniques and practices, numerous other tomes, a plethora of elixir vials, and a singular, peculiar book. Upon closer examination, Chu Yuan's heart raced. Heavenly Grade Supreme Martial Techniques. Heavenly Grade Supreme Skills. Essential Puppet Mastery. A complete compendium of formations. The methodologies for alchemists from the 1st to the 8th tier. A multitude of discarded elixirs. And a diary. The initial discoveries filled Chu Yuan with delight, particularly the heavenly grade techniques and skills, precisely what he was in search of. This individual seemed to possess mastery in formations, puppetry, and alchemy, truly a remarkable talent. The abundance of discarded elixirs, however, evoked a sense of regret, all being 8th tier and none in a usable state. Within a storage ring, time flows as it does outside. Thus, elixirs will inevitably lose their potency. The space within a storage ring is not a genuine independent realm, but rather a compressed one. Lastly, there lay a diary, grand and thick. Chu Yuan's expression turned peculiar. After all, who among the dignified would maintain a diary? He extracted the diary, a large tome measuring 1.5 meters in length, 75 centimeters in width, and 1 meter in thickness, presenting a pale yellow cover. The front depicted a striking figure, a man with black hair clad in a red robe, standing at a deliberate angle of 45 degrees, exuding an air of confidence as if to showcase his every charm. The illustration bore a quality reminiscent of oil painting. Adjacent to it, several elegantly swirling characters inscribed diary of the true monarch of mysterious fire. Could this be a record of this individual's daily life? Xiao Xuanzhong's expression turned peculiar. Chu Yuan nodded, most likely so. As he turned to the first page, he found the text minuscule, densely packed, amounting to no less than 100,000 words. I am Xianhua, and today marks the commencement of my diary. This day is the first. Day 1. I have resolved to document my future cultivation life within this diary, crafted at the expense of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Initially, it pained my heart a little, yet the thought of being able to record my journey brings me immense joy. I contemplate the inevitability of death, but through this diary, I can prove my existence in another form. How marvelous! Hee. Day 2. Hee. Day 3. Hee. Day 4. My father apprehended me, questioning my silly laughter over the past few days, suspecting I had been possessed. Upon sharing my diary-writing endeavor, he scolded me harshly, lamenting my frivolous expenditure of spirit stones on a mere notebook. How unfair. Not he. Day 5. My mother has returned, and I have faced more reprimands. Not he. Day 6. They have once again coerced me into cultivation. I truly detest it. My father threatened to tear my diary apart if I refused. Such tyranny. Fine. I shall cultivate. Day 7. Cultivation is indeed arduous, yet the prospect of recording my thoughts makes it worthwhile. This is the finest testament to my existence. Day 800. I secured first place in the Outer Sect's array competition. I believe my competitors were rather inept. None were worthy of my earnest efforts. Day 1001. First place again in the Outer Sect's puppet competition. What a disgraceful lot. Not a single worthy opponent. Day 1365. I have claimed the title of Alchemy Champion in the Outer Sect. How lonely it is to be invincible. Day 2000. I have ascended to the Inner Sect, yet I continue to be pressured into cultivation, compared to merely enhancing my cultivation and martial skills. I find greater pleasure in exploring arrays, alchemy, and puppetry. My fascination with these subjects only rivals my passion for diary writing. Day 100,000. I have triumphed over all adversaries within the Inner Sect. Day 100,001. How bothersome. Another group of female disciples is pestering me. I have clearly stated that I do not desire a partner. I harbor no interest in women. Day 120,000. Congratulations to my parents for their promotion to sect elders. Day 120,060. My parents have departed. My mother's sworn sister is attempting to seduce me. How vexing. Day 130,100. My parents have passed away. Chapter 47. Returning with abundant gains, my smile could split my face. Chu Yuan's consciousness swiftly scanned the contents of the diary, flipping through pages in an instant. One after another, the diary continued to turn, and not just Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan. Even Xiao Xianzhong struggled to keep pace with such reading speed. The volume of information processed each second was overwhelming. One must possess an extraordinarily powerful spirit to manage it. After a stick of incense burned away, he completed the reading. In truth, the diary had only been filled to slightly more than half its capacity. It remained unfinished, perhaps a lingering regret of its author. Through the interpretation of this diary, Chu Yuan gained considerable insight into the esteemed Xianhua. This individual relished diary writing, exhibited remarkable talent in cultivation, and concurrently delved into puppetry, arrays, and alchemy, achieving outstanding accomplishments in all pursuits. Remarkably, despite his multifaceted interests, His rate of cultivation advancement was not inferior to those who solely focused on enhancing their cultivation. Indeed, a true genius. However, this individual is rather peculiar, possessing an utter disdain for women, embodying the quintessential Sigma male. As for any inclination towards men, the diary does not reveal such inclinations. It is likely absent. Following the demise of his parents, a thirst for vengeance was ignited within him. No longer coerced into cultivation, he devoted himself to his training with renewed fervor. Eventually, after many years, he avenged himself, slaying his foes. From subsequent entries in the diary, Chu Yuan discovered that this man hailed from one of the 10 sects beyond the world, specifically the Blazing Heaven sect. His ascent was remarkable, culminating in his emergence as the most formidable ancestor of the Blazing Heaven sect. Yet, he did not cease his quest for advancement. He departed to distant lands, returning only after many years, prepared to break through to the monarch realm. He chose not to seclude himself within the confines of the Blazing Heaven sect. In fact, upon his return, the sect was unaware of his presence, as he opted to seclude himself in the abyssal marsh. To prepare for his breakthrough, he made ample preparations, the most critical of which was a quasi-ninth tier pill known as the boundary-breaking elixir. His impoverished state stemmed from a majority of his savings being allocated to procure the materials necessary for crafting this elixir. Particularly, the formula came at a substantial cost. At this juncture, his life was waning, and he was compelled to seize one final hope. However, it appeared that he ultimately failed, meeting his demise on the spot, perhaps succumbing to despair. The longevity elixirs and marrow-cleansing pills placed on the upper levels were intentionally left behind. He contemplated that should he fail, any future finder would be granted some benefit. Should they reach this level, they could take whatever they desired. Yet, prior to his departure, he activated the restrictions, ensuring the complete destruction of his dwelling, allowing him to rest in eternal slumber. These reflections, recorded towards the diary's conclusion, clearly indicate that he did not possess absolute confidence in his final endeavor. Thus unfolded the life of a perfected Nirvana realm cultivator who lived for over 1,000 years. Chu Yuan mused, acknowledging the brilliance of this individual, who ultimately failed to ascend to the monarch realm. His divided focus squandered an excessive amount of cultivation time. Otherwise, he might have indeed reached the monarch realm. Chu Yuan surmised that this diary not only chronicled the greater part of the life of the true monarch of mysterious fire, but also encompassed numerous insights into cultivation, including knowledge regarding puppetry, formations, and alchemy. Notably, from the contents of this diary, it appears that no cultivators at the monarch realm exist among the 10 sects beyond the world. Had he possessed a 9th-tier defensive battle robe, then neither the lands of 100 nations nor the 10 sects beyond the world would have been able to harm him. With this thought, Chu Yuan's spirits lifted. Astonishingly, this individual was indeed a member of the Blazing Heaven sect. Although Xiao Xuanzhong could not discern all the details, he caught glimpses of the extraordinary, and now he felt a twinge of anxiety. If the Blazing Heaven sect were to learn of this, would they not seek trouble with them? Perhaps Elder Chu would remain unperturbed, yet he felt distinctly apprehensive. Originally, it was agreed that a mere 10% of the harvest would be claimed, but now, he dared not accept any of it, feeling as though it were a hot potato. Chu Yuan waved his hand, stowing away the alchemical furnace. He placed the diary before the withered bones, intending not to take it with him. All right, let us depart from here. Leading his companions, Chu Yuan swiftly emerged from a cave. Following the diary's instructions, he inscribed several prohibitions at specific locations, and in the next moment, the cave collapsed, fulfilling the last wish of the true monarch of Xian Fire. Once they exited the Black Abyss Marsh, Chu Yuan turned to Xiao Xuanzhong and said as promised, "I shall grant you 10% of the harvest. Here lies the martial arts techniques and other tomes." No. Xiao Xuanzhong hastily waved his hands. "I do not wish to accept it. Senior, I do not want it." "Are you certain you do not want it?" "It includes techniques of the heavenly tier." Chu Yuan replied with a smile. "I truly do not want it." Xiao Xuanzhong affirmed resolutely. "Even if it is of the heavenly tier, it is still related to the Burning Heaven sect. I genuinely cannot accept it. Really do not wish for it." "Absolutely not." "Very well then." Chu Yuan turned his gaze to Jiang Yao and, from the earlier vial, poured out a single pill. "All right, master." Jiang Yao complied, revealing an 8th-tier cleansing marrow pill in her palm, exuding a faint azure hue and an alluring fragrance that wafted through the air. With a gentle flick, Chu Yuan sent the pill soaring into Xiao Xuanzhong's hands. This 8th-tier cleansing marrow pill is for you. Xiao Xuanzhong trembled as he caught it with both hands. Overwhelmed with joy, "Thank you, senior." In truth, even if Chu Yuan had given him nothing, he would have dared not utter a word of complaint. Yet, Chu Yuan had still bestowed him with a gift, and in that moment, Xiao Xuanzhong felt an unprecedented reverence for him. "This time, I owe you a favor. Since you do not desire anything else, I shall grant you a promise. Should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties in the future, you may seek my assistance. And if I am available, I shall lend you my aid once." Chu Yuan was a man of clear distinctions between gratitude and grievances, and he had gained significantly this time. Without Xiao Xuanzhong, he would have never discovered the cave, thus it was only fitting to offer him some benefit. After all, extending assistance once was not a significant burden. Xiao Xuanzhong was left speechless, utterly astonished. He nearly thought he had misheard. Senior Chu will lend his aid once? Oh my heavens! To him, this was an unimaginably powerful trump card. "Thank you, senior." Xiao Xuanzhong immediately knelt down. "Enough, rise." Chu Yuan waved his hand to lift him up. "The remaining cleansing marrow pills, you 3 shall divide them among yourselves, 3 each." "Understood, master." Chu Yuan then addressed Xiao Xuanzhong. "I shall be taking them back to the Tianyun Sect. You may return to the imperial city on your own. Is that acceptable?" "That works, senior." "Safe travels." Xiao Yan trained diligently under the senior. "Rest assured, ancestor, I shall." With a whoosh, Chu Yuan and the 3 disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Xiao Xuanzhong watched them depart, glancing at the cleansing marrow pill in his hand. Swallowing hard. However, he did not swallow it. Instead, he stored it away and hastened back towards the imperial city. Along the way, he presented the exquisite storage ring to them. As the senior disciple, Jiang Yi accepted it. Then, a series of return notifications chimed. Chu Yuan could barely contain his joy. The reward from this endeavor were truly remarkable. Upon returning to the sect, he would be able to thoroughly consolidate his gains and significantly enhance his strength. "Take a look and see if there is anything you fancy. Whatever you desire, feel free to take," he added, having received the return rewards. Chapter 48, Supreme King-Tier Cultivation Techniques and Martial Arts. Who dares to call him a waste? Wow, a heavenly tier supreme technique, the Xianyang Blazing Fire Art. A heavenly tier supreme martial art, the Meteoric Fire Step. A heavenly tier supreme martial art, the Blazing Fire Devouring Heaven Fist. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Master, these fire attribute techniques and martial arts are perfect for me. Am I allowed to cultivate them? After all, this is from the Burning Heaven Sect. What if they find out?" "Yes, it's permissible. All 3 of you can cultivate. Even if they find out, it won't matter. With me as your master. There is no issue," Chu Yuan reassured them. "It would be foolish not to cultivate these techniques. Among the techniques obtained this time, these 3 are the strongest. The others are below heavenly tier and may not even belong to the Burning Heaven Sect. They could have been acquired by Xian Huajinjuan after defeating opponents and then discarded together. After the returns, he had obtained a higher tier. The 3 heavenly tier supreme techniques had transformed into king tier supreme techniques. However, he did not intend to pass the king tier techniques to them just yet, as it would seem too peculiar. In due time, he could claim that he had deduced even higher levels from the subsequent progression. Presenting them now would appear insincere. In any case, the heavenly tier supreme techniques would suffice for their cultivation. There would be ample resources. Upon your return, first consume the cleansing essence pill, and then reformulate your cultivation techniques. As for arrays, alchemy, puppetry, and so forth, do not engage with them just yet. Your cultivation level is of utmost importance. Chu Yuan advised. He did not reclaim the storage ring, but left it with Jiang Yi, allowing them to distribute what they needed among themselves. Soon, they arrived at the exterior of the Tianyun Sect. At that moment, the atmosphere outside was exceptionally lively. "Please, Elder, grant us a chance. My son possesses remarkable talent. Allow him to join the Tianyun Sect. I am willing to offer tenfold the resources required for my grandson's cultivation, just to have him accepted by the Tianyun Sect." Many were accompanied by their younger generations, beseeching entry into the Tianyun Sect. Particularly, some individuals had fled with their descendants 2 months prior after witnessing Chu Yuan offend the Blood Knife Sect. Later, upon seeing Chu Yuan reveal his Soul Palace realm prowess and annihilate the usurped leader of the Blood Knife Sect, they were filled with regret. Regret for not having chosen the Tianyun Sect from the outset. Thus, many came to plead. On this day, as news of Chu Yuan's slaying of the Thousand Crows Daoists spread from the auction house, many became increasingly frantic. Those nearby rushed back to the venue. eager to offer even their cultivation resources in exchange for joining the Tianyun Sect. What they coveted, however, was not merely the sect's resources, but rather the formidable backing it provided. In times of trouble, merely stating that a certain individual was cultivating within the Tianyun Sect would command respect throughout the vast martial Wang dynasty. Nevertheless, the elders guarding the mountain and numerous disciples of the Tianyun Sect wore stern expressions, remaining unmoved by the commotion. They were acutely aware of the ulterior motives behind these people's actions and would offer no opportunities. The deputy sect leader had previously decreed that those who chose to depart would not be welcomed back. Chu Yuan arrived with his 3 disciples, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. "Old Ancestor Chu, my heavens, is truly Old Ancestor Chu," gasped the onlookers, astonished to witness such a powerful figure. Indeed, it was Chu Yuan accompanied by his 2 disciples. But who was the other young man? Xiao Yan. That is the son of the carefree king, Xiao Yan. I have seen him in the imperial city. Was he not rendered useless? Why is he with Old Ancestor Chu? Amidst the gasps and bewildered glances, Chu Yuan and his companions approached the mountain gate of the Tianyun Sect. "We pay our respects to the ancestor. We have come to meet the 2 esteemed elders," an elder announced, leading a group of disciples in a bow. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, then continued, "This young man is also my disciple, named Xiao Yan." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The ancestor had taken on yet another disciple. They envied and clasped their hands in greeting. Xiao Yan and his companions returned the gesture with smiles. Yet, the crowd nearby erupted in discussion. "Heavens! Old Ancestor Chu has taken on another disciple. Xiao Yan. He has become a disciple of Old Ancestor Chu. How can this be? Was he not a cripple?" Incredulous murmurs filled the air. "What? He's a cripple? How can you say such a thing? I am merely stating the truth. It is common knowledge in the imperial city." "Hush, tread carefully." As the identity and past of Xiao Yan were revealed, the crowd expressed their disbelief. How could such a waste become a disciple of Old Ancestor Chu? Envy and resentment brewed among them. "Third junior brother, they still believe you are a cripple," Jiang Yi remarked. Although their whispers were soft, they were clearly overheard. Xiao Yan rubbed his ears, accustomed to hearing the term cripple. However, he no longer wished to be labeled as such. After a moment, he cupped his hands towards Chu Yuan. "Master, I wish to prove myself and show them that I am no longer a waste." "Go ahead," Chu Yuan nodded, pleased by his disciples' resolve. It was imperative that his disciples not be subjected to derision. They could not continue to be called wastes and remain silent like turtles in their shells. While eliminating these individuals was unnecessary, correcting their biases was essential. Chu Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd, and he spoke calmly. "For those who wish to join the Tianyun Sect, I offer you an opportunity. If any of you can defeat Xiao Yan, you shall be accepted into the Tianyun Sect." This proclamation sent a wave of astonishment throughout the crowd. Although Ancestor Chu had slain the Qinya Daoist and acquired the Foundation Establishment Elixir, the question remained, even if the elixir could restore Xiao Yan, what could be achieved in less than a day's time? It was likely that he wouldn't even reach the late stage of the body refinement realm. Someone murmured. Regardless, this seemed like an opportunity. Perhaps Ancestor Chu had displayed unexpected benevolence, and such a chance should not be squandered. Immediately, numerous young practitioners stepped forward, hailing from both the body refinement and the chi condensation realms, all under the age of 20. The most formidable among them was at the mid-stage of the chi condensation realm, with none reaching the late or perfected stages. After all, age was a determining factor. Chu Yuan had only broken through to the early stage of chi condensation at the age of 13, and no one present could surpass that achievement. The youngest among the early-stage chi condensation practitioners was already 15. Xiao Yan arrived at the plaza, his gaze sweeping over those who had stepped forward. There were over 100 in the chi condensation realm, while the body refinement realm boasted a staggering 700 to 800 individuals. Nearly all were not from ordinary families. They were either young masters or young ladies of considerable wealth. A smaller group of 200 to 300 hesitated, failing to step forward immediately. "I do not wish to waste time. All of you may come at once," Xiao Yan declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of disdain. Upon uttering those words, he ceased to conceal his cultivation, revealing his prowess. Chi condensation perfected. His profound, true essence surged forth, emanating a formidable aura. His earlier brazen remarks had led them to perceive him as boastful, yet in the next moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Chi condensation perfected. How could this be? Good heavens! Wasn't he labeled a waste? How can a 16-year-old possessing perfected chi condensation be deemed a waste? What then are they? Not only the younger generation, but even the elders appeared utterly bewildered. Chapter 49. Xiaoyan displays his might. Ancestor of the Tianyun Sect returns for vengeance. Instantaneous defeat. By heaven, have we been deceived? Perfected chi condensation could not possibly be a waste. Who was it that claimed he was worthless? No. He truly was a waste before. I would stake my father's life on it. Those who had previously been unaware felt as though they had been duped. Meanwhile, those who truly understood felt somewhat aggrieved. They had spoken the truth, yet no one believed them. Though he was perfected in chi condensation, he was still but one individual. Since he has invited us to challenge him together, let us do so. I refuse to believe that we, a group of several hundred, cannot overcome him. A young man in the mid-stage of chi condensation raised his arm and shouted. Indeed, two fists cannot match four hands. Human strength is ultimately finite. The disparity in realms is not insurmountable. We can certainly fight. Even if we must drag it out, we can exhaust his true essence. Charge! A few others in the chi condensation realm echoed his sentiments, leading the charge alongside the others toward Xiaoyan, with the body refinement practitioners following closely behind. Xiaoyan did not remain stationary. Instead, he advanced with remarkable speed. Bang! A single punch sent a girl flying, showing no understanding of the concept of cherishing beauty. Bang! A swift kick sent a young man hurtling backward, colliding with a large group of people in his trajectory. Xiaoyan moved through the crowd like a wolf among sheep. His speed, agility, strength, and technique far surpassing those around him. The outcome was already evident. Yang, Yi chucked it softly, recognizing that his third junior brother was no ordinary practitioner at the peak of the condensation realm. His profound cultivation was several times more potent than that of others at the same level, and having mastered a superior martial art to perfection, he was fully capable of contending against typical practitioners of the pool origin realm. Furthermore, his opponents were inherently weaker and lacked complete comprehension of even the yellow-tier techniques. It was a total rout without any doubt. Within moments of engagement, more than half of the adversaries lay on the ground, unable to rise, completely devoid of combat capability. Those who had initially exuded confidence now found only terror and fear in their eyes, their self-assurance shattered. They could not withstand even a single strike from Xiaoyan, a punch that obliterated their confidence, and a kick that crushed their aspirations of joining the sect. How could this be possible? So many individuals were unable to resist this youth. He was truly terrifying. The onlookers were equally astounded. The power Xiaoyan exhibited was simply overwhelming. A massacre beneath the pool origin realm. He was merely 16 years old. Given time, would the Tianyun Sect not give rise to another ancestor like Xiao? No wonder he was esteemed by Elder Chu. This youth was indeed extraordinary. The so-called genius was merely the threshold for witnessing his prowess. While they gasped in astonishment, the battle on Xiaoyan's side had already concluded. Over 100 individuals at the condensation realm. None could match him in a single encounter, as he dispatched 7 or 8 in an instant. As for the several hundred at the refinement realm, they were an uncoordinated mob, with half of them turning to flee. However, Xiaoyan did not let them escape. He pursued them relentlessly, delivering a thorough beating. They fled, but Xiaoyan soared, and they were utterly unable to escape, all ending up on the ground. With a long sigh of relief, Xiaoyan felt a sense of comfort. He returned to Elder Chu's side, exhibiting no desire for accolades, as if he had merely accomplished a simple task, which, in truth, it was. You had your chance, yet it was of no use. All of you may return. The elder gestured dismissively. In his heart, he too was unsettled, for Xiaoyan was truly formidable. The disciples were left in complete admiration, utterly impressed by his youthful prowess and high cultivation, with an immeasurable future ahead. Meanwhile, those who had faced him were left disheveled and speechless, feeling utterly embarrassed. In that moment, no one regarded Xiaoyan as a waste. Before apprenticing under Elder Chu, he had indeed been considered inept. However, he had transformed into someone so powerful, all thanks to his mentorship under Elder Chu. To be accepted as a disciple by Elder Chu was a tremendous opportunity. Someone exclaimed in awe. Many individuals have come forth to assist their younger kin in preparing to depart, as they can no longer bear to linger here. On this day, the Tianyun Sect shall not accept their descendants. They have failed to seize their singular opportunity. Master, why have we not yet entered? Jiang Yao inquired curiously, tugging at Chu Yuan's pinky finger. Chu Yuan replied, someone has arrived with a delivery. Let us wait a moment. No sooner had he spoken than a raucous laughter echoed through the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha! It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. I have encountered such a prodigy. A group of figures soared from the distant mountains, led by a gaunt, bald elder clad in blue, with sunken eyes and hands resembling claws. Behind him stood a cadre of individuals, both elderly and middle-aged, male and female, all standing tall and proud. Song Qingsong, the leader of the Qingmu Sect. The others behind him are also from the Qingmu Sect. How did they find such a formidable warrior? An elder from the Tianyun Sect exclaimed in shock. Not long ago, after the ancestor revealed his strength and eliminated some members of the Qingmu Sect, the remaining members had fled under cover of night. Even the Qingmu Sect's remaining assets had been sold by the Tianyun Sect. And now, the members of the Qingmu Sect had returned. They were here for vengeance. Cursed timing, the onlookers thought bitterly, sensing the overwhelming power of the man above. He was undoubtedly at the Soul Palace realm. If such a formidable being were to engage in battle, they would suffer the consequences. When celestial beings clash, mortals are bound to suffer. Oof. Do you still recognize your sect leader? You have truly brought us great suffering. Song Qingsong ground his teeth, declaring now, the esteemed predecessors of the Qingmu Sect have returned, with their perfected cultivation at the Soul Palace realm. Have you ever seen such a sight? Fear indeed. Ha ha ha. From this day forth, it is the Tianyun Sect that shall face annihilation. What? Perfected at the Soul Palace realm? No wonder the pressure is so intense. How could the Qingmu Sect possess such a being? Both outsiders and members of the Tianyun Sect were left dumbfounded. Phew. Fortunately, we did not join the Tianyun Sect. If they were to be destroyed now, it would not concern us. The onlookers felt a renewed sense of relief. A perfected existence at the Soul Palace realm. Such a terrifying entity. Even Elder Chu might struggle against him. The Tianyun Sect is likely doomed. The members of the Tianyun Sect felt as if they were facing a formidable foe. The commotion attracted the attention of the sect's higher-ups, who hurried over in alarm. That lad, I value talent. If you're willing to submit to me, I might consider granting you a chance for survival. Otherwise, you shall perish alongside the Tianyun Sect. The gaunt elder fixed his gaze upon Chu Yuan, adding, you must understand, not everyone has the fortune to be under the tutelage of a perfected Soul Palace master. This statement nearly provoked a laugh from Chu Yuan. Old fool, do you think yourself worthy? This individual is inferior even to the second puppet subdued by my master. How dare he brazenly bark here? After speaking, the gaunt elder did not await an immediate response from Chu Yuan, but instead fixed a cold gaze upon Chu Yuan. You, who have forced my Qingmu Sect into a corner. Do you understand? Before the opponent could finish, Chu Yuan grasped the air with his right hand, and in the next moment, a colossal golden hand materialized around the members of the Qingmu Sect, swiftly closing in. Bang! The members of the Qingmu Sect were transformed into a mist of blood, leaving behind only a few glimmering storage rings. Chapter 50. Cultivating in Seclusion to Enhance Strength. A wise approach. 9 storage rings turned into streaks of light, flying into Chu Yuan's hands. The terrifying pressure that had loomed over everyone dissipated entirely. Many who had been unable to lift their heads under the weight of that pressure now looked up, only to find that there were no longer any members of the Qingmu Sect in the sky. Even the blood mist had been thoroughly incinerated. Undoubtedly, they were dead. All members of the Qingmu Sect had perished, including that fully realized Soul Palace realm expert, reduced to nothingness. Some among them, lifting their heads, bore witness to the demise of the Qingmu Sect individuals. In that moment, they all gaped, collectively petrified. Words failed to convey their shock. Their worldview had been irrevocably shattered. For them, let alone a fully realized Soul Palace realm, even a perfected 5 organs realm was a lofty existence they could only revere from afar. Yet now, a Soul Palace realm expert had been effortlessly extinguished, crushed as simply as one might squash an ant. Could a mere mortal accomplish such a feat? The elders and disciples of the Tianyun Sect were also left in a state of astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Just moments ago, upon hearing of the fully realized Soul Palace realm, they had feared for their sect's fate. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the situation had shifted dramatically. Gulps were heard as many swallowed hard. Ancestor. They gazed at Chu Yuan with unprecedented fervor and madness, akin to devoted followers adoring a deity. In their eyes, Chu Yuan was no different from a god. Just 2 months prior, their ancestor had struggled to annihilate a Soul Palace realm entity. Yet now he could effortlessly obliterate a fully realized Soul Palace practitioner. How could they not revere him? What had once instilled despair, a terrifying presence capable of annihilating worlds, now appeared as nothing more than a fly that could be swatted away with ease before their ancestor. In that instant, they felt an unparalleled pride in being members of the Tianyun Sect. Conversely, those from other sects experienced a whirlwind of complex emotions. Moments ago, upon learning of the Qingmu sect's quest for vengeance, they had felt fortunate that their own disciples had not joined the Tianyun Sect. Yet, how swiftly the tables had turned. At that moment, they yearned for their own disciples to join the Tianyun Sect, willing to serve them as beasts of burden if necessary. Chu Yuan examined the storage rings and found nothing of particular interest. After a brief distribution, he handed them over to his 3 disciples. "Thank you, Master." At this moment, Xiaoyan finally comprehended why the senior brother remarked that the Master was always generous and extravagant, as he readily bestowed upon them whatever he acquired. For many, it would be inconceivable to be so benevolent, even towards one's own child. At this instant, Xiaoyan felt a flicker of emotion. In the past, the only one who had treated him with such kindness was his father, the carefree king, and now he had gained another, his master. "My master is akin to my rebirth parents. I shall not let him down. If anyone dares to target my master in the future, they must first step over my corpse," Xiaoyan silently vowed in his heart. Meanwhile, the onlookers were envious to witness Chu Yuan casually distributing all the spoils, including the storage ring of a fully realized soul palace realm individual, to his 3 disciples. This was the kind of master that everyone yearned for. "Ding! Return a hand. Let us depart," Chu Yuan declared, as he took Jiang Yao's hand and stepped into the air, entering the sect's grand entrance. With Jiang Yi and Xiao Yin flanking him on either side, Chu Yuan did not find it particularly astonishing that the Qingmu sect had managed to recruit a fully realized Soul Palace realm individual. After all, in a fantastical world, anything was possible. Even the seemingly inconspicuous old beggar on the street might be an unparalleled powerhouse, playing among mortals. Without invincibility, one would eternally lack a sense of security. Chu Yuan Muset. At this moment, he felt a compelling urge to cultivate. Upon entering the sect, radiant beams of light soared towards them from afar. It was the supreme elders and the sect master hastening towards Chu Yuan. They swiftly came to a halt before him. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." They all bowed in unison. Among them was Shao Qingfeng, who had just returned to the sect, sharing tales of how the ancestor had slain the 1,000 Crows Taoist with a single sword in the imperial city. As everyone listened with rapt excitement, they were suddenly startled by a terrifying commotion. An overwhelming aura surged forth from the mountain gate of Tianyun Sect, prompting them to spring into action. Yet, before they could reach the gate, they encountered the ancestor. "Hello, Jujuan Noet." What transpired outside just now? Sect Master Wang inquired urgently. It was the remnants of the Qingmu sect who brought a fully realized Soul Palace realm individual for revenge. Chu Yuan replied nonchalantly. "What? The Qingmu sect? A fully realized Soul Palace realm?" The crowd was taken aback. "Ancestor, where are they now?" Yang Daojin inhaled deeply before asking. Everyone turned to look. Indeed, where were they? "They were dispatched by our master with a mere slap. Here, the storage ring is now ours." Jiang Yao exclaimed gleefully, producing the storage ring. She truly embodied the supreme bone. Even at such a tender age, she exhibited no fear of carnage, and witnessing others meet their end only thrilled her further. How utterly formidable our master is. Dead. The crowd stood in stunned silence. A fully realized Soul Palace realm individual had perished so easily, with just a single slap. A chorus of gasps echoed as nearly 20 individuals inhaled sharply. I wondered why it had suddenly gone quiet. So it was you who ended them. Shao Qingfeng held unwavering faith in Chu Yuan. Yet, one must ponder, what is your actual strength? The Soul Palace realm is complete, and you can still defeat others with ease. This is utterly absurd. The others nodded in agreement, truly incredulous. Nowadays, aside from Chu Yuan, no one in the Tianyun Sect has reached the pinnacle of the 5 organs realm. However, Chu Yuan, astonishingly, can even obliterate those at the peak of the Soul Palace realm. Is this not preposterous? The curious matter is that just 2 months prior, Chu Yuan did not seem so formidable. Mediocre at best, he could only vanquish those at the Dharma manifestation realm. Zhujuan Hambo Zimak. The crowd gasped in disbelief. You can slay those at the Dharma manifestation realm, and you consider that merely average? Is this even human? However, If he truly can dispatch those at the Dharma manifestation realm, wouldn't he need to be at the Nirvana realm, or at least the mid to late stages of the Dharma manifestation realm? Goodness. Regardless, his strength exceeds their wildest imaginations. How could such a golden phoenix emerge from their humble Tianyun Sect? They were filled with a sense of wistfulness. This is my third disciple, Xiao Yan, Chu Yuan introduced, also introducing Xiao Yan to the others. After they exchanged pleasantries, Chu Yuan led his 3 disciples back to Daoyuan Peak, arranging accommodations for Xiao Yan. Remember to take the Sutra cleansing pill, Chu Yuan advised before retreating to seclusion. He, too, intended to use the Sutra cleansing pill, and it was of the 9th tier, King tier. In the Imperial City, upon returning, Xiao Xuanzhong immediately headed to the carefree King's residence. Ancestor, what brings you here? The carefree king welcomed him eagerly. I accompanied Senior Chu on an outing, and now Xiao Yan has gone to the Tianyun Sect with him. Xiao Xuanzhong took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea. Senior Chu, do you also refer to him this way? The carefree king, in the eyes of the ancestor, discerned an endless reverence. Indeed, the ancestor's old rival was slain by Chu Yuan with a single sword strike. Chu Yuan's might is unimaginable. Perhaps only the most powerful of the 10 external sects could contend with him. This time, Xiao Yan has truly encountered great fortune. What? Senior Chu is so powerful? The carefree king was astonished. He had anticipated Senior Chu's strength, but never imagined he could rival the strongest of the 10 external sects. Xiao Xuanzhong nodded solemnly. This is merely the strength that Senior Chu has displayed thus far. More than that, I dare not even conceive. With Xiao Yan entering his tutelage 3 years hence, if he truly ventures to Isole Valley for the 3-year appointment, he will have support and will not be bullied. He truly is fortunate. Senior Chu's character also commands admiration. The carefree king nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Yan is indeed fortunate. This is the 8th tier Sutra cleansing pill given by Senior Chu. I have no use for it, so I shall give it to you. In truth, he could benefit from himself, potentially breaking through several small realms and extending his life. However, he had no intention of using it for himself. The carefree king is the father of Xiao Yan, and it is truly best suited for him. As a member of the royal family and the father of Xiao Yan, this relationship ensures the safety of the royal lineage. 8th tier. The carefree king was taken aback. Ancestor, this is far too precious. If you were to use it yourself. Xiao Xian waved his hand dismissively, urging him to accept it. Remember, you're not only Xiao Yan's father, but also a direct prince of the Daowu royal family. With that, I shall take my leave. Xiao Xian's figure vanished. The carefree king took a deep breath and picked up the vial containing the elixir. Ancestor, I shall remember this favor. Chapter 51, Body Enhancement, the arrival of a powerful being at Tianyun Sect. Truly, the Royal Great Elixir is on an entirely different level compared to the 8th tier. The disparity is astonishing. At Tianyun Sect, within the central pavilion on Daoyuan Peak where Chu Yuan resided, he retrieved the returned essence cleansing pill, marveling at its quality. Even 100 8th tier essence cleansing pills combined do not equate to a single Royal Grade one. The Royal Grade, also known as the 9th tier, stands significantly apart from the 8th tier. Moreover, not only was the essence cleansing pill returned, but even the vial that contained it had elevated in quality, capable of preserving its potency for millennia when storing Royal Grade or lower tier elixirs. However, this was of little consequence to Chu Yuan. After preparing himself, he swallowed an essence cleansing pill whole. Upon entering his abdomen, the pill began to dissolve, releasing a surge of potent energy, both fierce and gentle, that rapidly coursed through his internal organs and limbs, spreading to every inch of his skin and every drop of blood. A discomfort arose, akin to countless ants crawling over him, both painful and itchy. Yet in the next moment, the gentle force took effect, alleviating much of the unpleasant sensation. Still, pain persisted. Indeed, cleansing the essence and marrow could not be entirely devoid of discomfort, but it was entirely bearable. He believed his 3 disciples would also endure it well. They were all children of destiny, endowed with great fortune. This level of hardship should be within their capacity to withstand. The 8th tier essence cleansing pill, while less potent than his, would undoubtedly inflict similar suffering upon them due to their lower cultivation levels. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, all 3 disciples consumed the essence cleansing pill, grimacing in pain, even crying out in agony. Yet they gritted their teeth and persevered, with 5-year-old Jiang Yao showing remarkable tenacity. Each of them possessed an extraordinary inner strength. This essence-cleansing pill not only purifies impurities within the flesh, but also fortifies the body from both inside and out. While enhancing potential, it simultaneously releases latent abilities, facilitating rapid advancement in cultivation. Truly, an extraordinary treasure. Furthermore, it serves to temper one's will. The medicinal potency is released at a consistent pace, which can be accelerated through cultivation, allowing for the refinement of a greater amount of medicinal essence. However, with the increase in potency, the accompanying agony also escalates, potentially doubling in intensity. Chu Yuan unleashed his full power, channeling all his cultivation to stimulate the medicinal essence, resulting in an eruption of countless medicinal forces, which caused his soul to tremble in pain. Nevertheless, he did not entertain the thought of halting. Instead, he gritted his teeth and persevered, determined to forge a will stronger than steel. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. The first washing marrow pill had been completely refined. Although his realm did not experience a breakthrough, his physique had at least doubled in strength, and a plethora of impurities had been expelled. Sensing the newfound robustness of his corporeal form, Chu Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At that moment, his organs and flesh were pristine and resplendent, imbued with a celestial radiance, and his vitality surged like a dragon. Scanning the 3 disciples with his spiritual awareness, he observed that they were still in the process of refining the washing marrow pill. Given their level of cultivation, it would likely take them 10 days to half a month to finish. Fortunately, the process of refining the pill replenished their internal energy. Otherwise, Jiang Yao might have succumbed to hunger. Returning his focus to the pill, he resumed his consumption and refinement. To his surprise, he soon noticed an anomaly. The effects of the second pill seemed to be only half as potent as the first. The refinement speed was also significantly accelerated. After a day and a half, he had completed the process. He consumed another pill, but this time, the results were only half realized, taking him merely a few hours to fully refine it. This type of pill could only wash the marrow to a certain extent. Beyond that point, its efficacy diminished. No matter how many he consumed, it would yield no further benefit. To achieve a deeper level of marrow washing, one would need to ingest pills of a higher grade. Chu Yuan understood that his current physique and the extent of his marrow washing had reached the limits of what a king-grade washing marrow pill could provide. The enhancement he experienced was equivalent to several months of arduous cultivation, positioning him on the brink of a breakthrough into the late stage of nirvana. Once he switched his cultivation technique, he would directly challenge his current realm. Chu Yuan began practicing the supreme king-grade technique, the profound yang fiery art. With the support of his innate mastery over the fire element, he found himself thriving in the practice, progressing at an extraordinary pace. The cultivation of techniques and martial skills is influenced by 2 factors. First, talent, which includes comprehension. The greater the talent, the quicker the cultivation. Second, the level of cultivation. The higher the realm, the faster one can cultivate techniques and martial skills. When an individual possesses sufficient cultivation, even with lower talent, they can comprehend more swiftly than someone with higher talent but lower cultivation. For instance, the elders of the Tianyun Sect, in comparison to Jiang Yi and his peers, possessed far inferior talent due to the vast disparity. However, because the elders had attained a high level of cultivation, should they compete to see who could perfect a yellow-grade martial skill first, the advantage would undoubtedly lie with the elders. Conversely, if the cultivation levels were equal, those with higher talent would naturally lead the way. If there were significant disparities in cultivation, but the talents were comparable, the outcome would also favor the one with a higher cultivation. Indeed, it must be those of high cultivation who lead the way. Even disregarding the extraordinary talents of Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao, Chu Yuan, with only the innate abilities comparable to Xiao Yin and the mastery of the same level of the Xianyang fire art, would undoubtedly surpass Xiao Yin in the speed of his initiation. At this moment, the crimson-golden nirvana power within Chu Yuan began to transform into a red nirvana force. Bolstered by the exceptional talents of his 3 disciples, he felt that this technique posed almost no challenge. Being at the nirvana realm, and with a royal-level technique, it was merely one realm above him. Even with the singular talent of Xiao Yan, mastering it would be a simple feat, not to mention the presence of the other 2 disciples. My innate gifts are terrifyingly strong. Within half a day, I shall surely succeed in my initiation. As Chu Yuan continued his cultivation, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Is there truly the aura of a manifestation realm expert? His divine sense was acutely sharp. Even without actively probing the outside world, he could sense any powerful presence within 1,000 miles surrounding him. At this moment, he detected the aura of a manifestation realm presence approaching. Such individuals could only be found beyond the borders of the 100 nations. Could it be from one of the 10 sects of the outside world? Chu Yuan expanded his divine sense, carefully examining the figure. Late-stage manifestation realm. Quite intriguing. The opponent's cultivation level could not escape Chu Yuan's scrutiny. He was curious about the purpose of their visit. At this time, the figure had arrived near the location where Lin Huayuan's primordial spirit had perished, hands forming peculiar seals, seemingly searching for something. Indeed, according to the guidance of the soul summoning secret art, this was where he met his demise. Who could have been responsible for his death? A figure cloaked in black surveyed the surroundings with a piercing gaze. This was Lin Yuan, who had tracked this place down after several days. After a brief observation, his gaze locked onto the Heavenly Essence Sect. If a battle had indeed occurred here, this dilapidated sect nearby must have some knowledge of it. Perhaps he could capture a few ants to interrogate. Just as he prepared to head towards the Heavenly Essence Sect, a calm voice suddenly resonated from behind him. From the Bloody Hall? Chapter 52, Crushing the Late-Stage Manifestation Realm, Murder and Arson with a Golden Belt. The sudden voice sent chills down Lin Yuan's spine. His pupils constricted sharply. His entire body froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Someone was behind him. When had this occurred? His divine sense had been continuously released, yet someone had silently approached him from behind. There was only one possibility. This person's cultivation was far superior to his own. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to sneak up on him so effortlessly without detection. Could it be a perfected manifestation realm? Or perhaps a nirvana realm expert? After a moment of rigidity, he swiftly turned around. It was now night, the stars twinkling in the sky, and the bright moon hanging high. A tall figure clad in purple robes stood with hands clasped behind, seemingly treading upon the void. White hair flowing like that of an immortal. The white hair and dark robes fluttered gently in the breeze. His strikingly handsome visage bore an air of cold indifference. His pair of starry eyes tinged with a faint golden hue, exuding an aloofness that seemed to elevate him above the common realm. Although he did not exude an overwhelming aura of power, an intangible sense of oppression enveloped him, leaving him breathless and disconcerted. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. This was no mere completion of the Dharma aspect realm. It was the Nirvana realm. Such a formidable pressure he had only previously felt from the most powerful beings within the Blood Shadow Palace. In fact, some of that pressure paled in comparison to the might of the figure before him. Who on earth was this person? I am but Lin Yuan, a humble servant of the Blood Shadow Palace, he stammered. Lin Yuan's reaction was swift. The stranger claimed to hail from the Blood Shadow Palace, implying familiarity. Yet Lin Yuan could not place him at all. Could it be? Are you a formidable expert from one of the other 8 sects? To him, the knowledge of his identity combined with such strength suggested that this individual was one of the hidden old monsters from the other 8 sections. The reason for mentioning 8 sects rather than 9 was simple. The Ice Crystal Valley did not accept male disciples. Thus, this person could not possibly belong to them. No, Chu Yuan replied indifferently. Oh, Lin Yuan responded, though internally he mused that it was rather peculiar. This person must be one of those concealed old monsters from the other 8 sects, simply unwilling to reveal his identity. At the same time, he felt a wave of relief. If this individual was indeed from the other 8 sects, he was unlikely to act against him. After all, anyone of high standing within the sects should be aware of his status as a direct descendant of a prominent figure within the Blood Shadow Palace. Someone held in high regard. At that level of power, one would not easily entangle themselves in causality. Have you come here for Lin Huayuan? Chu Yuan Guit? In truth, he could not guarantee that the soul he had slain was indeed Lin Huayuan, for that soul had seemed far too impoverished to belong to the Blood Shadow Palace. Moreover, if the other party possessed such a background, why had they not revealed it when they were on the brink of death? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart sank. Initially, he had thought it a mere coincidence to encounter such a powerful being, but the mention of Lin Huayuan's name struck him as suspicious. Could it be that Lin Huayuan had perished at this man's hands? Yet, Lin Huayuan was merely at the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm. What reason could there have been for this person to take action against him? He found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to admit the truth. Confessing could lead to complications, while denying it could provoke the stranger's wrath, making him seem disingenuous. After weighing his options, he finally said, "Yes." Upon learning of his soul lamp extinguishing, "I came seeking to see if I could retrieve his remains for burial." He acknowledged the truth, yet refrained from stating that he was there for vengeance. If this individual truly was responsible for Lin Huayuan's death, then claiming revenge would be tantamount to walking into a trap. As soon as Chu Yuan finished speaking, he waved his hand, summoning a massive hand of flame that seized Lin Jiuyin. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lin Jiuyin was left in sheer terror, utterly unable to resist. For the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Unless he is a genius capable of unleashing power rivaling that of the Nirvana realm, he may struggle for a moment. However, regrettably, he is not. Earlier, when Chu Yuan stealthily approached, he utilized the Eye of Truth to discern that the individual before him was named Lin Jiuyin, which prompted his previous inquiry. Now that he understands this person hails from the Blood Shadow Palace and has come seeking Lin Huayuan, there is nothing more to discuss. He shall be subdued directly. This adversary is not to be underestimated. Even in his absence, Chu Yuan sensed the palpable malice emanating from him. It is evident that this encounter is not merely to retrieve a corpse for burial, but rather a quest for vengeance. "Senior, please have mercy," Lin Jiuyin exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden aggression, rendering him flustered. Though he had lived for centuries, the specter of death instilled a rare sense of unease within him. "Senior, you killed Lin Huayuan, did you not? Surely there is a misunderstanding. Do you believe I have come to avenge him?" "You are mistaken," Lin Jiuyin pleaded tearfully. "Though that wretched creature is my son, we were hardly close, and I harbor no feelings for him. My purpose here is to fulfill the ancestral command to retrieve his remains. I beseech you, in the name of our forebear, allow me to depart, and I shall be eternally grateful." Upon uttering these words, he realized that his interlocutor remained unmoved. He hastily added, "Senior, if you spare me, I am willing to relinquish all my savings amassed over the years. I implore you, grant me this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan let out a derisive laugh. "Killing you would yield the same result for me." He had no intention of sparing Lin Jiuyin. From the depths of his eyes, he discerned the undercurrents of resentment that the man believed were well concealed. Should he allow Lin Jiuyin to escape, he would undoubtedly return with a host of allies seeking retribution. Though he did not fear the Blood Shadow Palace's interference, he refused to release anyone who could bring him trouble. Such a notion was abhorrent to him. Thus, he would eliminate Lin Jiuyin now. Should trouble arise, he would welcome it. "No, no, no. Senior, you jest, do you not? Stop. You shall not prosper." The words faltered as Lin Jiuyin's physical form was utterly crushed, leaving only a frail spirit. "Seek the soul." In that instant, Chu Yuan's formidable spiritual power surged into Lin Jiuyin's essence. This marked his inaugural attempt at soul-searching. Previously, when he had mentioned soul-searching to Xiao Xuanzhong, it had merely been a threat. Soul-searching is not so easily accomplished. For an ordinary person, a gentle probing might render them simple-minded, while a more severe approach could lead to their very essence being shattered. In the case of cultivators, the aftermath of soul-searching could obliterate their cultivation, leaving them similarly incapacitated or worse, their souls scattered. As Chu Yuan's spiritual power coursed within, Lin Jiuyin's spirit emitted a wretched scream, fracturing and disintegrating in an irreversible manner. In mere moments, his essence had been annihilated, his soul dispersed. The information gleaned by Chu Yuan was painfully scant. Indeed, if the soul-seeking could unveil all secrets, the martial arts and techniques of various factions would no longer be cloaked in mystery. Capturing souls would reveal everything. It is precisely because the information gleaned from soul collection is scant that the sanctity of these traditions is preserved, mused Chu Yuan. However, ancient texts do mention certain esoteric soul-searching methods that can extract vast quantities of memories, albeit with minor damage to the soul. Thus, upon reaching a certain threshold of inheritance, prohibitions against soul-searching are implemented. As Chu Yuan examined the contents of the adversary's storage ring, a smile graced his lips. It was quite affluent. He had unexpectedly enriched himself. The ancient adage held true: wealth often accompanies acts of violence. Chapter 53. The Maternal and Paternal Techniques. Breaking through to the late stage of Nirvana realm. Before his soul was shattered, Lin Jiuyin felt profound regret. He should never have waded into this murky water. Lin Huayuan was of no consequence to him, merely a son, whose absence could easily be replaced. Moreover, Lin Huayuan was originally his source of sustenance. He possessed a peculiar maternal technique that could absorb the cultivation of those practicing the paternal technique contingent upon a blood bond. In truth, he had many sons in the past, most of whom he raised only to drain them completely. During this recent seclusion, he had absorbed the cultivation of a son who had broken through to the early stage of the law-form realm, consequently achieving a breakthrough to the late stage of the law-form realm himself. His initial intention was to wait for Lin Huayuan to reach the law-form realm and then absorb him, yet upon emerging from seclusion, he discovered Lin Huayuan had perished. The desire for vengeance was merely an outlet for his frustration, compounded by his newfound strength, leading him to act with arrogance. Little did he know, this was his impending doom. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Huayuan had learned of the maternal and paternal techniques from another source, prompting him to leave the Blood-Ean Palace in search of a body with commendable talent to possess, wishing to avoid becoming mere sustenance. However, his endeavors faced obstacles. He encountered members of other sects, leading to a fierce battle where his physical form was obliterated and his primordial spirit escaped. Ultimately, he succeeded in possessing the leader of the Bloodblade sect. In his final moments, he refrained from uttering the name of the Blood-Ean Palace, perhaps out of a desire to distance himself from that place, even in death. Chu Yuan discreetly stored his spoils and quietly returned to his sect. No one was aware that, in a brief span, a formidable presence of the late law-form realm had fallen. Shortly thereafter, within the Blood-Ean Palace, Lin Jiu-Yin's soul lamp unexpectedly extinguished. What could be done? The elder Inya was suddenly stricken with dread, cold sweat beating down his back. It was well known how much the sect valued Lin Jiu-Yin. He was genuinely poised to step into the Nirvana realm. Who could have dared to eliminate him? This matter must be reported to the palace master at once. Shrouded in his dark robe, Elder Inya transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the night, each wisp of dissipating black mist taking the shape of a black crow. Soon, the Elder the Shadow Crow entered a blood-red palace, where torches flickered with green flames, exuding an unearthly chill. On either side of the hall stood grotesque statues, and from the moment he stepped inside, the Elder felt an unbearable pressure, one that even his perfected state of law could hardly withstand. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to such sensations. In the center of the hall floated a throne of eerie green, upon which a graceful figure sat in meditation. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her blood-red hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, clad in scant attire that revealed much of her alabaster skin. Intricate patterns of foreboding green lines adorned certain areas, lending an enchanting allure that stirred the blood. However, the Elder dared not entertain any impure thoughts, nor did he dare to gaze too long. As if sensing his arrival, the figure, though her eyes remained closed, inquired, "What brings you here?" Esteemed Palace Master, recently the soul lamp of Lin Huayuan extinguished. A few days ago, Lin Jiu-Yin emerged from seclusion seeking vengeance for Lin Huayuan, and just moments ago, Lin Jiu-Yin's soul lamp also extinguished, the Elder reported earnestly. "Oh, Lin Jiu-Yin has perished. How intriguing," the Palace Master mused, her voice rich with magnetism. "Very well. You may leave." "Yes," the Elder replied, not daring to utter another word as he slowly withdrew. The demise of Lin Jiu-Yin would surely incite fury in that old man. The Palace Master whispered to herself, "But who is responsible for his death? Does this not strike a blow to my Blood Shadow Palace? That old man is rather foolish, still relying on his descendants. After this emergence, he is likely to attain the late stage of nirvana. Alas, let him resolve his own matters upon his return." Among the secrets known to the higher-ups of Blood Shadow Palace was that one of the ancestors possessed a terrifying maternal lineage technique, where the offspring nourished the ancestors, and the ancestors nourished the offspring. This ancestor, though not particularly old, wielded power that was formidable. It was understood that this technique could not be recklessly employed, lest the higher-ups of Blood Shadow Palace become restless. It could only absorb one's descendants, and only those who practiced the maternal lineage technique would be eligible for absorption. The upper limit would halt at the nirvana stage. Otherwise, the technique would be deemed too formidable. Another reason this technique was not excessively overpowering was that nurturing descendants was no simple task. One could bear many offspring, yet not all would possess extraordinary talent. Those practicing the offspring technique had to reach the law manifestation realm to qualify for absorption, while those practicing the maternal technique needed to attain the nirvana realm. The maternal technique countered the offspring technique, and the ancestral technique countered both. After breaking through to the nirvana realm, That ancestor had absorbed 2 descendants who later advanced to nirvana, significantly hastening their cultivation progress. The higher-ups had also agreed not to disclose this matter. Thus, Lin Jiuyin, who practiced the maternal technique, remained unaware of the existence of the ancestral technique, believing that the ancestor valued him for his potential to inherit the legacy. In reality, he was merely a resource nurtured by that ancestor. The leaders of the Blood Een Hall permitted that elder to absorb the descendants of those who ascended to the nirvana realm. As once one cultivates the mother technique to that level, further advancement becomes impossible, and their combat prowess is significantly weaker compared to others of the same realm. Therefore, it is preferable to allow that elder to absorb them and greatly enhance his strength. High-level combat power is of utmost importance. Quality can indeed outweigh quantity. Many leaders within the Blood Een Hall yearn for that technique, yet the elder guards it fiercely, unwilling to share. Should they attempt to coerce him, he would rather shatter into pieces than compromise, leaving them with no opportunity. Originally, it was anticipated that it would take 2.5 days to reach the entry level, yet it was achieved ahead of schedule. Clearly, I have underestimated my own talent. At Daoyuan Peak, Chu Yuan has already mastered the royal class superior Xianyang fire technique to its initial stage. Even at this foundational level, its power surpasses that of a perfected heavenly class technique. This illustrates the disparity. Next, he embarked on the training of 2 martial techniques, the movement skill, meteoric fire step, and the combat skill, fiery heaven-devouring fist. After several days, he reached the entry level in both. Meanwhile, the 3 disciples were still refining their first essence cleansing pill. With a smile, Chu Yuan decided it was time to break through to the next realm. The 3 royal class essence cleansing pills he had previously consumed had significantly increased his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he radiated a dignified aura, surrounded by a pile of low-grade spirit crystals that seemed to be worth little. As he circulated his technique, he appeared to transform into a black hole, continuously absorbing the energy of the spirit crystals, converting it into pure cultivation strength. His power grew increasingly profound, and his aura became more formidable. Boom! Before long, upon reaching a certain critical point, his cultivation effortlessly broke through to the late nirvana realm without significant difficulty. He was even simultaneously advancing while restraining his aura fluctuations to prevent any harm to his surroundings. Should his aura have been allowed to rampage freely, the nearby mountains would have been reduced to rubble. Continuing in this manner is unsustainable. It seems time must be dedicated to researching formations. If a powerful formation were established, he could cultivate with greater peace of mind. Chapter 54. Astonishment. Has the elder already reached such a level? Among the spoils from the last venture, not only were there scriptures on formations, but also on alchemy and puppet crafting. After returning these to his disciples, they received even stronger benefits. Though he harbored intentions of studying formations, he did not rush, as there remains ample opportunity to further enhance his martial techniques. Ultimately, one's own hard power is the most crucial. A sweep of his divine sense revealed that the 3 disciples were still refining the essence cleansing pill, with Xiao Yin progressing the fastest due to his superior cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuan decided to step outside. Soon, within the grand hall of the sect, the sect leader, the deputy leader, and the esteemed elders who could attend had gathered, including another deputy leader who had emerged from seclusion. Having successfully advanced from the perfected Xiandan realm to the early stage of the 5 organs realm, a commendable achievement indeed. Salutations, ancestor. Chu Yuan sat at the head of the table as everyone bowed in respect. Indeed, Chu Yuan nodded. I have summoned you here to present certain items intended for the development of our sect. Having spoken, he produced a collection of storage rings, most of which contained items acquired from his disciples' returns, though they were not particularly useful to him. The gifts for his 3 disciples were ample enough to elevate them to remarkable heights in their cultivation. Thus, he decided to bestow these surplus items upon the sect, as he had previously received considerable support from them and had no qualms about strengthening the sect within his means. Naturally, he refrained from presenting the spoils obtained from slaying Lin Jiuyin, as those treasures had not been returned and would result in a loss if revealed. It was far more profitable to wait for an opportunity to trigger returns for his disciples. Thank you, ancestor. The assembly rejoiced, eagerly accepting the storage rings to examine their contents. Upon inspection, their composure quickly dissipated. Clink! The sound of a storage ring dropping echoed through the hall. As an esteemed elder fumbled to retrieve it, his trembling hands betraying his astonishment at the treasures within. Heaven-defying cultivation technique. The elder stammered, his lips quivering. 6th rank elixirs. A plethora. Earth rank martial techniques. Abundant. Heavenly rank martial skills. 5th rank precious herbs in abundance, alongside various other invaluable treasures. At that moment, they stood agape, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of riches before them, far beyond what could be obtained even by selling the Tianyun Sect 100 times over. The heavenly rank cultivation techniques alone were exceedingly precious. Their sect's previous foundational techniques were merely of the earth rank pinnacle. The 6th rank elixirs were also unattainable in their past endeavors. Ancestor, this is far too generous. What merit do we possess to receive such gifts? Perhaps you should reconsider and take them back. Sect leader Wang Mu felt the weight of the treasures heaped upon them. Indeed, Ancestor, please reclaim them. Or perhaps we could only accept a fraction. To take all would be too much. Deputy leader Yang Daojin concurred. The other esteemed elders nodded in agreement. Feeling unworthy of such generous offerings, Chu Yuan shook his head resolutely. What I have given is yours to keep. It is not my place to retract such gifts. Exchanging glances filled with gratitude, they knelt in unison. Wang Mu proclaimed, "On behalf of the entire sect, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your benevolence, Ancestor." "Thank you for your benevolence, Ancestor," echoed the others in unison. Indeed, those items were nothing short of a divine blessing for the Tianyun Sect. Enough, enough! Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "I too am of the Tianyun Sect. Let us dispense with such formalities." Previously, there were no conditions. However, now that circumstances have changed, it is time to diligently cultivate. One cannot solely rely on me, for I too shall eventually depart. When that day comes, you will have to depend on yourselves. Rest assured, Ancestor, the others quickly replied, feeling the weight of the moment. It was indeed time to strive harder. After all, the techniques of the heavenly tier were not something they could rightfully possess without adequate strength. A commoner is innocent, yet the bearer of precious jewels is often met with envy. They must be worthy. The Crimson Gold Profound Origin Technique. The Crimson Serpent's Sword Art. The Flying Dragon Technique. Are these not the martial arts of our sect? Why have they ascended to the heavenly tier? At that moment, Xiao Qingfeng's voice broke the silence. He had just perused the martial techniques and was astonished to see something familiar. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, turning their gazes toward Chu Yuan, eager to understand the situation. With a calm demeanor, Chu Yuan declared, "These martial techniques were derived from our sect's teachings, extrapolated and enhanced, sharing a common origin. This will undoubtedly facilitate your future cultivation." "What? Derived from extrapolation? Extrapolating heavenly tier martial arts?" In that instant, the eyes of the crowd widened in disbelief, their astonishment evident. To derive heavenly tier techniques requires an extraordinary level of prowess. Has the Ancestor truly reached such heights? The magnitude of it is terrifying. In their eyes, boundless admiration began to surface. They believed Chu Yuan's words. If it were not for the extrapolation, how could such techniques exist? Surely, they could not have been stumbled upon by chance. At this moment, they could no longer comprehend Chu Yuan. Just months prior, they regarded him as a junior, yet now, he appeared to them as a divine being, an existence beyond their understanding. Even though Chu Yuan remained affable, every subtle display of his prowess elicited an instinctive reverence from them. "Very well. I have provided you with the techniques. How you utilize them is entirely up to you." Chu Yuan then turned to Xiao Qingfeng, saying, "Elder Xiao, would you accompany me for a stroll?" Before long, Xiao Qingfeng followed Chu Yuan away from the grand hall of the sect, arriving at the back mountain. The little time had passed. The experience felt as if he had traversed the tides of time. Xiao Qingfeng remarked, "Everything has changed far too rapidly, especially you. I can no longer fully comprehend you." Chu Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the changes over these few months had been astonishing. He had ascended from the mid-stage of the profound pill realm to the late stage of the nirvana realm, crossing 4 significant thresholds. Such progress was truly remarkable. "Here, take this elixir. Upon consumption, it may cleanse your meridians and marrow, potentially allowing you to advance further and extend your years." Chu Yuan presented him with a king-tier marrow cleansing pill. Having consumed 3, he retained 7, planning to give 2 each to his 3 disciples, leaving 1 for Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng was unlike the others in Tianyun Sect. In the past, whenever Chu Yuan's parents were away, it was Xiao Qingfeng who guided him in his cultivation, providing significant assistance. After Chu Yuan's parents passed away, Xiao Qingfeng nearly exhausted his entire fortune to support Chu Yuan's training, a kindness that Chu Yuan has always remembered. Although his awakening of wisdom came late, the bond of gratitude remained strong. What kind of elixir is this? Could it possibly be a celestial pill? Xiao Qingfeng's eyes widened. Merely inhaling its essence made him feel as though the bottleneck within him had loosened. He had been stuck in the mid-stage of the five organs realm for a considerable time, with little hope for a breakthrough, likely destined to remain here for the rest of his life. Yet now, he glimpsed a chance for advancement. I truly hope it is a celestial pill. Now, let me refine it quickly. I must take my leave. With that, Chu Yuan's figure swiftly vanished. Ah, it seems I wasn't even afforded the chance to decline. Xiao Qingfeng sighed, yet a brilliant smile graced his face. Regardless of the circumstances, this young man ultimately belonged to him. His character was beyond reproach. Well then, I shall accept this favor. He carefully stored the elixir, recognizing that Chu Yuan had summoned him privately, wishing to keep this matter from others. This realization filled him with pride. Indeed, in Chu Yuan's heart, he was more significant than anyone else. After a chuckle, he proceeded to arrange several matters before entering seclusion. Boom! Just as Chu Yuan returned to Daoyuan Peak, he sensed a stir of breakthrough energy. Upon closer inspection, it was Jiang Yi who had attained a new level, now reaching the late stage of the condensation realm. Both Jiang Yao and Xiao Yan also exhibited signs of breaking through. Once they fully absorbed the washing sutrus and refining marrow pill, each of their cultivations would ascend. Chu Yuan chose to ignore them and continued to delve into his martial arts and techniques. A month later, Chu Yuan reviewed his attributes panel. Master, Chu Yuan, age, 50, talent, unparalleled in this era, shaking the annals of history. Master of the Fire Path, with the enhancement of 3 disciples' talents. Potential, beginning with the potential of a celestial king. Cultivation, late stage of the Nirvana realm. Technique, Xian Yang blazing fire art, king level. Minor achievement. Martial skills, fire meteor step, king level, minor achievement. Blazing fire devouring sky fist, king level. Minor achievement, disciples, 35, senior disciple. Jiang H, 50 talent, unparalleled in this era, innate double pupils. Potential, celestial potential. Cultivation, perfected condensation realm. Technique, crimson gold Xian Yuan art, heavenly tier. Mid-grade, not yet learned. Martial skill, crimson serpent sword technique. Fortune, favored by heaven and earth. A wielder of great fortune, second disciple. Jiang Yao, age, 5, talent, unprecedented, innate supreme bone. Potential, celestial potential. Cultivation, perfected body refinement realm. Technique, crimson gold Xian Yuan art, heavenly tier. Mid-grade, not yet learned. Martial skill, crimson serpent sword technique. Fortune, bestowed by heaven and earth, the great fortune. Third disciple, Xiao Yan, age, 16. Innate talent, mastery of fire, celestial fire body. Potential, immortal qualities. Cultivation level, early pool, origin realm. Cultivation technique. Martial skills. Fortune, bestowed by heaven and earth. Enhanced by great fortune. After a month of arduous training, Chu Yuan has successfully advanced all his cultivation techniques and martial skills to a minor accomplishment. This remarkable speed is truly extraordinary, a testament to his exceptional talent. For others, even when practicing techniques and skills of the same realm, achieving minor accomplishment would typically require years. For instance, a normal Nirvana realm cultivator striving to reach minor accomplishment in a high-tier celestial technique might take several years, or even decades. In this month, the 3 disciples have also refined their first 8th-tier essence cleansing and marrow purging pill, significantly enhancing their cultivation. Xiao Yan, the first to refine it, is now consuming his 2nd pill. Chu Yuan refrains from interrupting their progress. Subsequently, while advancing his own techniques and skills, he delves into the study of formations. With his astounding comprehension, the intricacies of formations appear quite simple to him. Another half-month passes. Xiao Yan is the first to refine 3 pills and emerges from seclusion. Upon stepping out, he spots a figure standing at the cliff's edge of Daoyuan Peak. Hands clasped behind his back, facing away from him. The figure, with flowing white hair dancing in the wind, wears a purple robe that rustles in the breeze. The last rays of the setting sun casting a long silhouette. He hurriedly flies over, smiling and cupping his hands in greeting. Master. Chu Yuan turns, assessing him, and nods in approval, noting his breakthrough to the mid-pool origin realm. The essence cleansing and marrow purging pill is ultimately not designed solely for elevating cultivation. Otherwise, the enhancement would be even greater. All thanks to Master S nurturing. Xiao Yin earnestly states, without Master, there would be no current Xiao Yin. Chu Yuan pats his shoulder and hands him a storage ring, saying, inside, you will find a vial of high-grade foundation establishment liquid and 6 royal tier essence cleansing and marrow purging pills. Take 1/3 of the foundation establishment liquid and 2 royal tier pills for yourself. Xiao Yin swallows hard, feeling that every encounter with his master involves receiving gifts. His master is indeed quite affluent. Thank you, master. He understands now that accepting what his master offers is a must. Refusing would only displease him. However, high-grade foundation establishment liquid, royal tier essence cleansing and marrow purging pills, such precious items, and his master gives them without a second thought. His gratitude towards his master is beyond words. Opening the storage ring, he searches among numerous items and finds the 2 he seeks, alongside a plethora of other treasures. Though he dares not covet any of them, what his master has already bestowed is more than sufficient. To be greedy would be ungrateful. It is essential to accept only what his master offers, and to even think about what is not given would be a sign of disrespect. Yet he is somewhat puzzled. Why does his master not simply hand him the foundation establishment liquid and the essence cleansing and marrow purging pills directly? Ding! Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Yuan felt a surge of joy within. The storage ring contained all the treasures acquired from Lin Jiuyin, as well as the 2 puppets he had previously obtained, which he had successfully sealed. Now, they were to be returned together. Among Lin Jiuyin's treasures, there were no martial arts techniques. Yet the alchemical pills and various other items were plentiful, allowing Chu Yuan to reap significant rewards. The puppet from the early Soul Palace realm was exchanged for one in the early Law Manifestation realm, while the originally possessed early Law Manifestation puppet was traded for one in the early Nirvana realm. Chu Yuan mused to himself. He now possessed 4 puppets, 1 at the early Soul Palace realm, 2 at the early Law Manifestation realm, and 1 at the early Nirvana realm. He would need to study how to manipulate these puppets. Master, after retrieving 2 items, Xiao Yin respectfully returned the storage ring to Chu Yuan. Master, I shall continue my cultivation. Having obtained the 2 treasures, he was now somewhat impatient. Do not rush. First, let me impart to you the essentials of cultivation. He aimed to be a competent master. The technique, naturally, was the supreme heavenly grade Xianyang flame art, which he had already mastered at the king level. Thus, approaching this heavenly grade technique felt effortless. Although Xiao Yan's talent was commendable, his realm was ultimately low, necessitating guidance in many aspects. 2 days later, Xiao Yan joyously resumed his seclusion. Chu Yuan's gaze drifted to the horizon. Oddly enough, nearly 2 months had passed, and not a single soul from the Blood Ean Hall had arrived. Logically, with an elder at the late Law Manifestation realm having perished here, the Blood Ean Hall should have taken action. However, during this time, he had kept a watchful eye on the surroundings without spotting any suspicious individuals. This was indeed perplexing. He had hoped for the Blood Ean Hall to supply him with equipment and resources. Should they arrive now, he might still engage in a few exchanges with them. However, as time passed and his cultivation advanced significantly, they would miss any opportunity to contend with him. If they did not come by then, he would have to seek them out. The threads of causation had been woven. They must eventually be resolved. A few days later, Jiang Yi emerged from seclusion. In the early Pool Origin realm, Chu Yuan provided him with a portion of foundational spiritual liquid and 2 king-grade marrow cleansing pills before guiding him in his cultivation technique, allowing him to return to his retreat. 10 days later, Jiang Yao also emerged. The young girl had already reached the mid-condensation origin realm. This compelled Chu Yuan to exclaim in admiration. At just 5 years old, reaching the mid-condensation origin realm was astonishing. Master, bursting through the door, Jiang Yao took a deep breath, as if the air outside was sweeter. Upon seeing Chu Yuan standing a short distance away, her eyes curved into crescent moons, and she joyfully dashed over. Chu Yuan chuckled, ruffling her hair and praising. Well done, you've made tremendous progress. I worked hard for it. However, it felt like an eternity. I was almost suffocating. Come, here is your reward. Chu Yuan produced the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid and the Royal Grade Cleansing and Marrow Dan. Wow, I have experienced both, yet they seem even more formidable than those I encountered previously. Jiang Yao's expressive eyes sparkled. She then obediently thanked her master. Chapter 56. What constitutes a true peerless genius? Do you enjoy cultivating? Chu Yuan in Guit? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yao replied, I do. What brings you such joy? Chu Yuan asked, intrigued. Because through cultivation, one can become powerful, Jiang Yao declared, raising her small fist triumphantly. When I am strong, I need not fear being bullied, and I can indulge in whatever I desire. In her past, when she was with her brother, their lack of strength often led to bullying, and her brother had fought fiercely over food, sustaining injuries. If I were powerful, I could assist my brother. Chu Yuan nodded thoughtfully and replied, however, there is no one who can bully you, nor is there a lack of food. Do you still wish to grow stronger? Jiang Yao nodded earnestly, yes. I relish the feeling of becoming stronger. Master, look. She dashed to the side and effortlessly lifted a stone several times her size, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, tossing it playfully with ease. This is so much fun. Chu Yuan smiled gently. As long as you enjoy cultivation, that is what matters. This way, you won't feel compelled to practice. All right, come here. I shall prepare roasted meat for you and teach you a formidable technique. Chu Yuan bet going. Really? Yay. With a joyful shout, she dropped the stone and ran over. Chu Yuan retrieved the 6-tier dragon meat and began to roast it, utilizing his cultivation to do so. Remarkably, fire attribute techniques are indeed well suited for cooking. 3 days later, a satisfied Jiang Yao patted her little belly and entered the house to cultivate. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. They gradually emerged from their seclusion. During his leisure, Chu Yuan guided them in martial techniques and practical combat. Xiao Yan and Jiang Yi engaged in endless sparring, occasionally suppressing their cultivation to train with Jiang Yao. When hunger struck, Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan took turns showcasing their culinary skills. Life was joyful and fulfilling. As the weather turned cooler, heralding the arrival of winter, it did not affect them. The annual disciple competition of the Tianyun Sect commenced, and the 3 of them participated, inevitably causing the other disciples to question their very existence. In fact, it was not just the disciples. Even the higher-ups of the sect were left bewildered and astonished. They realized that many disciples could not even contend with 5-year-old Jiang Yao. In just over 6 months, that little girl who had not begun her cultivation upon entering the sect had now achieved the pinnacle of the condensing essence realm, having consumed the royal grade, cleansing, and marrow dan. Her abilities were further enhanced, though she had not reached the pool origin realm and had not used the advanced foundation establishment spirit liquid. 5 years old, and at the peak of the condensing essence realm. This was a dream beyond imagination. Not only was her cultivation high, but her combat prowess was also extraordinarily formidable. Beneath the pool origin realm, none could rival her. The outer disciples of the Tianyun Sect, and those within its ranks, could not even best a mere 5-year-old girl. A core disciple at the early stage of the pool origin realm engaged in a spirited exchange with Jiang Yao. The shock they experienced at that moment was beyond description. On that day, they came to a profound understanding of what it truly means to be a peerless genius. Although Jiang Yao ultimately succumbed to a mid-stage disciple of the pool origin realm, the latter felt no joy, only a deep sense of shame, for he had trained for over 40 years. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan, one at the late stage and the other at the perfected stage of the pool origin realm, effortlessly subdued the core disciples of the pool origin realm, leaving them unable to lift their heads in defeat. In the climactic duel between the two, it was astonishing that Xiao Yan, at the perfected stage of the pool origin realm, narrowly lost to Jiang Yi, who was at the late stage. The contribution of the dual pupil technique was undeniably significant. While the heavenly fire body was formidable, it paled in comparison to the almost game-breaking prowess of the dual pupil skill. The debut of the trio ignited a fervor throughout the entire sect. Compared to them, others felt as if they had aged into insignificance. Simultaneously, they held a fervent admiration for the long-absent ancestor, Elder Chu, for these 3 were his disciples. Not only the other disciples, but even the high-ranking officials of the sect yearned to become his pupils. Yet alas, such a chance eluded them. In truth, the rapid advancement of the trio was attributable not solely to elixirs. Their remarkable talents and fortuitous destinies were of paramount importance. To put differently, had the elixirs they utilized, such as the essence cleansing pill and foundation establishment spirit liquid, been given to other disciples of the Tianyun Sect, while those disciples might also experience swift progress, they could never attain the heights reached by this trio. Particularly notable was Jiang Yao, whose extraordinary cultivation at the tender age of 5 was nothing short of exceptional. The Supreme Bone played a crucial role in their development. Their emergence shattered the resolve of many disciples while simultaneously igniting the fighting spirit of others. Shao Qingfeng also completed his essence cleansing process, advancing to the late stage of the five organs realm, with the potency of his elixirs transforming into considerable potential, giving him hope for a future breakthrough to the Soul Palace realm, especially given that they were royal-grade elixirs. Chu Yuan, however, felt perplexed as to why the Bloodine Palace had yet to make an appearance after such a lengthy period. During this time, his martial arts and techniques had approached a level of near perfection. His understanding of formations had also reached a commendable degree. He could now successfully arrange formations of below the 8th tier without issue. However, the materials available to him for arranging formations were woefully scarce. He dedicated a month to studying puppetry, a field that is rather unique. It is not merely about refining tools, but rather requires the integration of formations. An exceptional puppet master must possess expertise in both tool refinement and formations. The materials required for crafting puppets are even more stringent than those for arranging formations. Although Chu Yuan had not begun to craft puppets, he had acquired knowledge on how to manipulate the 4 puppets. The puppet designated for the Soul Palace realm was powered by superior spirit stones, while the other 3 were fueled by premium spirit stones. When not engaged in combat, a single spirit stone could last a considerable duration. However, in battle, the consumption would be substantial. Fortunately, Chu Yuan was not lacking in spirit stones. The puppets lacked intelligence. Yet under the influence of intricate formations, they could function as pseudo-sentient beings capable of executing commands, albeit simple ones such as guarding a specific location. After refining the 4 puppets, Chu Yuan instructed them to remain at the Tianyun Sect, ready to act should danger arise. This decision was made as he prepared to descend the mountain with his 3 disciples. The puppets served as a safeguard for the Tianyun Sect, ensuring the safety of its living members and the tranquility of his parents' graves. The Bloodine Palace had yet to make an appearance, and it was possible they would strike during his absence. Besides the puppets, he had devised additional measures to cope with potential threats. Lacking materials, he could have upgraded the protective mountain formation. As winter arrived, fluffy snowflakes blanketed the landscape, transforming it into a serene white wonderland, where the 3 disciples joyfully engaged in a snowball fight. Upon emerging from aloft, they simultaneously hurled snowballs at him. Over the past few months, they had grown to understand their amiable and approachable master, who, like a cherished elder, could indulge in their playful antics. When the snowballs soared towards him, Chu Yuan chuckled softly and vanished in an instant. "Where did Master go?" Jiang Yao exclaimed, searching the surroundings. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and they turned their gaze toward the distance to find their master standing outside Daoyuan Peak, one hand resting behind him while the other gracefully waved his index finger. As he gestured, the snowflakes accumulated on the surrounding peaks transformed into serpentine snow dragons, converging behind him. With a mere flick of his finger, countless snow dragons surged towards Daoyuan Peak, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The 3 disciples were awestruck. Is Master planning to bury Daoyuan Peak alive? In an instant, Daoyuan Peak was engulfed in a blanket of snow, and the 3, flustered, emerged from the depths of the snow. "Puffed," Jiang Yao sputtered, expelling a mouthful of snowflakes. "Master, you're being too much." A moment later, after sending a message to the sect as higher-ups about his departure, Chu Yuan took the 3 disciples and set off. This journey could extend for quite some time. There were 3 objectives for descending the mountain. First, to allow the 3 disciples to gain experience through practical training rather than remaining confined. Second, to procure materials for arranging formations. And third, and most importantly, to explore the world in search of potential disciples. He currently has 2 vacancies for disciples, and should he acquire 1 or 2 exceptional students, it is likely that his cultivation could ascend directly to the realm of kings. Naturally, he desires to take the shortcut. Suddenly, a notification from the system emerged. Ding. It has been detected that the Master's disciples have just embarked on their journey. A new lottery feature has been activated, allowing for an unpredictable array of prizes. From this moment forth, each time a disciple breaks through to a new realm, they will be granted a chance to participate in the lottery. A reminder, items obtained through the lottery cannot be returned once bestowed upon a disciple. Just as he departed from the Tianyun Sect, the system's alert appeared unexpectedly. This new feature seems promising. Chu Yuan nodded to himself. With this, nurturing his disciples became even more motivating. He swiftly flew with the 3 of them and soon arrived at the imperial city of the Great Wu Dynasty. You 3 can explore on your own, by whatever you desire. Xiaoyan, you may visit your father later. I will head to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to procure some items. Chu Yuan left behind 3 strands of divine consciousness with them, which would burst forth should they encounter insurmountable danger, allowing him to traverse to their side in an instant. Moreover, he would occasionally monitor them with his spiritual sense. Understood, Master. The 3 nodded in agreement. Chu Yuan vanished in a flash. Eldest senior brother, second senior sister. Allow me to show you around. I am quite familiar with this imperial city. Even if you wish to visit the palace, it is no trouble at all. Xiao Yan assured enthusiastically. Jiang Yao exclaimed joyfully, Yea, I want to buy delicious food and new clothes. Choose what you like. I will buy you everything. Jiang Yi affectionately ruffled her hair, exuding a domineering charm. Senior Chu, I did not expect to see you again so soon, Mei Fanghua said, pouring tea with a smile at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. I have come to purchase some items. If you do not have them here, I would like to inquire where I might find them. Chu Yuan spoke directly to the point. Mei Fanghua's interest peaked. Oh, what treasures might the esteemed senior be seeking? Perhaps artifacts of the 7th or 8th rank. Everything you need is right here. Take a look, Chu Yuan replied, presenting a list that included various materials for array formation, ranging from 1st to 8th rank. Although he had comprehended numerous formations, he had yet to practice them. He intended to experiment with all levels. The 1st to 5th ranks are manageable, but we truly do not have anything from the 6th to 8th ranks, Mei Fanghua observed curiously. Could it be that the esteemed senior is an array master? Merely a novice, Chu Yuan replied, lowering his gaze to sip his tea with a subtle smile. You might be underestimating yourself, Mei Fanghua stated earnestly. She was filled with curiosity about him, especially since just months prior, Chu Yuan had slain the Qinya Daoist, an act that had already left a significant impression. Later, it was revealed that even a perfected Soul Palace realm practitioner had fallen easily to his might. Clearly, Chu Yuan was no ordinary individual. Either Chu Yuan has been possessed by an ancient creature, or he is backed by a formidable figure. Apart from these 2 possibilities, she could not fathom how a mere cultivator from the humble Tianyun Sect could possess such extraordinary strength. However, the specifics were of no concern to her. She was merely a businesswoman. Now, please provide me with materials from the 1st to the 5th rank. I require 10 of each. How many spirit stones will that be? You can calculate, Chu Yuan stated. The materials are no issue. However, if you're an array master, I would like to request your assistance. Would you be willing? Oh, what assistance do you seek? Speak freely. It is as follows. One of the formations at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has become defunct due to the passage of time. I was about to contact someone to arrange repairs, but if you are capable, I would prefer not to trouble them. In return, I can offer you the materials you require free of charge. Very well, lead me to it. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to repair it. Chu Yuan replied, considering that he might inquire about a few things afterward, thus he was willing to lend a hand. The deterioration of the array after prolonged use was plausible. After all, the lifespan of materials is finite. Then I thank you in advance, esteemed elder, Mei Fanghua smiled. Please, follow me. Under Mei Fanghua's guidance, Chu Yuan soon arrived at a site where the formation had failed, a 6th-rank defensive array, one of many within the Wanbao chamber. The problem is manageable. Among the 12 array plates, one has been destroyed. We simply need to forge a replacement, Chu Yuan assessed. Are the materials for forging the array plate prepared? His spirit sense swept across, and he instantly identified the issue. This revelation left Mei Fanghua astonished. Indeed, Elder Chu seemed to possess considerable insight. Without uttering a word, he had pinpointed the problem. Impressive. Everything is ready. I must trouble you, esteemed elder. Mei Fanghua retrieved the materials for forging the array plate. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, dissecting the defensive array with his spirit sense, and from the remnants of the destroyed plate, he deduced the necessary array restrictions before commencing the forging process. Meanwhile, on another front, Xiao Yan and his companions encountered trouble shortly after their stroll. A group of youths obstructed their passage. Well, is that not our esteemed waste of a son, the prince? Long time no see. How have you fared since my sister called off the engagement? A youth clad in luxurious attire, fan in hand, taunted Xiao Yan. Shan Yi, I heard he has recently broken through to the perfect stage of the condensation realm. He is no longer a waste, another youth remarked. Oh, look at that. I had completely forgotten. It is indeed surprising that this waste has found a path to redemption. The lad named Shan Gu sneered, his demeanor still dripping with derision. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers swiftly distanced themselves. It is them, the 3 disciples of old ancestor Chu. Someone recognized Xiao Yan and his companions. Goodness. Those individuals belong to the Lu family. Lu Shan is Lu Yunyu's elder brother. How dare he mock Xiao Yin so brazenly? After all, Xiao Yin is a disciple of that esteemed old ancestor Chu. That venerable elder Chu is capable of slaying even those who have attained the pinnacle of the Soul Palace realm. A few individuals gasped in astonishment. Was Lu Shan truly courting death? Unbeknownst to them, the sect that Lu Yunyu had joined was exceptionally formidable. The Lu family was under the protection of this sect, and Lu Shan might not fear Elder Chu at all. An informed individual remarked. Just how formidable is it exactly? The crowd was taken aback. If they did not even fear Elder Chu, could the Lu family's backing be any less outrageous? The specifics of its strength remain uncertain, but it is said that even those at the legendary Dharma manifestation realm within such a sect are merely considered mid-tier. What? Hiss! How utterly terrifying! No wonder Lu Shan is so arrogant. Chapter 58. Unable to defend, reduced to a pig's head. Listening to the whispers of those around him, Lu Shan's expression grew increasingly smug. What if Elder Chu's disciple is involved? So impressive, so grandiose is it? In comparison to Elder Chu and the Ice Soul Valley, he is not but a triviality. In the great martial dynasty, nearly everyone quakes in fear of Elder Chu, yet the Lu family remains unperturbed. Lu Shan is even less intimidated. I wonder who it could be. It turns out to be you, a mere sycophant, who once bowed and scraped behind me like a dog. Yet now you dare to make a ruckus before me. Xiao Yin cast a glance at his opponent, a cold smile gracing his lips. You. Lu Shan's forehead throbbed with fury. In the past, before Lu Yunyu had joined the Ice Soul Valley, and Xiao Yin had become a mere shell of his former self. He was the brightest talent in the royal city. Back then, the Lu family, eager to curry favor with Xiao Yin, had him serve as a dog for them, and he did so with great delight. However, after Xiao Yin fell from grace and Lu Yunyu entered the Ice Soul Valley, the Lu family's fortunes rose while Xiao Yan's plummeted. The contrast was stark. He regretted his past actions and had long sought to reclaim his dignity from Xiao Yan. Yet Xiao Yan had remained hidden within the carefree royal manor, leaving him with no opportunity. Upon learning that Xiao Yan had once again regained his strength, his discontent only deepened. Thus, encountering Xiao Yan on the street was a rare opportunity for him. He was determined to reclaim his lost pride. Yet Xiao Yan, ever so tactless, struck a nerve with a single remark, inciting even greater fury within him. What is the matter? Gone mute. Can't even speak anymore. Xiao Yan observed the flush of anger on Lu Shan's face, his eyes reflecting disdain. A person so easily provoked by a mere sentence had evidently made no progress. Do not think that just because you have acquired the Foundation Establishment Elixir and fortuitously regained your cultivation, having broken through to the pinnacle of the condensation realm, you can act with impunity. The Foundation Establishment Elixir is not exclusive to you. I have used it as well, and 2 years prior. You may be at the pinnacle of the condensation realm, but I am not weaker than you. Boom! Lu Shan's aura, representative of the pinnacle of the condensation realm, erupted forth. In that moment, he radiated with newfound confidence. Is this your alliance? Xiao Yin found it laughable. Enough of your idle chatter. Watch how this young master deals with you. With that, Lu Shan charged toward Xiao Yan, though they were both at the same level. His breakthrough had occurred much earlier than Xiao Yan's, and he did not believe himself to be inferior. Today, he was determined to bring Xiao Yin to his knees and reclaim his honor. Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao took a step back, fearing that blood might splatter onto them. In their eyes, this person was exceedingly weak. Not only could Xiao Yin easily overpower him, but even Jiang Yao herself could do so with one hand tied behind her back. Brother Shan, give it your all. As Lu Shan charged forward, his followers shouted enthusiastically. Upon noticing that Xiao Yan's 2 companions had retreated a step, Lu Shan's disdain deepened. What kind of disciples were these, supposedly of the revered Chu old ancestor? Merely timid souls afraid of confrontation. Breaking stone palm, Lu Shan bellowed, unleashing a low-grade mystical martial technique that he had mastered to perfection. It was the source of his confidence. With this skill, he believed he was on par with anyone. In an instant, he stood before Xiao Yan, who remained motionless, causing Lu Shan to feel perplexed. What is wrong with this guy? Was he so scared that he wouldn't dodge, evade, or counterattack? No matter. First, he would break a few bones. Boom! A resounding palm struck Xiao Yan's chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. Just as Lu Shan began to revel in his success, an excruciating pain surged through him, and he realized that his palm had struck Xiao Yan's chest as if hitting a slab of mysterious iron. Immediately thereafter, a force rebounded upon him. It was his own arm that had shattered, breaking in several places. Ah! A horrific scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted, leaving the surrounding crowd in a state of shock. You struck someone else, and now you're the one in pain? Oh, your arm's broken? Well, scream away. But wait, how could your arm break? Countless eyes were fixed on the scene, filled with disbelief. Brother Shan? Lu Shan's followers were equally bewildered. You. No, this cannot be. How could this happen? Lu Shan looked up at Xiao Yan, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Truly useless, even standing still for you to hit. You cannot breach my defenses. Xiao Yan uttered cutting words. His physical body had been enhanced by the essence cleansing pill, and moreover, his cultivation was a full realm above Lu Shan's. Such a disparity rendered Lu Shan incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. A mere tickle, perhaps. Slap! Xiao Yan delivered a resounding strike to Lu Shan's face, instantly swelling half of it into a grotesque visage. Slap! The other side soon followed suit. Do you think you're impressive just because you have Lu Yin backing you? Slap! Have I not treated you well in the past? Is this how you repay kindness? Slap! Is the Lu family merely a den of ingrates? With a flurry of slaps, Lu Shan could no longer utter a sound, and the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Let go of Brother Shan. Lu Shan's followers, regaining their wits, dared to shout a couple of times. Keep shouting, and I shall end you, Xiao Yin remarked nonchalantly. The many followers fell silent at once, genuinely frightened. Xiao Yin was simply too formidable. Your Highness, please cease. The young master has erred, and I, an old fool, offer my apologies. As the young master of the Lu family, Lu Shan naturally had hidden guards accompanying him during his outing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an elderly man, who had achieved the pinnacle of the pool origin realm, swiftly appeared, attempting to rescue Lu Shan from Xiao Yan's grasp. With a single punch, Xiao Yan unleashed flames that erupted from his fist. Boom! The elder was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Another figure, also at the peak of the pool origin realm, materialized, seemingly intent on offering assistance, but abruptly halted in his tracks. This individual was yet another of Lu Shan's protectors. You have reached the pinnacle of the pool origin realm. How can this be? The elder in gray trembled, his voice quaking. Previously, Xiao Yan had concealed his aura so well that they were oblivious to his true strength. Now, however, as he revealed his cultivation, they were struck with fear. How old could Xiao Yan possibly be? And after such a prolonged period of stagnation, he had broken through to such a formidable realm in such a short span of time. Truly unfathomable. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, filled with awe. Initially, they had deemed Xiao Yan exceedingly powerful, but upon learning the reality of his capabilities, their astonishment only deepened. Most astonishingly, despite being at the same pinnacle of the pool origin realm, he had incapacitated his opponent with a mere punch. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Lu Shan, whose face had swollen to that of a pig's head, felt the ground shift beneath him, his pupils shaking in disbelief. He had thought himself saved, only to face such a dismal outcome. He could not bear it. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yan tossed him to the ground with a thud and coolly remarked, I won't kill you. You believed your sister's admission to the Ice Soul Valley was something remarkable? Allow me to show you how I defeated her. Chapter 59. Is this what you call understanding? In the suspended city beyond the world, Xiao Yan turned to his senior brothers and sisters. Shall we depart? They nodded in agreement. If the third junior brother could handle the situation, they would refrain from intervening. Should he falter, they would step in. The crowd parted to clear a path, their gazes towards Xiao Yan filled with reverence. The Lu family's guards dared not impede their passage, merely watching as they departed. This was the imperial city. Invoking the Lu family's power would not be without consequence, especially considering the formidable presence of the Xiao royal mansion. Furthermore, they were apprehensive about the whereabouts of the esteemed ancestor Chu. Initially, they had believed that Xiao Yan, aware of the Ice Soul Valley circumstances, would refrain from acting against Lu Shan. Yet, the situation had unfolded in an entirely unexpected manner, and it appeared that Xiao Yan was indeed willing to eliminate Lu Shan. At that moment, Lu Shan had already succumbed to unconsciousness from his fury. His attempt to regain dignity had only resulted in greater humiliation, nearly costing him his life. The spectators murmured among themselves, expressing their disbelief. My distant cousin is training at the Tianyun Sect. Recently, he returned home, proclaiming the remarkable prowess of the 3 disciples of the ancestor Chu from the Tianyun Sect. At the time, I thought it far-fetched, Merely a jest. Yet here we are. It seems to be true. Someone softly remarked within the crowd. What? Is there really such a thing? Could you elaborate? Upon hearing this, many people perked up their ears and gathered closer. No problem. Listen to my tale. The crowd around him grew larger by the moment. Soon, exclamations of astonishment erupted. What? Xiao Yan, so formidable, has been defeated by a junior brother younger than him? Indeed. Xiao Yan, so impressive, was actually bested by someone in the late stage of Qi gathering. How powerful must that opponent be? Hiss. I initially thought Xiao Yan's talent was unmatched, yet there exists someone even more valiant. How did Ancestor Chu discover these disciples? Or how did he cultivate them to such prowess? Nonsense. I can believe the other two, but a 5-year-old at the peak of Qi gathering? That is a tall tale. Alas, I too find it hard to believe, but it seems they possess something that conceals their true cultivation. Without revealing it, one could hardly discern their strength. The Lu family has already hurriedly taken Lu Shan away. Chu Yuan has begun crafting the formation plate. His divine sense has also noted the situation concerning Xiao Yan. It is beneficial for the disciples to experience more. This is one of the purposes of their descent from the mountain. For matters they can resolve themselves. There is no need for him, as their master, to intervene. It is unreasonable to expect him to address every triviality. They would be rendered ineffective. He remains indifferent to the skirmishes among the younger generation, for others cannot match his disciples. However, should the elders bully the young, he must step in and have a word. Mei Fanghua stood by watching him refine tools when suddenly she took out a communication jade slip. Upon reading it, her expression shifted to one of shock and peculiarity. That Xiao Yan has indeed become so formidable. Such prowess cannot be achieved merely with basic foundational elixirs. Mei Fanghua mused silently. Someone had relayed news to her. Xiao Yan has actually reached the pinnacle of Qi gathering. She is well acquainted with Xiao Yan's circumstances. In fact, when he was deemed a failure, her curiosity led her to investigate personally. Yet, she could not uncover the truth. However, in just half a year's time, she found herself gazing at Chu Yuan, who was engrossed in his craft, feeling as if he were shrouded in an enigmatic mist, utterly inscrutable. This individual is certainly not simple. Chu Yuan also noticed a change in her countenance, realizing she had received news regarding Xiao Yan. One must commend the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce for his keen information network. All right. At this moment, Chu Yuan concluded his work. Forging the formation plate with his cultivation flames and inscribing 6-tier formation patterns posed no challenge for him. So swift. Mei Fanghua snapped back to reality, startled. You may take a look. Chu Yuan handed over the formation plate. Mei Fanghua accepted the smooth formation plate, the size of a basin, examining it closely. Waves of admiration rippled in her beautiful eyes. It was simply exquisite. How could the senior just now claim to know only a little? That was far too modest. To call it merely a slight understanding is an understatement. This is profound knowledge indeed. Chu Yuan smiled silently, requesting assistance from his elder. Mei Fanghua graciously extended her hands. Chu Yuan swiftly completed the arrangement of the formation. Thank you for your help, esteemed elder. Please follow me. The items you requested are ready. Mei Fanghua walked ahead with a graceful stride. Mei, do you possess a larger map that includes the 100 kingdoms, the 10 sects beyond the world, and perhaps even more distant lands? The Great Wu dynasty is struggling to find suitable disciples, and having a map would make our search considerably easier. I do have one. If you need it, I can make a copy for you. Mei Fanghua replied with a smile. Thank you very much. The royal ancestors and the carefree king had also learned of Xiao Yan's news and quickly sent messages to contact him. Xiao Yan instructed them to wait at the carefree king's residence. The two waited in shock and delight, pacing within the estate. In the Lu family, Lu Shan was brought back, and upon learning this, the senior members of the Lu family gathered together. What were you thinking provoking him? The clan leader scolded Lu Shan, filled with frustration. We may have the protection of the Ice Spirit Valley, but it is far away. If we truly anger them, what if they decide to annihilate us? Father, how was I to know he would dare to strike me knowing about the Ice Spirit Valley? I merely wanted to teach him a lesson, Lu Shan replied, feeling deeply wronged. Clan leader, setting aside Xiao Shan's faults for now, Xiao Yan is incredibly powerful and poses a threat to our young lady. They have a 3-year agreement. One elder interjected. Indeed, Xiao Yan's current strength surpasses that of our young lady. The elders of the Lu family chimed in. It is perplexing how he has improved so rapidly. Regardless, you are correct. This situation is indeed detrimental to Yuer, the clan leader acknowledged. I shall send a message to Yuer and see what her plans are. though the Ice Spirit Valley lies far away. Lu Yin, you had left a means of communication that could reach it. However, each message came at a significant cost, requiring numerous precious spirit stones. A couple of messages could lead the Lu family to financial ruin. It was revealed that this land, apart from the 100 kingdoms and the 10 sects beyond the world, also harbored a floating city. The floating city, located outside the 100 kingdoms, was immensely prosperous. Whenever the 10 sects beyond the world needed to trade, they would go to this floating city, whose influence rivaled that of the 10 sects. The Wanbao Merchant Association had a more powerful branch in the floating city, where various essential materials could be procured. With a stroke of luck, one might even find items beneficial for cultivation. After departing from the Wanbao Merchant Association, Chu Yuan gazed at the map in his hand, already formulating his next plan to enhance himself while seeking suitable disciples. Folding the map, he vanished from his original spot. Chapter 60. Xiao Yan's childhood sweetheart, the golden spirit's sacred body. Whoosh. On the bustling street, Chu Yuan appeared before Xiao Yan and his companions. At this moment, Xiao Yan donned a crimson robe, his sharp brows and starry eyes exuding vigor and charm. Jiang Yi, clad in a light golden robe, stood tall and composed, his calm eyes reflecting a maturity beyond his youthful appearance. The contrast between him and Xiao Yan was striking. One was spirited while the other was steady. Despite a 3-year age difference, their maturity seemed almost indistinguishable. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao wore a lovely pink dress, her hair styled into 2 playful buns. Her delicate features and sparkling eyes radiated vivacity, reminiscent of a little princess. In her left hand, she cradled a small basket filled with vibrant spirit fruits, while her right hand held several skewers of spirit beast meat. Upon spotting Chu Yuan, her eyes lit up, and she twirled in place, exclaiming, "Master, do I look good?" With a respectful bow, Xiao Yan and Jiang Yi greeted him. Chu Yuan replied with a smile, gently ruffling Jiang Yao's hair. "You look splendid." "Yay." The little girl beamed with delight at her master's praise and eagerly offered her basket. "Master, please try this, it's delicious." Chu Yuan picked a fruit and popped it into his mouth, a burst of sweetness enveloping his senses. Such delicacies could only thrive in a place rich with spiritual energy. Indeed, it is quite tasty. Turning his attention to Xiao Yan and Jiang Yi, he inquired, "Have you finished your stroll?" "Yes," Xiao Yan replied. "We are now ready to return and visit my father." "By the way, Master, earlier." Chu Yuan waved his hand, interrupting, "You mean the incident with Lu Shan?" "Ah, so you already knew?" Xiao Yan scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Chu Yuan nodded. "You handled it well. If someone seeks to trample you, you must retaliate fiercely. However, having showcased your strength, the Lu family is now aware. If they inform your former fiancée, she may find herself quite restless." Half a year into their 3-year agreement, Xiao Yan had already reached the pinnacle of the pool origin realm. Considering the remaining 2.5 years, the heights he might achieve were unfathomable. After all, as a bearer of great fortune, rapid breakthroughs amidst various opportunities were entirely plausible. In 2.5 years, it was not inconceivable for Xiao Yan to attain the Dharma form or Nirvana realms. When the time came to visit the Ice Soul Valley, not only would he be capable of confronting his former fiancée, but perhaps even her master would not stand a chance against him. She may not believe it if she finds out. Her arrogance blinds her to our capabilities, Xiao Yan mused. I must admit, I am rather looking forward to the 3-year agreement. A confident gleam shone in his eyes, mingled with gratitude towards his master. Before meeting Chu Yuan, the notion of the agreement had merely been a reckless impulse. Now, everything seemed simplified. Chu Yuan nodded, acknowledging that anticipation was natural. For Xiao Yan, this represented his first goal in cultivation, a quest for vindication. "All right, let's visit your home. We must leave soon." As Chu Yuan's consciousness swept through the carefree king's residence, he paused in surprise. In addition to the carefree king and Xiao Xuanzhong, another individual awaited them. A maiden clad in a flowing gown of goose yellow with wide sleeves graced the scene with an unparalleled beauty and an air of nobility that suggested an ethereal quality. To date, this was the most remarkable woman that Chu Yuan had ever encountered, surpassing even Ling Xuyan, the esteemed leader of the Tianyun Sect. She was engaged in conversation with the Prince of Freedom, frequently addressing him as Brother Xiaoyan. Chu Yuan's expression turned peculiar. "Ah, so, Xiaoyan, do you perhaps have a childhood sweetheart?" he inquired with a knowing smile. At this, Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. Then, filled with curiosity, he asked, "How did you know, Master?" Internally, Chu Yuan marveled indeed. It seems that this one mirrors the archetype of a certain individual. Apart from the variations in the golden finger of the elder, the quintessential childhood sweetheart remains intact. I wonder if this lad will evolve into a hero akin to the grass python. Really? You have a childhood sweetheart? Why have you never mentioned this before? Jiang Yi asked, his face brimming with curiosity. In the past 6 months, they had shared everything. Yet Xiaoyan had never alluded to such a relationship. Chu Yuan watched him with keen interest. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, Xiaoyan replied innocently, "Master, senior brother, I truly did not intend to conceal it. The truth is, Xu Ran has been gone for 2 years without a word. Perhaps I may never see her again, which is why I've kept it to myself." "Master, how did you come to know about my childhood sweetheart? Can you guess?" Chu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. "Could it be that you know Xu Ran? But if you did, you would have asked me long ago. Why only now?" Xiaoyan's eyes widened in surprise, and his breath quickened. "Master, Xu Ran isn't here, is she?" Chu Yuan nodded. "Indeed, she awaits you at the Wangfu." Xiaoyan's face flushed deeply with excitement. "I must go at once. Master, please take me there quickly." He limited his own slow pace. "However, you must explain the details later," Chu Yuan said, lightly lifting the 3 of them as they swiftly vanished from sight. "Yes, I want to hear all about it." Jiang Yao's youthful voice echoed in the air even as they disappeared. Though she was small, she had a penchant for gossip. Meanwhile, within the Prince of Freedom's estate, Yun Shuran paced anxiously. "Why hasn't Brother Xiaoyan arrived yet?" "Shuran, you have just arrived. Please sit and rest. Yinner should be here shortly." "He sent me a message stating he would come," the Prince of Freedom said kindly, having already taken a seat with Xiao Xuanzhong. "I can't wait any longer, uncle. I'm going out to find Brother Xiaoyan," Yun Shuran exclaimed, hastening toward the entrance. However, after only a few steps, she halted. A streak of light suddenly descended outside the hall of the Wangfu. A figure leaped forth with the agility of a monkey, swiftly reaching Yin Shuran, exclaiming, "Shuran, it's truly you, Brother Xiaoyan." Yin Shuran responded with pure joy. "It's wonderful to see you again." Xiao Xuanzhong and the Prince of Freedom quickly rose to greet them. At this moment, Chu Yuan had already activated his true sight upon the young girl. In the next instant, Yun Shuran's attribute panel materialized before him. Name, Yun Shuran. Age, 15. Talent, Supreme Prodigy, Golden Spirit Sacred Body, Awakened. Potential, Emperor-level aptitude. Cultivation, Perfected 5 Organs Realm. Fortune, Abundant Fortune. Chu Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly, astonished by the prowess of the girl, who was none other than the childhood companion of Xiao Yan, the prodigy of fortune. Though her talents and potential may not quite measure up to those of his 3 disciples, they were indeed extraordinary. A supreme prodigy possessing the golden spirit sacred body, with the aptitude of an emperor. And at merely 15 years of age, she had already achieved the perfected 5 organs realm. In this land of 100 nations, such accomplishments were truly astonishing. For others, she was nothing short of a formidable force. Chapter 61, Jiang Yao. Wow, sister, you smell delightful. This young woman, endowed with exceptional talent and a remarkable background, surely had access to abundant cultivation resources, and her golden spirit sacred body had already awakened. It was only natural for her to possess such formidable cultivation, Chu Yuan mused. A person of her caliber, even in a grander arena, would undoubtedly be recognized as a true prodigy, though he had not taken her as a disciple and was unaware of her cultivation techniques. Chu Yuan could surmise that her martial arts and skills were of no low rank. Yet, he pondered the magnitude of the forces supporting her. "Greetings, Senior Chu. We pay our respects to the esteemed disciples before you." The King of Leisure and Xiao Xuanzhong approached Chu Yuan, bowing respectfully. Chu Yuan withdrew his gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. "Shuran, over these past 2 years, I tried to contact you, but you did not respond. I feared I would never see you again," Xiaoyan remarked. "That is because the place I went to was too distant for communication. Besides, I promised I would return, and I always keep my word." "Humph, how could you doubt me, Brother Xiaoyan?" Yin Shuran feigned anger. "My apologies. I sincerely regret my doubts," Xiaoyan replied earnestly. In the past, wherever he went, he was followed by many friends. However, after he became incapacitated one by one, they departed, leaving only Yin Shuran to comfort and encourage him. Yet, after a year, when she mentioned returning home, she left alone, with no way to contact her. He felt a twinge of uncertainty, wondering if she too had grown weary of his plight and chose not to return. Although he understood Yin Shuran was different. Such doubts would occasionally resurface with the passage of time. Now that Yin Shuran had returned, he felt remorse for his previous thoughts. I have forgiven you, Yin Shuran said with a radiant smile. She had never truly been angry. Seeing him able to cultivate normally and advance significantly in skill brought her joy. 2 years prior, her return home was not merely for leisure, but to delve into ancient texts, seeking the reason behind Xiao Yan's transformation. Ultimately, she had narrowed it down to 2 possibilities. Either Xiao Yan possessed a unique constitution that hindered his cultivation, or some external force had siphoned his abilities away. Thus, she returned with 2 treasures, one capable of awakening extraordinary physiques in others, and the other designed to inhibit external influences. If Xiao Yan's cultivation was indeed hindered by some untraceable external force, this could restore him to normalcy. However, to her surprise, upon her return to the carefree royal residence, she learned from her uncle, the carefree king, that Xiao Yan had already resolved his cultivation issues with the guidance of a high-ranking master, who had also awakened a certain physique within him. It was only because the carefree king trusted Yin Shuran that he divulged the matter of the physique to her. She was momentarily taken aback. Was it possible that someone here possessed knowledge on how to awaken such extraordinary physiques? Nevertheless, her initial shock quickly transformed into joy for Xiao Yan. Simultaneously, she felt an intense curiosity about this so-called high-ranking master. After reminiscing with Xiao Yan for a moment, she turned her gaze towards the direction of Chu Yuan. Was that white-haired youth the esteemed master? He exuded a remarkable charm and an ethereal demeanor, judging solely by appearance. Few could compare to him among those she had encountered. As for his cultivation level, it eluded her comprehension, although she possessed secret techniques. They only allowed her to discern those 2 major realms above her own. It was evident that this individual surpassed her by more than just 2 major realms. She had heard he was merely 50 years old, hailing from the Tianyun Sect of the great martial dynasty. Yet, something felt amiss. Still, as long as he posed no threat to her brother Xiao Yan, she reassured herself. Yin Shuran composed her attire and courteously bowed to Chu Yuan. Yin Shuran pays her respects to the esteemed elder. I'm grateful for your assistance to my brother Xiao Yan. It was no surprise that the childhood companion of the fortuitous Xiao Yan exhibited such politeness and decorum. Had it been a daughter from a prominent family, she likely would have looked down upon others with disdain. Chu Yuan reflected on this, contemplating the possibility of accepting her as a disciple. Although she paled in comparison to Jiang Yi and his companions in terms of talent, potential, and fortune, she still held her own merit. As a top-tier prodigy possessing the Golden Spirit's sacred body, she was undoubtedly exceptional. After all, she bore the potential of an emperor. Furthermore, with her robust fortune and association with Xiao Yan, a child of destiny, her future accomplishments could reach even greater heights. Thus, if the opportunity arose, he might genuinely consider taking her as a disciple. After all, he had several slots available for disciples, with 2 currently unfilled. Once he ascended to the monarch realm, another slot would open up. Each major breakthrough would grant him an additional opportunity, alleviating any concerns about wastage. After all, Yin Shuran was not lacking in merit. Of course, such thoughts were merely speculative. The chances were slim, as someone evidently hailing from a powerful lineage might not be inclined to accept him as a master. Following the traditional course, it was possible that even the servants of her family surpassed his current level of cultivation. Goodness gracious! Upon contemplating this, he felt an urgent desire to receive his disciple immediately. Otherwise, his cultivation would progress too slowly. Without attaining invincibility for a single day, he could not find solace. Progress. He craved progress. As thoughts raced, actions swiftly followed. It was merely a matter of his resolve. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Miss Yin, you are too kind. Xiao Yan is my disciple. Assisting him is my duty. Oh, look at me. I've completely forgotten to introduce myself, Xiao Yan suddenly realized, a hint of chagrin washing over him for neglecting this matter. This is my master, Chu Yuan. This is my senior brother, Jiang Yi. And this is my second senior sister, Jiang Yao. They're siblings. Senior brother, second senior sister. This is my childhood friend, Yin Shuran. You, my dear, have yet to match the cleverness of this young lady. She greeted us first, and only then did you introduce her, Chu Yuan teased with a smile. Xiao Yan scratched the back of his head, appearing rather endearing. Greetings to both of you, Yin Shuran said with a smile, bowing slightly, her heart mildly astonished. She noticed that their cultivation levels were indeed formidable, particularly the young girl who had reached the pinnacle of the chi condensation realm at the tender age of 5. It felt almost surreal compared to her own experiences, as she had consumed various rare herbs and bathed in precious elixirs, only attaining the same level at 6. The truth lay in her innate talent, which could not quite rival Jiang Yao's. Aha, Viang, yi lafit heartily. Our third junior brother is quite fortunate to have such a childhood companion. This remark caused both Xiao Yan and Yun Shuran to flush with a rosy hue. Wow, sister, you are so beautiful. You are the most stunning girl I have ever seen, Jiang Yao exclaimed with wide eyes and a beaming smile. Instantly, Yun Shuran's smile widened further. Who does not cherish compliments, especially from such an innocent child, whose eyes sparkled with purity? Thank you, Yun Shuran replied. Little sister, may I give you a hug? Of course. Jiang Yao extended her arms. Yun Shuran lifted her into an embrace. Wow, sister, you smell wonderful. Jiang Yao inhaled deeply, her delight evident. Who would have thought you truly broke through to the pinnacle of the chi condensation realm? You have certainly impressed His Majesty. At that moment, King Xiaoyao patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder. Chapter 62. The infatuated mind makes everything incredibly simple. At 16, having reached the pinnacle of the chi condensation realm, one could only imagine the heights he might achieve in the future, a thought too daunting to entertain, especially given the brevity of time in which he had attained such a level. All credit goes to my master, Xiao Yan expressed with heartfelt gratitude. King Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, without the guidance of Elder Chu, there would be no Xiao Yan today. Elder, the banquet is prepared. Please follow me. King Xiaoyao gestured invitingly. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, not in a hurry to depart, allowing himself to savor the moment. He also observed that King Xiaoyao had changed from before. Although he had not yet achieved the pinnacle of the 5 organs realm, he no longer seemed devoid of potential. Instead, he exuded vitality and promise. The familiar scent was a result of the 8-stage sutra cleansing and bone refining pill. He cast a glance at Xiao Xuanzhong, who nodded and smiled apologetically. This old fellow is quite astute. Xiao Xuanzhong's heart leapt with joy. Senior Chu had indeed recognized his efforts, which was splendid. The senior was truly remarkable. Despite her tender age, Jiang Yao had already reached the pinnacle of the condensing yuan realm. Yun Shuran, cradling Jiang Yao, expressed her astonishment. It was genuinely unbelievable. Both Xiao Xuanzhong and the carefree king nodded earnestly, having also noticed Jiang Yao's cultivation level. With their own prowess, they could easily discern Jiang Yao's accomplishments. When they first noticed, they were momentarily taken aback. It was simply astounding. Although Chu Yuan did not conceal their levels of cultivation, he had shrouded Jiang Yao's supreme bone with his divine consciousness, rendering Xiao Xuanzhong's spiritual perception ineffective. Miss Yin, you were not much inferior to Jiang Yao in your youth. Were you? Chu Yuan the Ma? Upon hearing this, Yun Shuren's pupils constricted. Her own cultivation had reached the perfection of the 5 organs realm, yet she possessed treasures for concealment. Logically, even someone 4 or 5 realms above her should not be able to discern her true strength. The carefree king and his companions were unaware of her actual capabilities. However, at that moment, she felt as though her cultivation had been seen through. Had it not been for an accurate assessment of her abilities, such a statement would not have been made. After all, her apparent cultivation was merely at the early stage of the Pool Yuan realm. To claim that she was not much inferior to Jiang Yao in her youth would be rather inappropriate. Only by perceiving her true cultivation and deducing it based on her age could one arrive at such a conclusion. Thus, could it be that this esteemed senior Chu possessed strength beyond the realm of kings? Or perhaps he possessed some formidable probing ability. Regardless, it indicated that this individual was exceptionally extraordinary, far more than one might imagine. Regrettably, she did not have any powerful allies by her side. Otherwise, she could have sought assistance in probing further. Shuran, were you this formidable in your youth? Xiao Yan inquired, somewhat bewildered. Yun Shuran chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. Soon, the group arrived at a grand hall, where an array of exquisite dishes awaited them. Jiang Yao, like a little glutton, broke free from Yun Shuren's embrace and dashed towards the tantalizing feast. As the banquet commenced, filled with joyous songs and dances, Xiao Yan and Yun Shuran excused themselves after a while. They had agreed it had been far too long since they had enjoyed a leisurely outing together. Chu Yuan turned to the carefree king and inquired why he had not mentioned Yun Shuren's presence previously. The carefree king, with a hint of regret, recounted the circumstances. It turned out that when Xiao Yan was 2 years old, a mysterious individual had entrusted Yun Shuran to him for foster care. Initially, he intended to refuse, but his wife had consented. Thus, Yun Shuran had been fostered in their household. His wife had advised him against probing into Yun Shuran's secrets and to keep her existence as discreet as possible. Later, the wife departed, leaving him to raise their 2 children. However, Yun Shuran would occasionally be taken away by a mysterious figure for a period of time. During her last encounter with Chu Yuan, this matter was not mentioned. After all, he believed that Yun Shuran had left 2 years prior and would not return. It became clear to Chu Yuan. Brother Xiao Yan, have you missed me? In the back garden of the Wang residence, Yun Shuran seemed to transform into a lively young girl, bouncing about with exuberance. Naturally, I have missed you. Constantly, Xiao Yan replied, his hands clasped behind his head, a blade of grass held between his lips. This time I will not leave. At least for the foreseeable future, I can stay by your side. Yun Shuran said with a smile, aren't you happy? I am indeed happy, but I fear I shall have to follow my master for cultivation, which may leave me with little time to accompany you. Xiao Yan expressed with a hint of sorrow. This is indeed a dilemma, Yun Shuran mused. How about this? You need not follow him anymore, and we can cultivate together. That is not possible, Xiao Yan shook his head. My master has shown me immense kindness. I must follow him in my training to repay his generosity. Is that so? Yun Shuran pondered. Then I shall accompany you both. Do you wish to take master as your teacher as well? Xiao Yan asked, surprised. It is not necessary to formally take him as a teacher. I have my own methods, Yun Shuran contemplated. To be honest, she was reluctant to formally acknowledge a master, as she knew little of Chu Yuan. She intended to offer some treasures as a means to secure the opportunity to follow him. If that did not suffice, then taking him as her master would not be out of the question. As long as she could remain with Brother Xiao Yan, everything was acceptable. Furthermore, that Chu Yuan was exceedingly enigmatic, not resembling a local. Although he had assisted Brother Xiao Yan, one could not be certain of his ulterior motives. Thus, she felt it was imperative to remain with Xiao Yan to truly ease her mind. Unbeknownst to Chu Yuan, his desire to take on disciples would become remarkably effortless due to the whims of romance. Meanwhile, at the Liu family estate, a colossal teleportation jade tablet was being hoisted out. Its body, pure white as snow, stood 3 meters tall, inscribed with an immensely intricate formation. 36 gaps were designated for the placement of top-grade spirit stones. Liu clan leader took a deep breath and began to embed the exquisite spirit stones into the tablet. The spiritual energy within these stones was rapidly drained, prompting him to hastily replenish them. This scene made the higher-ups of the Liu family feel as though their hearts were bleeding. Such vast wealth was being squandered. Finally, after countless cycles of filling, the brilliance of the formation grew increasingly radiant. Once it reached a certain intensity, Liu clan leader hurriedly spoke into the communication jade tablet. Yuer, Xiao Yan has already taken the esteemed Elder Chu of Tianyun Sect as his master. He is no longer a waste. In just half a year, his cultivation has broken through to the pinnacle of the pool origin realm. Your elder brother had intended to teach him a lesson, but ended up being beaten to a pulp. You have a 3-year pact with him. Be prepared. As the words fell, the communication jade tablet trembled, emanating a brilliant glow before swiftly dimming. Elder, has it been transmitted? One elder inquired. It should have been. Chief Liu responded. This communication jade tablet is not the same as the usual communication jade slips. The latter can be activated with merely a mid-grade spirit stone. That is reassuring. The higher-ups of the clan sighed in relief. Yet, they remained uncertain about how the Ice Soul Valley would respond. Would they send a formidable warrior to deal with Xiao Yan in advance? Or would they pursue another course of action? Chapter 63. Liu Yunyu. Xiao Yan is that strong? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the secluded cavern of the Ice Soul Valley, Liu Yunyu sat cross-legged on a mat, her aura steadily escalating, stirring the air around her into a gusty wind as a chilling essence radiated from her being. She was cultivating an ice attribute technique, which had reached the pinnacle of the earth rank. At her current level, this was the most formidable technique she could master. After a surge of energy erupted, tranquility returned. Liu Yunyu suddenly opened her eyes, brimming with joy. After 6 months of arduous cultivation, she had finally advanced from the early stage of the pool origin realm to the mid-stage. At just 15 years old, she was among the elite of the 10 sections. I must continue my training and strive to reach the mysterious pill realm at the earliest opportunity. Once she attained that level, she would be able to practice the true ultimate techniques of the Ice Soul Valley. As for the 3-year pact, she had given it little thought, convinced that the individual in question would never stand before her, let alone challenge her. They were, after all, from entirely different worlds. Buzzing. Just as she was about to resume her cultivation, she suddenly sensed a disturbance within her storage ring. It was a communication jade slip. Upon retrieving it and discerning the sender, her brow furrowed. The Liu clan. She had left the communication jade tablet with them, allowing them to contact her remotely. However, she had instructed them to reach out only in times of life and death emergencies, and not to disturb her during her solitary cultivation. Yet now, the Liu clan had dared to send her a message. It had been merely over 6 months since her last return to the Liu clan. What could have possibly happened? Even if something had occurred, would they not invoke the illustrious name of the Ice Soul Valley? Or perhaps the Liu clan sought her assistance for cultivation resources. Her expression darkened, and she furrowed her brow as she began to read the message. Then she was stunned. Xiao Yan had broken through to the perfected stage of the pool origin realm. She murmured softly, then let out a cold laugh. No, that is impossible. I have yet to reach that level myself. How could Xiao Yan possibly achieve it? Even if he had not squandered 3 years and had been cultivating diligently, he would likely only be at the early stage of the pool origin realm at best, let alone the perfected stage. This is a fabrication, utterly false. It's simply too absurd. The heavenly essence sect's ancestor, Chu? What is that all about? Oh, now I recall. It must have been during the time I returned that I heard of someone who ascended from the early stages of the Xiandan realm to the Soul Palace realm within a decade. However, my master asserted that this claim of a 10-year breakthrough is false. My master is never mistaken. That individual possesses considerable depth and has concealed their prowess for many years before revealing it. But what of it? It is merely the Soul Palace realm. Can it truly overturn the heavens? Even if Xiao Yan were to become a disciple of such a person, it would amount to nothing. The other party cannot possibly surpass my master. Not to mention, the likelihood of them guiding Xiao Yan to the perfection of the pool origin realm is sheer nonsense. Absolute nonsense. I suspect that my foolish elder brother has provoked the other party, and that their master covertly intervened, leading others to mistakenly believe that Xiao Yan had attained the perfection of the pool origin realm. Is that Xiao Yan dissatisfied with my decision to break off our engagement, attempting to draw my attention? Or has that foolish brother once again sought to compel me to return, hoping to siphon off my cultivation resources? Lu Yunyu let out a cold snort. Regardless of the situation, I shall not allow them to succeed. She cast the communication jade slip into her storage ring, too indifferent to inquire further about the specifics. In any case, she holds no belief in Xiao Yan's supposed breakthrough to the perfection of the pool origin realm. To achieve such a level, she would require at least another 2 or 3 years. The reason she advanced from the early to the mid-pool origin realm in the previous 6 months was due to the extensive accumulation she had made in the early stages. The 3-year agreement. If you possess the ability to surpass me, then do so, but that will forever remain impossible. An absolute confidence shone in Lu Yunyu's eyes. Break off the engagement. The 3-year agreement. In the back garden of the free and unfettered prince's residence, Yinshu Ran's gaze glinted with cold light. Xiao Yan had just informed her of this matter. She had always known of the woman named Lu Yunyu and believed that Lu Yunyu was unworthy of Xiao Yan. Yet, to her astonishment, the engagement was indeed broken. In the great martial dynasty, it is a tremendous humiliation for a woman to initiate a breakup. It is for the best. But this shame shall eventually be repaid. Ultimately, she concluded that the woman is unworthy of her brother Xiao Yan. The dissolution of the engagement is for the better. She felt a sense of joy. However, the thought of her uncle, the free and unfettered prince, and her brother Xiao Yan being subjected to such disgrace left her somewhat displeased. The next time they meet, she will come to realize that she was utterly mistaken about the engagement being a trivial matter. Brother Xiao Yan has never been a failure, Yin Shuran asserted. A warmth filled Xiao Yan's heart. Here with Yin Shuran, he was perfect in every way. Let's not speak of this matter any longer. By the way, Shuran, do tell me honestly, what realm are you in? Xiao Yan inquired. He had always sensed that Yin Shuran was extraordinary, and combined with his master's previous words, he believed that Yin Shuran, in her youth, was not much inferior to second senior sister Zhang Yao now. Therefore, it was impossible for Yin Shuran to merely be at the early stages of the pool origin realm. He was not devoid of perception. Oh, I'm just a tiny bit more formidable than you, Yin Shuran replied playfully. A tiny bit more formidable? How much is that? The Xiandan realm? Xiao Yin asked with curiosity. The perfection of the five organs realm. Yin Shu Ran cheerfully responded. Xiao Yin nearly fell into despair. Is that what you call a tiny bit? He places his trust in Yun Shuran, convinced that she would never deceive him. The disparity is indeed significant. It seems that further effort is required. Xiao Yin feels an overwhelming pressure, grappling with a sense of failure due to the vast difference in their abilities. Let's keep pushing forward. Yin Shuran encourages him. I have faith in you. Xiao Yin nods resolutely. Having wandered for quite some time, shall we return? Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washes over Xiao Yin as he ponders whether their master would permit her to accompany them. Although Yin Shuran has expressed her desire to become a disciple, their master may not readily accept her. As for offering treasures, the master often discards what he receives, unlikely to be swayed by material gifts. We must attempt it to know the outcome, Yin Shuran asserts. If a direct approach fails, I shall follow discreetly. After all, I am here for my brother Xiao Yin, and we must remain together. Allow me to speak first. I shall seek the master's approval, Xiao Yin replies. The two swiftly return to the grand hall, where Jiang Yao is still indulging in her meal, relishing every bite. The supreme bone emits a faint glow, converting her food into energy that continuously nourishes her. Even Chu Yuan, accustomed to such sights, cannot help but marvel at her extraordinary nature, gaining strength simply through consumption. Liang Yi, meanwhile, dedicates a fraction of his energy to eating and drinking, while the remaining 9/10 is devoted to secret cultivation. As his internal technique operates autonomously, his mind tirelessly devises martial skills, truly a paragon of diligence. Upon Xiao Yan's return, he approaches Chu Yuan with a mix of respect and trepidation, bowing slightly. Master, I have a humble request regarding one of your disciples. Chapter 64. To take on another disciple, acquiring the Imperial level technique derivation card. In an instant, all eyes are drawn to him. Chu Yuan gazes at him with keen interest, eager to discern Xiao Yan's intentions. Having refrained from using his divine sense to follow them earlier, he remains unaware of what transpired during their outing. What could Xiao Yan possibly request? His gaze subtly shifts to Yin Shuran. Could it be because of her? Chu Yuan speaks slowly. Do share. Xiao Yan takes a deep breath, addressing him earnestly. Master, I wish to have Shuran by my side in my future cultivation. At this moment, Yin Shuran steps forward, bowing respectfully. I humbly ask for your support, esteemed elder. Silence envelopes the room, all eyes focused on Chu Yuan. With a calm demeanor, Chu Yuan lifts his teacup, gazing down as he sips his tea. Yet internally, he muses. As expected, Xiao Yan's childhood companion would not easily part ways with him. Given this, perhaps it is worth testing the waters to see if there is an opportunity to accept her as a disciple. However, he harbors little confidence in this endeavor, considering her formidable background, which may render her hesitant to accept such an offer. Upon reflection, he spoke. I too wish to fulfill your desires. However, I have always preferred to keep disciples by my side for cultivation. This statement bears two meanings. The first implies that he only takes disciples along, excluding others. Since you're not my disciple, I cannot take you, effectively a subtle rejection. The second meaning suggests that should one wish to accompany me, they must first become my disciple. While it may appear he is denying her, in truth, he offers Yun Shurian a choice. Should she decline to accept him as her master, she shall not accompany him. The decision lies with her, and Chu Yuan is not insistent on accepting her. If she is unwilling, they will part ways, even if she is the childhood companion of his disciple. He sees no necessity to have her by his side. Furthermore, he has already extended an opportunity. Ultimately, Xiao Yan would not blame him, as he has not outrightly closed the door on rejection. Xiao Yan is the kind of person who is grateful for kindness. Having been guided back to cultivation by him, he holds deep appreciation, considering him a second parent. He would never turn against him for such reasons. Even if he does not take Yin Shurian along, he could merely have her wait until he achieves mastery before returning to her. However, to Chu Yuan's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Yin Shurian hastily declared, I am willing to be your disciple, esteemed senior. I implore you to accept me. She had contemplated whether to discreetly offer a bribe through transmission, but ultimately decided against it. Unfamiliar with this senior's temperament and discerning nature, she was uncertain what level of treasure to present. Offering something too valuable could lead to her loss, while something too trivial might invite disdain. The risk of inciting anger was also a concern. Yet, sensing a faint opportunity to be accepted as a disciple, she seized the moment. After all, it was merely a matter of becoming a disciple, a nominal title that could provide her the chance to be with Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan appeared anxious. Although Yun Shurian possessed remarkable talent, and her cultivation surpassed his, he remained uncertain of his master's willingness to accept disciples. If his master intended to take on disciples, he might have proposed it upon their first meeting. After all, the three of them had been accepted immediately upon their initial encounter. The absence of such an offer to Yun Shurian suggested a lack of desire for new disciples, coupled with the words spoken by his master, which inherently carried a tone of refusal. He felt uncertain. Tap, tap, tap. Chu Yuan's fingers lightly drummed on the table, feigning contemplation while inwardly reveling in delight. However, he could not reveal his joy. He had come to understand that Yun Shurian was simply infatuated. After a brief pause, he continued, "You possess the golden spirit sacred body. Though your talent is commendable, in my eyes, it is merely adequate. Were you anyone else, I would not accept you. However, considering your deep bond with Xiao Yan, I shall grant this exception." Since she had expressed her willingness, he dared not be overly demanding. Should Yun Shurian change her mind, it would be as if a cooked duck had flown away. The words of Chu Yuan startled Yun Shurian, for he had discerned her golden spirit sacred body. It is worth noting that she had treasures to conceal her true nature. Only an extraordinary being could perceive her constitution. However, such powerful entities should not exist in this realm. How had he seen through her guise? In that moment, an overwhelming shock coursed through Yun Shurian's heart. This individual was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Consequently, she felt an urgent need to become his disciple. Otherwise, even if she attempted to covertly follow Xiao Yan, she might struggle to locate him. Taking a deep breath to quell her astonishment, she managed to smile and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed master, for your guidance." Following this, Yun Shurian decisively performed the vow of apprenticeship. Xiao Yan was utterly delighted, appearing almost foolishly ecstatic. "Congratulations, master, on acquiring another disciple. Though this one may not match the prowess of the previous three, she is nonetheless commendable. Keep up the excellent work." The system chimed in, synchronizing disciples' cultivation talent. Synchronization successful. Rewards for this disciple acquisition. 1 Emperor-level technique simulation card. This card allows for the simulation of any technique below the Emperor level, ultimately transforming it into a genuine Emperor-level technique. Note, after the King level comes the Venerable level, followed by the Divine, Sacred, and Emperor levels. The disciple's return on investment has been activated. The system's notifications appeared, and to Chu Yuan's astonishment, it was not merely an elevation of cultivation. This reward seemed extraordinarily powerful. The ability to simulate any technique below the Emperor level into an Emperor-level technique was simply outrageous. The Emperor level, as one could easily surmise, was immensely formidable. The current King level he practiced was already quite powerful, yet paled in comparison to the Emperor level. Even the King level, when compared to the Venerable level, represented an insurmountable chasm. At this moment, Chu Yuan felt a surge of heat and excitement within. Indeed, this was splendid. With this, he would genuinely possess a formidable legacy. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the system had not stipulated that the simulated Emperor-level technique could not yield returns when teaching disciples. This implied that such returns should indeed be possible. The prospect of an Emperor-level technique was already impressive. If it could also yield returns, the benefits would be monumental. At this instant, gazing at the card materializing in the system's space, Chu Yuan could hardly contain his eagerness. He resolved not to hastily select a technique for simulation. It must be chosen with great care. The level of the technique for simulation was unimportant. What mattered was its supremacy within its tier. Regardless of whether it was celestial, earthly, or king level, it could ultimately be simulated into an emperor-level technique. As his thoughts raced, Chu Yuan made his decision. He would seek a technique renowned for its invincibility within its level. When it was transformed into an emperor-level technique, it would undoubtedly stand as a paragon among its peers. He practiced the supreme king-tier martial art, the Xianyang fiery technique. Although it was indeed a king-tier supreme skill, it was far from being invincible among its peers. In Chapter 65, as his innate talents grew stronger, the ramifications of this development became substantial. The techniques he currently possessed, including all the arts from the Tianyun Sect, seemed to lack any particularly formidable ones of the same rank. Perhaps a visit to the floating city was in order. Such a grand trading metropolis would likely have a remarkable skill available for a considerable price. Chu Yuan Mu said he had already intended to go to the floating city. and now he had another task to undertake. Everything transpired swiftly within the confines of his thoughts, merely a fleeting moment. He nodded at Xiao Yin and Yun Shuran with a gentle smile. You may not lack for cultivation resources, yet since you have become my disciple, it would be remiss of me to present myself empty-handed. After speaking, Chu Yuan produced a storage ring, a return gift that was both spacious and exquisitely crafted. The ring floated gracefully before Yun Shuran, who received it with both hands, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Although her decision to become a disciple was primarily motivated by her desire to be with Xiao Yin, she still adhered to the appropriate courtesies. Chu Yuan nodded slightly and addressed Xiao Yin. If you have anything to convey to your father, it would be prudent to do so soon. We shall depart in half an hour. Xiao Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Congratulations, Elder, on acquiring another beloved disciple, remarked the carefree king and Xiao Xuanzhong as they raised their cups in toast. Indeed, Chu Yuan replied with a smile, draining his cup in one go. Subsequently, Xiao Yin and the carefree king exited. Xiao Yin handed a plethora of cultivation materials to the carefree king, who repeatedly declined. Yet Xiao Yin insisted firmly until he finally accepted, patting Xiao Yin on the shoulder with a satisfied smile. You've grown up, my child. Yun Shuran also examined the storage ring provided by Chu Yuan, discovering it filled to the brim with spirit crystals, so abundant that they could not be contained within the entire carefree king manor. Although she was accustomed to such treasures and did not feel astonished, other thoughts inevitably crossed her mind. Indeed, her master was no ordinary practitioner of the Tianyun Sect. Having lived in the great martial dynasty for many years, she was well aware of the sect's intricacies. It was inconceivable that such an existence could arise within the Tianyun Sect. The mountain of spirit crystals was staggering. Not even the so-called 10 sects of the outside could casually dispense such wealth. She found herself curious about her master's true identity, pondering that perhaps the answers would reveal themselves in due time. Just moments ago, after completing the disciple acceptance ceremony, Chu Yuan took another look at Yun Shuran's attribute panel. 4th disciple. Yun Shuranage, 15, talent, top-tier genius, golden spirit sacred body. Awakened. Potential, emperor's endowment, cultivation level, perfect stage of the 5 organs. Technique, Yunji sacred scripture, sacred tier supreme, beginner. Divine ability, Yunji great hand seal, sacred tier supreme. Beginner. Fortune, abundant fortune, remarkable. He thought, a sacred tier technique, and a supreme one at that. Martial arts have transformed into divine abilities, equally regarded as the pinnacle of the sacred tier. Indeed, the implications are profound. To assume the role of her master carries significant karmic weight. However, the absence of any warnings thus far suggests that there are no issues at hand. Conventionally, one would expect a mysterious voice to caution, young one, you are unworthy of being her master. Since no such warning has arisen, it indicates a state of permissiveness for now, with future considerations left for later. Given his pace of growth, he shall not fear the forces behind her in due time. The present moment holds paramount importance. With a top-tier prodigy's talent augmenting his own, his cultivation aptitude has surged once more, accelerating his training speed. As for Yun Shuran's techniques and divine abilities, he harbors no intention of encroaching upon them. These are undoubtedly her ancestral secrets, untouchable. And the karmic repercussions of meddling would far outweigh the benefits of taking her as a disciple. Half an hour later, a sleek black flying vessel halted above the residence of the carefree king. Adorned with several dark palaces, is a mid-tier 8th grade flying craft, procured by Chu Yuan. The acquisition was simple. Previously, Lin Juin's storage ring contained a mid-tier 7th grade vessel, which upon return was exchanged for the 8th grade one. This 8th grade flying vessel, powered by top-grade spirit stones, operates at full throttle, outpacing even late-stage Nirvana realm cultivators. The journey to the floating city is considerable, making this vessel an ideal mode of transport. As everyone boarded, they departed the carefree king's residence under the watchful eyes of the king and Xiao Xuanzhong. Upon leaving the imperial city, snowflakes danced in the air, blanketing the mountains and rivers in white. Jiang Yao stood at the bow of the vessel, unperturbed by the cold wind as the defensive array remained inactive. She caught a snowflake in her hand, tasting it with a remark that it lacked sweetness. Curiously, she turned and asked, Master, where are we headed? This direction doesn't seem to lead to the sect. To the floating city, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. The floating city? What sort of place is that? Jiang Yao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Yi and Xiao Yin shared her intrigue, as they were unfamiliar with this destination and had never heard of the floating city. on the day of Lu Yunyu's betrothal cancellation. Although Xiao Yan learned of the 100 nations and the 10 sects beyond the world, the floating city remained unknown to him. Yin Shuran chuckled lightly, second senior sister. I know. Let me explain. She proceeded to elucidate the concept of the floating city. Wow, a city soaring in the sky. I want to see it. Jiang Yao exclaimed after hearing this revelation. So such places exist, Xiao Yin mused, reflecting on how the more he learned, the more insignificant he felt. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. They realized that, relying solely on their own strength, they were not yet capable of traversing even the great martial dynasty with ease. I want to grow stronger, Xiao Yin declared, then turned to Jiang Yi. Senior brother, come, let us spar. Sure, let us do it, third junior brother. Jiang Yi responded enthusiastically. Observing this, Chu Yuan took Jiang Yao and retreated to sit atop a palace, while Yun Shuran settled beside them. The flying vessel boasts an expansive area, its front half remarkably spacious, surpassing several football fields in size. In the rear, 2 grand palaces stand at the forefront, followed by 3 smaller ones. Operating it is a simple endeavor. Once one attains the Soul Palace realm, it can be effortlessly controlled using spiritual energy. For those who have yet to reach this realm, manual control is limited to a fixed location. With a mere thought, one can summon defensive formations. Though such measures seem unnecessary, even if they were to engage in combat, soaring through the skies, the risk of fatality is negligible. This opportunity allows Yun Shurian to observe the formidable prowess of her senior brother. She reflects on her master's words when she was accepted as a disciple. Noting that her golden spiritual body was deemed merely adequate, she is acutely aware of the immense power of the golden spiritual body, and thus feels a twinge of discontent at being labeled as such. According to her master, the talents of her 2 companions surpass her own. The second senior sister, excelling beyond her 5-year-old self, she concedes. As for brother Xiao Yan, she believes their abilities to be comparable. However, the first senior brother, Jiang Yi, emanates an aura of complexity she cannot decipher, igniting her curiosity to witness the true extent of his talent, which could lead her master to deem her golden spiritual body as merely adequate. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Jiang Yi abruptly vanish from sight. Chapter 66. The reincarnation of the ancient Invincible myth. Like phantoms, they leave behind fleeting afterimages, each trace a testament to their encounters. The residual forces emanating from them ripple through the surrounding spiritual energies, creating a mesmerizing display of flowing currents and light. The high caliber of the vessel shields it from being shattered by their residual waves. Both practitioners employ the supreme heavenly grade technique, the Xianyang blazing fire art, utilizing the meteoric fire steps and the blazing fire devouring the heavens fist. Their skills align, yet the competition lies in the depths of their comprehension and combat techniques. As seasoned rivals, they engage without hesitation, unleashing their full might, their power reaching the realm of the Xiandan. Notably, Xiao Yan, enveloped in crimson flames with his hair standing on end, experiences a significant surge in his aura, showcasing the prowess of the heavenly fire body. Brother Xiao Yan's physique is astonishing. Yin Shurian muses, taken aback. Although she is aware of his awakening to a special physique, she remains ignorant of its nature. Witnessing a glimpse of its capabilities astonishes her. It rivals, if not exceeds, her own golden spiritual body. In terms of sheer combat enhancement, the golden spiritual body pales in comparison. She senses that Xiao Yan's physique is only beginning to manifest its potential. The disparity between the Pool origin realm and the Xiandan realm is vast, yet his physique bridges that chasm. Master, what kind of physique does brother Xiao Yan possess? Yun Shurian inquires. The heavenly fire body, Chu Yuan replies. So, it is a Dao body. No wonder it is so formidable. Xiao Yan's exceptional physique is truly remarkable. Yun Shuran felt a surge of joy. There exist various types of extraordinary physiques: spiritual bodies, divine bodies, sacred bodies, and Dao bodies. Spiritual bodies are relatively common and rather ordinary. Divine bodies are generally weaker than sacred bodies, though some exceptional divine bodies can contend with sacred ones. Conversely, Dao bodies possess an enigmatic superiority over sacred bodies. Many fully realized sacred bodies can rival great emperors. Yet those endowed with Dao bodies are often destined to become the most formidable emperors. The chaotic body is also a variant of a Dao body. Notably, physiques are not immutable. They hold the potential for transformation. For instance, Her golden spiritual sacred body could evolve into a 5-element sacred Tao body if it were to incorporate the attributes of wood, water, fire, and earth, thus standing shoulder to shoulder with chaotic bodies. However, achieving this is exceedingly challenging. It requires either the essence of the other 4 sacred body attributes or the primal treasures of those attributes as substitutes. Of course, aside from evolving towards the 5 elements, one could also pursue a singular evolution, advancing to a golden spiritual Tao body, though this too is fraught with difficulty, necessitating several powerful sources of gold attribute essence. Such resources are exceedingly rare. The heavenly fire Tao body, without a doubt, represents a singular attribute Tao body, as long as one does not fall. Attaining the status of an emperor is merely a matter of time. These concepts are well within her understanding, given her background in a prominent power. Thus, upon discovering Xiao Yan's extraordinary physique, she was immensely delighted. "And what the senior brother?" she inquired curiously. "You shall see," replied Chu Yuan. Now, that Yin Shuran was under his tutelage, and due to Xiao Yan's influence, even if she were aware of Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao's talents, she would not betray them. Such an action would undoubtedly wound Xiao Yan's heart, and Yin Shuran, being infatuated, would never resort to such betrayal. Therefore, even if she became aware of the dual pupils and supreme bones, it would not pose a problem. To take a hypothetical step back, even if this information were to leak, Jiang Yi and Jiang Yao would not suffer a downfall. They might encounter numerous troubles, but their fortunes would protect them from ruin. Should that occur, he would need to sever ties. As for the strength required to sever ties, given his talents, a period of retreat would suffice for him to grow strong. Regrettably, he had only synchronized their cultivation talents without inheriting their unique powers. Chu Yuan felt a twinge of regret. Had he possessed the supreme bones, dual pupils, heavenly fire Tao body, and golden spiritual sacred body, his combat prowess would have been fearsome indeed. Presently, he merely boasted an amalgamation of their cultivation speed and combat talents, lacking any other distinct advantages. Nevertheless, one must not be overly greedy, he thought, shaking his head slightly in self-reassurance. The influence of physique is predominantly significant in the early stages. As one progresses, such advantages will gradually wane. Senior brother, if you do not take this seriously, you may find yourself defeated. At that moment, Xiao Yan's commanding voice resonated. Under his full power, Jiang Yi had already been subdued. After all, Jiang Yi's cultivation was inherently inferior to his, and he also had the advantage of the heavenly fire Tao body enhancing his combat strength. In an instant, he resembled an invincible deity of fire. As you wish. At this moment, Jiang Yi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze had transformed. His pupils had turned into double orbs, radiating a dazzling golden brilliance. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon Xiao Yan, making him feel as though he were being crushed by a colossal mountain, nearly rendering him breathless. The aura emanating from him plummeted relentlessly. He sensed an overwhelming weight pressing down on him, yet he summoned the power of his heavenly fire body, a skill he had naturally acquired since awakening his innate abilities. With relentless effort, he resisted Jiang Yi's oppressive gaze. At last, the downward trend of his aura ceased. The immense weight upon him felt lighter, though it still hindered his combat prowess. What was once a full strength of 10, now felt diminished to merely 5 or 6. However, rather than feeling disheartened, he was filled with exhilaration. During the last set competition, neither of them had utilized their unique talents, resulting in a narrow defeat for him. But this time, they both would employ their abilities. For the first time, he beheld the extraordinary nature of his senior brother. "I knew there was something peculiar about your eyes. This time, I shall not be defeated." Ha ha ha. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Yan charged forward. He was unaware of the concept of double pupils, yet he sensed their formidable strength, igniting his fighting spirit. Jiang Yi stepped forward, exuding an aura that seemed to engulf the mountains and rivers, ready to confront him head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The battle intensified beyond their previous encounters. The flying vessel surged forward as they clashed both outside and back within its confines. Is this the double pupils? At that moment, Yin Shuran abruptly stood, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment and shock. The double pupils do not belong to a special physique, yet they are even more terrifying. Ancient texts recount that in the primordial era, those with double pupils vanquished countless prodigies of their generation, etching a name of invincibility for themselves. They forged the myth of the undefeated double pupils, In that age, whether a holy body or a Tao body, all became mere backdrops to the double pupil bearers. She had perused those ancient descriptions, and upon correlating them with Jiang Yi's gaze, she recognized the truth. She even felt the sacred blood of her golden spirit boiling within her, accompanied by a hint of trepidation. It was undoubtedly the double pupils. They are powerful, yet their occurrences are exceedingly rare. While many special physiques emerge in every era, the double pupils have been recorded in ancient texts only 2 or 3 times. Each instance showcased unparalleled might and invincibility. In this moment, she comprehended. No wonder her master remarked that her golden spirit's sacred body was merely adequate. Indeed, when compared to the double pupils, it was indeed just barely sufficient. Furthermore, Jiang Yao likely possesses something equally formidable. Chapter 67. Breakthrough to the perfection of Nirvana realm. Comprehension of the essence of fire. Chu Yuan gazed at Jiang. At this moment, the emergence of the double pupils allowed Jiang Yi, whose cultivation was a minor realm weaker, to gradually turn the tide. Truly, the double pupils lived up to their reputation. Among his disciples, if one were to discuss uniqueness, Jiang Yi's dual pupils are undoubtedly the most formidable. Even the Supreme Bone pales in comparison, unless it is the second-generation Supreme Bone that regrows after being excavated, which could rival the power of the dual pupils. Jiang Yao's extraordinary talent may merely be a fragment of her inherent endowment represented by the Supreme Bone. However, whether it be dual pupils, Supreme Bone, or other extraordinary physiques, strength is indeed contingent upon the wielder. The baseline for talent is inherently high, while the upper echelons depend on the individual's prowess. The more adept the user, the greater the potential. Master, I dare to inquire about the unique talent of the second senior sister, Yin Shuran asked, her curiosity piqued. Having heard of the dual pupils, she saw no reason to conceal the matter of the Supreme Bone. Thus he replied, Supreme Bone. Despite her earlier preparation, Yin Shuran was still taken aback. Similarly, she had heard of the Supreme Bone, though it was less rare than the dual pupils, having appeared slightly more frequently throughout history. Nonetheless, it remains scarce compared to other special physiques. The possessor of the Supreme Bone is heralded as a natural sovereign, able to cultivate to the level of an emperor without encountering any bottlenecks, boasting unparalleled combat prowess. Ancient texts recount instances of Supreme Bone bearers, vanquishing numerous special physiques. Many ancient scholars have drawn comparisons between dual pupils and Supreme Bone. Some proclaim the supremacy of dual pupils, while others extol the virtues of Supreme Bone. Regrettably, ancient records do not document any instances of dual pupils and Supreme Bone coexisting in the same era, and the anticipated clash between them, long yearned for by countless ancients, never materialized. This can be considered a significant regret across numerous epochs. Yet now, dual pupils and Supreme Bone have emerged in the same era, and, astonishingly, they have all taken the same master. Truly, my talent feels exceedingly inadequate, Yin Shuran mused inwardly. At this moment, her feelings of discontent had dissipated. The 3 of them possessed talents that surpassed hers. The only reason their cultivation levels did not exceed hers was merely due to differences in age or training resources. Given time, surpassing her would pose no challenge. I must diligently cultivate. Even if they catch up to me, I cannot allow the distance between us to widen. She thought resolutely. Simultaneously, she was profoundly astonished. Whether it be dual pupils, Supreme Bone, or the heavenly fire physique, each is an extraordinary marvel. Even the forces behind her sought individuals of such caliber, yet they remain elusive. However, now these 3 have gathered under the same master, and she herself is also among them. She turned her head, stealing a glance at that strikingly composed visage, feeling an aura of profound mystery emanating from him. The elders have spoken of an unprecedented era, where prodigies emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain, and myriad opportunities present themselves. It seems, indeed, that this is the case. Beneath the surging tides of the grand era, even the most gifted may find themselves capsized, meeting an untimely demise. Perhaps I could embark upon this great vessel. Setting sail towards heights I could scarcely imagine. Her thoughts ebbed and flowed. Although she harbored a somewhat infatuated mind, yearning to be perpetually by Xiao Yan's side, it did not imply foolishness. The duel between Xiao Yan and Jiang Yi lasted a full hour, culminating in yet another narrow defeat for Xiao Yan. With the emergence of the double pupil, the disparity in their cultivation levels was nearly obliterated. Moreover, the double pupil's ability to discern various weaknesses and seize opportunities surpassed that of Xiao Yan, rendering his defeat entirely reasonable. Had I refrained from employing the unique techniques of my clan, I too would have struggled to prevail against my senior brother, Chu, who observed the entire contest and later conducted a thorough analysis, arriving at the conclusion that none here should be underestimated. Chu Yuan retreated to a palace for cultivation, allowing his disciples to manage their own affairs, either meditating to enhance their cultivation or engaging in sparring. After receiving the augmentation of Yun Shuren's remarkable talent, Chu Yuan's cultivation speed accelerated even further, nearing a breakthrough into the perfect Nirvana realm. While others within the Nirvana realm might require decades to ascend even a minor level, those of exceptional talent like Jiang, he could reduce that time significantly. Should they reach the Nirvana realm, a minor breakthrough might take them merely a year, and with luck and fortuitous encounters, even less than that. With the enhancement of their talents, 4 in total, Chu Yuan's potential was formidable indeed. Thus, even in the absence of extraordinary opportunities, through diligent practice, he could traverse a minor level in just 2 to 3 months. Of course, this assumes all his time is devoted to cultivation. Should he divert his focus to other pursuits, his progress would inevitably slow. For instance, during this period, he has been contemplating martial techniques and formations, which has somewhat tempered his cultivation speed. Otherwise, he could have already sought to attain the perfect Nirvana realm. Nevertheless, it is not too late to attempt it now. Chu Yuan procured several 8th-tier elixirs, expressing gratitude towards Lin Jiuyin. These 8th-tier potions were returned to him as a result of claiming Lin Jiuyin's legacy. Yet, consuming 8th-tier elixirs alone would not suffice. He also retrieved a selection of 8th-tier treasures to consume directly, again thanking Lin Jiuyin. The consumption of these treasures did not conclude there. A multitude of low-grade spirit crystals began to materialize around him, ready for energy absorption. With everything in place, he commenced his breakthrough. Within the chamber of the Flying Palace, an 8th-tier formation enveloped the space, capable of containing the tumultuous energies generated by his cultivation. Thus, he need not divide his attention to manage the residual waves, requiring only a modicum of spiritual awareness and divine power to maneuver the vessel. As the cultivation technique activated, the elixirs and treasures within him detonated violently, transforming into a myriad of medicinal energies coursing through his body along the pathways of his technique. Crack! Low-grade spirit crystal shattered, releasing pure spiritual essence, which he voraciously absorbed and refined within himself. In that moment, the aura of his cultivation began to ascend. Approximately half an hour later, a resounding echo reverberated within him, marking a profound transformation of both his physical form and spiritual essence, culminating in a minor rebirth. Every inch of his flesh was imbued with terrifying energy, exuding a unique and fragrant aroma. In truth, his current body could be likened to a humanoid elixir, an extraordinary boon for low-tier beasts. Of course, the benefits extended beyond just the beasts. He had achieved the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. In that very moment of his breakthrough, clarity surged through his mind and innumerable insights converged. All his royal tier techniques and martial arts had reached their zenith. A newfound comprehension emerged, a mysterious force manifesting around him. This force seemed omnipresent yet eluded perception. Only through profound understanding could one harness it. In the depths of his consciousness, Chu Yuan grasped the essence of this phenomenon, the realm of intent. What he comprehended was the intent of fire. Intent belongs to the domain of the Tao. Thus, it is ubiquitous. There exist myriad forms of intent, far surpassing the 3,000 paths of the great Tao. Intent is one of the external manifestations of the Tao, and some forms of intent are intertwined with multiple paths. For instance, sword intent pertains solely to the path of the sword. However, water sword intent relates not only to the sword path, but also to the water path. Hence, there is a plethora of intents. The fire intent that Chu Yuan currently comprehended was relatively straightforward, solely associated with the path of fire. Intent serves as a medium for communication through the power of the soul. Chu Yuan discovered that he could invoke the fire intent with but a thought. Moreover, upon grasping this intent, he sensed that a great door had slightly opened for him. It was the gateway to the realm of kings. Thus, it follows that one must comprehend intent to ascend to the kingly realm. Intent is the key to that domain. Without the ability to grasp intent, one is unworthy of the title of king. If intent were to be quantified as 10 parts, he felt he had only reached the first part. Chu Yuan attentively explored the essence of intent, clearly sensing that the fire intent resembled a sealed vessel, of which he presently commanded merely a tenth. Naturally, this was merely his conjecture. Perhaps he could seek knowledge on this matter in the floating city, which likely housed relevant texts. He was resolute in his decision. Next, he experimented further. The augmentation of fire intent upon his techniques and martial arts could elevate his combat prowess by 50%. One should not underestimate such an enhancement. If his original strength was 100 million, a 50% increase would elevate it to 150 million. Chu Yuan sapi, marveling at the formidable nature of this key to the realm of kings. Indeed, it was astonishing. He has only just begun to grasp a fraction of his potential. Yet he has already significantly enhanced his combat prowess. If he were to fully comprehend it, his strength would surely multiply several times. Thus, Chu Yuan began to delve deeply into the realm of understanding. However, not long after, Xiao Yan arrived at the palace's entrance, seeking an audience with his master. Chu Yuan waved his sleeve, opening the grand doors of the palace. Xiao Yan stepped inside briskly, somewhat sheepishly inquiring if he was intruding upon his master's quiet contemplation. Chu Yuan shook his head, assuring him it was of no concern. Speak freely, what brings you here? He encouraged. Hee, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, and then, with a flash of brilliance from his hand, he produced a crimson jade slip. Taking a couple of steps forward, he announced, Master, this was given to me by my father before I departed. He said it was a legacy from my mother. Upon examination, I discovered it to be an extraordinarily powerful technique. No, it may be more appropriate to call it a divine ability. He grew increasingly animated as he spoke. For the level of this divine ability was something he had never even heard of. His father, recognizing his potential, had entrusted him with such a treasure. I have acquired this inheritance of divine ability, Xiao Yan continued, taking a deep breath. Master, you have bestowed upon me a second life. This divine ability is not restricted from being cultivated by others. By placing this jade slip upon one's forehead, one can still receive the inheritance. Therefore, I intend to present it to you as a token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. His words were heartfelt. Chu Yuan was instantly intrigued. A divine ability. It was only through obtaining the Emperor Tier Technique Simulation card that he had come to understand the higher levels of martial arts. Anything referred to as a divine ability must surely belong to the divine tier. Truly, he was the child of destiny, capable of manifesting extraordinary gifts at any moment. Moreover, it was remarkable that he thought to share this with him. At that moment, Chu Yuan felt a wave of emotion at Xiao Yan's filial piety. He could sense that Xiao Yan genuinely regarded him with the respect due to an elder, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Since this is your genuine intention, I shall take a look, Chu Yuan replied without hesitation. After all, he truly desired it. Excessive refusal would only seem disingenuous. Upon seeing that Chu Yuan accepted his offering, Xiao Yan smiled with joy and presented the jade slip with both hands. Chu Yuan reached out and, with a wave of his hand, drew it into his grasp. He examined it with his divine sense, not out of fear of betrayal, but rather to study it closely. Subsequently, he placed the crimson jade slip upon his forehead, which resembled the shape of a maple leaf. In an instant, waves of information surged into his soul palace, coalescing into an ancient tome. He learned the specific details of this divine ability. The vermilion bird's azure sky palm. Not only was it of the divine tier, but it was also of the highest quality within that tier. It seemed that Xiao Yan's mother possessed significant stature as well. The supreme martial techniques of the royal tier paled in comparison to the divine tier's finest. After a brief moment, the inheritance was complete. He raised his hand and presented the crimson jade slip to Xiao Yan. The divine ability is for my disciple. As for the original, you may keep it. This divine transmission seemed to possess no limitations on the number of inheritances. It could also be passed on to others, as he would not claim it solely for himself. After all, it was a legacy left to Xiao Yan by his mother, a cherished reminder to keep close. Furthermore, it served another purpose. Ding! The master grants the third disciple Xiao Yan the divine grade supreme ability Vermilion Bird's Azure Sky Palm, returning to acquire the holy grade supreme ability. Would you like to rename it? The system's prompt echoed. The system was simply marvelous. Bugs like this could be easily exploited. Indeed, he had already taken advantage of several system bugs. He chose not to rename it, retaining the title Vermilion Bird's Azure Sky Palm. The new inheritance jade slip had now entered his system's storage space. He couldn't wait to accept the inheritance. Holy Grade Supreme, it was now on par with Yuan Shuren's abilities. However, He had no intention of passing this inheritance on to Xiao Yan at present. If the transmission were to occur, it would be in the future. For Xiao Yan, cultivating the divine-grade supreme ability was already sufficient. In truth, martial techniques and divine abilities were akin to special physiques. Their might, aside from being contingent on their inherent levels, varied according to the practitioner wielding them. Some may cultivate lower-tier martial techniques to an extraordinary level, surpassing those who merely skimmed the surface of advanced techniques. The strongest abilities, in the hands of the inept, only serve to lower their potential. Conversely, even the weakest of techniques can be transformed into something miraculous in the grasp of a strong individual. Thus, the adage often rings true. It is not the external tools that are powerful, but the person themselves. Of course, if one is inherently strong, coupled with potent external tools, the result is truly formidable, a combination of unparalleled prowess. In summary, with Xiao Yan's current cultivation, comprehending the divine grade supreme ability was already a daunting task. The holy grade supreme ability would first be comprehended by him, the master. If the need arises in the future, he would then impart it to Xiao Yan. Master, I take my leave, Xiao Yan said. Should you encounter any perplexities in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek my guidance, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. His mood buoyant. It was not solely due to acquiring the holy grade supreme ability, but also because he witnessed Xiao Yan's filial piety. Although his choice of disciples primarily hinged on talent, he had no desire to take in a thankless individual. It was evident that Xiao Yan would not become a thankless wolf. After Xiao Yan departed, Chu Yuan retrieved the inheritance jade slip and pressed it to his forehead, instantly absorbing the transmission. Chapter 69, Cultivating the Holy Grade Divine Ability, arriving at the floating city. To speak truthfully, after the return, the texture of the crimson jade slip had become even more refined, buzzing. As before, the moment it touched his forehead, the inheritance surged into his mind, forming an ancient scripture. However, this time, the scripture was even more profound. Chu Yuan began to contemplate its intricacies. In theory, given his current cultivation level, it should be nearly impossible for him to comprehend such profound and transcendent abilities. However, with the support of his 4 disciples, his understanding has reached an astonishing level. Thus, grasping the pinnacle of the saint tier poses no challenge for him. In fact, he could even delve into the more advanced imperial tier. Meanwhile, outside, the disciples have not wasted their time. Jiang Yao is seated in meditation, diligently refining her skills, while Jiang Yi and Xiao Yin engage in a collaborative battle against Yin Shuran. Yin Shuran, possessing formidable prowess, navigates the combat with ease. Rather than swiftly defeating them, she applies immense pressure, drawing forth their latent potential. The flying vessel traverses one dynasty after another. The Great Wu dynasty lies in the southern expanse of the 100 Nations territory. The eastern, western, and southern borders of this realm are flanked by the boundless sea, known as the Endless Sea. With a further one ventures into the depths, the more powerful the sea monsters become. To the north, the land expands significantly. Numerous dynasties within the 100 Nations converge in this peninsula-like region, which, despite its resemblance to a peninsula, is vast in scale. After all, each dynasty occupies a territory that spans tens of thousands of miles. Beyond the 100 Nations lies a unique area where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is several times more potent than that within the 100 Nations. The 10 sects of the outside world and the floating city are situated in this very locale. The 10 sects are scattered throughout, while the floating city is centrally positioned. A month later, the flying vessel arrives at the outskirts of the floating city. It does not proceed at full speed, as that would significantly hasten their arrival. Throughout the journey, they encounter no difficulties, although some individuals or sea monsters attempt to approach the vessel. They're deterred by a mere hint of pressure released by Chu Yuan. Given his current level of cultivation, even a slight display of his power is terrifying within this realm. Indeed, it is a city suspended in the air. Xiao Yan stands on the flying vessel, gazing in astonishment at the distant horizon, marveling at the sheer force required to elevate such a massive city thousands of meters above the ground. Jiang Yi nods in agreement. Its enormity is undeniable, visible even from afar, far surpassing the imperial city of the Great Wu dynasty in comparability. Jiang Yao's eyes shimmer with anticipation, her large eyes reflecting the golden hue of the city walls, stretching endlessly. At this moment, Chu Yuan also appears beside them, scrutinizing the floating city. This city, perched upon the clouds, boasts walls of resplendent gold, adorned with intricate patterns and totems. The city gates extend outward, with a massive plaque above inscribed with the elegant characters of Floating City. Flanking the gates, numerous armored guards stand vigil, their demeanor solemn and imposing, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. From a distance, the entire city resembles a celestial palace suspended in the heavens. Beneath the Floating City lies a unique magnetic field that stretches for thousands of miles, forming a natural foundation. It is said that someone utilized this base to establish the royal-level formation known as the Floating Array, thus founding the Floating City, which boasts a history of several millennia. From the outside, the city appears one way, but once one steps inside, the scenery transforms entirely, as Yun Shuran cheerfully remarked. She had visited the Floating City a few times before. What is it like inside? Jiang Yao inquired curiously. Yun Shuran teased, "Second sister, you'll find out once you enter." Very well, Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Chu Yuan navigated the flying vessel closer to the Floating City, and the details Yun Shuran mentioned were also marked on the map he possessed. As he extended his consciousness, he encountered the royal-level formation, which obstructed his awareness. He soon realized that his perception was being blocked from entry. Nevertheless, he spread his consciousness around, enveloping the entire Floating City, which spanned an impressive 10,000 miles and featured 4 gates. They were currently at the South Gate, where cultivators occasionally entered and exited. Some rode mystical beasts, others piloted flying vessels, and some even flew unaided through the air. Suddenly, a flying vessel came to a halt before the South Gate. Although it lacked cultivation, it emanated a formidable presence when in operation. The vessel's aura was exceptionally powerful, immediately capturing attention. Even the armor guards turned their heads in its direction. What an imposing flying vessel. It must be the 6th tier, right? Nonsense. This is no 6th tier. Who possesses a 6th tier that is so fearsome? This is at least 7th tier. Such a flying vessel surely belonged to a significant figure, either from one of the 10 sects or a prominent family within the city. Many cultivators paused to observe and discuss. Chu Yuan retracted the flying vessel and, along with his companions, descended at the South Gate. The Floating City was shrouded in a formation. Unless one could break through it, entry was only possible through the gates. Chu Yuan contemplated that if he were to employ the Vermilion Bird's heavenly palm, perhaps he could shatter the formation. However, he deemed it unnecessary, as the Floating City had not provoked him. What a striking white-haired youth. The other 2 young men are impressive as well. Such a beautiful woman, and a lovely little girl. These individuals exuded an extraordinary aura, though they were all unfamiliar faces, their origins unknown. I have never seen them before either. While other cultivators speculated, Chu Yuan and his companions approached the city gate. A guard stepped forward respectfully, stating, "The entrance fee is 10 medium-grade spirit stones per person." 10 medium-grade spirit stones equated to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was undeniable that entry was not accessible to just anyone, especially for weaker cultivators. After all, this was merely the entrance fee. Further expenses awaited within. Xiaoyan tossed a high-grade spirit stone, casually saying, "No need for change. Please come inside." The guard replied with a smile. These gatekeepers had all reached the 5 organs realm, a level that would signify mastery in any dynasty, yet here, they merely served as sentinels. The group then entered the city. In an instant, a rich aura of celestial energy enveloped them, far denser than that found outside. "What a splendid place for cultivation," remarked Jiang Yi. It is said that beneath the Floating City lies an exquisite vein of spiritual stones, which accounts for the extraordinary density of the spiritual energy here, replied Yun Shuran. "You truly possess a wealth of knowledge, 4th junior sister," Jiang Yi chuckled. Yun Shuran giggled in response. "Ah, so this is what you meant by the uniqueness of the city." Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with wonder as she beheld not a labyrinth of streets, but rather vast floating islands, each resembling an inverted cone. These islands were interconnected by corridors paved with crystal. Radiant lights burst forth from each island, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The outer islands were relatively smaller, growing larger towards the center, where the domains of powerful families resided. "The City Lord's Mansion and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce are located at the heart," Yun Shuran explained. "Shuran, your familiarity with this place is remarkable. Could it be that your family resides here?" Xiaoyan inquired. Chu Yuan, however, discreetly shook his head. Such a place was unworthy of Yun Shuran's lineage. "Indeed," Yun Shuran mysteriously replied. "Not at all, brother Xiaoyan. My home is quite far away." The reason I am familiar with this area is that I have trained here before, having visited a few times during my childhood. Oh, I see now, Xiaoyan said. Understanding. Can you tell me where your family is specifically located? It's a distant place. You'll know soon enough, Yin Shurian replied with a playful smile, evading a direct answer. Very well, Xiao Yin conceded, not wanting to press further. Indeed, it was evident that cultivators of the Pool origin realm were abundant, and those of the Xindan realm were as common as dogs. The 5 of them soared along the crystal corridor towards the core area, encountering a multitude of passing cultivators. Chu Yuan noticed even those in the 5 organs realm and the Soul Palace realm were not a rare sight. As Chapter 70 unfolds, titled Heaven-Destroying, Earth-Shattering Divine Art, Child of Fortune's Bargain, Chu Yuan extended his consciousness to grasp the layout of the city. Over 100 smaller islands dotted the landscape, while 2 larger islands stood out. One of them, likely the City Lord's mansion, was shrouded in a royal grade formation, rendering it mysterious and inaccessible to his probing. The other island exuded opulence and prosperity, epitomizing commercial extravagance, housing the branch of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, which too was enveloped in a royal grade formation. Chu Yuan refrained from further scrutiny. Despite his confidence in navigating the city unimpeded, the unpredictable nature of the fantastical realm could harbor formidable beings akin to a reclusive monk. Thus, he chose to remain discreet. Before long, they arrived at the island where the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was located. Freshly steamed buns for sale. Enjoy our delectable dragon blood meat buns, which not only tantalize the taste buds, but also enhance your strength. Longevity noodles, crafted from 300-year-old blood ginseng broth, brimming with the essence of life. Consume a bite and extend your days. 5th-tier treasure swords. If they don't slay, you own nothing. Heaven-destroying, earth-shattering divine art. Upon reaching a pinnacle of mastery, one could conquer mountains and rivers and obliterate the heavens. The newly arrived courtesan is now available for purchase. The bustling street is alive with excitement, as the market they inhabit is profoundly grounded in the everyday, with numerous vendors displaying their wares and calling out enticing offers. Xiaoyan strides directly toward a stall, picking up a tattered manual. Is this truly the legendary art of annihilation? The vendor, a diminutive and somewhat unsavory old man, glimmers with shrewdness in his eyes and chuckles. Indeed, you have a discerning eye, my friend. Care to make a purchase? I can offer you a 20% discount. Xiaoyan leafs through the pages, his eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't this merely an inferior grade technique? Exactly. The old man nods affirmatively. Then why such an extravagant name? I presumed it to be an unparalleled skill. Xiaoyan smirks slightly. The old man replies earnestly. Who says a technique cannot bear such a name? Wouldn't you agree? Disgusted, Xiaoyan tosses the manual aside and turns to leave. Oh, please don't go. I can sell it to you for a discount. How about 60% off, 50%, or even 25%? The old man implores, desperate to retain a customer who is slipping away as he struggles to recoup the cost of entering the city. Unlike the city dwellers, who can enter freely with a token, he cannot afford the exorbitant rents. Even if he could, it would not be permanent. It seems this place is no different from the Grand Martial Emperor's city. Merchants are far from sincere, Xiaoyan remarks. Brother Xiaoyan, if such a formidable technique truly existed, it would have been snatched up long ago. Yin Shuran giggles, covering her mouth. Xiaoyan sheepishly scratches his head, conceding, you're right. I suppose it was a long shot, but I was merely curious. Laughter ensues among the crowd as they continue their exploration, purchasing a bucket of snack resembling popcorn for Jiang Yao. Noticing Jiang, Yi, and Xiao Yin engrossed in their shopping, Chu Yuan leisurely postpones his visit to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, feeling no urgency. Suddenly, Jiang Yi approaches a stall that appears to sell discarded items, broken shields, cracked blades, shattered swords, and peculiar stones. His gaze briefly lands on a particular black stone, only to swiftly retreat as he picks up a broken sword for inspection and inquires, what is the price for this? The stall owner, a middle-aged man with an honest demeanor, enthusiastically responds, Ah, esteemed customer, you have a keen eye? Though this sword is broken, it was once a 5th-grade inferior sword. Even now, its potency remains formidable. Hence, I offer it for 10,000 superior spirit stones. Viang y frons, apyaring sipiklis. 10,000 superior spirit stones? With just a little more, I could purchase a new one. Why would I waste my time on this broken sword? Ah, dear customer, please do not rush. If you find the price unsuitable, feel free to negotiate. How about 1,000 superior spirit stones? The vendor, having just taken a sip of tea, sputters in shock. Good sir, that is not how one haggles. You've struck at my very lifeblood. If you add another 1,000, I shall relent. 2,000? Not worth it. He glanced at the pile of stones nearby, each the size of a fist. How could these shabby items be sold? Though these stones were not treasures. They were exceptionally hard. Even with my early stage of cultivation, I couldn't crush them. Thus, they would serve well as weapons. I stumbled upon them by chance. If you desire, esteemed guest, I shall part with 1 stone for a piece of high-quality spirit stone. As Jiang Yi was haggling with the vendor, Jiang Yao expressed her confusion, asking why her brother wished to purchase the broken sword, which seemed quite ordinary. Xiao Yin and Yun Shuran were equally perplexed. The broken sword posed no issue. Could it be that the young man sought those stones? However, those stones appeared unremarkable as well. Even Chu Yuan was somewhat baffled. His spiritual sense detected no anomalies. Could it be that Jiang Yi had discovered something? He suddenly thought it quite possible. After all, Jiang Yi was favored by great fortune and possessed a unique dual pupil, which might allow him to perceive things beyond the ken of others. With this thought, he watched with keen interest. 2,000 for the broken sword and these dozens of stones together. Deal or no deal, Jiang Yi declared. Ah, very well then. I shall take a loss and sell them to you, replied the vendor, feigning pain, though inwardly he was elated. He had been peddling his wares for 2 years, and this pile of junk had seen little sale, yet he had paid quite a hefty stall fee. Initially, he believed he would have to pack up and leave with these unsold items. To his surprise, someone was willing to buy. Naturally, he would sell. As for taking a loss, that was out of the question. These items were all gleaned from a dilapidated cave he had stumbled upon, collected without cost. Transaction complete. Jiang Yi waved his hand, revealing 20 pieces of exquisite spirit stones. Splendid. The vendor happily accepted the spirit stones. Here you are, esteemed guest. Just as Jiang Yi was about to gather his belongings, a commanding voice rang out. Hold on, I want those items. A group had approached Jiang Yi. At the forefront was a young man clad in luxurious brocade, flanked by 4 beautiful women and an elderly man with 1 arm. The young man appeared to be around the same age as Xiao Yin, approximately 16 years old. He pointed at the items and declared, I'll offer double the spirit stones. The vendor was caught in a dilemma. The prospect of double was tempting, yet a businessman values integrity. Ultimately, he replied, Esteemed young master, these items have already been sold to this young friend. If you wish to purchase them, you must negotiate with him. At this moment, Jiang Yi had already stored the items in his storage ring. Dear friend, would you consider parting with them? The young man shot a glare at the vendor before turning to Jiang Yi. Not for sale, Jiang Yi replied coolly, preparing to walk toward his master and companions, only to be blocked by the young man's hand. They are here to cause trouble. Let us assist our senior brother, Xiao Yin exclaimed in anger. The others nodded and advanced. Chu Yuan was not surprised by the trouble Jiang Yi was encountering. It was peculiar for a child of fortune not to attract some antagonists. Chapter 71. Regardless of origins, death awaits. Chu Yuan surveyed the group of individuals before him. The leader, a youth named Sergio, was 16 years of age and possessed mid-level prowess in the pool origin realm. The 4 young women, comparable in age to Sergio, exhibited slightly weaker abilities. The most formidable among them was an elderly man with a single arm, whose cultivation had reached the early stages of the law manifestation realm. It appeared that this individual held considerable influence. With a grin that masked a threat, Sergio proclaimed, There is nothing I desire that I cannot obtain. Suddenly, Jiang Yi's figure flickered, deftly escaping the obstruction and joining Chu Yuan and the others. Ah, quick on your feet and accompanied by allies. Sergio remarked coldly. However, I reiterate, there is nothing I desire that I cannot obtain. I advise you to hand it over willingly. Otherwise, you shall regret your decision. The atmosphere in the floating city became charged with tension, prompting onlookers to vacate the vicinity, fearing the impending violence might splatter them with blood. Wait, is that Sergio, the esteemed young master? Someone recognized him, exclaiming, Young Master Sergio, son of the sect leader of the vast Sea Blade sect. I had the fortune of meeting him once. It is undoubtedly him. Goodness, the vast Sea Blade sect, one of the 10 sects. The son of the sect leader holds an incredibly noble status. Another remarked, hastily retracting their initial thoughts of his arrogance, fearful of offending him. Feeling the awe-stricken gazes of those around him, Sergio proudly declared, Indeed, it is I. Now that you know who I am, surrender willingly. I initially intended to negotiate, but your lack of insight has changed my mind. Now, not only shall I not purchase, but I demand all your possessions. His gaze fixated on Jiang, Yi, and the others, a hint of jealousy flickering in his eyes as it landed on Chu Yuan's face. Upon seeing Yun Shuran, a glimmer of greed emerged. This woman shall belong to me as well. Suddenly, amidst his raucous laughter, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, forcefully pinning Sergio to the ground, the sound of cracking bones resounding through the air. Just as Sergio let out a wretched scream, blood erupted from his mouth. This scene unfolded with astonishing rapidity, leaving the others in a state of shock. Chu Yuan's indifferent voice echoed, "Do you believe you are worthy of claiming my possessions? Or, oh my disciple, do you even have a right?" The oppressive force emanated from him. Having already been bullied, he, as the master, could not feign ignorance. "You! How dare you? Do you know who he is?" The one-armed elder finally reacted, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared. He had underestimated the youth, failing to assess their cultivation, only to discover a hidden master among them. To subdue Sergio merely with pressure was an astonishing feat. As the oppressive force was solely directed at Sergio, he had yet to ascertain the true strength of his opponent. However, upon probing with his spiritual sense, he realized he could not see through the other's cultivation level. It seemed he had unwittingly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Yet, backed by the Hanhai Sword Sect, he felt no fear. "Release me, you wretch!" The one-armed elder bellowed as he charged towards Chu Yuan, intent on intervening. But then, boom, another wave of pressure erupted, pinning him to the ground, bones cracking under the strain. The four women, who had previously exhibited disdain and mockery, were now engulfed in sheer terror. This group was effortlessly subdued, their bones shattered and organs ruptured. "No, how could you be this powerful?" The one-armed elder panicked. Beneath this overwhelming force, he felt as insignificant as an ant, sensing that the pressure was even more formidable than that of his sect leader. How could he have provoked such a person? Such a formidable being should have been well known. Yet this individual was utterly unfamiliar. "Let go of me. How dare you harm me? I will see you all dead. You will all perish." Sergio, drenched in cold sweat and seething with resentment, declared, "I will have you all torn to shreds." He relished the act of seizing what others cherished, a pursuit that had never failed him. Until now. This humiliation was intolerable. Even in such dire straits, he still dared to threaten them, oblivious to his predicament. Chu Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Wouldn't a rational person yield at such a juncture? After all, knowing Sergio's identity, one would think he would be more cautious. His audacity was evident. Surely, he was under the influence of Jiang Yi's fortune. The onlookers had long since dispersed, sensing impending disaster. They could not remain on site, lest they be branded as bystanders in a fatal encounter. Drawing the ire of the Hanhai Sword Sect, an irksome predicament indeed, they were utterly astonished. What kind of ruthless individual would dare act so brazenly upon hearing the name of the Hanhai Sword Sect? Boom! The one-armed elder perished in an explosion. Boom! The four women met the same fate. They had all traded their bodies to cling to Sergio, a band of rogues deserving of their end. "Master, leave this to me," Yun Shuran declared. Earlier, that man had looked at her with a loathsome lust. She was determined to exact her vengeance. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement. As the bodies detonated, blood splattered onto Sergio, and the hatred in his eyes began to give way to fear. He started to comprehend that these individuals were unafraid of his status. They were truly willing to kill him. The terror of death descended upon him in that moment. It was not that Chu Yuan was merciless. It was simply that their demise was warranted. In other words, had they not possessed such strength, not only would they have lost everything, but even Yun Shuran would have been beyond saving. It is impossible to easily forgive the transgressions of others simply because one possesses strength. If an offense has been committed, then there must be a price to pay. As for the Hanhai Blade Sect, he harbors no fear. Within the realm of nirvana, he is invincible, and even beyond it, he is capable of engaging in combat. I shall join him. Xiaoyan also approached, visibly displeased. "You cannot kill me. You must not." With a resounding thud, Xiaoyan's fist shattered the opponent's jaw, rendering Sergio speechless. Heaven, they actually dare to kill. After all, he is the son of the sect leader of the Hanhai Blade Sect. Are they truly unafraid? Even the others from the 10 sects should show some respect to Sergio. This is simply madness. How terrifying. One must not provoke these individuals. In the distance, those who were hiding and watching were left dumbfounded. Given Sergio's status, even if he were to visit the city lord's mansion, he would be treated as an esteemed guest. Yet now, he is brazenly targeted for assassination. Such a significant event had not occurred in Xiankong City for a long time. At this moment, whoosh, a slender, aquamarine sword appeared in Yun Shuren's hand. She thrust the sword toward Shi Jio's head. The blade penetrated half an inch. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from Shi Jio's body. Chapter 72, Clamor. I demand to see your president. Who dares to harm my son? As the dreadful aura erupted, a cold and furious voice resonated. Yun Shuren and Xiao Yin found themselves instantly immobilized. Simultaneously, a violet light erupted from Shi Jio, coalescing above into a spectral figure. This individual was imposing, with a commanding visage and cold, indifferent eyes filled with fury, surveying the surroundings. Upon seeing this figure, Shi Jio was moved to tears, his eyes igniting with a flame of hope for survival, intertwined with rage and a thirst for vengeance. Had his jaw not been shattered, he would have surely cried out for his father, demanding that they be killed. Noticing Shi Jio's pitiable state, the figure's gaze fixed intently on Yun Shuren and Xiao Yan. I shall make you pay. However, before he could finish his sentence, a more indifferent voice echoed. Clamor. As Chu Yuan spoke, he raised his right hand, effortlessly drawing the spectral figure before him. He easily grasped the opponent's neck, binding their power. In the mid-stage of nirvana, the leader of a sect, such as this realm, merely trivial. Without a doubt, this individual was Shi Jio's father, the leader of the Hanhai Blade sect. However, this could not possibly be his true form. It was merely a manifestation of his primordial spirit. Such a being could easily deal with those beneath the nirvana realm, but alas, he encountered me. Who are you? At this moment, Shursen Tian's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had merely cast a cursory glance at the individual earlier, failing to discern their cultivation level, and assumed them to be an ordinary mortal. However, it was now evident that this person had instantaneously bound his primordial spirit's power, indicating that their cultivation had reached the nascent stage of nirvana. Fellow Taoist, let us speak amicably. Bang! Before Shursen Tian could finish his sentence, Chu Yuan crushed a strand of his primordial spirit's power, swiftly refining it. Given the situation, there was little left to discuss. Shi Jio was already doomed. Just as Chu Yuan drained Shursen Tian's essence, Xiao Yin and Yun Shuren regained their ability to act, witnessing their master unhesitatingly eliminate the opponent. Yun Shuren decisively thrust her sword through Shi Jio's skull, causing his pupils to dilate in a final, unseeing gaze. This was no ordinary sword. It bore enchantments that not only extinguished Shi Jio's life force, but also obliterated his feeble soul. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yin conjured flames that consumed the blood and corpses at the scene, reducing them to ashes. No burial, only destruction. Chu Yuan collected the storage rings they had left behind, distributing the contents among the 4 disciples. Thank you, Master, Yun Shuren said. She did not particularly need these items, but gifts from a revered elder were not to be refused. She accepted the sentiment. Master, with this, we have surely offended the Hanhai Blade sect. Viank, Yuremarkit. What? Are you afraid? Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Jiang, he shook his head. Fear was an alien concept in his lexicon. All right, let us depart from this place. With that, Chu Yuan lifted them and vanished from sight. Moments later, those who had fled began to cautiously return. Oh, my stall remains unscathed. How wonderful. Terrifying. This is truly terrifying. Who on earth is this ruthless individual that they dared to kill the son of the Hanhai Blade sect's master? Not only did they kill his son, but that figure who appeared earlier, if my guesses are correct, must have been the master's primordial spirit avatar. Yet, it too was annihilated. His too powerful. Could this person be the legendary realm of his sovereign? Remember their faces. Should we encounter them again, we must steer clear. Did you capture the scene with the recording stone? No. Who would dare use a recording stone? If we were to be noticed, the consequences would be dire. Hanhai Blade sect. Towering peaks loomed, each mountain seemingly severed in half, as if cleaved by a single stroke. On the flatlands, magnificent palaces and towers had been constructed, exuding an imposing grandeur. Boom! At this moment, a palace erupted in a violent explosion, a figure soaring into the sky, a terrifying aura sweeping outward, causing countless onlookers to gaze in fear towards that direction. It's the Master's peak. Has the Master grown angry? Whether disciples, stewards, or elders, all were taken aback. As they sensed the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him, they trembled in fear. Master, what is the cause of such fury? The vice master, Sher Banu, hastened to stand before Sher Sentian. It had been a long time since he had witnessed Sher Sentian in such a state of rage. Jior is dead. He was murdered. Sher Sentian's voice was grim. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to have offspring. After much hardship, he had finally had a son, only to lose him so tragically. What? Sher Banu was taken aback. But did you not leave a fragment of your primordial spirit with him? How could he be killed? Sher Banu and Sher Sentian were cousins. My primordial spirit fragment has also been annihilated, Sher Sentian declared with bitterness. As soon as the fragment was destroyed, Jior's soul lamp went out. It was only then that Sher Banu noticed a hint of blood at the corner of Sher Sentian's mouth, clearly indicating that the destruction of his primordial spirit fragment had caused a backlash. Do you have any idea who did this? Sher Banu inquired. No. Sher Sentian shook his head. The memories of the primordial spirit fragment cannot be conveyed. Only after the backlash did I realize the fragment was lost. And only when the soul lamp extinguished did I comprehend that Sher Jio was dead. Moreover, those useless followers have also perished. Only a cultivator in the Nirvana realm could annihilate your primordial spirit fragment. It must be someone from the other 9 sects, or perhaps from the city lord's residence. Sher Banu remarked. Could it be that Jior offended them? Jior went to the floating city to clear his mind. He must have encountered trouble there. Sher Sentian's eyes glinted with coldness. Even if it is the city lord's people, I shall make them pay the price. Gather the troops. I demand an explanation. He could not swallow the indignation of having his primordial spirit fragment destroyed and his son killed. Outside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in the floating city, Chu Yuan had already arrived with his group. Wow, Master, this place is far larger than the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in the Great Wu Dynasty. Jiang Yao exclaimed, gazing in awe at the colossal structure. Inside the grand entrance of the Wanbao Chamber stood a number of exceptionally beautiful women clad in high-slit kipeos, revealing their fair thighs, each exhibiting grace and a warm smile, showcasing their high level of professionalism. This was the core area of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, which was divided into 2 parts, one being the street enterprises outside, and the other, the interior of the chamber, dedicated to selling high-end goods. Every visitor was greeted with special attention. Just as Chu Yuan and his companions stepped inside, a stunning woman approached them with a professional smile. Welcome to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. How may I assist you today? I wish to meet your president. Chapter 73, Fellow Taoist. You do not seem to be from around here. Chu Yuan thought that negotiating with the person in charge of the chamber would be much easier, for only they would truly understand the availability of certain items. Thus, he spoke directly to the point. He had inquired and learned that the president of this chamber was a late-stage cultivator in the Nirvana realm. Although the floating city possessed royal-level formations, it did not necessarily imply the presence of a cultivator in the monarch realm. According to the information gathered, it appears that there are no practitioners of the sovereign realm here, just as there are none in the land of the 100 nations at the law manifestation realm. Once one's cultivation reaches a certain level, one can indeed opt for a more favorable place for development. However, there may be exceptions. The woman was momentarily taken aback by his words. The president is not someone one can simply meet at will. Nevertheless, she did not express derision or disdain, for she was unaware of the origins of the individuals before her, particularly as they all seemed rather extraordinary. Maintaining her smile, she inquired, I cannot make that decision, but I can take you to meet our steward, who will then escort you to the president. Thank you, Chu Yuan replied courteously. Before long, they encountered the so-called steward, a tall and slender middle-aged man at the peak of the law manifestation realm. After scrutinizing them, his eyes narrowed slightly. He could not see through the cultivation of the white-haired youth. However, the remaining 4 children were evidently formidable, especially the little girl, whose presence caused his pupils to constrict. At around 5 or 6 years of age, she was at the peak of the condensation realm. Remarkable. He hastily said, please wait a moment. I will inform our president. The white-haired youth might very well be at the Nirvana realm or above. Coupled with the extraordinary nature of these children, they undoubtedly qualified for an audience with the president. After all, he could not afford to offend anyone. As a steward, he possessed a modicum of discernment. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The president will be here shortly. After receiving a message from the president, the steward invited them to sit and personally serve them tea. Before long, a figure entered. The man was portly, adorned in gold and silver, his entire being radiating opulence, even his beard glimmering golden. He was stroking a prominent whisker, beaming with mirth. I am Qian Yu, the president of this branch. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivator. Qian Yu's gaze fell upon Chu Yuan, sensing that this individual was even more powerful than he. Of course, he also discerned Chu Yuan's cultivation, complete mastery of the Nirvana realm. President Qian, you flatter me. I am Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan replied with a slight bow, surprised to find that President Qian was significantly stronger than the rumor suggested. The other man was also at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. Ha! I recently broke through after a period of seclusion. It was merely luck, Qian Duyu laughed heartily. Yet, I can feel that you possess far greater strength. Even standing here, I sense an oppressive aura. Truly, you are the one who dared to slay the avatar of the Heavenly Blade Sect's sure son. What? This person is even more powerful than the president. Moreover, he has slain the avatar of the sect leader of the Heavenly Blade Sect. The steward's eyes widened in astonishment. This individual was far mightier than he had anticipated. Indeed, President Qian was well informed. Chu Yuan remarked, in just a short while, others are already aware of recent events. Likely, any stir in the floating city is known to him at a moment's notice. As for slaying that avatar, if President Qian wished, he could easily eradicate it as well. Qian Duyu chuckled softly, for those words struck a chord within him. Among the 10 sects of the world, none could rival the Wanbao Merchant Association, even if this was merely a branch. Hence, he held the sect leader in little regard. You don't seem to be a local, Qian Duyu remarked, probing into the other's origins. Chu Yuan responded with a light laugh, lowering his gaze to sip his tea, choosing not to divulge his background. Understanding the reluctance to share, Qian Duyu deftly shifted the topic. I wonder what brings you to seek me. I am in need of procuring certain items. Surely you have them here. Chu Yuan presented a list. In addition to arraying materials, it also included a variety of refining materials, precious herbs, and elixirs. Notably, there were some rare items such as Foundation Establishment Liquid and Tianyun grass. The Foundation Establishment Liquid, of a lower grade, was still suitable for Jiang Yao. The higher grade would also benefit Jiang Yi and Xiao Yan, as they had previously divided a single portion among themselves. Moreover, should they acquire a higher grade and return it after teaching their disciples, even greater benefits could be reaped. At that juncture, it would surely serve both the 5 organs and Soul Palace realms. The Tianyun grass, on the other hand, could stimulate the potential of the 5 organs realm. The single plant he had given to Jiang, he necessitated similar provisions for Xiao Yin and Jiang Yao. Now, with Yin Shuran having achieved perfect mastery in the 5 organs realm, Chu Yuan speculated that she might have already utilized Tianyun grass. Of course, it was also possible that she had employed even more advanced medicinal herbs. However, the 6th grade Tianyun grass was non-existent in this world. Thus, obtaining it would allow his disciples to make significant strides upon reaching the Soul Palace realm. He himself had directly broken through to the Soul Palace realm after consuming the returned Tianyun grass. These items posed no issue, yet some higher-tier materials would require additional time for preparation. After reviewing the list, Qian Duyu responded, approximately how long will it take? A month. He indicated with a raised finger. Chu Yuan nodded, finding this time frame acceptable. By the way, the more Foundation Establishment Liquid and Tianyun grass, the better. Not a problem. Besides that, do you require anything else? Qian Duyu inquired. I also seek some techniques, regardless of rank, with one stipulation. They must possess the utmost power within their tier. Chu Yuan stated, intending to use these for deducing imperial-level techniques. Oh, your request is quite intriguing. I can issue a bounty for you. And results could be achieved within a month, Qian Duyu replied. Chu Yuan nodded. Moreover, he requested a comprehensive list of all items available for sale, as there might be other items he desired. Certainly, I can provide that, Qian Duyu beamed, recognizing the lucrative business opportunity this individual presented. The sheer volume of items on the list would require a substantial sum of spirit stones. That would be 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals as a deposit. The remainder can be settled upon completion of the transaction. How does that sound? Chu Yuan presented a finely crafted storage ring. My friend, how generous. Of course. Is acceptable. Qian Duoduo's eyes sparkled with excitement. 100,000 inferior spirit crystals equate to 10 million superior spirit stones. To offer spirit crystals so readily, he is surely not a local. Qian Duyu mused inwardly. Such a substantial amount, not merely a deposit, would nearly suffice to cover the entire cost. Superior spirit stones, typically of the 7th or 8th grade, are exchanged with such. In truth, items like Foundation Establishment Liquid and Tianyun grass are not overly expensive. Chapter 74. bestowing the spirit avatar, returning even stronger. 100,000 inferior spirit crystals did not cause Chu Yuan to blink. To him, it was merely 100,000 inferior spirit stones. At present, he lacked nothing more than spirit crystals. My friend, the items sold by the trading company are nearly all cataloged within this, Qian Duo stated, producing a white jade slip. Chu Yuan inclined his head slightly and accepted it. I wonder if you have accommodations within the city. If not, I can arrange the finest cultivation residence for you at no charge. Indeed, we have none. I appreciate your kindness, Qian Duo replied. You, take my friends and the young ones to residence number 1, he instructed the steward. Yes, President. Zhu Zhaozu. Once you are prepared, I shall have someone notify you. Farewell. Chu Yuan nodded and rose to depart. As he watched Chu Yuan and his companions leave, Qian Duo pondered thoughtfully. Such lavish expenditures from such a young group, their cultivation levels astonishing. They could not possibly hail from a lesser esteemed sect. Yet, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. Business was paramount. The most crucial aspect of the Wanbao Trading Company was commerce. Everything else was secondary. If they chose to withhold their origins, there was no need for inquiry. Esteemed guests, we have arrived, the steward announced respectfully. Chu Yuan and his companions found themselves before an opulent residence, suffused with dense spiritual energy that coalesced into mist. An 8th-grade spirit gathering formation concentrated the natural energy, rivaling the contained within superior spirit stones. I will arrange for someone to stand guard outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command, the steward said before departing. They entered the residence, surveying their surroundings. This is even grander than my own abode, and the luxury is astounding, Xiaoyan exclaimed, marveling at the spirit stone-crafted rockeries and the lush greenery comprised of various precious herbs. Jiang Yao gazed around, filled with curiosity, while Jiang Yi remained composed. Yun Shuran appeared indifferent to the splendor surrounding them. Come here for a moment, Chu Yuan said. I shall need to cultivate for a period. You may practice here or explore, but do not leave the floating city. I will leave behind some items for you. Chu Yuan intended to bestow upon each of them a spirit avatar, ensuring their safety in critical moments. Although they were children of fate, even those dancing upon the edge of a blade would find it difficult to fall. However, it is essential to provide them with a sense of security. He does not demand that they cultivate alongside him. After all, remaining in seclusion for extended periods does not seem to align with the nature of a child of destiny. They should venture out more, perhaps even stir up some excitement. What gifts will the master bestow upon us? Jiang Yao approached Chu Yuan, lifting her gaze, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. Chu Yuan touched her forehead with a finger, and in an instant, a surge of primordial spirit energy entered her soul palace. Although she had yet to unlock her soul palace, it had always existed. Upon entry, the primordial spirit energy underwent a self-sealing process, ensuring that it would not affect Jiang Yao. At a critical moment, should she face a life-threatening crisis, the seal would be lifted. In fact, upon reaching the realm of the soul palace, such techniques could be employed. However, the primordial spirit avatar is ultimately a fragment of one's own primordial spirit. Once it is separated, it does render the primordial spirit somewhat weaker. Moreover, if the avatar suffers damage, the original self would also experience backlash. Chu Yuan intended to allocate 1/10 of his primordial spirit energy to forge these avatars for them. This fraction would have a minimal impact on him. Even if he were to lose it all, he could recover after a period of cultivation. What he bestowed upon Jiang Yao was merely a quarter of that 1/10. Nevertheless, given his cultivation level and the strength of his primordial spirit, he could contend even with those in the early stages of the Nirvana realm. The combat prowess of the primordial spirit should not be underestimated, particularly after reaching the Dharma aspect realm, when it can directly manifest the primordial spirit-s form and wield divine abilities. The reason Sun Tian's primordial spirit avatar posed no resistance was solely due to Chu Yuan's overwhelming strength. However, the primordial spirit avatar is ultimately transient and cannot recover swiftly. Thus, once battle commences, it would continuously dissipate, lacking endurance. Yet, it would provide sufficient protection. As long as they remain within this floating city, he could arrive in an instant with a mere thought. The sealing of this primordial spirit avatar completed without affecting Jiang Yao in any way. Just as Chu Yuan prepared to create another for someone else, suddenly, the system's notification sound echoed at that moment. Ding! The master grants the second disciple Jiang Yao a complete primordial spirit power of the Nirvana realm, returning a complete primordial spirit power of the monarch realm. Chu Yuan? No way. Is this even possible? At that moment, he was genuinely taken aback, not expecting this to be feasible. With a thought, he checked the system storage space, and indeed, there was now an incredibly powerful primordial spirit energy. Moreover, he felt he could directly merge with this primordial spirit energy, for it was of the same root and source as his own. My dear brother, you truly defy the heavens. Chu Yuan was filled with astonishment, followed by boundless joy. If that is the case, then why not bestow all the primordial spirit energy upon his disciples? At that time, if his primordial spirit could merge with the complete power of a king's realm, would he not directly possess the full cultivation of a king's realm? Furthermore, if the primordial spirit's power could be transferred in such a manner, might it not also be possible for cultivation strength to be shared in a similar way? This appears to be a shortcut to cultivation. However, bestowing cultivation upon a disciple is not so easily accomplished. While a primordial spirit can condense into a separate entity to be given to a disciple, what method could be employed to impart cultivation? The division of a primordial spirit is relatively straightforward, yet cultivation is not so easily shared. As for the notion of enlightening a disciple with cultivation, such a technique does not exist in this world. Currently, only rewards obtained from the system can facilitate such enlightenment. If cultivation could be directly imparted, it would be exceedingly simple for powerful factions to nurture prodigies. To concentrate the strength of an entire clan to enlighten one individual would be akin to granting them instant ascent. Moreover, those ancestors on the verge of transcendence could simply confer their cultivation upon the young, allowing them to advance further. Thus, such scenarios remain impractical. Directly infusing others with cultivation would only serve to undermine their potential and foundation. Therefore, unless one could achieve a level of enlightenment as flawless as that of the system, such endeavors remain unrealistic. However, enlightenment is not the only option. One could also preserve their cultivation and then bestow it upon a disciple. It matters not whether the disciple uses it. As long as the transfer occurs, the benefits could be returned. The issue at hand is that thus far, he has not conceived of any method to preserve his cultivation. The preservation or division of cultivation remains unachievable, leaving only self-abandonment as a viable option. Present limitations do not preclude future possibilities. Perhaps there exists a certain secret technique in this world capable of converting cultivation into a tangible essence for preservation. Thus, there may yet be opportunities for manipulation in the future. Chu Yuan Muset Gui Li. For now, it would be prudent to first return the primordial spirit's power. Chapter 75. Ascension of the primordial spirit to complete King S realm. Limitations of seizure. Initially, he had intended to only impart 1/4 of 1/10 of his primordial spirit's power to Jiang Yao, but now, having the ability to return it, he was determined to enhance the offering significantly. Consequently, a greater portion of primordial spirit power was extracted and surged into Jiang Yao's concealed soul palace, comprising half of his primordial spirit power. At that moment, Chu Yuan realized his own primordial spirit had become exceedingly weakened. Ding! Upon receiving the system's return, he focused his thoughts and retrieved the primordial spirit power that had just been sent into Jiang Yao's soul palace, instantly restoring him to peak condition, with the sensation of weakness dissipating. Following this, he sent the other half of the primordial spirit power, which had not undergone this process, directly into Jiang Yao's soul palace. After receiving it back once more, he reclaimed it. At this moment, all of his primordial spirit power had been fully returned, within the confines of the system's storage space. A perfectly complete and harmonious essence of the sovereign realm has already been established. With a mere thought, this essence gradually flows into his soul palace, originating from a singular source, and instantaneously merges with his own spiritual essence. At that moment, the barriers confining his spiritual realm are shattered, allowing him to ascend to the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. He exerts tremendous effort to maintain control, suppressing any aura of dominance. Subsequently, an even greater force of spiritual essence surges forth, seamlessly integrating with him. In but an instant, his spiritual essence achieves the consummate state of the sovereign realm. The distinction between a perfected sovereign realm essence and a perfected nirvana realm is vast. Thus, at present, His spiritual power equates to that of a perfected sovereign realm combined with a perfected nirvana realm. However, it remains within the confines of the sovereign realm, albeit significantly stronger, yet insufficient to transcend to a higher plane. As his spiritual realm elevates, an overwhelming sense of power arises. Now, any being beneath the sovereign realm stands before him. He can annihilate with but a thought. Even when confronted with an entity at the perfected sovereign realm, he is capable of engaging in battle, though such encounters are not enduring. The reason he can contend with perfected sovereigns lies in his spiritual essence's ability to manifest in ethereal form, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from a true perfected sovereign. However, the energy expended by his spiritual essence requires replenishment through his physical body. Should the body weaken, recovery will naturally be impeded, hence the fleeting nature of his prowess. Beyond the realm of the ethereal form, the power of the spiritual essence undergoes substantial enhancement. Merely relying on the ethereal form can yield formidable combat capabilities. In contrast, without attaining the ethereal form, such as in the Soul Palace realm, the combat efficacy of the spiritual essence remains relatively feeble. For instance, a mid-stage spiritual essence in the Soul Palace realm could not possibly defeat a corporeal practitioner at the same stage. However, the scenario shifts dramatically in the ethereal form realm, where a mid-stage spiritual essence can engage in combat with a corporeal practitioner of the same tier, albeit with a disadvantage over time, as the recovery of spiritual energy lags behind that of the opponent. Moreover, the challenge of soul possession escalates with the ascent in spiritual realms. For instance, when 10 practitioners of the Soul Palace realm attempt to possess a lower-tier practitioner, their success rate might soar to 70 or 80%. Conversely, for practitioners of the ethereal form realm targeting lower-tier individuals, the success rate may plummet to 40 or 50%. As one progresses to higher realms, although the spiritual essence grows in strength, the act of possession becomes increasingly arduous. This is due to the unique nature of the spiritual essence becoming more pronounced, while its malleability diminishes. In the Soul Palace realm, where the spiritual essence is first coalesced, it is less discerning. Upon possessing another, it can swiftly adapt to and integrate with the attributes of the new entity, achieving a near-perfect symbiosis with the physical body. As one ascends through the realms, the uniqueness of the spiritual essence becomes more pronounced, rendering the transformation of its inherent characteristics exceedingly challenging. Even if it merges with another's spiritual essence, it often only converts the latter's attributes into its own, failing to adapt its own essence to align with that of another. When this occurs, the dissonance with the physical body leads to a significant reduction in cultivation efficiency. For instance, when a divine being's primordial spirit seizes the body of a genius from a realm below the Soul Palace, due to a lack of compatibility, the original genius may become utterly incapacitated. The act of possession thus loses all significance. Furthermore, if a powerful entity attempts to possess someone exceedingly weak, the chances of success are already minimal. Consequently, if a formidable being were to attempt to possess someone slightly weaker, the odds diminish even further. For example, if a sovereign-level individual attempts to seize the body of one in the Nirvana realm, even if the possession is successful, the likelihood of further advancement becomes almost non-existent, as the uniqueness of both primordial spirits remains robust. Transforming within the same attribute becomes exceedingly challenging. In truth, it is not merely a matter of higher realms rendering possession impossible. In reality, successful possession is indeed feasible. For instance, Chu Yuan could effortlessly find any Soul Palace or Divine Realm practitioner and achieve absolute success in possession. However, this would not facilitate further progress. Thus, what distinguishes this from a failed possession? The essence of possession is to acquire a physical vessel to reclaim one's former pinnacle or to ascend beyond it. Seizing a weaker entity serves no purpose. In such cases, it is more accurate to describe it as the creation of a mere puppet rather than a genuine possession. The so-called success of possession entails a complete harmony with the other, culminating in a living, breathing entity, not a puppet. Hence, the more exalted the being, the less inclined they are towards possession, as the chances of success are exceedingly slim. Even if they were to succeed, reaching their previous heights remains daunting. Thus, many powerful beings, upon losing their physical forms, do not seek possession but rather explore alternative means to reconstruct their bodies. After all, utilizing one's own physical form is the epitome of perfection. Of course, it is not entirely accurate to state that the strongest beings possess almost no chance of success. There exists a slight possibility, provided they find a being whose essence is remarkably similar to their own. In such instances, the likelihood of successful possession increases significantly. Even with considerable differences in realms, possession poses no issue. However, locating a being with a nearly identical essence that perfectly aligns is an endeavor of monumental difficulty, far surpassing the complexities of body reconstruction. Within the vast multitude of sentient beings, it is uncertain whether one suitable candidate can even be found. The most illustrative examples often arise from those with unique physiques, as their essence is most pronounced. The degree of compatibility, in such cases, far eclipses that of mere blood relations. For instance, if a former fire spirit body owner were to possess a current fire spirit body owner, provided they suppress their strength, the success rate would exceed 95%. This success rate is extraordinarily high due to the striking similarity in their essences. It is infinitely easier than a father attempting to possess his son, as the bloodline connection, though significant, does not guarantee a comparable essence. However, unique physiques may not be repeated across several eras, let alone coexisting within the same one. This reality serves a greater purpose. Were possession to be conducted at will, chaos would have long since ensued in this world, with lower-tier geniuses having been entirely reduced to mere vessels for others. Chapter 76. Preparing to develop the sect. If Chu Yuan desired to seize the body of Jiang Yao, his current spiritual strength was vastly superior to hers. Yet, their origins were fundamentally different. Setting aside the fact that Jiang Yao was the child of fortune, even in the absence of such protection, it would be nearly impossible for Chu Yuan to successfully take over her body. His spiritual essence could not transform into the attributes that define Jiang Yao. The only feasible option would be to refine Jiang Yao's soul, reducing her to a mere puppet devoid of self-awareness, rendering cultivation a futile endeavor. Of course, this was merely a hypothetical example. The notion of seizing one's own disciple's body was utterly despicable. As his spiritual essence ascended, both his cultivation speed and the pace of his deductions increased remarkably, making advancements in both his cultivation and martial techniques significantly more efficient. Chu Yuan could feel this change distinctly. Now, it was time to attend to serious matters. This time, he sealed 1/10 of a quarter of his essence into Jiang Yao's soul palace. Once this spiritual avatar manifested, it would be more than sufficient to contend with early-stage kings. Naturally, he aimed to provide robust protection for his disciples. This was also why he had previously retracted his nirvana-level spiritual avatar. Since his spiritual power was derived from a return, he could no longer trigger this return again. To do so, he would need to cultivate a new form of spiritual power. Achieving this would only be possible once his spiritual essence ascended to the esteemed realm. At that juncture, he would reassess the possibility of continuing to teach and return. Subsequently, he also left a similar spiritual avatar within the soul palaces of Jiang, Yi, and Shaoyan. Master, I want to be needing this, Yin Shuran said with a bright smile, confident in her ample means of self-preservation. Indeed, Chu Yuan nodded. Given her background, it was clear she possessed sufficient protective measures. Since she did not require it, he could conserve a portion of his spiritual power. He addressed Jiang, Yi, and the others, saying, "This is a safeguard I have left for you, but it will only activate in life-threatening situations, much like the previous stone dove. Additionally, it can only ward off threats below the king level." He chose his words carefully to prevent his disciples from becoming reckless. "Oh, so that's what it is," Jiang Yao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master," Jiang Yi and Xiao Yin echoed, recalling the pivotal moment when the shadow appeared to save them during the stone dove's peril. They were exhilarated at the prospect of possessing such a safeguard, especially one that could confront threats below the king level. With a chuckle, Chu Yuan waved his hand and selected a room, his figure vanishing into it. I should test my current spiritual awareness." Immediately, his awareness spread like a vast canopy. The formations that had previously obstructed his perception were now utterly ineffective. Whether within the 10,000 Treasures Guild or the City Lord's mansion, even extending beyond the floating city, he could now traverse unhindered. Although the floating city is equipped with a royal-level formation, it is merely of inferior quality, capable of resisting the mental probing of early-stage monarch realm practitioners. Yet it cannot withstand my presence. Within the floating city, no signs of a monarch realm exist. The city lord is merely at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. After a brief moment, he retracted his consciousness and retrieved the jade slip he acquired from Qianduyu to examine the treasures available for sale at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Outside, Jiang inquired, "Do you intend to cultivate here or venture out for a stroll?" Jiang Yao promptly raised her hand, exclaiming, "I wish to go out. I haven't had much delicious food. Since the second senior sister wishes to go out, it is only natural for us to accompany her." Xiaoyan rested his hands behind his head, gazing at Yin Shuran. "What about you, Shuran?" "Naturally, I will be with you, brother Xiaoyan." Yin Shuran replied with a bright smile. "Let's first take a leisurely stroll and then return to our cultivation. As for cultivation, Master has mentioned that it should be balanced with relaxation." Jiang Yi eased his focus a little. Instead of dedicating all his concentration, he now applied only 80% to his practice. The internal cultivation continued unabated, for Master had also said that every action, whether walking or sitting, constitutes training. In the streets of the floating city, Jiang Yi exclaimed, "Brother, I want that." With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Bye, bye, bye." "Brother Xiaoyan, I want one too." Xiaoyan mimicked his elder brother's enthusiasm. "Bye, bye, bye." Their extravagant display left passers-by in awe, some even feeling envious. Thoughts of whether to overpower them and seize their treasures crossed the minds of a few, though they hesitated, considering the possibility of formidable backgrounds behind such young practitioners. Some recognized them, realizing they were the formidable individuals who had slain the son of the Han High Sword Sect's leader, prompting a desire to steer clear of them. Those who had initially harbored greedy thoughts suddenly froze upon overhearing the whispers. Their avaricious gazes transformed into clarity in an instant. Seizing treasures? Not a chance. Anyone daring to act would surely meet their demise. Perhaps there were strong protectors lurking in the shadows. With that, they retreated. While they might not find elixirs or rare treasures that could directly enhance their cultivation, there were still plenty of valuable items. Chu Yuan reviewed the offerings and compiled a list, which he sent telepathically to those waiting outside the residence, instructing them to deliver it to Qianduyu. Though he had no use for these elixirs, they could benefit his disciples and, moreover, the members of his sect. The Tianyun Sect was ultimately too weak. After all, it was his home in this world, and its weakness was becoming intolerable. They must be significantly strengthened. The sect had treated him well, even considering dedicating all its resources to nurture him. If he were to be ungrateful, he would be no different from a heartless wolf. Especially since he was destined to leave the sect in the future, he needed to ensure they possessed enough strength to protect themselves. He is not keen on waiting until the day he returns home in glory, only to discover that his sect has been obliterated by others and that his ancestral grave has been desecrated. That would be disastrous. Fortunately, in assisting his sect's ascendants, he does not need to expend significant resources. It is merely a matter of acting on impulse. Thus, he naturally agrees to do so. Haha, yet another windfall. With an abundance of wealth now in his possession, he is unable to suppress his smile. This transaction is equivalent to years of sales for the Wanbao Merchant Association, especially for high-end products that are seldom easy to sell. Qianwei Tower, the finest restaurant in the floating city, specializes in luxury cuisine, where a single meal costs no less than one exquisite spirit stone. This price is far beyond what lowly cultivators can afford. One exquisite spirit stone is equivalent to 1 million inferior spirit stones, an exorbitant sum indeed. At this moment, several figures emerge from Qianwei Tower. Greeted with smiles by the proprietor, Jiang Yao pats a round belly, utterly satisfied. The food was divine. I shall return next time. After spending a good part of the day out, Jiang Yi suggests, "It is time for us to head back." The group sets off in the direction of the Wanbao Merchant Association. Chapter 77. What sort of resolution do you wish for me to provide? They have gone to the Wanbao Merchant Association? Lead the way. I shall ensure their demise. On one of the streets in the floating city, dozens of figures emanate a terrifying aura, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear. At the forefront stands the sect leader of the Ocean Blade sect, Shursen Tian. Before him kneels an individual who recounts the events of Shi Jiu's demise and the whereabouts of the culprits. As one of the 10 outer sects, the Ocean Blade sect possesses several enterprises and outposts in the floating city. Upon learning of Shi Jiu's fall, the local overseer was filled with dread and promptly sought to ascertain the situation. However, they dared not confront the murderers directly. At this moment, with the arrival of the sect leader, the overseer hastily reports the circumstances. Upon hearing the command to lead, the overseer quickly rises to guide the way. The Ocean Blade Sect's entourage marches forward with an imposing intensity. Once they depart, the surrounding cultivators breathe a sigh of relief. In the floating city, no one is an ordinary person. Yet, in the face of true power, these cultivators feel no different from mortals. Even the mere aura exuded by the powerful is enough to leave them gasping for breath. Utterly terrifying. The sect leader of the Stone Sect has indeed come to exact revenge. I knew he could not possibly overlook his son's fate. How swiftly he has arrived. Barely half a day has passed. It is indeed remarkable. Given such a distance, he must have traveled at full speed, indicating his profound anger. The murderous intent is palpable, akin to a blade poised at one's throat, as if one's very life could be severed at any moment. How frightful! Do you think he will succeed in avenging his son? It is hard to say. The fact that the perpetrator dared to kill the son of the sect leader implies a certain level of confidence. However, with so many formidable individuals gathered by the sect leader, it feels as if they could effortlessly overpower everything. It is indeed difficult to predict, alas. We may only ascertain the truth through confrontation. Let us approach and witness this spectacle, a rare event occurring once in a century. Let us maintain a safe distance to avoid being obliterated by the aftermath. Within the city lord's estate, in a garden, a graceful figure clad in red attire gently crushed fish feed with her delicate hands, leisurely scattering it into the pond, where a multitude of vibrant fish scrambled for sustenance. Once the fish had feasted, she scattered more feed, unhurried and at ease. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged behind her, an imposing woman dressed in black scales, with a long sword at her waist. The woman clasped her hands and said, "Miss, the people from the Hanhai Blade Sect have arrived in the city. A confrontation is imminent." The lady in red turned, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage, her crimson lips parting as she replied, "How many times must I remind you to address me by my title here?" "Yes, young city lord," the martial woman responded sheepishly, though she could hardly be blamed. She had grown accustomed to addressing her as Miss for many years. "That's more like it. Xiaohong, let us go and observe the commotion. I am quite curious about the origins of these individuals." The two figures vanished in an instant. Before the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Yao skipped ahead, twirling a small windmill, while Jiang Yi walked with his hands clasped behind him, his youthful face exuding an air of composed maturity. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan engaged in cheerful banter with Yin Shuran, his laughter somewhat naive. "It's almost time." Jiang Yao's melodious voice rang out. At that moment, terrifying auras began to rise behind them, swiftly approaching. "Sect leader, it is them," an urgent voice called out. It was indeed the representative of the Hanhai Blade Sect, who had inquired about the appearance of these individuals. Though no one had recorded their likenesses, those who had encountered them, under his generous reward, had sketched their portraits, allowing him to recognize several of them instantly. "Sect leader, we are still missing one individual, a white-haired youth, the strongest among them. Your spiritual avatar was indeed vanquished by his hand." The representative continued. Sure, Sun Tian scoffed, and in an instant, a terrifying pressure surged towards Jiang Yi and the others. They turned to face the source, recognizing the assailants. That individual resembles the spiritual avatar that Master obliterated. It seems these people are indeed from the Hanhai Blade Sect. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. Yet, they did not exhibit signs of panic. Jiang Yi shielded Jiang Yao behind him, preparing to confront the impending pressure. However, a figure suddenly appeared before them, intercepting the oppressive force. This form was familiar to them. It was none other than the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. "President Qian, what is the meaning of this?" Sure, Sun Tian did not anticipate that Qian Duyu would step forward, and his countenance darkened considerably. "It means nothing, simply that you shall not harm these children. The surplus of wealth is undeniable. Chu Yuan is undoubtedly a significant client of his. These children are disciples of the other party. If they were to be bullied at the entrance of the business association, resulting in a loss of trade, it would be he who suffers the consequences. Are they members of your Wanbao Business Association? Did you slay my son and annihilate my primordial spirit?" Endless fury surged within Shi Sen's eyes. "They are certainly not members of my Wanbao Business Association, nor did we orchestrate the death of your son. However, they are now my clients, and thus, you cannot lay a hand on them. Since they do not belong to your association, that is agreeable. Yet, let us be clear, they may have business with you, but they harbor enmity towards me. Therefore, I shall not let them escape unscathed." Shi Sun continued, "Is it not also a white-haired individual? Bring him forth." If I slay them, I shall take their place in business dealings with you. It remains the same. You are merely seeking to earn spirit stones. You shall not suffer a loss. Moreover, do not forget that my ancestor once aided you. Do you not hold any gratitude? Qianduiyu shook his head. It is precisely because of the slight favor owed to your ancestor that I advise you to set aside your hatred, to speak no more of it, and to retreat as far as possible. Perhaps you might still preserve your life. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Not to be trifled with. Even if he hails from afar, I demand an explanation. If I withdraw today, what face will I have left? To set aside hatred is out of the question. He is not completely ignorant of the external world. Those who can arrive here cannot possibly be formidable figures. The grandeur of his Han Hai Dao sect is immense. What is there to fear? Oh, you seek an explanation? Pray tell, what manner of explanation do you desire from me? At that moment, a cold voice echoed, swiftly followed by an overwhelming aura that erupted. A formidable presence enveloped the entire floating city, radiating divine might akin to the wrath of heaven. Under this terrifying aura, every cultivator within the floating city felt utterly insignificant. Whether they were in the realm of condensing essence or the nirvana realm, they found themselves paralyzed, as if ensnared by a binding spell. An overwhelming sense of shock and dread coursed through their beings. In that instance, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed and the earth had split apart. Doomsday had arrived. Even Qianduiyu's pupils dilated in sheer terror, reflecting boundless astonishment. Chapter 78. A monarch must not be insulted. Death awaits, even in submission. How could this be? This is the aura of a monarch, and a remarkably powerful one at that. That voice belongs to the esteemed friend. Was he not at the pinnacle of the nirvana realm? Alas, it seems he had previously chosen to remain inconspicuous. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, Qianduiyu swiftly grasped the situation. The individual was indeed a monarch, merely having kept his true cultivation concealed until now. No wonder he acted so generously. As a monarch, it is only natural that his resources are vast. It is time to amend my address. A monarch must not be insulted. To continue calling him friend would be impolite. Immediately, he cast a glance at Shursen Tian and the others who remained rooted to the spot, a derisive smile curling within him. You refuse to leave when told, demanding explanations. Well, now it appears these individuals are destined to meet their end here. Indeed, this could be regarded as a form of explanation. It was not only Qianduiyu who was astonished. At that moment, atop a distant pavilion, two figures stood, the city lord and the woman in black. The royal array of the floating city trembled. This individual's cultivation level was undoubtedly above the mid-stage of the king realm. The presence of such a being in this remote locale was utterly incongruous. Miss, can you discern which king this person is? The woman in black gazed with profound reverence. Even in the broader world, the status associated with the king realm was formidable. The unfamiliar visage and aura eluded her recognition. Of course, it was possible that the individual concealed their true identity. She had indeed seen their portrait, a young man with white hair, strikingly handsome. Yet, he remained a stranger to her. Initially drawn to the spectacle, she found the unfolding events even more intriguing. A faint smile graced the city lordess' lips. She felt no fear toward the king realm figure, only curiosity. The other cultivators throughout the city trembled in trepidation. They had never encountered such a terrifying force. Those who previously regarded the members of the Han Hai Blade sect with fear now reconsidered their stance. Compared to this cataclysmic aura, the presence of the Han Hai Blade sect seemed trivial, merely a gentle breeze against their faces. This was the true embodiment of terror. If the other cultivators were merely apprehensive, the members of the Han Hai Blade sect were engulfed in boundless dread and despair. Shursen Tian's pupils quaked, nearly shattering with brilliance. An aura surpassing the nirvana realm. The entity they sought vengeance against was of such caliber. In the face of this overwhelming might, he felt utterly powerless to resist. All that remained was an abyss of despair. Why? Why would such a being manifest here? This was illogical. His heart crumbled. This was nothing like the revenge journey he had envisioned. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy kneeling echoed as other members of the Han Hai Blade sect fell to their knees, including the deputy sect leader, Banu, and a late-stage Nirvana elder brought in for assistance. Particularly, the one who had previously served as their guide was utterly terrified. Sect leader, kneel, you must kneel. At this juncture, witnessing their sect leader still standing in shock, the elder knelt in a panic. The situation had dramatically shifted Failing to bow would lead to death. Yes, sect leader, quickly kneel. The others, disregarding all else, urged him fervently. How could their leader be so oblivious to the gravity of the moment? Ultimately, with a firm resolve, Shursen Tian knelt as well. He still yearned to preserve his life. Esteemed senior, it is all a misunderstanding. He inhaled deeply and uttered with humiliation. Indeed, revered elder, it is merely a misunderstanding. With your great benevolence, please spare us. We shall depart from the floating city at once. The grand elder of the Hanhai Blade Sect implored. If given a chance to relive this moment, he would rather die than return. However, the response they received was the chillingly indifferent voice of Chu Yuan. A misunderstanding? How utterly laughable! And you wish to leave? Do you not find that exceedingly naive? Did you not seek an explanation? Very well, I shall oblige you. Perish! As the words fell, a colossal hand formed of flames materialized in the sky, its palms swirling into a vortex, generating a terrifying gravitational pull. In an instant, the members of the Hanhai Blade Sect were drawn towards it, and as the hand clenched its fingers, flames engulfed them. The air was filled with heart-rending screams, only to be abruptly silenced, for the members of the Hanhai Blade Sect had been swiftly refined into ashes, leaving only their storage rings behind. This scene left countless cultivators in a state of shock. It was an image they would never forget. Here lay the master of one of the 10 sects beyond the mundane, along with numerous formidable figures of the sect. In their daily lives, they existed high above, a presence that many could only look up to, yet now they had been so effortlessly annihilated. The impact of the scene was overwhelming, as if they had only just grasped the concept that there are always greater forces beyond comprehension. What true invincibility embodies. In the presence of such beings, even kneeling in supplication could not guarantee survival. This is the terror of the King realm. Qian Duiyu sighed softly. The chasm between the Nirvana realm and the King realm was far greater than that between the Dharma manifestation realm and the Nirvana realm. Moreover, that esteemed elder was not an ordinary King realm practitioner. Crushing a few in the Nirvana realm and a multitude in the Dharma manifestation realm was no different than a Nirvana realm expert obliterating those of the Soul Palace and Organ realm. These individuals deserved their fate. He was aware of the circumstances. It was that foolish Shi Jiao who sought to seize the possessions of Chu Yuan's disciple, which led to this calamity. Truly, they reaped what they sowed. The members of the Hanhai Blade Sect sought revenge, yet their reputation was tarnished, and their strength insufficient. If not them, then who should perish? Not only had they died, but they would also be met with scorn and disdain. As the fiery hand vanished, the storage rings were gathered by force and presented before Jiang, Yi, and the others. They understood the implication. Their master had bestowed upon them the spoils of battle. They were accustomed to it. Jiang, Yi took the rings and distributed the contents fairly among the three. Thank you, senior brother. Yun Shuran exclaimed with a beaming smile. Though she had no need for such possessions, she graciously accepted the sentiment. Even if she had no use for them herself, she could accumulate wealth for her brother Xiaoyan. This spectacle ignited envy in countless onlookers. The treasures within the high-ranking members of the Hanhai Blade Sect storage rings were undoubtedly abundant, yet they were directly gifted to the juniors, an act of extravagant generosity. How could they not envy such a display? Although the storage rings had found their way into the hands of several children, none of them harbored any greedy thoughts, nor dared to even entertain such notions. At that moment, the terrifying aura that had filled the sky dissipated, leaving behind a clear blue expanse, unmarred by clouds. Everything seemed as if it had never occurred. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Let us depart." The others nodded in agreement. Xiaoyan was brimming with excitement, marveling at how formidable and domineering his master truly was. He wondered when he would ever attain such power himself, yearning to become as formidable as his master to vanquish evildoers. Jiang Yao raised her tiny fist, her delicate face radiating determination. "You will," Jiang Yi assured her, gently ruffling her hair. A sense of aspiration glimmered in his eyes as well. It dawned on Yun Shuran that her master was indeed at the kingly level. Previously uncertain about her master's cultivation, she now grasped the reality. If her master was truly only 50 years old, possessing such remarkable prowess was indeed astonishing. Moreover, her master always exuded an air of enigma. Following such a master, alongside 3 prodigies who surpassed her, promised to be an exhilarating adventure.